Well,
you're not aiding the crime, and, like them fleeing. Like, I think that would be legal. But does anybody understand how? Really, come on, let's think about this. And Tony's cool, us all love, but how does he go from saying he owned it and was like, I did it, I'm guilty, and then he turned around and said the guy jumped out, it wasn't his.
Livestream's back on, so let's move forward.
All right. Well, anyway, we should help a guy out, man. Anyway, it just don't make sense a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, just changing without bringing anyone's name into it, but helping people is so powerful. It's such a powerful thing that when someone gets help when they really need it, it can change someone's life. And that's where a lot of globalists aren't able to even help themselves, which is why they're here.
Shit, Crit. Shut up with the glory. Stop it.
Yeah, seriously.
No, why it's important, okay, without freaking out, okay? That globalists
we're fucking we're all heartless fucking.
No, you want what you're doing.
Atheists, right?
No, what you're doing is a cry for help. You want help. Because if you really cared about globe, there's enough content out there in the universe to keep you busy forever. So you come to Flat Earth spaces or spaces where Flat Earth is.
We all come here, Crit. We all come here for the same reason.
Because you want some of us. You want a helping hand. Because the rest of the world,
I need help.
Yeah, listen, okay. The world is so cruel. The world is very cruel.
I agree.
And the only way that makes sense is in a flat Earth cosmology, because it's a small and dangerous place. So you want a space. Everyone wants a space. Okay, people want to make the world
is cruel, so we come to Flat Earth discords to get help, right?
Yeah, because once you realize that the world is what you make it, then that's when the inspiration will happen and things will start changing for the better. Until then, there's got to be a collective consciousness that happens based off logic, reason, or science. One of these three things will have to win the debate. Because right now, the federal government is just using psychopathic violence. They finally dropped, okay, just today. Today they said in Indiana they found a federal school for Native children where they estimate 500 bodies are going to be discovered. 500. Okay, Canada like 2 years ago had dropped that their re-education camps for Native people, and they gave an estimate of how many children were missing. This is why it's important to hold the federal government to account for everything they claim, because they can take generations to find out what they really did and why they did it.
So was it the government's fault, or is it the people that work there?
It's called the Dawes Act.
The individuals that work there.
Like 1778 or something like that, the Dawes Act. They forcibly removed children from their homes and we're going to re-educate them. This is what happens. Yeah,
and that has what? And what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Chris?
Yeah, it's called executive or actions taken by the executive branch of the federal government for 100, Alex.
Okay.
Nixon, okay, the same guy who told you who explored space for all of humanity, is the same guy who started dumping radioactive material on Native American reservations. I'm telling you, these people in the federal government do not care about you. They do not care about you, about anything. Their claims about other space is a distraction. There's nothing out there. The only thing that exists.
So, what's the EPA?
Okay, say again. The EPA.
What is the EPA?
Yeah, Nixon founded the EPA.
Nixon created the EPA.
Nixon created the EPA.
Okay.
It's a distraction. It was meant to make it seem like they're fixing the problem, but they never fixed it. It's like like how they say police accountability. Like there's policing services are always getting better, but they never get better. Same thing with environmental protection. Environmental protection is always getting better, but it never gets better. The number of super funds.
Shit's not perfect. So what?
Yeah, when the EPA was founded, there was only like 7 super fund sites. There's like 300, 400 of them now. things have gotten worse since the inception of EPA, not better.
Okay.
So I basically, to wrap that up.
We got through
Well,
that.
thanks,
All
thanks
right,
for that.
next.
I appreciate it. Thanks
Let's
for that.
make a better world all together, everyone. Like, let's a moment of silence, right? Especially for, like what just happened, and everyone think about positive vibes and just send them through the world. And just right today, it could be a new day, something better.
Well, just stop calling all globalists. We're all atheists and worship the devil, because we don't.
I never said that. And it's okay to worship the devil if that's your choice.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Okay, my thing about atheism is that if you want like basically third wave atheism, first and second wave atheism were allies of flat Earth. It's this third wave activism atheism that seemed to break apart from what atheism used to be, which is question systems of authority. And it came to be like, if you question systems of authority, that somehow you're wrong. That might makes right. That is wrong. Okay, and that's why there is a fourth wave of atheism already in place called Atheism Plus, and they're talking about atheism that is about inclusive spaces.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, Crit. This is I hear you. Are you just wanting to keep going, or I don't? Is this a conversation? I'm just trying to figure out what's. I hear you. I would say from whatever the positive things you said, I would say start with yourself, and that'd be great.
Yeah, with B-ball, I want to know that I'm not against atheism at all. Atheism is powerful.
Well, I'm just saying, the parts you were talking about, like being more loving and supporting others, then those are all good things.
Well, how do you know I'm an atheist, Crit?
I think you told me, didn't you?
No, I never told you that.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay, well, did you identify? I mean, do you identify as atheist?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there you
go. Do I
go.
believe there is some sort of creator? Possibly, yeah.
So kind of agnostic then?
No, like I said.
Can I?
Or deist?
Can I add to the rant on atheism? I guess. Don't you find it kind of like this new atheism is kind of, it's not theistic or deistic, but it kind of follows religion in that you have to do a set of rituals, and like I see the parallels with like other religions in the way that these activist atheists act and stuff. They act very zealous, I would say.
Yeah, it was like that self-identified quote-unquote new atheist. They wrote a book. They wrote a book called The New Atheist. And that's a group that became really politically active in the early 2000s.
Yeah,
I don't mean all atheists when I talk about these group of third wave atheists. Because I mean, I'm a fan of Voltaire. I quote Voltaire all the time. George Carlin, a perfect example of a second wave atheist.
Yeah, it's kind of like they got rid of, I guess, the social institutions that religion was. You know what I mean? Like the social organizations and institutions that the religions took, because when they were throwing out God and whatever, they threw that out too. And then not realizing that human beings kind of need to behave this way, and you can't really repress it. It's going to escape in some way. And so you see them forming these like groups and movements and stuff that are acting much like religions of the past. I mean, if you go and look in Rome, they have all kinds of writings on, the cult of Apollo. Look at all the crazy shit they're doing. Well, we have a kind of similar thing going on today now. We have like the cult of the mask, the cult of the jib, the cult of like climate change. Like they're acting in a cult mentality, and because they're atheistic, I don't think they can see it. They just think, I'm an atheist, I have the science, I'm right, whatever my side is saying is right. But they have to realize that is inherently a very dogmatic or religious point to be coming from.
Numpty, I have a time sometimes being like, hey, what if there's a creator, but what if he's undetermined or testing or you know, what if we got it? What if he's wants to have us evolve into the most powerful thing possible? Like, I guess I'm saying I sometimes sympathize with the Satanist perspective. Why does it always have to be a good moral creator in your opinion? It seems like that's what you were implying.
No, I wasn't implying anything about a creator or not a creator. I was just commenting on the behaviors of atheists.
Yeah, I think I got an answer for that. Because it deals with what causes harm and what causes no harm. So if somebody says that they have a version of a creator in their epistemology that says X, Y, and Z, and that X, Y, and Z affects me zero, there's no harm there.
That's a good. I get that perspective, and that I think you're summarizing his position basically, and that is how I heard it. Like, but what I hear from contrast is he's kind of saying like, hey, the atheists don't take it serious because of, you know, the moral payback isn't there. Like you said, there's no harm. But to me, when he said that, that implied like, okay, well, the non-atheists respect certain things because they are, you know, we would assume, I'm assuming, you know, this is the position, but it's like the non-atheists, you know, pay more attention or are more caring because of their, you know, their religious perspective. I get you a contrast say atheists are acting religious, but it confused me a little bit. No, it just confused me a little bit. I know you were just attacking the atheists a little bit. You weren't really talking about creator people, but it implies that to me. Do you get what I'm saying? It implies that to me by contrast.
Yeah, and not even like you're all atheists. Even it seems it is a large portion, maybe even a majority of atheists today. But I'm not saying all atheists are this way. But there is a very large, if not majority, of atheists acting out very dogmatic beliefs and rituals. Like, say, in the Catholic Church, you have the Eucharist, right? And now we have a gibber that you have to take. It's very similar in that the ritual, everyone goes and everyone takes it. I'm not going to say any more because I don't want censorship. We could talk about other things, but there's a lot of rituals these guys do. And I mean, even with like the whole, you're either with us or against us. And like think about the climate change perspective. Everyone has to believe in this perspective, and everyone has to start behaving this way, and everyone has to we're gonna have a whole holiness. Your carbon credit is gonna be how holy you are, and then everyone has to believe in this, or the planet Earth is gonna be engulfed in hell. Basically, it's the same fear mongering tactics. Oh, instead of saying you're gonna go to hell after you die, they're basically saying no, hell is coming to Earth, and if everyone doesn't change and start behaving this way. You know what I mean? It's all of it has a lot of underlying matching rituals and or dogmas that you can kind of see parallels in other religions to this new, I guess, atheist institution superstructure religion that's coming about.
Well, I think point heard, and you kind of say even people who want to be non-ritualistic or non-religious seem to be coaxed into those type of behaviors anyway.
Right.
I get. Hey, that's
here. I got one for you.
Wait. I'll just say one more thing. My argument would be that people have moved from a deistic and theistic religion to atheistic religion, but the actual religion part of it and dogmatic part of it did not actually leave. And I don't think a human society can actually stop that. I think it's inherently ingrained to how we socially interact with each other.
I went like Pastafarian for a little while, like in the early 2000s, like 2004 and 5, because I had joined the anti-war movement, and I saw like when I was doing like anti-war stuff, a lot of people who were against the anti-war movement were these sort of right-wing Southern evangelical sort of Baptists. And in my mind, I couldn't square my version of Christianity with their version. I assumed they were right because they were the people in power. the same power base that George Bush drew upon. So I assumed I was wrong. So I said my version of Christianity must mean that I should go atheist, because if their version is right, I don't want to be right. And then I did the whole Pastafarian thing for a while. And the central nervous system was described as the spaghetti monster, and it was fun. It was really fun. There's a part of the highway we adopted, and we picked up the trash, and people held signs. This is what atheists look like. We did bowling, and there was like a board game night, and it was a lot of fun.
What kind of games did you play?
Yeah, all kinds. Okay, I mean, it's a whole other topic. But the problem was, at some point, though, it just turned into that they didn't really talk about things I thought, like philosophical. It just turned into a lot of Christian bashing. And then I just got disenchanted until I finally realized that the atheists are wrong about subjective morality, but a lot of Christianity is wrong about objective morality. There's a baseline that people should just follow to do no harm to somebody else. And if that is where your heart is, and if everyone is basically what I mean, long story short, is if you follow the 10 Commandments, or if you follow like the founding documents of America, you can't go wrong there. If you
I'd like to say
value human rights.
So we have I'm going to give another example of another kind of religious thing or dogmatic thing or ritualistic thing that have been coming up. So in the past, I'm just going to give an example of Christians would wear a cross, like a necklace with a cross on it, to identify their beliefs to others around them, right? You see someone wearing a cross, oh, they're a Christian. Nowadays, we have the exact same analogous ritual going on, in that people are just posting Ukraine flags on their social medias and shit. They're basically signaling to the rest of the world, this is what I believe. Here's my Ukraine flag. It's directly analogous to wearing a necklace with a cross. It's another ritual, another pseudo-religious ritual that atheists do. Same thing with the Black Lives Matter black screen on social media. It's just like wearing a cross and signaling to everyone else, oh, I believe in this. Look, so you can kind of get into your in groups and see who's your out groups and stuff. So it's this new, I guess, atheistic religion has, and this is I've already covered too, but there's so many different rituals and behaviors and dogmas that are just so analogous to things we've seen in the past.
So thank God this topic is over now.
Yeah, I don't know why everyone just shut up. It's kind of weird.
So maybe I can say something now. I was listening to you guys before, and I must say, man, we definitely are model afflicted, including myself. The way we throw words around like 0 point energy, like as a matter of fact, it's amazing, space-time, fabrics. Like, do we realize we're doing it, or is it just the model affliction?
Well, I think SA it's trying to, if you're going to conversate with them, you have to, do you just conversate with them with our language, or do you have to try and conversate with their language as well?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, yeah.
Also, some of these guys may not be afflicted about it. They may just, you know what I mean? I mean, affliction means they're troubled, or they're in some kind of, I'm not saying some people are not troubled, but some of them may not be afflicted. They just have their model, and that's where they're at.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, acceptance. Yeah, they've accepted it. Yeah, good point, Gio. Exactly.
And one could argue, though, on the other hand, that, I mean,
Yeah, sometimes I wonder, like a Kosho or a Zanuck, are they afflicted or?
Yeah, aren't we trying to compare what we have in our head as our model SC with and our thoughts of where we live and compare it to theirs? So you and I can say, okay, yeah, we don't have a model per se that describes anything. Like, we don't know what the boundaries are and all that sort of stuff, but we can both agree that it's the base is a planar kind of a planar surface, and everything's built up upon that. But that in itself is a model, isn't it? So we're trying to compare that idea of our model with theirs. So you have to jump back and forth between the two to have these conversations. You can't just stay in one. Otherwise, there's really no conversation to be had, really.
Oh yeah. Don't misunderstand me, Bandy. Yeah. I'm all for it. Yeah, and I always say that when I'm in their model, I always say like we're in your fantasy model. I totally agree with you on that. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, when we throw around terms like 0 point energy, like percentage was throwing in before, like do people have any idea what that really is? Like superposition, no. It's another thing,
no. Yeah, no. Two positions at the same time, or multiple. Yeah, no, I've got no idea of that, whatever. But it's just a concept. It's a concept, isn't it? Really, at the end of the day.
Basically, a superposition is analogous to a wave, right? When you're at the beach, you see the wave. The wave is at not only one point on the beach. It actually spreads out over the whole beach and comes in on the water. That's what a superposition is. So anytime you see a wave, you could kind of say that wave is a superposition. It just means that the object itself is not at a certain point. It's spread out over a larger area.
Right. You would think that when you talk about waves, but that's my whole point here. This is the misunderstanding. When you're talking about quantum physics, superposition does not mean what you just explained.
Okay, so you just denied what I said. Could you explain how I'm wrong?
Yeah. Superposition, as far as I know in quantum physics, means that something could be in two states at the same time. In other words, in plain English, a switch, an electrical switch, could be both on and off at the same time, and only upon observation will you know what state is in. Are you familiar with that concept?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
So am I wrong in describing it in that manner?
No, but I'm not sure how it, I guess, disagrees with my point.
It doesn't disagree with your point. It's just you're not realizing, SC, that what he said about being in the positions and the wave being bigger. The position is just is one of the quantum states, but there's other quantum states.
Yeah, but a lot of people are not familiar, and you're trying to sneak around what I just said because it's not comfortable.
You said the same thing he said, but
no, not at all. You didn't say at all what I said.
Yeah, so you said position, you said quantum states, but if he would have said quantum states, it would have been the same thing.
So do you agree with my terminology that a light switch can be both on and off at the same time, and only upon observation do we know what state is in? You disagreeing with that statement?
I don't agree with that statement because that's not a quantum state, and observation is also broad because not broad enough because it's really any interaction that makes the wave function collapse.
Well, I don't know what you just said right now, but as far as I know, the way I explained it, that's what superposition is. Now, if you can show me how I'm wrong,
you don't have to observe it as a person. And just the wave function collapse when it's interacting with the outside environment. And when any other particle or a series of particles or person or anything is exchanging information with it or interacting with it, this is what makes a wave function collapse.
I'm not talking about a wave function collapse. I'm talking about superposition.
Yeah, that is what you're talking about.
Very specific. Superposition. a state in quantum physics which states something could be both on and off at the same time.
It exists in the superposition until the wave function collapses. The wave function collapsing means it doesn't exist in that superposition anymore. It's now got definite parameters, definite properties.
So it's in all possible states until it collapses, correct?
I didn't say that either.
Yeah, but it also says like it's in multiple states at the same time until it is measured. So once you have measured it, it is in a state. So it's not in multiple states, it's in a state right there at that point. So
upon observation, yep.
Exactly.
The wave function has
exactly right. So yeah, but then to say that it's in multiple states at the same time is actually wrong, because once you identify at that point what that state is, it is only one state. It's not multiple states, it's a state, because you have identified it.
This was the observation made during all the double slit tests. Was when it's not being when it's not being it's not interacting with something, it's not being observed, there's no interaction, the wave function persists and the interference occurs. And when the something has to observe it or has to interact with something so you can see which one it goes through, the wave function is collapsed. And so this is the same scenario. The only difference is it's interactions, and in both those two scenarios you have two different outcomes.
Negative. You're changing the story.
Yeah, no. To say that you don't observe it, because you don't observe it, it is in multiple states. No, that's incorrect. You just haven't observed it. Right?
You observe the consequences.
Just because you turn your back on it, right, and go around the corner, right, doesn't all of a sudden magically make it in multiple states. Well, that's nonsensical.
No one's assuming that. What's happening is they're looking at the screen where it's hitting, and it's making interference patterns, and it's indicating to us that it's entering both slits and interfering with itself.
You just said when it's not being observed, it is in multiple states.
Yes.
That's what you said, right? And I said to you that it can't be. Just because you're not looking at it doesn't mean it's in multiple states. You just haven't pinpointed what state it is in.
Right. And the superposition that it's in, it's not definite position. It's got no definite position whatsoever, and you can find this out by observing what it does when it hits the screen. And what it does when it hits the screen is it acts as if every time it went through the slit, it interacted with itself. It interfered with itself. The wavefront interfered with its own wavefront.
You're not explaining it correct. You said definite position. That's not the explanation. It's multiple positions at the same time.
Yeah, you measure a definite position when it hits the screen.
Yeah, when it hits the screen, yeah. But until then, what is it in? What state is it in?
I actually would disagree that it's in multiple positions at once. If it was in multiple positions at once, they would just say it's in multiple positions at once. They have an entirely different word and terminology for it called a superstate.
That's what I'm saying.
Which by definition is different from it being in all the states at once.
I keep correcting him.
That's absolutely wrong.
I keep saying no. It's not
your number is absolutely incorrect. That's exactly what it means. That's exactly what superposition means. Multiple states at the same time until observed. Check it out.
No, it means it could. Yeah, it's the probability of it being in those states at once. It is not actually in all those states at once.
Yes, it is actually in all the states at once. In other words, Schrodinger's cats. It's both dead and alive at the same time. Not dead or alive. Listen to the terminology. Both dead and alive.
That's not describing superposition, because that's not a
quantum state. Yes, it is.
No, it is not. It is not. That's not a definition. There's no line with like particles.
It's very clear. I'll read out the definition. Superposition is the ability of a quantum system to be in multiple states at the same time until it is measured. That's what the definition is.
Right, and it doesn't say all states, correct?
Who said all states?
Hey, you kept saying all states. I kept saying it's not all
You're
states.
doing the same thing as you did yesterday, Coach O.
I just did. You can like 5 minutes.
They take
Listen up.
superpositions.
Don't try to weasel out of it. Don't try to weasel out of it. Multiple states, not on and off, not dead or alive, both dead and alive, both on and off, Kosho. Don't try to weasel out of it.
Quantum states, dude. For the love of God.
Yeah, dude. For the love of God, dude.
Being alive or dead.
I just read it to you, dude.
Yeah,
Don't
the
try
point
to double talk, dude.
When Schrodinger proposed that thought experiment, he proposed it to Einstein because they both thought it was preposterous. The Copenhagen interpretation they thought was ridiculous, and that's why he proposed that thought experiment, whatever you
said this
call
the other day, when you brought it up.
Correct. That's just one that this gentleman is absolutely correct. That's just one crazy interpretation. There's many other multiple worlds and all kinds of other bull.
That's literally an extreme extrapolation, which they both know that is not going to happen.
Right. I would say
this happens.
I would say
how absurd it is.
It happens with quantum
I would say the Schrodinger's cat is a metaphor that is not directly analogous to what is actually going on. It's a metaphor, not an analogy. It's a metaphor. Therefore, you can't come into the argument and use the metaphor against us.
Yes, I can, because I can use a particle. In other words, spin. They say it either spins one way or another way, both ways, until observed. We can do this all night, guys. There's no way out of it.
I disagree with that statement you just made. You said it can be.
Then you don't know your stuff, bro.
I disagree, and I'm going to give my support for my disagreement. I'm not just going to say fucking random opinions. I'm actually going to back up my shit. So you just said it's either spinning up, down, or both. And I would say that's an incorrect statement. It's either spinning up or down or in a superposition of both. It is not both. It is a superposition of both.
Exactly what I just said, dude. Do you guys
no? Because I use the word.
Before you talk, do you process it in your brain or you just say stuff?
Yeah, I don't think you understand what a superposition is. Then
you just explained it, bro.
No, a superposition is not the same thing as something being both things.
What is it then? Set me straight.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to do it nicely, so because I feel like I'm gonna give you a definition and it's gonna go over. So I'm gonna go online.
Don't allow him to pick. He's just picking on the standard thing of superposition. He knows. I mean, SE knows that it's either or. You all know the same thing. I don't think you need to go down that road.
No, I don't. I don't know that it's either or. That's the whole argument I'm going against. It's not either or. It's both at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's what you just claimed is both at the same time is not a superposition. What I claimed was a superposition.
Bandy just read to you. Would you like Bandy to read it out to you again?
Sure. Do you want to read it again?
Read it again. Read it again, Banzo.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Hold on. Bloody getting me to do work. Yeah. Superposition is the ability of a quantum system to be in multiple states at the same time until it is measured.
Right. There you go. But that's the same
clear to
thing.
me.
That's the same as saying the cat is alive and dead, but we know it can't simultaneously be both, so it's one or the other. So they treat it as if it was both.
You can't though. You can't treat it as though it's both.
Yeah, how? That's ridiculous.
For calculation purposes. For calculating.
No,
I can.
That's like
I can do it.
Here's the issue. I think here's the issue. I think I know what the issue is. I think we have an experiment and we have a model that can perfectly predict what the experiment does.
No, you don't.
And so basically, yes, we do. We can predict how I've done a double slit experiment by myself. No one else. So no, we can do that. I can do it. I've self-verified it. Have you self-verified it?
Size, right? At a certain size.
You claimed we,
right?
no, you claimed we can't. So have you done it? Have you actually done the experiment? Because I have. Have you done the experiment?
I've done it with beach balls. It didn't work.
Hold on. You did a superposition experiment?
I did a double slit experiment, which is, yes, a superposition experiment. Now I'm going to continue, since you haven't done a double slit experiment, and so your claim is moot. I have more experience. I have a direct fucking experience with this. You don't.
Go ahead.
Basically, what's happening
sir.
What's happening is we're using
theoretical. Am I not correct?
Yes, exactly. Okay. So what you're doing is okay, wait.
I have to say,
what you are doing is you are criticizing the model that predicts things correctly and saying this model is preposterous. It can't be true. Look at it. It can't be true. So like what you just don't like the model. That's it. It doesn't seem you're not actually debunking it.
Appeal to the model. Appeal to authority.
Listen,
dude, I made a simple statement, right? Superposition is preposterous. You cannot show it. I think I'm talking over him because he's breaking up.
Yeah, he was breaking up a little bit.
Go ahead, I'll yield. Go ahead, bro.
I think he's in his car or something.
Right. See, that what they don't understand is the meaning of superposition. They think it's either or, but by definition, it is not. It's two things at the same time. It defies every law of physics you can think of.
Well,
it is not possible.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
no, it doesn't. It only defies the theoretical model of particles, which is another model. So through experiment, they saw, oh wait, this particle model doesn't work. We need a new one. Then they came up with the superposition model. The superposition model is just a model. That's it.
So,
and guess what? It's a pretty good model because it predicts what happens at the end of the experiment exactly. That's all.
No.
If you have a better model, then let it here. But if you see it,
so Noah, once you've pinpointed that position, all right, you pinpointed that position, so it's in a position. Like it's not in the other position; it's in a position. Yes.
After the wave function collapses, you mean? Once it hits the detector?
Well, once you've measured it, right, and detected it, right, it's in a particular position. Like it's not in two positions at once. It's in one position.
Yes.
So then, but a millisecond prior to that, if you had measured it at that point, it would have been in a different position. If you had measured it at that point, yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that question. If you could rephrase that question in a different way, I'm not sure if it would actually be, because the thing is, you can't actually test something and go back in time and test it at a different distance. You know what I mean? Because it is a random probability distribution.
Okay, then.
Each test is individual. You can't go back in time and measure it a second before, right?
Well, yeah, no, I get that. So every single test can be completely different for whatever reason. It'll be this position or that position. But for that test you are doing for that thing, whether it's a photon, whatever the case may be, you have measured it at that particular point. So you have pinpointed its position at that particular point in time. It's not in two positions, it's not in multiple, it's in a particular point. It's not sharing multiple positions at all, because you have nailed it down, because you have measured it. Yes?
Yes, after it is detected, it is definitely where it is.
Okay, so it's not sharing 2 points at all. It is only sharing 1 point, because that is where you have measured it.
But doesn't that go again? Like
right. But here's where it gets, and here is where it gets kind of. Here's where the weird part starts. If it was a particle the whole time, it would predictively land on the same target each time. So what's happening is when the light is emitted, basically a wave of probability is emitted from the emitter, and that probability is then like collapsed into one singular point on the other side. But as you can see, the way it goes through, if it's not hitting the same spot every time, it must be going through both fucking slits at once.
It's another misunderstanding. Well,
So let's go, SC.
Well, I just want to bring some clarity because I heard this before and I didn't have a chance. They were saying that it was a question whether does it leave the emitter, does it leave it as a particle or as a wave? Now, as far as I know, there's no question about that. It leaves as a particle. They're very clear in the experiment. So I don't know why there was a dispute about that before. It's a particle that leaves the emitter, not a wave, not a probability.
A particle is a wave.
No, a particle. A particle leaves the emitter, not a wave. Specifically, a particle.
Okay, and you know, I'll solve this for you right now. A particle is a wave in the Dirac formula. A Dirac formula wave is a particle.
I don't care what you're gonna say after what I just said.
Yo, okay, dude, you can't just fucking interrupt me in the middle of my shit.
No, but he's repositioned.
You gotta let me respond.
My bad.
You gotta let me respond, dude.
That's me too.
You gotta fucking let me. No, you have to let me respond. All right, so here we go. So basically, when you say it leaves the thing as a particle, I could say no, it's leaving as a wave because there is a wave of the Dirac formula that is a particle. You cannot determine the difference between a particle and a wave in the Dirac formula. So you have a wave in the Dirac formula leaving the fucking emitter and spreading back out into a more, I guess, thick waveform instead of such a small waveform.
We got it.
And then upon the wave hitting the other side of the detector, the wave then collapses back into the same Dirac formula as it when it fucking left the fucking emitter. That Dirac formula is the particle.
Okay, are you done?
Real quick before you go, SE.
No, let me do it.
No,
please,
because
man,
you repositioned, right? You see that they're only saying it's one or the other. Bandsaw seemed to comply. Are we not repositioned now or no?
No, listen up. I don't care what this guy just said, okay? I don't care if he can make up a story and play the violin. In the experiment, it is clear. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I don't care what you say, dude. It is clear in the experiment, it leaves as a particle. It either goes through one slit, the other, or both. There's nothing you can say that can change that. Do you understand?
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong because here's the thing. A particle is a point in three-dimensional Euclidean space. A Dirac formula will confer a point in three-dimensional space. You can't tell the difference. So when you say it's a particle getting emitted, I can just say it's a wave in the form of a Dirac formula leaving the thing.
No, you can't.
Neither of us can tell the difference.
No, you can't. No. The experiment states a particle. You can say kangaroos, giraffes, or elephants. It doesn't matter, sweetheart.
So
it's a particle that leaves the emitter.
Same thing. If the particle is the same thing.
I'm sick and tired of hearing your guys bull. No, you're wrong.
If the particle is the same thing as a Dirac formula.
I don't care what it is. It's a particle that leaves the emitter. A particle.
You don't care what a particle is. So you don't care what a particle is.
A particle. You can say what it is. You can say whatever you want. But in the experiment, it's a particle that leaves the emitter. Do you understand that?
Yes. And do you know what a Dirac formula is?
It doesn't matter. Does a particle leave the emitter? Yes or no?
Yeah, see, you're not going to get it.
End of story.
Trying to get it. You're not
now you can say whatever you want after that. You can explain what a particle is.
You're not trying to get it.
But a particle leaves it, and that's that. You're not going to get away with bullshit with me. You admit it's a particle. Now, after you admit that, you can say explain what a particle is, explain what a giraffe is. But a particle leaves the emitter, not a wave. Yes?
Everything is particles. We can't have waves without particles.
Damn, you guys, man.
Right.
Like,
so
you can't admit one simple fact, man. It kills you.
I said yes. It does leave as a particle, but what I'm saying is,
thank you.
what
Peace,
I am
brother.
saying is a particle directly and exactly the same thing as a Dirac formula waveform.
Maybe
So
it is.
you
Sure.
are right. You are right. I am also
Thank
still
you.
right. My point
Thank
still
you.
stands. My point still stands. You're right about the particle leaving, but my point still stands that it is a wave when traveling between the emission point and the detection point. You have not refuted that point.
Incorrect.
You have not refuted. No, you have not refuted that point.
Incorrect. No. It's always a particle.
Nope, you haven't proven that.
Yeah, and I'll prove it to you because the wave, let me finish. The wave is a function. It's not actually a wave. It's a calculation when it hits the back. Are you aware of that? It's not an actual wave. It's always particles hitting the back plate. Are you aware of that, sir?
Nope. I can disprove you.
Well, it describes particles in the framework of wave functions.
That's right.
Basically, if it was a particle, the entire time from emission to detection, it would always end up on the same spot on the backboard. The fact that it does not come on the same spot on the backboard shows that after it's emitted as a particle, it becomes a wave and then collapses as it reaches the back end.
No, bro, I'm telling you, you don't know. I'm telling
So
you,
you don't understand the double slit experiment.
I'm not
You've
saying
never done it before.
True.
Have you done it before?
Hold on.
You haven't done it before. You don't experiment. You don't explain. You don't understand it because what you said, it emits a particle is true. Yeah, you are right about that. When it is detected, it is a particle. That is true. You are right about that. The problem you're having is in between emission and detection. That's the problem you're having because you haven't proven it stays a particle the whole time. And to the contrary, the double slit experiment actually directly disproves that it is a particle the entire time between emission and reception.
Look, brother, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm telling you the way I understood it. As far as I know, and by far I'm no expert, as far as I know, when that particle leaves the emitter, it stays as a particle all the way through the ride until it hits the back plate. Now, when observed, it collapses and it forms, or the other way around. When not observed, it's a wave. It behaves like a wave. And when observed, it collapses, but it's always in particle. The wave is a mathematical calculation, bro.
So do some of these
you just contradicted yourself.
So do some of these particles hit the same spot at times, and others hit a different spot? Like, is it kind of random all over the place? Some hit there, some hit there. Like, do some hit the same spot at times?
It's a probability distribution.
Well, when they're not,
it's a probability distribution.
So then, could hold just 2 seconds there, so I'll just get this thought out and then you can jump in. So then could maybe the variation on where that particle hits is due to the energy source that is needed to create and get that particle moving in the first place? Like, it's not consistent. It is fluctuating itself. There's an inconsistency in the actual energy source itself.
I don't think that's the case. From what I understand, it's the act of observation that changes it. In other words, in one state, it behaves like a particle, like you see 1 or 2 lines, right? And in another state, you see like a wave. You see a lot of lines. They call that the interference pattern. And it looks like a wave. You know, like when a wave hits the water in one trough. Yeah.
So, right, I touched on this earlier, and I put a post in the chat, a picture. So
that last one, Jay, that last one.
Yeah. So what's said that happens? So in the double slit, when you emit the photon from the laser, it leaves the laser as a wave that's dispersed, a probability wave that's dispersed in space. It goes through both of the slits, they interfere with each other. And then when it hits the detector, that wave goes from being dispersed in space to where it has a value, a probability value everywhere in space, to a wave that only has a value at one specific point and is zero everywhere else, which is called a Dirac function. And that's what's defined as a particle in particle physics and chemistry and stuff like that.
Right, Joyce got it.
Well, we have a complete misunderstanding then, because the way I understood it, it leaves the detector as a particle. And it's always a particle. It's never a wave. The wave is always a probability function, but maybe I misunderstood it.
That's, yeah, you understood the emission part correct. It does leave as a particle, but a particle is a Dirac formula. A particle is a wave in the Dirac formula. That's what it is. That Dirac formula then spreads out. The wave goes from one point being in a superposition. That superposition then travels, goes through the double slit, interferes with itself, and ends up on the backboard. That interference on the backboard and recollapses. What I'm saying is a Dirac superposition is a particle. That's what it is. A superposition with a Dirac formula is a particle. So when you say a particle leaves the emitter, you're right. But when you say it stays a particle,
hold on, but you can't. It can also just be a particle on its own, bro.
When you say,
don't get mad.
He's getting triggered.
When you say, no, I'm not getting triggered. I'm trying to finish my sentence, and you're interrupting me. When you say, the problem where you're wrong is when you say it remains a particle the whole time. That is what the double slit experiment disproves.
It doesn't. That's what it makes you guess. That's what you conclude is most probable.
If it stayed a particle, if it stayed a particle the whole time, it would end up on the same spot on the backboard of the detector every time. It does not end up on the same spot. It ends up in a variety of random spots.
Also can end up on the same different spot if there was something, if you were missing something. It could be a particle, and because of whatever reason, go to a different spot, bro. Just because you're assuming this function is what's making that phenomenon happen doesn't mean that's the only period. It's over. Will never be any more science on it. And that's the position that you're taking, bro. And let's remember, you're only talking about it at that scale, bro. I did the same experiment with fucking beach balls, and the shit don't work, bro.
That is a straw man. You straw man me. You said the formula causes it. No. The formula describes what we observe. So don't strawman me and then say that's my position.
I'm telling you how you sound, bro. Your position is communicating of absolute guaranteedness, no ever-changing period. You're acting like, and it's going to be categorized as this particle or this special particle, or period, because of this one phenomenon here, bro.
Listen, a particle is like a bullet. It goes in a straight line, ends up at the target. If you face the gun towards the same direction, it will hit the same target every time. If this was a quantum gun, you would shoot the bullet and it would randomly end up at a fucking wave pattern on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, and that's what variable you need to look for, bro, and it will. You need to be like, oh, well, what at this scale, what is making these bullets do it? Imagine if, let's say you have your gun scenario analogy, and imagine that looking at the little shooting range and the gun is huge giants as big as the sun, right? And they start looking at this, and it maybe when they start looking, that's okay. Their eyelashes make the bullets do weird shit, bro. What? And you're going, oh my god! All the giants all of a sudden think the bullets are waves because their eyelashes are touching the bullets. Okay, that's analogous to what you're talking about right here. It only happens at a certain scale.
What?
You could say that they turn into a wave, but just because you give an analogy of something at a different scale doesn't mean that it guarantees the variables aren't being missed by you at that tiny scale. There could be more variable. You're saying, oh, guaranteed it's a wave and a particle. You should be saying it could stay a particle, and we need to figure out the other phenomenon happening that's causing them to look like waves. You still ain't answered how there ever can be a wave of anything, period, without particles.
Let me ask him a question.
Waves don't exist on their own.
In the wave,
would you say that a photon is a wave?
Man.
Would you say that a photon's a wave? Because if so, then you've just disproven your own point.
Bro, would you say it hits in the back? Does it hit as a wave? When you say it turns into a wave and hits the back, what shape do you think it hits the back plate when it's in a wave?
You're not understanding me.
I'm asking you a direct question, bro.
Okay, what is your direct question?
You say that when it leaves the emitter, it leaves in the form of a particle, then it turns into a wave, then it turns back into a particle. Did I understand you correctly there? Or does it stay?
I'll
same amount of energy.
Who the fuck? This guy just asked me for clarification,
hold on,
not
man.
you. Yeah, okay, so basically, when it leaves as a particle, that particle is a wave. There is a wave function for a particle. It's called the Dirac function.
It never stops being a particle.
Dude, what is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong? Honestly, I'm not even. I'm done. I'm done, dude. I'm fucking
hold
done.
on. All right, hold on, Noah. You guys were doing pretty good there. Okay, just Don, if you could please just not interrupt him. Noah, just maybe try to tell everyone when you're finished speaking or something, and I can mute people temporarily if they interrupt you.
I try to do that every time, but it's honestly like
you guys are kind of going back. You were kind of going back and forth.
I'll just listen. Honestly, I'm tired.
Listen to this. It never stops being a particle.
That's my understanding too, really.
That's a nice claim. That's a nice claim. That's a nice claim.
Yep. Well, that's it. Period.
That's a nice claim.
You can't prove otherwise. Show me particles that ever cease being a particle anywhere ever. Ever. Show me logically how that makes sense. Show me what a wave without particles is logically. Talk about it. You can't. You're done.
A particle is a position in Euclidean space. That's all it is. If something is spread out over in a superposition, it is no longer a particle.
What is it then?
It's a wave.
It's a wave. It's in a superposition. Bro, you gotta listen. You gotta listen to your thoughts before they come out of your mouth, bro. Seriously, man.
Dude, like I've tried to explain it to you multiple times. I don't even think it's the fact that you can't understand it. It's that you're not trying to understand my point of view.
Well, bro, you just said a wave is a superposition, bro.
Yes, you're right. You want me to explain it again? When you are at a beach, the ripple only at one point on the surface of the water, or is it spread out across the water? Obviously, it is spread out across the water, not in one single position. This is directly analogous to superposition in quantum mechanics.
No, sir. It's just a traveling
wave. Can you say that again? Can I ask him to say that? What is spread out across the water, bud?
Okay, so I'm going to give you a direct analogy.
I'm sorry to make you say it again.
Okay, so say you have a drop of water. That's your particle. You drop the drop onto a fucking surface of water. Then it creates a ripple. The ripple goes out from the fucking middle. That ripple is not in any singular point. It's spread over a variety of points. It is directly analogous to a superposition. They call it a wave not because it's made of water, but because its behavior is directly analogous to a wave in water. It is not a water wave. Nobody's surfing on it. It's just directly analogous in behavior.
We got it. Can I rebut that?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll tell you why you're incorrect in this, okay? What you just described as a traveling wave, okay? A superposition is, I've said it 100 times, it's something that is both on and off, like a switch being on and off at the same time. So in other words, your wave is both traveling and not traveling at the same time, bro. You got to understand the difference.
That's not what a superposition is.
Yes, it is in quantum physics. That's exactly what it is, bro.
A superposition is a set of numbers. Those numbers are the probabilities of it being in that point.
I give up, man. I give up. Anybody else want to take over?
Well, I was going to ask Numpty real quick. I heard you say that you've done this double slit experiment on your own. I don't know if you already explained it or not, but I just could you explain what you did and what your process was? Like, did you use a camera to observe it, and like give us some details about what you did and how you did it, if you don't mind.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, you take the light, you shine it through the double slits, and you have a fucking backdrop on the back. You don't even need detectors because you will literally see the light on the other side in the form of a wave function.
And and then that's like the constant, right? It's always going to be that way, and then you do something and it changes.
What?
So you see it in the wave pattern, right?
Listen, you shine it through the two slits. You look at the back wall. On the back wall, you see the interference pattern.
Okay. And then when you collapse the wave function, how did you do it?
No, the wave function is being collapsed already onto the back wall.
Okay.
That is why you see the light reflecting off of it.
Right. So did you get it to change from an interference to a wave pattern? I mean, did you do variables, or are you just saying that you did it that's the only results you got is the wave pattern or the interference pattern?
Like, did I use more than two slits or something?
No, I mean the whole thing's proposed is when you observe it, it changes, right?
What? Like, yeah, on the scale of each individual, like, photon, yes, it is random. But on the scale of like a group of these, I'm hiking these photons. On the scale of a group of these photons, they're not random. There's actually a probability distribution. That probability distribution is the pattern you're seeing reflected off the backboard. If it were particles going directly through either slit, you would only get two solid points of light. You would not get an interference pattern.
Right. So did you
so by shining it through the slits and not getting either or, getting an interference pattern on the back, you're ruling out particles because a particle can't behave that way.
Okay.
So you know what a particle does, right? It goes straight in one line. If it's not going straight in one line, then it's not a particle. That's it. That's all it is.
So, but then you did that. You said you did the experiment on your own, but you're explaining one half of it. Seems, unless I'm missing something. Like, aren't you supposed to do something to change the behavior of said particle?
What do you mean?
Well, it's explained as like you have an interference pattern or wave pattern, right? Or you have the line pattern or the interference pattern, right? The wave pattern. And then if you observe it, it collapses the wave function, and then just by observing it, you're changing it.
That's not the observation. That's not a way. I mean, that's how they put it. But when the particle hits the backboard, that is it being observed. But no human is observing it. Those are particles. Those are atoms in the backboard, or whatever you want to fucking say it is. On the fucking backboard, it is when you use the word observe, it doesn't. We're not talking about actually a human being watching it. I did watch it, but when it hits the backboard, that is the point at which is quote unquote observed. When it interacts with the backboard is the quote unquote observation. So I'm not sure that if an observation, saying the word observe is the best descriptor here. I don't want people to get confused, because then they're gonna start thinking that I mean observed as in human observation, when that is not the case.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. Just to clear it up, like if the way it's explained, in that cartoon from What the Bleep Do We Know? You ever seen that? Where the guy goes to quantum
No, I'm
state.
not familiar.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll send you the little cartoon explanation of it. But they say that there's one way that it's behaving, and then when you put a camera at the place where the photon is released, just the observance of the photon to some degree is changing it to collapse the wave function. And I thought
right,
that's
but
what
when
you
they
were...
say the word observance, that just means interaction with a physical material on the other side. It doesn't actually mean observed by a human being necessarily. That's a misleading term, I guess. I would say.
Well, yeah. Well, either way, camera or something, but it doesn't explain it that way in the way that this illustration goes into. It doesn't talk about it being observed afterwards. It talks about it being observed before it goes through the slits, and the fact that it's being observed before it has a chance to go through either one. It changes its behavior.
Exactly. Yeah. You get exactly. Yeah, exactly. If you observe it, if you interact with it before it goes through the slits, it will remain to behave like a particle. If you don't, then it will come on the backboard in an interference pattern, which is impossible. Right. Which is impossible for a particle to do, unless you want to redefine what a particle is.
Right, but did you do that? Did you vary your results by observing it and not observing it?
No, that's a good point. I did not do that.
To get this thing on your backboard, you've got to put it through a filter of some sort, don't you, Noah? Like to me, to describe this thing as a wave, like the wave, at the beach type of thing.
Well, no, it's not. It's just analogous. It's not actually a wave in that way. They just call it a wave because that's the closest thing we can think of that's analogous to it. It's not actually a wave in the way that a water wave is. It's just nothing else that we observe is quite analogous as a wave.
So you're saying that because you can't have a definition of it as a wave because it's not something that it is, it's something that it does. You use the term superposition to say this is the behavior of it, and something to call it. So we don't have to say wave since it's not really.
You can say you can say wave function if you want, because that's what it actually is. It's a wave function.
Right, but
basically,
it no longer is a particle, is what you're saying. It was a particle, and then it becomes something else.
It's behaving in a way that a particle cannot. That's what the fucking experiment basically shows. It shows that it's behaving in a way a particle cannot possibly behave. So it has to be something else. We don't know what else. We don't actually know what it is, but we have a model called the wave function that pretty much directly predicts what it's doing. So it might not be a fucking wave function. Maybe it's fucking ponies at a fucking microscopic level moving around. But I'll tell you what it's not. It's not how particles normally behave. See, it's not that we know if the wave function is the truth. It's just the closest model to reality. But we know that it's definitely not a particle. In between the emission and the absorption. So the double slit experiment doesn't actually wave. The wave function is just a function that they created after to predict the results in the future. What the fucking double slit experiment does is it just disproves that it's a particle because it's behaving in a way that a particle can't. Unless you want to redefine particle. Unless you want to redefine particle.
Particles can behave in that way. Particles can behave in that way.
You're roboting. Go ahead, Bensa.
No, I was just going to say, don't just jump all over him, Don. Let him finish.
Yeah, let him explain it.
I should want to get interrupted.
No,
but you were roboting anyway.
Yeah. Did you finish, Numpty?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm on mute.
Don, you're
like waves because, like your example.
You're right.
Don, you're roboting.
What was that? What was that, Megatron?
Numpty, I think it's interesting. You did this for what reason to begin with, though? What was your reason for doing it?
Fuck, I don't know. Why not?
Oh, okay. So you just kind of did it you just took a light and made two slits and then did like a kind of a.
You can go online. And get a tutorial. Just type in. Fuck, man. I'm sorry. I'm on a fucking steep hill. Fuck.
I'm sorry. I was just
just go on Google and just type in how to do a double slit experiment at home.
Okay.
And And you can do it. It's not an expensive experiment.
But I thought the whole point of it was that you were supposed to be proving the observance does something to it. I know you didn't do that, but I thought that was the reason that the whole thing was.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That is actually a fair point, and that is the only fair point I've heard thus far.
Well, yeah, I'm just interested. I'm not trying to grill you at all. I don't have an opinion about it because I've never done it. I just want to. It's interesting that you're like when you explain it. I think that might have cleared up a little bit of what you guys are talking about, as far as you don't really know what to call it because it's not. It can't behave that way. As far as what you think a particle can do.
Basically, we know how it would behave as a particle. We don't observe that. Therefore, it has to be something else. We don't know what else that is, but we can quite accurately approximate it with a wave function. Mm-hmm. That's all. That's the entirety of like the whole double slit.
You have all the stuff to do it again.
Fact that you'll freak out over. You can recreate the pattern, the interference pattern, the wave pattern, with a needle and a laser light. If you shine it through the hole and you get it just right on the wall, it makes that pattern.
So that's probably it's probably refraction or diffraction or whatever.
But I'm just saying.
You cite your source if you're gonna bring that up, because I'm pretty sure that is a.
How do you use the needle? How do you use the needle in that idea, Essie?
I seen somebody do it. I believe his name was Bill Gady. He takes a needle and he flashes and he puts like a laser light in between it, and on the wall you see like the interference pattern.
It's called diffraction.
It's
I'm actually
really fucking phenomena. It's diffraction. What do you think the natural observed phenomena for the whole double slit is?
Right. That it is diffraction. Yeah. So like
just a cool little
that actually is completely, I guess, explained in this wave function model. So it's not really a counterpoint.
So you have all the stuff to recreate it. You didn't I don't know if you had to buy anything or whatever, but if it's easy enough to redo, wouldn't you want to redo it and see if you could collapse the wave function and get it to act differently depending on if you are directly observing it before it goes through the slits?
Like I said, that's a good thing for further experiments. I did this shit 6 years ago, and it was on the mainland, so I don't have the shit right now. But that's a good point. But
you know what? I'm gonna try it right now, man.
My point still stands that we know how a particle would interact in this situation, and what we are observing directly contradicts what a particle would do by definition of a particle.
Yeah. And the more interesting part about it is how can the observance of it and all that. That's the part that I think people, are kind of mystified by. Why would the observance cause something to happen? Is it caused by the interaction through some kind of frequency of the interaction? And would it matter if it was a camera or a person? And then there's all these other theories that SE was talking about last time. Yeah.
Apparently, it doesn't matter if it's a person or just a recording.
But basically, if you guys know like the QE argument, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If particle then solid line on the backboard, no solid line on the backboard, therefore not particle, is the most simple way I can put it.
But if you've only got,
I think you're misrepresenting QE.
If you've only got
not a pregnancy
of a
particle, if P then Q, not Q then not P. What about that? Is misrepresented?
The way you said about if the thing hits the backboard, I don't think QE ever said it's not a particle. I think he claimed light is a particle.
Listen, I'm not gonna. Listen, the argument was not about what QE says about the particle particularly. I was actually talking about the black swan example. I don't think he uses
modus. You're just talking about modus tollens.
Yes, I don't think QE used modus tollens in his quantum shit.
If you want to ask him about it, that's fine. I was just mentioning him so you would remember the modus tollens. But no, I'm not claiming to know what he claims about quantum mechanics. He has to speak for himself. I'm not going to fucking straw man him. But regardless, modus tollens, or whatever, P, therefore Q, therefore not P, regardless of QE or not, is the basis of the fucking experiment.
You know what I wish? I wish you guys spoke with less certainty and more wonder, and more like coming to terms with other people to solve problems. That's what I wish.
But you speak with certainty when you say, "Let me tell you where you're wrong." That's you're making a certain statement that I'm wrong. So you're being hypocritical right now.
Well, there's some things that certainly you are wrong, and you can point me to some things that I'm wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying to know when you're wrong and to accept and say, "Oh, yeah, maybe I didn't think of that."
Right, and I'll admit that. Like I admitted that when I think New Perspective suggested different ways of various. I accepted that, but I'm not just going to accept something that has no good support for it. It's just not going to happen. You can make a claim. I'm not going to accept it until you've shown beyond a reasonable doubt that I should accept that claim.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. We're talking about the uncertainty principle, which is funny because there's no certainty to it, right? To begin with, so it makes everybody kind of like have objections, but there's nothing to object to because there's no real decisive. Like you said, you don't know what it is, just not a particle. So
right.
Yeah, let me address the wrong comment that he said, if I may. You remember when you said that you thought that the gun brought out waves, and I told you you're wrong, it's particles? Was I right about that?
What? What are you talking about?
When you said the emitter doesn't come out as a particle, it comes out as a wave. And then you looked into it and you said, "Oh yeah, I think you're right about that." Remember that?
I think I was just clarifying my position because the whole time I've had the same position in my mind. Maybe what I've said
You gotta be kidding me,
has
man.
been different because I clarified it for you or something. But
forget it, man. Forget it. There's no use talking to you.
Well, no, you
right. Like here. Let me just try to sum it up. Sum it up, okay?
I'm getting.
Let me try to sum it up. If particle, then two solid lines on the back. We know how particles work and behave in reality and in space. Not two solid lines on the back. Actually, an interference pattern. Therefore, not particle. Modus tollens. It's so simple. It's the black swan, basically.
You said before, Noah, according to the definition of a particle, all right, a particle. According to the definition of a particle, have we isolated a singular particle?
Excuse me?
Well, you said according to the definition of how a particle behaves. I think you said that earlier on, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm fine with the definition of what a particle is, right? But now, have we isolated a particle, right, to confirm what that definition is, or are we just working on what we think the particle is, and this is the definition for what we think the particle is and how we think the particle behaves?
Your question confused me, to be honest with you.
Well, you said we know how a particle behaves according to the definition of a particle. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, then cool. Right. So now my question is, like, have we isolated a particle to work out how it behaves to confirm what our definition is of a particle?
Yeah. I mean, every time you shoot a bullet, that is technically a particle.
Well,
anything that has like anything that can be represented, because a particle is not a real thing; it's a mathematical construct describing what the real thing is. So every time you go into an equation, and you basically define something as a point in Euclidean space, it's technically a particle. So if you're doing like an equation to see where your bullet's going to land, you treat that bullet as a particle.
Yeah, no, but we're trying to break things down to the smallest possible 15th, right? And that smallest possible part of a 15th is a particle.
What? Wait, I'm sorry, what? A 15? What is that?
A 15th, a really, really, really little bit.
What is that?
Right?
It's an Australian thing.
Yeah, it's an Australian.
Can you give an American word? I'm not
God,
sure. I'm not sure I'm understanding you correctly.
It's half a bee scrotum, really, really little. Okay, so does that make it a bit clearer?
Okay.
So something really small. Okay, so comparing a bullet to a particle, I don't think it's really analogous, really, because we're saying that we know exactly
no.
what this
Here's
really,
the
really small thing does, because we're trying to break down things and experiment with things that we're calling particles, and this is how a particle behaves. This particle both is
right, but
in
here's
a
the
spot
thing.
and another spot.
Here's the thing, though. The particle is the model. It's not the actual thing itself. When we say an electron is a particle, it is not actually a particle. That is just the closest thing we can use to describe it mathematically.
Yes.
A bullet is not. A bullet is considered a particle because you can describe it mathematically as a point in Euclidean space.
Okay.
An electron is a particle because you can explain it as a point in Euclidean space. Right. So we know how a particle should interact because math has proofs. Math, you can actually know things, right? So in math, where you can actually prove and know things, we know how a particle should move. When we do the double slit experiment, we do not observe behavior, the mathematical behavior of a particle. Therefore, this subatomic thing, which is not a particle, which was being described as a particle, we know it cannot be described as a particle in between emission and observation on the other side. I'm not sure if I explain myself quite correctly, but I think that's the best I can do to make my point clear.
Well, you're trying to equate a particle to a bullet, right? Now, a bullet.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Well,
I am not. No, I am not.
Well, hold on. Don't get so defensive. All right.
No, but I'm not doing that.
Okay,
that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm not doing that.
I heard you the first time. What you're trying to equate it to is that bullet in 3D space. Okay, then that point in 3D space at any point. Yes.
Okay, so the particle. Okay, I'll explain it. The particle is a model. We use a particle model with bullets. We don't even have to talk about bullets. We can just say we use a particle molecule in atoms. We use a particle model with electrons. We use a particle model with photons. We know how that model should work. When a photon is emitted and then received on the other side, the behavior is not that of a particle. Therefore, the model of a particle cannot be the model explaining what the photon is.
But then you're putting this.
Just drop the bullet. Don't even think the bullet will confuse you.
Well, you did bring it up as a point.
I thought it would clarify things, but I see it just confuses further.
Well, let's use the bullet as a little particle. I'm happy to use the bullet because you.
No, but here's the thing: there is no little particle. That's the thing, dude. There is a photon, which we are discussing, and a particle, which is a mathematical model.
Okay.
The mathematical model of a particle describes a photon sometimes, but the mathematical model of a particle does not describe a photon in the double slit experiment. That's it. That's all.
Well, you're firing that light through a filter. Yes, that's how the double slit is working. You're firing it through a filter, which splits it. That's pretty much what's happening, isn't it?
Yeah, if it were.
Okay, so it's kind of like firing a bullet at a.
It splits the beam. It splits the beam.
At a knife, right? And then you split that bullet in two.
No, it's more like if you were firing a bullet through two different holes. You know, when you angle the gun, you stay in the same position. You shoot your gun through both holes. You know that the bullet can only be at a certain position with a given, I guess, angular. You know where the bullet's going to go if you know which hole you're shooting through. If you stay in the same position every time. What's happening when we do this double slit experiment? It's like if we took a Gatling gun and started shooting it between the two holes, not even shooting it through the holes, and then these bullets are just disappearing and then reappearing on the other side of the end, completely an interference pattern. But I really don't think the bullet analogy is helping you guys. I think it's just confusing you more. All you need to know is particle go in straight line through hole in predictable spot on back wall.
So
that is not observed, therefore not particle model.
So you've got light going through one hole, right? So if you line these two holes up, right, you've got light coming through one hole and goes through the other hole, right? And it hits the bullseye on the target. Now you move.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's the problem.
It doesn't.
That's the problem. Is it's not hitting the. If it was hitting the bullseye, we'd say, "Oh shit!" The particle model directly predicts what the photon is doing. But since it does not hit the bullseye, we can then say, "Well, if a particle would hit the bullseye, and the photon's not hitting the bullseye, it's not a particle. The particle is only the model. The photon is the actual thing."
Okay, hold on. So are these two holes exactly the same size and they're lined up exactly, and this light is getting aimed directly through them? Yeah.
Yeah, it's
okay,
usually.
Okay, then hold on. Now.
What? No, that is not what you do in the double slit experiment.
No. So you're just firing it through a couple of holes that are lined up, and it doesn't go through that hole. There's those two holes are exactly the same. There's no filter on them whatsoever to change.
Right. Correct. Yes. Correct.
Okay then.
Yeah. Okay. You imagine like you are shooting the light from your position.
Can I give it a try, Noah?
Go, Jay.
Right. So where
cut out, if Noah's cut out,
if he comes back, he can continue. But where I disagree with him, I don't know. He was using like the colloquial use of particle and even like a Newtonian sense of like a tennis ball being a particle or something. When you're talking about the double slit experiment, you're talking about quantum objects. Photons are quantum objects. So you have to use the right definition. And what in particle physics and nuclear physics, chemistry and stuff, what is defined as a particle is a wave of quanta of its respective quantum field. That's what a particle is defined as. That's what it is. And so what happens in the double slit experiment is if you don't use it, usually most people use a polarizer if they're going to detect which slit it goes through. They put a polarizer there. So if you use that polarizer, when the photon leaves the laser, it's dispersed in space, as I put that image above. When it hits the polarizer, it localizes. The wave becomes a dispersed wave into a localized wave where it has a value at just one point in space. And that point will be directly behind whichever slit it goes through. So now if you don't use the polarizer, what happens is the wave leaves the laser, shoots the photon, so it's this dispersed wave in space, and that wave goes through both slits, and it becomes a source of two probability waves now as it goes through both slits. So those waves interfere with each other, and when it hits the back screen, it will again localize into a wave of just a single peak. And then when you do, so it'll hit just one spot on the detector based on the probability given by the wave function. And as you do the experiment with thousands of photons, eventually this interference pattern builds up. So those are the differences in if you detect the slit and if you don't detect the slit. And the definition of particle. So technically, it's always a particle. As I said, particles defined as a wave of the quanta of its respective quantum field. But when we detect the particle, interact with it in any way, it becomes a localized wave, and that's what we observe on a detector. Typically, don't observe the dispersed wave.
You gotta fix your mic, man. That's brutal.
Good, Jay.
My bad. Yeah, I think I had the other part hitting something.
Well, thanks for clearing that up, Jay. It's still as clear as mud, but anyway, thanks for giving it your best shot.
We can try. I mean, he was even confusing me. Like he's conflating what like a Newtonian particle is between a quantum particle, and he's talking about guns and bullets. Like, dude.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. The bullet analogy only confused. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up.
You were doing good, man, but then there were some things I disagree with.
Well, by your definition of particle, I agree. I was just trying to use a definition of particle they were using. Because they were clearly using the definition of particle in a point of Euclidean space like context. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I think your explanation is better. I was just trying to meet them on their level and use their definition, like, you know?
Yeah, okay, I got you. That makes more sense now.
But yeah, Joyce, you basically explained what I was trying to explain way better and more clearly.
Is he calling you Joyce?
Yeah, Joyce.
Is that like a dig, or is that just
what a Jace?
You can call me Jay or J Ace. Either is
okay,
fine.
So I just glanced down, and listen. I'm like hyperpoxia right now. I can't even fucking breathe, so I can't read.
I think it's your I think it's your really high effeminate voice that he was trying to comment on.
No, he didn't sound that. He just sounded like a normal. I just legit looked down and saw an O because I just glanced down fucking quick.
He didn't want to assume that you wouldn't go by the name Joyce.
No, it's actually it's a sign of respect that I don't assume anyone's gender.
Right.
It's all good.
Are either of you guys familiar with Ken Wheeler's take on double slit at all, or care?
I will look into it after this new perspective. I have the links he sent me, but
yeah.
I
sent Jay. I sent you the most recent one. I could send you the other ones too if you want. But yeah, he seems to think he's got a handle on it, and that it's misunderstood by people that propose its validity. And then also says that in his latest one, I'll put it in the live stream too, that he has an idea for a genuine double slit experiment, whatever that means.
And if he has good points that are actually like supported and not just like random miscellaneous claims, I'll respect it and I'll look into it further.
Yeah.
Are there any definitive conclusions that we can come to from all this discussion?
Oh, we got to the bottom of all of it, dude.
Oh, yeah.
All completed.
Thought so.
Basically, I think definitively we can say a wave function describes how the particle is going to end up on the backboard.
Right, but from that, can you draw any further conclusions?
Not in this VC. Not in this VC. Not in this VC.
Oh, damn. That's a shame.
No, you want to make some conclusions?
Well, I'm asking. You seem to be quite passionate about the topic. If you have drawn your own conclusions from your own observations, then I'd be happy to hear them.
I guess my conclusion would be that it's not going in a direct line from the emission source directly to the backboard. And we know this because that's not the case when you test.
Okay. But as it pertains to reality that to what we see on a daily basis, is there anything else you can?
No, I just try to stick to what I know and try to establish that, but it's already hard enough to communicate that, I guess. So I'm not going to go further and then speculate because that will be even deeper into the weeds.
I think the problem is that when we're talking about something, especially of this nature, it starts to get into the pseudoscience type sounding thing, the rhetoric, the pseudoscience rhetoric, even though I think pretty much everyone thinks there's something to this, even though we don't all know exactly what it is or how to define it, even if we know all about it. But
like I said, it's not actually a wave. It's just a wave is the best way or the most analogous thing that we can talk about. It's not actually a wave in the way that a normal wave is. Just like it's not actually the wave function. The wave function just describes the effects that we're seeing.
Right.
And nothing else so far has explained it as well. If you guys have a model that I can actually do this experiment with and get better predictions for it, I will literally shit on a fucking Schrodinger's book. All right? But until you can provide that, you have no claim. Until you have no foundation. There's nothing for you to claim.
Which is what I was saying. Which is what I was saying. Even if what you're saying is that if your interpretation of it or the one you're talking about is the best way to describe it, and it actually is a thing. When you say until you have a better model, I'm sticking with what I know. It sounds like a baller saying we have a model. Until you have the flat Earth model, I don't want to hear anything you say or any objections you have. Not that you're doing that. That's why it gets argued about in the same way. That's all I'm saying.
No, here's the difference.
You guys mind looking at
here's the difference between that. If you can disprove the wave function, I'll agree with you. But if you say it's not the wave function, it's something else, and you can't tell me what else it is, then you're not giving me any information. I already know it might not be that. But if you can disprove it, say, wait, the wave function predicts this doesn't happen. Now I'll go up to you, I'll admit to you, yeah, the wave function doesn't work. It's not a good model. But you haven't disproven it. That's the problem.
Right.
Whereas if you did some sort of test that basically showed that the Earth is flat and level, I would say, oh, you disproved the Earth is round. The Earth isn't round. I got to throw out the round model. The thing is, you did not disprove the model I gave. You just said maybe there's a better model out there. That's nice, but that still doesn't disprove this one. You know what I'm saying? That's the big difference.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I was just trying to explain why it is that you're getting the confrontation that you are when it's not really something that you're necessarily saying in the same way a baller saying we have a model that proves everything about the globe when they really don't.
If the model is disproven, I'll admit it's disproven. But if the model is not disproven, and you don't have another model, and this model is directly predicting things, I mean, what are you saying?
I'm not
you know
objecting.
What I mean?
I'm not objecting to what you're saying. By the way, I'm just trying to explain why it is that you're getting some.
Yeah. No,
feedback.
I get it. I'm just trying to clarify my point. If you can disprove it, I'll admit you're right. But no one thus far in the chat has disproven anything.
Yeah,
hey,
I think that is
remember that needle thing.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Sorry,
that does not disprove it. But good night.
I don't think he's saying that. Go ahead, SE.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but remember that needle thing that I was telling you guys about?
Yeah.
That you can do with a needle and a laser? Well, here. What'd you think of it?
Oh, you got it in the live stream?
Yeah, it's legit. Yep. It's legit, and the waveform describes it. So it doesn't disprove the waveform. It's actually an evidence.
What would you say if I did it? What would you say if I told you I did this 10 minutes ago? I just did this in my living room.
I would say a nice. You didn't disprove anything.
I don't think
but you want
my point still
proof?
stands. Basically, my point basically still stands.
You know, I'm not trying to prove you or disprove anything. I'm just saying here it is. Like I told you, it can be recreated with a needle and a laser. That's all I'm saying.
So what is this? What is this showing?
Then if that's all you're saying, then I agree with you.
What is this showing, SE, in your interpretation of it?
Well, it's showing like a fringe pattern, much like the quantum experiment thing.
It looks like diffraction.
Is this an interference? This is diffraction? Okay.
Yeah, it looks like diffraction. You said it's hitting a needle?
Yeah, you have to position. Anybody can do this. Just get a laser and position it level, like I put it on a camera stand, and just flash it directly through the eye of the needle, like you were threading a thread.
Yeah, it's diffracting.
Yeah,
it's another property of light. That doesn't disprove anything about quantum mechanics.
No,
it's
I'm just saying that pattern.
Result.
Yeah. I'm just saying that pattern can be recreated, and I was questioning, and I just recreated it. And I'm just showing it.
You can recreate it even better with a laser pointer and a little spring. You get almost the exact wave function looking thing that people usually show.
But SD, you're not saying that you're not saying the double slit experiment is just showing diffraction, are you?
No, I'm just showing you. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm just saying that.
No, I'm asking.
No, absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm just saying I saw somewhere that same pattern can be recreated with a simple needle and a laser light.
Right. This is the same thing as a double slit. Double slit is based on diffraction, so you're observing the same phenomena.
Yeah, I just wanted to see for myself, and I said, wait a minute, I have a laser and I have a needle.
Is that right, Jay? Do you agree with that the double slit's just using diffraction?
It's diffraction with interference as well. So I mean, diffraction isn't the whole explanation, but it is half the explanation.
Okay, I don't know enough about it. I'm just trying to figure out. Jay, have you used this? Have you done your own double slit experiment before?
Yeah, I have.
Have you done the whole variation of observing it and not observing it and collapsing the wave function to get the difference?
Yeah, I used a polarizer. So when I wanted to see which slit it went through, I put the polarizer there, and when I didn't, it would just take it away.
So you did direct. You had direct results every time you observed it. It acted a certain way. With what's a polarizer anyway?
It just you can polarize the photons so that only like vertical polarized photons get through, or horizontal polarized photons get through, depending on which way you orient the polarizer. It's like a piece of material that, like your sunglasses are basically polarizers.
Okay, so you're shooting it through the polarizer rather than observing it?
Yeah, what you do is you stick a polarizer at the back of one slit, so that if it goes through, if you get a horizontally polarized photon, then you know it went through that slit, because that you have the polarizer there to do that.
Well, then, just like
is that? Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Clovis.
No, I was just going to say. So it's just like a substitute for a photoelectric slit detector, right?
Yeah,
just a cheap way of doing it.
You could use a CCD detector too. I didn't have that kind of materials at the time, equipment.
What's a CCD detector?
it's just it's complicated, but basically the photon just hits it and causes a photoelectron cascade to happen that sends a signal to either a screen or a computer that will register the signal.
So forgive me if I'm just misunderstanding this, but it sounds like you're forcing it to do one thing or another rather than trying to test whether observing it, just like some kind of human observance or camera observance is affecting it.
The polarizer is the observance.
Yeah.
Not using the polarizer is the, I guess, the negative test where there's no observation before it hits the backboard. Using the polarizer is the positive test where you are observing it before it hits the backboard. Observation or not observation before it passes through the two slits is your independent variable that affects the dependent variable of the pattern on the backboard.
Right, but it just sounds like the polarizers say, I mean, so you always get consistent results with the polarizer, right? It's always going to give you the particle behavior?
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so that it forces it to do that rather than try to test the idea of some kind of possible interaction of consciousness itself or, whatever the observance
that's
is doing.
a straw man. That's a straw man because
I'm just trying to understand it. I'm not even trying to debunk it.
Right. So I'm gonna tell you that your understanding is a straw man of what the understanding actually is then. And basically, it has nothing to do with human conscious observation. When we say observation, we mean interaction with basically any other physical particle. So the interaction with the polarized glass is the observation. Polarized glass obviously is not a conscious being, right? So that, like I said earlier, when you use the term observation in this, it leads to a lot of confusion because it's not actually a human conscious being observing it. The observation is just the interaction with the polarizer itself. So, I mean, if you want to use a different term instead of observation, you could just say interaction with physical particle instead to be more accurate, I guess.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to, though, is the pseudoscience of it, because it's being sold or being purported to have some kind of possible, proof of consciousness affecting particles, which may be the pseudoscience take on it, right?
That is not the like, and I don't think anyone who makes that claim can substantiate that claim that consciousness is the cause of it. No.
Well, that's the way people understand it in the mainstream, and
well,
that's the reason.
They have a wrong.
Why would they use that way of explaining?
There's
because the mainstream is usually wrong about everything. I mean,
I agree.
I disagree wholeheartedly with that. There's been up to around the 70s, there were some physicists who thought, they didn't really proclaim that this was truth, but they thought that it could be something to do with consciousness. But since then, almost anyone in physics or chemistry, that is a long known to not be true thing, long disproven thing.
Why were they thinking
I try to not use the word as well, observed, and use interaction instead, because that's really what's happening. It's interacting, even if it's just a photon hitting your eye. That's an interaction. But in the double slit that I was talking about with the polarizer, it's interacting with the polarizer. It has nothing to do with myself or another experimenter being present to watch it happen or anything.
Because there was all these variations. SC, are you still here?
Yeah.
You're still here, right? Remember we were talking about this and you were saying that there was all these other variations about whether the experimenter knew it was going on, and like all these things that you were talking about with the differences and how it may behave, and where was that coming from? All that?
Yeah, well, it's a question of, some people say that it's the observation that collapses the wave function. Others say it's merely just the detection, like you can just have a recorder with nobody being there, just the knowledge of the which path collapses the function. It's kind of like woo stuff,
Right. So that was kind of a woo interpretation that was trying to be giving somebody the idea that it was somehow maybe consciousness or the knowing of it that actually changed the behavior, which seems to be kind of the main idea most people have of it when they talk about double slit, but you guys are pretty much saying that it's a polarization directly affecting it rather than some kind of possible interaction between consciousness or anything, right?
Yeah, you don't. There's no. Consciousness is not the.
I haven't heard anybody, but like some woo and conspiracy things say that consciousness is involved with it. Typically, what I've heard other physicists and other chemists talk about is the interaction between the photon or the electron, whatever you're using. That's what causes the change in the wave function.
Interaction between what? The actual measurement, the measuring device, or more?
No, it's a filter.
Yes.
So it's a polarization.
Yes. Anything physical, basically.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. To be honest with you.
Yeah, you're right. If you think that, you're right. If you think it has to do with consciousness, you're basically following along the marketing of some fucking snake oil sales.
Well, I never believed that. Yeah, to me that's woo.
That's
so you guys have the opinion that it's the actual measurement that causes that, right?
Yes.
Okay,
I would say
polarization lens isn't a measurement.
I would say not the measurement, but the interaction, right?
Yeah,
because not all interactions are measurements, right?
Okay,
If
then
a particle hits another particle, and no humans are there, that's not a measurement. That's just an interaction, right?
Okay, but
so we're
check
saying
out
it
this
holds
question.
for interactions, not measurement's a type of interaction, but it's not necessarily has to be a measurement. It's any interaction.
Yeah,
got it. But check this out now. How about if an experiment would be done where there would be no machine, no detector, but just a human observation? And if it would change, what would you say then? And have they done that? Have they tried that without a detector, just a human observation?
That is how I did my double slit experiment. There's no detector. It was just a laser, a double slit, and a backboard. I believe Jay had a laser, a polarizer, a double slit, and a backboard. Neither of us used any detectors.
And you got different results when observing and not observing?
When using a polarizer and when not using a polarizer.
Well,
nothing to do with our human observation itself.
Yeah,
Only
but that's
to do
not
with
what I'm
the
talking
interaction.
about, bro.
Hey, SD, that's what I was trying to clarify, is that what they're doing, and this is the way it's done, that they're saying, and as on a regular basis, it's actually shooting the photons through a filter, a polarization filter, so they get consistent results. So it's not anything about consciousness or observing or any of the interpretations that we've heard. It's all about this polarization filter making it act a certain way as opposed to the regular way that it would act. Right?
Well, are they then recreating it properly? I'm not sure if that's a proper recreation of.
Basically, when they originally came up with the idea, and they said observation, they meant interaction in the way that we're using it. People, snake oil salesmen, then went out with this observation word, and instead of using it the way the scientists used it, they interpreted it their own way and used it to say, whatever you fucking observe becomes reality. So you're that's nice. You are basically using the snake oil salesman's position, and that's not the scientific position. That's the snake oil salesman position you're describing.
That's the interesting part about it, though. That's what I'm getting at. The snake oil salesman position on this has conflated things and made the confusion that causes these arguments over things that aren't even the way that the practice is even done any longer, or any of the interpretations that the scientists are having.
Okay, then how do you explain the delayed quantum choice experiment? You're familiar with that one?
Yeah.
Let me just give it a little rundown, and I hope I do it justice. When the particle leaves the emitter, it travels either through one or both. But if observed after, I hope I'm getting this right, if observed after it either goes in through one or the other, then it goes back and changes either into one or. You guys familiar with that one? It's a little mind bending.
Yeah. So it is kind of complicated, and without seeing the setup, sometimes it's hard to explain and it's hard to visualize, but I'll give it a go. So what you do for the delayed choice one, is you have your laser, and then you have the slits, and you put a polarizer at the slit, or you don't put it there, depending on if you want to detect the photons coming through or not. And in that process, there's also a crystal that the photon goes through, and it gets split into two photons. Now they become an entangled pair of photons, and one goes to the screen detector, and then the other goes down a different path, which can end in two different ways. It can either, depending on what you do at the slit, it can either just be detected in one detector, or most people use two different detectors, but they're all along this same path, or it can go through another beam splitter and be recombined with another photon, and that erases the path information, and then it gets detected at two other detectors, or another different detector that you use.
That flew right over my head. But
yeah, it's complicated. You have to look up pictures.
It has to do with
mind-boggling stuff.
Right? It has to do with entanglement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I understand, entanglement is basically the state of both particles are unknown, but if they're quantumly entangled, by knowing one state of one of the particles, you know the other state of the other particle. Kind of like if you have two coins, and if one coin is heads, the other has to be tails. If you figure out the first coin is tails, you automatically know the other one's is head. Is how I understand quantum entanglement.
Yeah, it's a superposition issue, right? So the two entangled particles, they're in a superposition with each other, and so once you measure one, you automatically know the state of the other as well, because it has to be. Usually, you're doing this with things like spin. So if you measure spin up on one of the entangled photons, you have to measure spin down on the other one.
Yeah, but explain what superposition is.
Yeah, as I said before, the best way to think about it is that it's a complex valued vector in this state vector space, sometimes called a Hilbert space, that is a combination of the two possible spin states. So it'll have a certain probability of
right?
one. Yeah, it'll have this vector will have a magnitude of a probability of spin up and a magnitude of probability of spin down. And then those are the measurement outcomes that are possible. Then you make a measurement, and the basis is what sets what you measure, and it correlates to the probability, the superposition state.
That was the most honest interpretation I heard so far from you guys. So you're admitting that it's both spin at the same time until observed, correct?
The best way I'll put it is it's both and neither, actually.
Both and neither.
That would be a more complete way of describing it. You're only getting half of it when you say it's both.
Okay, both and neither. I mean, either way, it's ridiculous, right? Can't be in reality.
Well, you know about Schrodinger's cat, right? SE? You've heard of Schrodinger's cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole idea of it, right?
That's called
because you
dialetheism,
don't know. Yeah.
It's one thing
to say. The superposition thing is well observed. You can do it with the Stern-Gerlach experiment with electrons. You can do it with 3 polarizers. That's a polarizer, then you block it with another, and then you put a third one there. And all of a sudden, the light can get through. That's because of superposition.
I'm not so convinced, and you broke up a little bit there, bro.
Ways to see this.
I think you should
I said
start again because you.
There's a few different ways to observe this. You could do it with a Stern-Gerlach device, which measures electron spins. You can also use polarizers. You use one polarizer, you send a photon.
You're roboting, bro.
Second
Sorry,
one
man.
there, it blocks it.
You're roboting, bro. We missed that out. Sorry.
Numpty, go ahead.
So here's what I'll say. I'll say, like, the waveform explains it. If you don't like the explanation, I would suggest you go do your own experiment. And that is one of the things I respect about the flat Earth, is that people actually go and do experiments. Now, what you're doing over here is you're basically just naysaying it without doing any work beforehand, which I think is, I guess, dishonest. You're saying this doesn't make sense to me, therefore it's wrong, which I think is a wrong way to look at it.
Doesn't work like that, bro.
Wait, before you guys go back and forth about this real quick, I think SE is probably giving it more credit than you might think he is. But I think that he's saying, just as you could probably criticize it yourself, just objectively, there are contradictions. I mean, and just layman's terms, if you're saying something's both and neither, obviously it can't be both and neither, but it is, because those are assumptions about things that you can't know.
Well, see, the thing is, when he says it's all positions at once, that's just as true as saying it's in no positions at once. He's presenting a half truth.
To who does that make sense to?
What we say
to who
is
does that make sense to? Anybody in the room, hands up. Who does that make sense to? Either or.
Okay, here's, you want me to explain it?
Yeah, but well, I want you to explain it, but just keep in mind,
yes,
the whole idea of this is obviously it's going to sound conflate. It's going to sound like it's, that's just the nature of this kind of talk. Like, just the idea that anyone thinks that they understand quantum mechanics doesn't understand it right there. It's got that double talk type of feel to it no matter what.
Right,
so just keep that in mind.
I've been trying to keep it as close to I've been trying to keep it as close to, you do the experiment, these are the results you get. It's like you build this online business, this is the money you get. If you think building, I don't know, like say doing such and such marketing doesn't make sense to you, and you think there's no way people can be making money doing that type of marketing, I'd be like, that's a nice opinion, but I see people doing this and getting this exact result. So if it doesn't make sense to you, that's fine. But it's still getting results. We are still predicting things with it. So, I mean, your point. That's
what I'm saying, Numpty. I think what I'm saying, and I think the whole thing is he's pointing out the contradictions, which we all can look at objectively and say, yeah, it's obviously because that's the nature of the beast. It is a contradiction if you put it in literal terms, because it's not literal. These are things that are interpreted by probabilities and all of those kind of things, which could, and it's funny because now we've gotten to a little bit down to the root of it, which is that there's a pseudoscience. This is being sold as a pseudoscience, or being used as a way of giving people the idea that consciousness is somehow affecting it. And that's not been fully exposed enough for everyone to know about that. You know what I'm saying? So those are things that you kind of have to investigate to realize to begin with. And then is there another level of the pseudoscience that we're dealing with is the question. And what could that be? What would be the reason for that pseudoscience? And maybe the goal, if it is a pseudoscience, that the people that are purporting it might have. I don't think that SE thinks it's a pseudoscience or saying it's invalid. I don't think he's even saying that. He's just pointing out the double talk that's inherent in the experiment or any of this kind of talk. Is that right, SE?
Yeah, absolutely. And if this by any chance is real, the implications are outstanding. It's
well, but you're saying that the implications are outstanding. But hold on, you're saying that because the implications are outstanding if you think it's consciousness that's affecting it, right?
Yes, it's consciousness.
Yeah, that's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying at all. So it's not the way you think about it still.
It's been demonstrably
That's not what he's saying, but I've heard that interpretation many times. Now he's saying it's woo and it's whatever. Okay, maybe so. Then Yeah,
right.
But a lot of people believe that.
That's just an interpretation and a belief. What I'm giving you is what happens when you do the experiment and what the actual result is. I mean,
right. So then, what do you
can
think is happening?
You can go do the exact same procedure as me and get the exact same results. And then you can ponder. You can
polarization, bro. That's not an accurate.
Then you can ponder what's happening, and if you come up with a better way to explain it than a wave function, I'm all ears. Or if you come up with
did you say you used a polarizer filter? Yes or no?
Or if you come up with a way to disprove the wave function, I'm all for it. But you have not come up with a better model, and you have not disproven the current model. Therefore, I'm not
being combative, bro. We're just none of us knows what we're talking about.
I'm not being combative. I'm just trying to talk. I'm just being interrupted, and it just makes I have to raise my voice and talk faster. It's not that I'm being combative. It's just every time I'm talking, I can't talk calm and slowly because then you just interrupt halfway through, ruin what I'm saying, and fucking make it bullshit. So if you didn't interrupt, I'd be very calm and very collected.
I want you to do that. I just want to say, I think you guys are talking past each other. I think you might be misinterpreting what SE's saying, and he might be assuming that you're saying something completely different than as obviously it is completely different than any of us might have assumed, because it's not about consciousness affecting it. In your interpretation, especially with Jay talking about using a polarization filter, which seems like more of a direct physical interaction rather than some kind of consciousness, which is what the distinction is to begin with. That's an important distinction, because his interpretation of this whole thing is if consciousness is affecting this, then it's on the woo scale, and we shouldn't even be talking about it in those terms right now, because you guys aren't saying that.
Yeah, not once did I ever mention consciousness ever.
No, I know, but that's the assumption everyone has because they're familiar with the mainstream interpretation of this experiment. That's all.
Right. Basically, my interpretation, all I'm doing is presenting what I did, the results I got, and my interpretation is fully and only the wave function. There's no consciousness in the wave function. If you want to know what the wave function is, we can explain that, or you can go read into it. But that's it. If you can come up with a better explanation of the wave function or disprove the wave function, I'm all ears. But seeing as nobody has done that in the voice chat so far, I'm going to have to stick with the wave function interpretation, and then I'm going to just have to show the results that I actually got during experimenting.
Yeah,
can I ask you a question about your experiment?
Real quick, let me clarify. I don't think anyone's saying that you're wrong about the wave function or right about the wave function. It's not about debunking you or what you're saying. I think that's your misinterpretation again. It's not about that. It's about the whole probability thing being real and not real and both and neither and stuff that I think SE's just trying to say it's nonsensical on the surface, which we can all agree upon, even if it's true. But the whole idea of it being not a wave function isn't the argument. It's not about saying we have a better way or we don't understand it, you know.
I would say describing it as it being everywhere. Basically, what I'm thinking is the way you're describing a superposition is also overly simplistic and kind of not even what I'm saying. And then you're saying this doesn't make any sense when it's like that's an extremely oversimplified version of what the wave function is, and it leaves out pretty much all the important details. So you're basically leaving out my interpretation is the wave function. If you can disprove that interpretation, go for it. But if you're not going to present that interpretation and then disprove it or give a better model, then you're just talking past me and Shaw-manning me.
Well, yeah.
Let me have a go at him for just a second perspective, please, bro.
Go ahead.
One question I want to ask you, because I'm not so sure you recreated this thing as supposed to. You're saying you had a polarized filter, you turned it one way, then you turned it another way, you got different results. But it's not about that. It's about an observation. It's about the which path, knowledge of the which path.
No.
Now, if you want to change the interpretation, that's up to you. But you know, I'm trying to go distinctly by the Copenhagen interpretation, and I'm not so sure you're fully understanding that, bro.
You're not understanding the Copenhagen interpretation because you're misunderstanding what they mean by observation. When they use the word observation, that has nothing to do with human consciousness whatsoever. The observation can be done by a polarizer. Polarizers have no consciousness whatsoever.
Is the polarizer recording?
You're using the Copenhagen interpretation, but you're not even using their definitions of the words, basically. You're using some snake oil salesman's definition of observation, laying it over the Copenhagen interpretation, and then saying, look where the contradictions are.
Dude, is there a detector there? Yes or no? Not
No.
a polarizer. Listen to my words very carefully. Not a polarizer. Is there a detector in the original experiment? Yes or no?
The back screen is a detector. It goes through a polarizer, then it hits a detector. When you use the polarizer at the slits, you'll only get a detection right behind the slit where the polarizer is. When you take that polarizer away, you'll get detections that over time, single spots that over time, as you send more and more photons, make a interference pattern.
Right.
So it's not about the detection, as you're changing the way.
I think you're using the wrong definition of detector in that it is not a machine that's saying beep boop bop detected. That is not what we mean by detector. So I think you're using the word observation and detection wrong. You're using someone else's definitions for someone else. You're using like fucking snake oil salesman definitions, overlaying them onto the Copenhagen interpretation, and then saying the Copenhagen interpretation is contradictory. But the thing is, that's not their definition, so it's a straw man.
Yeah,
so you're saying it's not a question of whether.
One more time to explain it, right? When you put the polarizer at the slit, so the photon leaves the laser, and it's a dispersed wave in space. When it hits the polarizer and goes through the slit, it collapses down into a localized wave in space, and that travels just straight back behind the slit and hits the back screen, which is the detector. It'll show a little spot where the photon hit. Then, when you take the polarizer away, the photon leaves the laser as a dispersed wave in space. That wave goes through both slits, becomes two different sources of the probability wave that interfere with each other, and then it hits one location where there's a peak in that interference pattern. And over time, as you do that more and more, the single spots will form a interference pattern. Does that clear on the back screen?
We have a complete different understanding then.
I just need to clarify that observation does not mean human consciousness or robot consciousness observing it. It just means physical interaction. And that detector does not mean robot. It just means screen in the back.
Yeah, that clarification is important because the mainstream or snake oil salesman interpretations that we've all been shown have this idea that the consciousness is affecting it. So now that we're over that, and we see that we know that you're using a physical polarization of it that's causing this to act differently. What would either of you, or maybe Jay to begin with, what's the significance of it if it's not the consciousness affecting the photon the way that we all thought was like, wow, that's amazing? What is the significance of the way that the behavior of the polarization affecting it is? Like, why is this important, and what does it mean in your best description?
Numpty, you can go ahead first. So
I'll just make mine quick. I'd say what was the can you just give a one sentence
significance? What's the significance of the whole thing?
The significance of the test is that the particle is not always in a localized state, that it spreads out into a superposition, and that this experiment disproves that the light is staying in a localized state. And that's the significance, is that it is not a localized particle in one area. It is a superposition. That it basically disproves that it is in one exact area, that it is a object with a direct location. That's what it does. It disproves the direct location of the light, of the photon.
Okay, so it gives a probability to it, and it disperses it in a way that you wouldn't expect regular straightforward particles to act, that you can identify, and it kind of gives that probability. It proves quantum, right?
Exactly.
Okay, good. So we understand that this is kind of like,
I think you fully understand the experiment, what it does, what it disproves, and the significance of it. I think That is, I believe you understand what we are trying to convey. Oh shit!
Let me ask a question here. Are you okay, man?
Oh, I just fell so hard.
Take it easy, bro. So I spotted I put a diagram up here. Are you telling me that those are not detectors? You're telling me all this time I've been watching these diagrams and seeing this explanation, they got it wrong?
We've found the culprits. They've identified the culprits for us. These pseudoscientists, peddlers of the double slit experiment, are making us think that there's some significance beyond what these guys are saying that there is, for whatever reason, and it has to do with Mandela effect and everything else that quantum that they're trying to feed us, with the idea that consciousness affects your reality, which we all kind of know it does. But they're using this as a way of trying to prove that, and I don't know what the long-term goal of this would be, other than the ratings they might get or something. But what do you guys think? Why are they pushing it? Why are there snake oil salesmen involved in this?
I hear you, bro. I hear you, but that addresses only one aspect, the consciousness part. Now I'm talking about the detector part. Are you saying the image that I posted there that's incorrect?
No, it's not.
There's
so those are detectors then. Those are detectors, correct?
Wait. Can I respond? Can I respond?
Wait, let Jay go first.
I would say, wait. I want to respond to SE. I would say those are not. That is not an incorrect diagram you posted, but that is only one of many detectors. There are detectors out there that have no mechanical components. It's literally just a cardboard fucking box. On the other side of double slit experiment is also a detector. So when we use the word detector, you are correct in saying that those things in the diagram is a detector. What we are saying is this definition of detector extends beyond just those machines in the diagram you posted and can also include something as simple as a cardboard box behind the fucking double slit. Thank you.
And now you're saying something else, bro. But before, when I told you detector, you were saying, no, it's just a polarizer.
No, I said it's
what
not
are you
only
talking
machines.
about? You were saying
Not
to me.
only machines. I'm not saying it
Sir,
can't be a
you are
machine.
not being honest. You are being
I'm trying to
deceptive.
clarify my position, dude.
You are being deceptive, sir.
No, I'm trying to clarify my position. If you're gonna call me deceptive and not let me clarify, I guess you can make yourself believe whatever you want. But what I was trying to give the point of, and I'm pretty sure I said, is not only a machine. I didn't say it can't be a machine. I'm just saying it is not only a machine. Think of a Venn diagram. It can be within the diagram or it can be without of the diagram, but it doesn't, that machine can be a detector. But at the same time, let me say this: not all detectors are machines, but some detectors are, some detectors are machines. Would be a way I would put it.
Should have been a lawyer, bro. Should have been a lawyer.
All right, can I get my thought out now?
That's unnecessary. Go ahead, Jim.
So
you're double speaking, bro. Hold on, it's very necessary. You're double speaking. I'm sorry. I gotta point it out. I'm sorry.
Right, I'm trying to clarify my position so you understand it, because it's not. I might be double speaking, but what I'm trying to convey to you, I guess my communication is lacking, because the idea I have held in my mind the whole time has been the same, and I've been trying to explain it multiple different ways for you to get it. But each time I explain it, I feel as though the communication is the error, not the actual idea I'm communicating to you.
All right, Jace, please get your thought out if you can.
So the two things I was going to say. So in that picture you posted, there's 5 detectors in that picture. They're the black things. There's like a DS, which I think says screen, and then there's D2, 3, 1, and 4. So those are the detectors, and they're just little cartoon things in this picture. But in real life, what they would be is a screen that can detect photons when they hit them. When it hits the screen, it'll make a little blip of light will stay at the position where the energy of the photon was departed. Or you can even use photographic plates. That's what people used to do with like crystallography. They just use a photographic plate, and it would hit the film and leave a mark there, like a picture would. So there's many ways that you can use a detector. You use a CCD device, like I described earlier, where it's a little machine that when it hits it, it causes a photoelectron cascade, and that will show a signal on a computer screen or a digital screen that's connected to the CCD, whatever kind you have. So there's many things that can be used as a detector. Second thing I'll say, I think it was my miscommunication when I talked about how I used the polarizer when I did it. I just thought it was implied that there was also a screen detector as well that I had that was behind the slits. That was also present. And I think that's where some of this between Noah and SE is coming from. So my bad for not
There are detectors.
Right. When I say a detector doesn't necessarily mean a machine that goes beep boop beep bop. That doesn't mean it's not a machine that goes beep boop beep bop. That just means it's not necessarily a machine that goes beep boop beep bop. If you kind of get my drift.
You're too much, Noah, man. You're too much. Like I said, you should have been a lawyer.
It seems like when I explain myself and clarify, you're not actually trying to understand what I'm saying. You're just trying to. It doesn't seem like you're actually trying to get what I'm saying. Honestly, when I speak, that's what it seems like to me.
Well, I get what you're saying. You said there's no detectors, then you said detectors could be boxes.
I never said that.
Now you're saying something else.
That.
I listen very carefully when you speak.
You're doing it again, dude. You're doing it again. I said a detector does not necessarily mean a robot on the other side. then you came up with a picture of a robot and said, "Look, there's a detector that's a robot." Noah was wrong, but that does not. That's not my fucking shit.
What are you talking about? Bro, are you okay?
The whole
you
time
sure, like you didn't fall?
The whole time I said that a detector is necessary. All I did was say that a detector is not necessarily a machine. You have not disproven that point. And I feel like you're being dishonest and purposely misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Dude, you're spiraling out of control. Everybody heard what you said and what I said. Now, maybe just calm down and let's change the subject, because obviously it's affecting you.
I said there's a detector used the entire time. I never once denied it.
No, you didn't. You said it's a polarizer, just like the other guy.
All I did was say. All right, listen. All I did was say the detector is not necessarily a machine. All I said was the detector is not necessarily a machine. You came with a picture of a fucking machine detector and said, "Look, I disproved Noah's point," which I find to be dishonest. I'm trying to explain this to you, and I feel like you're understanding it, and you're just purposely misinterpreting what I'm saying right now.
Wait. Can I help a little again? Try to help a little bit. It doesn't matter what you did or didn't say. It's clarified now. It's not about the consciousness. I think that's the most significant thing that we figured out here, is that your interpretation and Jason's interpretation of it is totally different than anyone might have assumed that's hearing this conversation to begin with, because we had the woo factor, which is something that the pseudoscientists or these snake oil salesmen are trying to push on people. And maybe your opinions about why they're trying to do that is interesting and all that now, instead of like, whether the results were one way or another, or, I don't even think he's trying to say that he's trying to debunk you. He was trying to clarify that there's
he was directly saying that I'm like a double speaker and that what I'm saying
no, it's the whole idea of it that's the woo factor that's been baked into this double slit experiment that has the double talk and it's included with it. We have to admit that it just sounds like it. No matter how you state it, it's going to sound like that if you say things are in superpositions, and that's just the nature of the beast, whether it's true or not. So let's just get past the argument between you guys about whether you said or didn't say or what his intentions were.
I don't know. I don't understand what this whole.
We can all be objective about it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Like calling someone
I don't think it should be between you guys.
That's not what they're trying to do. The whole time I've been trying to clarify my position to you.
I don't even think he was trying to debunk you. He was just trying to point out that there's misleading things about the whole thing, which we found out is true.
He was directly ad homing me. So
yeah, well, let's get over that. You guys can work that out on your own.
Well, I'll get over it. I'll get over it right now. I'll stop right now.
Okay, cool.
And it's disagreeing with the premise of the actual. Even though there's an explanation out there, like a common explanation of what this actually does, and seems to be, Noah, that you agree and you accept that explanation. You've done a test and you go, yep, it kind of does what that test says it's going to do, and I can accept that explanation. Or other people are just coming from another point of view, saying, well, to us it just doesn't make a great deal of sense. We might not hold on. We might not necessarily have the mechanism, right, or the explanation of how it is working, but if we're thinking about things logically, and which is what we're trying to do, think about things logically, they don't, things, all the ducks just don't seem to quite line up. Is all. Like it's not trying to be. It's not trying to be adversarial with you in particular, Numpty. Like it's the theory and the explanation behind everything.
And again, just real quick, before you respond to that.
I'll accept that up and until the point I start getting ad hommed, and at that point, I would have to say
that's understandable.
It's not about my position anymore. But I mean, it's like this.
But you know what?
It's like we're driving a car, and in the instruction manual it says change the fucking oil every month, right? And so and it gives an explanation for how to change the oil, and then it says if you want to turn right, turn your wheel right. If you want to turn the wheel left, turn your wheel left. It gives the explanation of the wheel. I take that explanation and I use it within the bounds that the explanation says it works. And I don't necessarily adhere to the explanation, but I realize that the interpretation does practically work. It may not be absolutely true, but within the bounds of this experiment, it is true within the bounds. If you find an area where it's not true, I will readily accept it's not true. I will readily accept where it's not true, but until you basically have disproven it, I have no reason not to think when I turn the wheel left, my car will go left. Until you've disproven that, I will continue to act as if when I turn the wheel on the car will turn left. Even if the mechanism they tell me is false, I don't necessarily believe in it.
Enough of this crying, man. Are you guys falling for this?
That was not crying. That was just a metaphor. I mean, see, look, this
real
guy's
quick.
fucking ad homing all the time.
No, SE, don't start going. Don't start.
This guy's a double speaker. Look,
dude, I said
I don't care what he said.
He
said that there's no detector. I don't care how he's gonna spin it now. He can cry all night. He said there was no detectors.
SE, instead of trying to aim it at Numpty, Numpty, let me just say this. I
would have let him go, but he keeps on blabbering.
You're disingenuous, man. I don't know how
you guys, you know what? Hold on, you guys, real quick. Numpty, I have to say this. I don't think SE was ever trying to say that he's going to debunk it, like the instruction manuals on how to put your oil in your car isn't how you would put the oil in. He knows a better way, that the oil has to be this way instead of that way. And I don't think that he should ad hom you, because what you're trying to say is this is something that you've done, proven to yourself in whatever way that means. And if that interpretation sounds like double talk, he's trying to just point out that the whole idea of it might be double talk, and we want to get down to the actuality of it. And that actuality of it isn't because he's got a better way of explaining it. It's just, let's make sense of this all together objectively if we can. Instead of attacking him, SE, you don't need to do that, right? Because it's not about him; it's about his interpretation and whether we can, whether there's some significance to it. Obviously, if it's not the consciousness affecting it, that takes the whole idea of the significance that we thought there might be to this whole thing and why it might be significant in general.
All right, the word. Let me say one thing. The word interpretation is getting thrown around here a lot. There are just experimental facts, and those facts are that light will diffract. It has a wave-like behavior, and then that it will also eject electrons from materials. It'll impart momentum on detectors as a point. It has a photon, a particle-like behavior. Those are experimental facts. They're inescapable. There's also the fact that when you put a device that will cause the photon to just go through one slit, it will give just one band behind the slit that it goes through. then when you take that thing that it's interacting with away, it'll have the interference pattern on the screen in the back that's detecting it. So what is up for debate in science is how, at least to scientists, those things aren't up for debate. The thing that's up for debate is how it goes from a dispersed wave in space to a localized wave in space. The mechanism of how that happens is what's still up for debates in quantum mechanics. Everything else is not up for debate. It's just experimental, observable reality.
Well,
Yeah, it's a fact.
You can't be a direction and a thing all at the same time, right? The direction is the path that the thing is traveling, right? It's not both. It's either one or the other. So the wave is describing the path of something, right? Yes.
It's just the wave function describes the probability of measuring the particle at a specific location if you were to measure it. Gives you that probability.
Yeah, the path, right?
The path is a little bit more complicated, as I told you in the text chat.
Because it's not
Why
actually.
is it more? No, hold on, Numpty. Why is it more complicated? Like the path, right? Now this path is in a wave-like movement, right? Up high, down low, in between those troughs and all that sort of stuff. It is just the path. It seems pretty straightforward, really, to me, that it is the path of which this thing is actually moving. Right? The particle itself is something completely different than the actual path. Now, I don't know if I'm actually missing something, but they seem completely two different things, Jay, in all sincerity.
Basically, I'll just say like basically we take the emitter.
I agree with Jay, actually.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Cheers, man. Thank
you. The path is it's more complicated. If there's some variables that let you know the path, then you can make it simple. But in the case of certain quantum experiments, you have to do a little bit more. You have to get some information from wave function. You have to take some information from that. You also have to solve something called the path integral, and then you have to integrate that with the action, and it's a more complicated process because there's other quantum effects that you have to take into account. But for a simple experiment like the double slit, if you're using a polarizer, you can basically know the path.
You see what I just posted there, guys? 48 past.
Yep.
Now show me where the wave is there.
The wave isn't a physical thing.
That's what I've been trying to tell you guys.
It's a complex valued wave function.
Yes. It's a probability, a mathematical calculation. That's all it is.
It describes the probability of finding the photon at a certain location if you were to measure it.
Right, but the photon, right, it leaves as a particle and it ends as a particle, right? It doesn't change into a wave in between the paths like you guys were saying
like
before,
I said
right?
before, a particle is defined in the terms of photons. So you're talking elementary particles. They are defined as waves of the quanta of the respective quantum field it represents.
Yes, but in this experiment, as described, when leaving the emitter, the photon leaves as a particle that ends up in the backplate as a particle, correct?
Yes, it's always a particle.
Okay.
That's why they're called elementary particles.
Right, but before they weren't saying that. They were saying it leaves as a particle, then it turns into a wave, then it goes back into a particle.
No,
I'll clarify my point, because when I was using a Newtonian particle. I was using a different definition of particle as Jay is using.
Particle? A what?
Okay,
A
you know what?
Napoleon
Like,
particle?
are you serious? Listen, I was using
Say it
the
again. I want to hear
definition.
what you said. What kind of particle did you say?
As he just let him explain it without trying to attack him, please.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not attacking him.
what
I
the
just misheard a word. I mean, is that
I know,
attacking?
but you're using the same tone of voice that was kind of pointing out the pseudoscience of it, rather than pointing out that he didn't understand it.
Jeez, my tone of voice now. Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
Can you
come on.
please
let me
explain
how
what
about
you said? What
you
kind
just
of particle you said?
how about you just let me make my explanation, and then after I'm done, you can do whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the most effective way of doing this here. So, but anyway, I already fucking forgot because of this intro.
No, you
This is
were
the fucking
saying
problem.
you were using the Newtonian interpretation, which is
Right.
making it
So
more literal.
I was using a different like definition of particle. So when I was making my explanation, I was using a different definition. If you want me to now use Jay's definition, then yeah, I guess I would say it's a particle the whole time. But using Jay's definition, every particle is a wave. So either we're gonna use the Newtonian particle, which we would have to do. But I think that we might as well not. We might as well all use the same definition. So I'll stop using my definition that I was using before, and I'll use Jay's new definition. So in Jay's definition, yes, it is a particle the whole time, but it as well, that is not the whole thing. In Jay's definition as well, the particle is described as a wave. So I will stop using the one I used
Unbelievable. He
before.
can't do it, man. He just can't
Wait,
do
hold
it.
on.
Thank you. I'm
Don't talk about what he's doing or
was
not doing. Come
fucking
on.
wrong.
Hold on. Okay, wait. This is what's interesting about this, besides the personal back and forth real quick. This is where I think we're getting down to the crux of the whole idea that Newtonian physics contradicts quantum physics, and why they're talking about gravity having a problem, or the whole idea of quantum threatening the Newtonian model and all of these other things, to the point where they might have to be having a standoff, like one or the other. And that's leading to the whole unification, the unified theory and all that they hope to get to. But it seems like basically there's two interpretations that both mindsets can be focused on. And it's not like either, like, basically both can't be true, right? Aren't you guys proposed with that from your science community? Both can't be true, right?
We know that the deeper, more accurate theories are not Newton's theories. They're quantum mechanics and general relativity, special relativity. But if you have a problem where Newtonian mechanics is much simpler to do. So if you have a problem that you can work out with that'll give you a value that's accurate enough for what you're trying to do, then physicists are going to use Newtonian mechanics for that, and engineers are going to use Newtonian mechanics. But there are certain situations where you have to use quantum, typically for the microscopic. In certain situations, when you have to use general and special relativity for heavy objects moving close to the speed of light, etc. They know when to work in the certain regimes.
Right. Now, let me just explain real quick. You're familiar with the globe versus a stationary plane argument, and why this gets brought up in terms of gravity, because of the whole Einstein with the bending and warping of space-time, contradicting the idea that mass attracts mass. And this kind of directly relates to that, because when you try to say gravity is only, well, because you'll say because Einstein supposedly superseded the Newtonian idea of gravity. But then when we get down to the brass tacks of it, then they'll say, oh, we can use Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass, even though definitionally it's not that any longer, but practically we can use it just the same way you're saying that they can exchange the two ideas here. But in the overall sense of it, they contradict each other, and it's not like one can be literally true and the other one can be literally true. So what do you project this all coming to? Like what do you think's going to win out, if that's a way to put it? Or what do you think this could mean for Newtonian physics?
So right, like, let's define these things. So what general relativity says is that objects, when not interacting, will travel a straight path in space. Then it says that mass curves space-time around it. So when you have a massive object and another massive object moving towards it, the other one is going to be on a curved trajectory towards the larger object. So that's kind of Einstein's idea of general relativity. Then Newton's idea was that there's a force between them that's proportional to the masses and the distance between the centers of mass squared. So in both cases, in general relativity, it's curving space-time, thus other objects will take a path towards the massive object. So they're attracted to each other. It's more detailed mechanism than just there's a invisible force over space that makes these two objects attract. We know that general relativity is the more accurate and precise version of what's actually happening.
Well, do you see where we would have a problem with that, though? Because you're saying that are you still saying that mass attracts mass, or are you saying that's just an interpretation that's not correct?
No, what Einstein's general relativity says is that massive objects will curve the path of other objects. Thus, the other objects will take a path to the massive object. In layman's terms. So what that results in is they're attracting. The one object is taking a path towards the other, or they're both moving, they're both taking a path towards each other.
Well, yeah, but see, that's different. Them attracting each other is different than them just taking a path towards each other.
Yeah, there's not an invisible force reaching out over space. That was Newton's idea. We know that that isn't the case according to
general relativity. So we know that mass doesn't attract mass definitionally, that Einstein's theory of relativity in the science world is more accepted as the reality, or the conception that they accept as true, even though that can't be proven, that space-time bends, because it's just a conception, right? But because we also know that literally things can't pull, they can only push, and you understand that concept, right? That there's no attractive force in that way ever, and anything. It's always a push when you get down to the explanation of it.
I think I disagree with that. I disagree with that last statement, because a magnet pulls towards another magnet.
I'm not talking about magnets. You're right. But actually, magnets don't do it either. Magnets there's a whole way of explaining it that magnets push too.
I've got a quick question for you, Jay. Like this experiment, how does it change? And have you tried doing this experiment, say underwater, argument's sake? And is there a variation in the result? Because if you're talking about the speed of light, right? So I'm presuming that's the speed of light in a vacuum. So you're making this presumption about the medium being a vacuum, but how dramatically now do what we think about what light is doing in this wave function, if the same experiment is done underwater? Like, how dramatically does it change if we actually do change the speed of light? Depending on the medium, has it been done, that sort of thing?
Well, right, the double slit experiment and the delayed choice and the quantum eraser, all those experiments are done just in open air. You don't have to do it in a vacuum.
Yeah, no, I realize that.
You can if you want, but it's not going to influence it very much. I would think going underwater with it would be significantly more difficult. You would have to account for the refraction effects that are also going to occur. And I would have to do the calculations to actually see how that would alter the wave function. But it would be much more difficult and kind of impractical.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not going to say that it'd be easy, but if we're just doing tests under one sort of environment and saying that this environment is applicable to all environments, when we don't actually know, like if we were to test it underwater or through ballistics gel or through whatever, and you have a myriad of different results, instead of just calculations, because you said, the calculations are quite difficult, but then, once you do the test itself, for underwater argument's sake, you can see whether or not your calculations marry up to what reality would be. And wouldn't that be a, good way going about things?
I think they've done a lot of that, especially with like the electrons around atoms and stuff. They've basically tested out and basically, I guess, eliminated where the electron is probably not more and more over time until they're only left with where it is. And it's like it's a probability wave function around the atom, and it's pretty well explained in their molecular theories. And this is not even physics. This is chemistry. It's like between chemistry and physics. So it's extremely it's used in extremely practical cases. It is used to predict things very well. Chemistry is a pretty, not to say we know everything in chemistry, but like there's a lot of things that is very well known in chemistry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a biochemist, so it's definitely specialty.
I was just asking the question if it had been tested in different environments is all.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with someone doing something like the double slit with photons in water. Someone may have done it somewhere. Like I said, I don't think the overall concepts are going to change, but it's just going to be much more difficult because now you're going to have to account for a refraction. I mean, the only plausible way would maybe if they used like X-rays and did kind of like a crystallography kind of setup. Maybe you can do it in water that way because photons will have such high energy that the refraction won't really matter. But other than that, it just seems pretty difficult to do.
Right, and like the double slit is not the only experiment that is done for this type of thing, and that's the thing is the double slit experiment is not done in every medium, but there are other experiments done in other mediums that corroborate what is happening in the double slit experiment also happening on these atomic levels or atomic scales. I mean, so it's not that we haven't shown the phenomena to occur in other places. It's just we did not use the double slit experiment per se in those other cases to make that determine.
When you're saying other mediums, are you talking like in normal air compared to a vacuum type of thing, Noah? Because
I'm saying
and go on, mate. Go on.
I'm saying they do experiments where they can basically like isolate down to just like a very pure substance, and then they can test how the electron orbitals on these very pure substances are interacting. And what they find is that the way these electron orbitals are interacting matches the, I guess, wave particle description of reality, even with an electron. Like it's not only the photon that has this wave particle duality in it. It's pretty much all particles that we observe have this dual, I guess, nature to them. And there's other experiments outside of the double slit experiment corroborating this idea, I guess.
Yeah.
How do you know this? How do you know that all particles have a dual nature?
Because
You're
I've
just saying
done
stuff,
it with
man. I'm tired of this dude.
Positrons.
SE, by the way, Numpty's not like he's not a glober. He's not a baller. He's on our side, pointing out the pseudoscience of that.
Yeah, but he says crazy stuff, man.
No, he's talking about the science and the way they're explaining it, not necessarily that it is what he's saying. He's saying that's what they're finding. He's just explaining what he's learned, whether it's true or not. I don't think he's even trying to say.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to get you to not strawman their position, SC, which I see you doing a lot. I see you strawmanning the position that I'm presenting for them, and I see you ad homing me a lot. And it just chill out, dude. Like,
he's not trying to sell it to you.
I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, man.
Yeah,
that's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, and when you say something crazy, I'm gonna point it out, dude. So
right,
sorry.
but he's not trying to sell it the way you're acting like he is. That's all.
I just get pissed off when I'm interrupted, not allowed to make my points. Straw man, ad homed, and basically talked to with a rhetoric like I'm a retard. I'm not mad that you're pointing some holes in whatever. That's not what I'm angry about. Those other things is what is basically fucking with making me more emotional than
You know
logical.
he's not a baller, right? You know that. You know Numpty's not
I
a
don't
baller,
know.
right?
I don't know this guy, man. Honestly,
Okay,
he
yeah,
just
that's
says
the
crazy
reason,
stuff.
dude. I've heard him argue against the ballers just as good as any of us have. So I mean, just lay off him a little bit because
He
he's
just said
trying to
everything
say what
has
he's.
dual nature, and
I
nobody
know
like
it sounds
challenged
like
him, and
I
he just
know.
keeps
I'm not
on
saying no.
blabbering.
He's saying what they're saying. He's not trying to say it is this way definitively. He's just saying this is the interpretation, and he's trying to figure it out himself. I think, right, Numpty?
Well, you can do
Yeah,
the double split.
you know what? From now on, I'll just preface with this is the mainstream science model, and I'm literally just trying to get
That's
you
kind of
to
what.
not strawman it, and
Well,
to
it's
not.
just
That's it. If you can
Right.
talk about their model, that's great. But if you're talking about some fucking random thing that's not their model, you're not really doing anything for your point. You're just attacking a straw man. That's what I'm
it's
you know what
not just a model, though, right? Like the same things I said that were just observational experimental facts for a photon, they're also true of an electron. It also diffracts. You get the same results with the double slit experiment doing it with electrons, same results if you do it with positrons. You get the same results. I've heard them do it with proteins, which are huge molecules. I've heard them do it with C60, so Buckminster fullerene. I've done it with electrons and positrons, and definitely get the same results. Electron diffraction is how electron microscopes work. So we know these principles, they carry over to the other elementary particles. Like, it's just experimental reality.
Yeah, but you still didn't answer my question of your experiment. I asked you if there was any detectors, and you guys laughed at me. You said, no, we just use the polarization.
Right.
And then when I questioned you further...
That is not what happened.
I never said that.
Well, no.
So what
Okay,
detectors
wait.
did you use in your experiment then, sir? What kind of detectors?
It's not about consciousness. It's not about observing it. Their interpretation of it is totally different than the one that we've been fed by that's what we've got. That's the significance of this whole thing. That they're not even talking about it being consciousness or observer or detector. They're using a physical polarization lens to give it a predictable result. It's
So
totally
it has
different.
nothing to do. That's my whole point, bro.
Nothing to do with
You do.
It has nothing to do with the original experiment.
Yeah,
you do
you're
realize
right.
you do realize that we're using the polarizer as a detector, right? That
why is it?
See what I mean?
In the instance that Jay was using, he was using the polarizer as a detector. And what I stated was that the detector is not like a machine. That is true. You keep attacking me and saying,
well, why call it a detector if it's a lens?
You keep strawmanning what I said, and I keep clarifying
I'm not
myself.
strawmanning.
Why is the polarization lens called a detector if it's not the same thing? Why? It's not. It's not a detector. Why call it a detector, Noah, if it's not a detector?
That's my point.
Is it not, Jay?
No, it's just there so that you know which path it's going, or that the photon only goes through a certain
Wait, let me
path.
clarify something with you, Jay. I thought when it goes through...
You cut out.
You cut out.
You cut out.
All right, so we're getting some clarification about the experiment and ways it can be done, and interpretations of what one thing is compared to another. That's all we're trying to do.
Yeah, so you see, I wasn't attacking you, bro. You just misunderstood.
There's always a detector.
So it doesn't detect it; it just measures it. That's what it does.
It forces the photon to take a specific polarization, which is a interaction, and only photons with those polarizations can get through the slit. So you know which slit, or the photon go through one slit in that case, and that's why you just get the single band in the back on the thing you're using as a detector. That's just another interaction as well, but you're using it as a detector so that the interaction is telling you where the photon hit the screen.
Right, but that detector is in a different spot. It's not the polarizer. The detector is a separate unit, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
The
there is no detector in
polarizer
there.
is
There's no
there.
detector in what he's talking about. No detector.
No, there is. Listen.
What?
You have the double slit, right? You're putting a horizontal polarizer at one of the slits so that only horizontally polarized photons can go through that slit, and only that slit. So when they go through, they lose their dispersed wave in space and localize because they interacted with that polarizer and had to take a specific polarization state. Then it hits the back detector, and that's what tells you where it hit. And it will hit right behind the slit. Now, it could be a little bit up, a little bit down, but it'll be basically a band right behind the slit. When you take the polarizer away, now there's no interaction at the slits. So it doesn't lose the dispersed wave in space, and it stays like that. Two sources of probability emerge, one from each slit. They interfere with each other, and then it hits the detector in the back.
Okay.
And as
Well,
you
do
keep
you understand?
doing that,
Yeah.
you get the interference pattern.
Now, do you understand that the detector and what I think SC is talking about, and the way that we've been fed this whole story, is the idea of observing this photon before it goes through the slits. But you're defining the detector as the screen that detects the actual thing after it, as a result, not as a interaction that actually affects it, just as a way of reading it, right?
I guess there's two interactions that occur. One is with the polarizer, which makes the photons take a specific polarization state.
I understand. Yeah, you got it.
The second interaction is with the screen in the back, and that interaction tells you where the photon hit.
Right, but that detector has nothing to do with the results. It's just a way of reading the results. It's not affecting the results.
Yeah,
right?
it's just telling you where
That's
the
what the
photons hit
difference
on
is.
the
It's
screen.
definitional difference. When SE says detector, we're talking about the pseudoscience, snake oil salesman interpretation that the detector is the observer, which affects the particle or the whatever and makes it act differently, which is why we thought this whole thing was cool and significant, but it's not really, because you're forcing the polarization filter to make it do a certain thing predictably, not just on its own whim of, somehow these things having a conscious interaction with reality. And that it kind of takes the woo out of it, and that's fine. I'm just saying that it's a totally different interpretation of the experiment, which is what SE's trying to clarify, and we got to the bottom of it. It seems like.
I hope so. I can't make it any simpler. It has nothing to do with human beings. You could start the laser and walk out of the room and never come back, and it'll be, if you had the polarizer there, the photons will just keep hitting right behind that.
So, why do you think it is they're trying to sell it the other way? Because obviously you know what we're talking about. Why are they using it that way? Why are they trying to make it seem like it's
think they are. I don't know where you're getting this idea from.
Wait,
Every physicist I've talked to or heard speak on YouTube or anything, they always try to dispel the notion of that it's some kind of conscious thing. So I don't know where you're getting this.
Dispelling it, you know what they're dispelling then, right?
I would like
what they're dispelling is the idea that it's consciousness. Where did they get that idea to begin with? It was never something they thought.
Can I
Go ahead.
Can I respond to it? Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's the actual physics professors that is actually spreading this notion of consciousness affecting particles and stuff. I think it is like authors, like new agey types, people that aren't even doing the experiment themselves, making a commentary on it. Because I agree as well with I think it was Jay, what he said, and I mean not one of any. I met quite a few physics professors, and not one of them said it had anything to do with consciousness. But I have met someone, like a guy who never studied quantum mechanics at a university. All he did was go on YouTube and study it, and he wrote a book on quantum mechanics, and his book is basically espousing that belief. Now, just because this guy that I know writes that book and espousing a false belief, I think he's doing it for his personal profit, but that doesn't mean that that's the actual
professor's position. That's just some charlatan's position, basically.
Yeah, it's just interesting because what we're kind of getting at here with the pseudoscience of things is what we're trying to call that out, and I think that's the reason SE was trying to attack what you were saying, because it sounds like pseudoscience when we're talking about things being one way and another at the same time, which you have to understand. It's obviously double talk because, again, yeah, it's baked into the whole understanding of it, because unpredictability and probabilities and all that, there's no way to know. But at the same time, you're saying that knowing that there's no way to know is proving something. So it's double talk no matter what, right? But the more interesting part about it is that we're being fed pseudoscience in a lot of different areas, and for whatever reasons, with the globe model, with Newtonian versus Einsteinian, and I'm not a big fan of any kind of simulation theory, but it seems like if there's a direct contradiction between Newtonian physics and quantum physics, that if there's a way of explaining this on a plane with like a video game type setup where probabilities are probabilities, because the realm has a lot of mysteries to it, rather than trying to make gravity this thing that's bending space-time, and it all works with the globe still, even though it really directly contradicts it. Maybe, Jay, I don't know, you kind of back the globe. Maybe your interpretation of this realm as a stationary plane would go better with the quantum physics, don't you think?
I would say new perspective. The quantum theory does not, I guess, preclude a flat stationary plane. So
it doesn't preclude globe either.
Yes, so it works in both cases. So yeah, you could have a flat stationary plane that has a quantum mechanical, I guess, explanation how its subatomic particles interact with each other. Yeah, you're right.
I was going to say before, like, I was just going to say, I was trying to say earlier, right, when you guys were trying to describe the superposition thing, like, it's an issue with words. It's hard to describe it with words because, as I said before, what these quantum states really are, what the superposition state really is a vector in an abstract complex vector space. It's a complex valued function, and it has a certain amount of probability of being, say we're talking about spin states, being spin state up, and a certain probability of being spin state down. Now, when you take a measurement, you're using a basis, and that basis determines the spin state that you measure based off the probabilities, right? So that's what it is. So trying to describe it with words as being either both states or part a state, part another state, or not any states, it's not really something you can describe with words like that, because that's not what it is.
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Yeah, I used to really get into this idea. I was a big Stephen Hawking fan, and the grand unified theory is the main thing that science has talked about, because of these difference between the unpredictability factor and the idea of Newtonian physics, where you things are real in a very particular way, where you know what a thing is and know what it does, and you can always say exactly what it does. And that's the whole difference between this, and that maybe this is leading us towards giving up the whole idea of Newtonian physics and the grand scheme of things, with knowing that the planets are moving exactly the way they are because of this or that reason, when maybe there's this is leading us towards, not that I hope necessarily, but there's a direct contradiction between quantum physics and Newtonian physics, and maybe that's a doorway towards giving up the idea that we know exactly what's going on with the universe.
But it's not a contradiction. Newtonian mechanics is just a limit of quantum mechanics. It's a simplified version of the quantum mechanic math that falls out in simple situations.
Well, it's a direct mathematical contradiction.
What did that
right?
mean exactly?
Wait, I would say the best
the math doesn't work both ways, right?
Unbelievable.
To explain it. I'm about to explain it. So let me.
It's like the Newtonian mechanics basically what the fuck is that? The Newtonian mechanics approximates the general relativity or the quantum mechanics. The Newtonian mechanics is just an approximation. It's the best they could do. According to the mainstream science model, it's the best they could do in the past. Now they have something better and more accurate.
So Newtonian mechanics, Einstein's equations, right? I did a derivation of this. I could post the PDF if you want, but Einstein's equations simplify to Newton's when two conditions are met. When you're dealing with objects that are made of matter, so the elementary particles, the fermions, electrons, and the composite particles, protons, neutrons, so normal matter objects, and when there's very limited to no curvature in space-time. Newton's equations come out of Einstein's when those two conditions are met. It's called the weak field limit.
Oh, so just the curvature of space-time, then. That's it, right? Everything else is bang on.
It's when you have a very small curvature of space-time or no curvature of space-time, and you're dealing with regular matter objects.
And I can't help but laugh. So what you just said now, you think that made some sort of sense, right?
It made absolute sense to me.
I could post you how to do it, dude.
There's no point. It's just disingenuous. If he thinks he's right, and there's no way we can be right before coming
if I think I'm right,
there's no point. There's no point.
If you don't see the arrogance and you guys.
If you know you're right,
you don't realize the arrogance and how you make people like me upset. The fabric of space-time. Just continue talking as if nothing happened.
Arrogant at all. It's just a fact, man. When you're working with Einstein's equations and these two assumptions or conditions are met, that you have very limited to no curvature of space-time, you're working with normal matter objects, Newton's equations come out from Einstein's.
Truly unbelievable that you repeated that. You repeated that sentence and you think you're intellectual. You think you made sense. It's
just
amazing.
Insulting. You have no rebuttal.
Rebuttal to the curvature of just slight curvature of space-time and two assumptions. You think that you deserve a rebuttal to that? Instead of
well, you can insult me. I mean, the truth hurts, man. I get it.
Bro, you said the fabric of space-time and you added two assumptions.
Yeah, you said it yourself.
You made sense?
Hold on. I think that this is the problem. See, I think you pointed it out yourself, Jay. It doesn't make perfect sense because you said it yourself. You can't really describe it. Once you try to put it into words, like the concept of space-time, it becomes ununderstandable because it's a concept. And you agree that the vectors are probabilities.
That was for superposition on a mechanics.
Okay, but in the same
General
way,
relativity
isn't space-time kind of a concept in the same way that if you try to make it literal, it doesn't really work?
It's a coordinate system that contains all the quantum field.
Okay, so there's no relation
field, yeah. You got it, perspective? It just contains the quantum field.
Right. It's conceptual. You have to agree, right? Space-time is conceptual.
Fantasy.
Yeah, it's a mathematical concept that describes observation.
There you go. Then we're in agreement. It's a mathematical concept. It's not reality necessarily. It's a way of describing reality with a mathematical concept.
It's the most accurate way of describing.
Well, in those terms, under those terms it is, but it's not necessarily reality. It's just a mathematical way of describing it that supports a paradigm,
That's more accurate than any other explanation that has ever been given.
It's right. It's like saying,
more accurate than Newtonian.
More accurate than any explanation that's ever been given. That's what he said. Sure. Most accurate explanation of
fine if you want to, but trying to avoid that there's not a direct contradiction between mass attracting mass and the bending of space time is what we're trying to get over here.
One derives the other. Jace told you that.
It
doesn't contradict one. The mass attracting mass is occurring. Newton was right about his observation. He was wrong about a couple of things about it, but when he saw mass attracting mass and due to its the mass and the distance between them, he was right. And just like Jay said, that you can derive that equation from Einstein's more correct equation.
No, I think that's the way of. I think what, as he's trying to point out, and it may be true, and I'm not saying I know this, but it seems like a way of trying to keep both without and avoid the contradiction, so that we can keep the whole Newtonian idea of the universe and still think about it as mass attracting, or think about it as space-time being bent, and this mathematical concept, right?
Einstein's equations become Newton's equations in the weak field limit. They just naturally become Newton's equations when you work.
They become.
But it's totally a different concept. It's totally different. Space-time bending is not the same as mass attracting mass.
But it gives you that result.
It's like a conversion. It's like
okay, if it gives you that result, then it's not mass attracting mass, right?
No, that happens in Einstein's equation. You'll get that same observation from Einstein's equations. They're not
but literally, it's mass doesn't attract mass. That's what Einstein's
it doesn't call it to its house and dress in a skirt. You're right. It doesn't do any of that kind of stuff.
It's not mass attracting mass any longer.
Kind of like when I put cocoa in the milk, it becomes chocolate milk. Kind of like that.
A lot like the equation that
it just says that mass bends space-time. So an object coming close to a massive object, its path will be bent towards the massive object because the massive object is bending space-time.
But you don't see the contradictions in the two theories. Like, seriously, you don't see one is instantaneous and one is relative. Even the most basic fundamental principles, you don't see that, man.
These are just word games. You're just trying to say that, Newton said mass attracts Einstein says it's the bending of space-time. Contradiction. It's just word games.
It's not true contradiction,
it's word games on both sides, though, Jay. You have to agree that the common understanding of mass attracting mass in the layman's way of interpreting it is the same way that we were always thinking of it, as that this magical force of gravity is pulling one object towards another rather than it being bent with space-time, right? You understand that?
I think you'd be far-fetched to find a physicist or a chemist who thinks Newton's idea that there's an invisible force over space causing objects to attract, that they would think that that's correct. I think everybody in science knows that that's not correct.
Good. So we're over it. Mass does not attract mass in the way that we thought with Newtonian physics. That's done. It's over.
What would you call when one object bends space-time and another object takes a path towards it? What would you call that? What is it doing?
Call it Einsteinian gravity then. Don't call it Newtonian being born from it.
No, I wouldn't call it that. I'd call it direction shift. Direction change. That's what I would call it.
Yeah, well, in a literal sense, direction change. The assumption why it's doing that with this concept, this mathematical concept of bending space-time, seems like they only have to keep that because there's this idea of it not working on a micro scale, even though we want to keep the idea that on a macro scale it still does that, and it's all the same thing. That's where I think that we're trying to point out the pseudoscience of keeping both, when there could be another explanation for it completely, like relative density and all these other things that we're talking about with the stationary plane.
Yeah.
It's kept because it gives the best and most precise description and measurements of the observations. We can everything down from chemistry, where orbitals, atomic orbitals and molecular orbitals can swap in heavier atoms due to relativistic effects, all the way up to the cosmos scale. It gives the most accurate and precise description and predictions of our observation.
But it's not precise. It's not precise if you're saying that it's not mass attracting mass the way that Newtonian physics proposed. And you're saying Newtonian physics is born out of Einsteinian, or somehow it still is the same exact thing, mass attracting mass. But no, you're not saying that. You're saying that it's bending of space-time that does it, and mass doesn't attract mass in the way that we're led to think, right?
Again, this is just word games. I mean, what is it then? What would you call it?
Games. It's about the actual description of what you're saying.
A larger mass
sounds like
bends
you're playing word
space-time
games if
so
you're
that a
saying
smaller mass takes a path towards it. What is that called?
Well, that what you just said is not the same thing as Newtonian physics saying that mass attracts mass.
You understand that Newton didn't give it a mechanism.
We know that, man. That's nothing
Okay, good.
new
I
to the
know it's
scientific
nothing new.
community.
I know it's nothing new, but when you describe it as Newtonian, and this is the way it gets argued about in these discussions, as Newtonian is still completely valid, even though, you know, we're saying it's the bending of space-time and it's not mass attracting mass any longer. It's still Newtonian physics. And that's what I think the clarification on your side needs to be made, even if it works the same.
Can I attempt to clarify?
Yeah.
So on the I guess Glober side of the debate, they basically have general relativity is supposed to be their way of describing it. And basically, if you apply general relativity in a circumstance where the gravity is little and the speeds are small, the equations you get from general relativity are the same exact equations as in Newtonian physics. Now, when you go into a situation where the gravity is higher and the speeds are larger, these equations do not any longer spit out the Newtonian equations, basically. And so the Newtonian equations are, in the globe model, true only under a certain specific set of circumstances. And so it is true under those circumstances, and when not under those circumstances, it is not true in the globe model. I'm done.
He's absolutely correct, but a big distinction needs to be made here. I've heard this a few times. The mass attracting mass thing is not like specific to Newtonian mechanics. That wasn't Newton's idea. Newton's idea that Einstein disproved was this notion of an invisible force acting instantaneously over space. The description of mass attracting mass is just a description of the observation that you make, that two masses are coming closer together. It's just how people describe the observation. The idea that was disproven is the instantaneous force acting over space, is what Einstein disproved of Newton's. He showed that that's not the real mechanism, but Newton's equations still come out Einstein's when those two conditions are met.
So I posted a sort of I guess you could say an analogy for an equation with simple variables. I think you guys all know Newton's universal equation for gravitation. But it'd be just like if Newton's equation was A equals B times C, as I have at the bottom. That's Newton's simpler equation, right? And you can see that it would be the same as the equation above, which is slightly more complicated, if any of those variables D, E, or F were zero. So, for instance, if if certain variables in Einstein's equation are zero, it could reduce to the same equation. So the equations, they're identical in only certain parameters. Namely, slow enough speeds, or not near big enough masses, that kind of thing. So you don't have the curvature. A big curvature variable.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify because they seem like really statement mass attracting mass when that's just a description of what's happening that people have described the event as. The actual thing that Newton claimed was that there was an instantaneous force acting at a distance over space, and that mechanism is what he said was how gravity was the mechanism for gravity, and Einstein showed that that's not the mechanism.
And you said that if somebody asks, like, oh, well, what if somebody else comes out with a new thing? Both these guys could be wrong. And the thing that makes Einstein's thing profound is that, as we both just said, it doesn't throw away Newton's idea. Newton's idea, it was flawed in known areas like the orbit of Mercury, and so as long as Einstein's idea included, it encompassed the all the parts that Newton's idea got correct, like his equation got correct in a whole bunch in a the arena that we live in. If Newton's could include that, I mean Einstein's could include that, then it would be able to be more correct. But if it didn't include it, then it would it would have holes in it probably worse than Einstein. So the next idea, if there's a better one or a different one, it would have to include both Einstein's and Newton's. Maybe not their exact ideas of how it worked, but their equations on how it worked would have to still be correct because they're
it would have to show that Einstein and Newton's equations were all special cases of this new, more general theory, and that's how all science works. If you're going to make a new theory, you have to make sure it describes all already known observations. You can't just make up a theory to describe one observation and leave out everything else and say, "Oh, I debunked this other theory that describes a whole bunch of other things." Your theory has to also describe those things that are already described, plus new things.
No, it doesn't. Why?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Works. Because you can't just leave out observations that are already known and experiments that are already known.
What are you talking about? So if you get something wrong, you're saying you can't just let it go. You have to incorporate it in your new hypothesis, which
not even close. I said, if you're going to make a new theory in science, that theory must include the description of everything else that's already known, that's already described, plus new things that aren't described by science yet.
Why does it have to already describe what's already been described? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It already has been described. Why does your theory have to...
it can't be in conflict with what's already known to be true. You can't say your theory when there's things that can show that it's false. It has to also show that the things we know are true are also true under this theory as well. Plus, these new things that we didn't know before are true under this theory.
How about if I'm trying to disprove your theory?
That's
Do I also have to show that it's true?
No, that's falsification.
Doesn't make any sense.
Because that's not making a theory. That's just falsifying something.
I don't have to
by your own logic, you said you had to incorporate the past theory in your new theory. I mean, I don't. Maybe I'm not understanding.
No, you don't incorporate the past theory. You incorporate the truth.
Yes, so exactly.
You can show that your theory is more accurate than a last theory, but that's still incorporating the last theory.
No, how about if I want to disprove the theory? I don't want to incorporate it. I don't want to show it. I want to disprove it, show that it is wrong.
That's a different topic in science. So that's falsification. That's just saying there's this theory that's proposed to describe something, and I have data that shows that that's true. You don't have to provide another model at that point. You only have to provide the data that shows that that theory isn't true. Then if someone wants to make a new model, if someone wants to make a new model or a new theory, they have to incorporate your data into their new theory.
No, that's where I disagree with you. Why?
Because you showed that to be true, and science is trying to find out what's true, so you have to incorporate what's known to be true.
Just like the now falsified model was true?
No, it's falsified. You don't have to incorporate
that. At the time, it was a theory, and you had shown it to be true. Just like you're saying that SC's new theory is shown to be true. That's not the case. There's a difference between a theory and truth.
If you provide data that shows something isn't true, then it's not true. But up until that point, it's the truth as far as we know it.
Oh, so it's like innocent until proven guilty, truth until falsified?
Well, this stuff's really done in confidence intervals, right? I'm simplifying. But up to a certain confidence, it's known to be true. It's not the absolute truth, as Chronic touched on earlier. No scientist talks in absolutes, but
So you can't prove.
You know what this is reminding me of? It's reminding me of that Hugh guy when he said settled versus unsettled science.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It seems like it's all unsettled.
It's a simple
It's all
concept.
unsettled, yeah.
Like water
It's a
boiling,
simple
that's
concept.
true.
Your
But the rest
theory
of it
has to be
not
able
really
to
true.
incorporate. Your theory has to be able to incorporate and explain known data. Now, if new data comes along that shows that your theory's incorrect, then it's falsified at that point.
Well, because it's just an idea. I don't have to regard your idea. It's just you believe it's true, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Jace, what if the
no one
data's
cares
wrong?
what you believe.
Exactly. So it's a concept, an idea. You believe it's true, but it doesn't mean anything.
No
I
one
don't have to
cares
disprove
what you
your
believe.
idea.
That's called epistemology.
Yeah, I don't
That's
have
how
to
you
believe.
come
I don't
to
have.
believe.
Yeah, I don't have to
Data
care
is
about your
data.
idea. What data?
The data that would go along with the theories, dude.
Based on an assumption that has no validation.
Go ahead, show me that.
Yeah, like you're basically saying, Elbow, that you don't have to debunk something that was never proven in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we can all agree on that one.
Kind of a little predicament there,
I
huh?
don't. If you want to be
Yeah,
taken
JS, you wouldn't agree
seriously,
with the word
your
proven,
theory
right?
has to incorporate known data. It's just simple as that. You can't just make up your own bullshit. Like that's not how it works.
That's what we're trying to tell you here.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You seem to be against that idea that you can just make up. Doesn't have to be consistent with anything else that we know. You can just make up whatever you want and say that it's true. That's not how it works.
The irony.
That is correct. The irony.
The blinking lights don't match the blinking lights over there. We need another blinking light theory to make them all the blinking lights work at once. Where's the fence that stops dark matter entering a solar system? Is there like a fence around a solar system that stops the dark matter getting in?
Here we go.
There is dark matter in the solar system.
Au contraire, my dear J.A.'s contraire. Like a galaxy can have dark matter, but a solar system does not.
Says who?
Says whatever that website is that I just posted. So you just thought I pulled that out of somewhere, didn't you?
How can a solar system, which is contained, a galaxy is consistent of many solar systems. So if the galaxy has dark matter, then the solar systems have dark matter. It doesn't make any sense.
His point exactly.
No, that's a failure in logic. That's a failure in logic.
I've never heard any
You can have
scientist
galaxies
say
with
that.
solar systems, but outside of the solar systems, within the galaxies, there's like black holes or dark matter.
Let's be real. You never heard of scientists.
I'm a biochemist, dude.
I knew they would throw a spanner in the works, that one.
I think that was a New Zealand scientist that said that one. Bandy.
Yeah, maybe. But obviously smarter people than me think these things, Jay.
Well, all this mocking isn't going to get you anywhere. So, just knock it off, right?
Well, I'm not the one that came up with it.
Right, you guys have been sitting here for 7, 8, 9, 10 years mocking the globe, and you have nothing to show. So, what is the point?
What do you want us to show you?
Anything.
Like
anything that accurately describes reality.
You want a story?
No, data, evidence, measurements, experiments.
It measures flat, dude.
So you're saying, JS, that you're on a quest to figure out the truth because it's not there yet. That's what you're saying. So you're looking for more evidence and stuff.
Yes, we're always looking for the truth to the best of our measurements and data.
Yeah. So you're not satisfied that the Earth is a globe, basically, you're saying?
No, I wouldn't say that. I have no ties to the globe being flat. There's no emotional ties to it. If someone can show sufficiently that it's flat, then it's flat. As for my opinion on it, I don't think that has been shown sufficiently. I think it's just a lot of games, a lot of mocking, as we just said, and things like that.
Jay, let me ask you, can you hear me? Can you hear me right now, Jay? I'm driving, so it might be a little noisy. But I just want to ask you, would you be all that surprised if you found out the reason that you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning? Would that be like amazing to find out?
No. Why would that be amazing?
Yeah, it would make sense. Yeah, it would make perfect sense, right?
Well, we got to think about it a little more. How do we sense motion?
Well, regardless of any of that, right?
We can't just take
if you
it
found out
like
the reason that you never feel any motion, right? Let's just say you found out, regardless of what you've learned, and you think that whether you would feel it or not feel it. If you found out that the simple matter of fact answer to the reason you don't feel like you're spinning at all in any way is because you aren't at all in any way. It sounds like a funny thing, right? Like, why would that be so surprising?
I have no emotional ties to the Earth spinning, but as I just demonstrated there, we got to go past face value, man. You got to give me evidence, data, measurements, experiments, sufficient reason to believe that all these other people are lying and all these other measurements, data, and experiments are all wrong. Right? We got to go past face value.
We could start with, let's just say we start with the assumption like we don't know any of those other theories, right? We go with, okay, the reason we don't feel motion, the reason that we don't feel like we're spinning is because we're not. Okay, we're starting there because we all could assume that just from our basic assumption of reality. Now, let's see if these theories, these other theories are good enough to replace that, right? Let's see if these other theories that we actually are moving actually check out. And everyone that's saying that it doesn't check out are doing so because they've looked into it and it doesn't check out. Maybe you think it does, but it's not good enough for us.
I disagree. That's not science. You don't just disregard everything, all the measurement data that's already been out there. You have to falsify those things. Then you can build your own idea.
It is science. I'll tell you why. What he's talking about basically is the null hypothesis. The default is what has the most evidence. So from whether the Earth is moving to whether the stars and everything else is moving, we have direct empirical evidence that it feels motionless. So there's more reason to have that as the null hypothesis, and the alternate hypothesis is that contrary to our observations and our experiences, it's actually moving. That's the alternate hypothesis that needs to be proven, which it never has been.
Your hypotheses need to be based on the experimental design. They're not just broad statements that the Earth is spinning or the Earth isn't spinning.
Can you give us an experiment
to test them to see what's truer? But
can you give us an experiment?
It's based on whatever evidence you have, and we have empirical evidence.
Yeah, can you give us an experiment that they actually tested for the spin of the Earth, or that we're moving somehow?
Well, let's go beyond face value, right? How do we sense motion?
Vestibular system?
Right. So do you think it's just any value that we can sense, or is there a threshold value to that?
the question is, I mean, your reticular system is any value. If you have any kind of movement, it detects it. Now, that's not my question. Let's go to, you said you want the science, you want the data. Where's the science for the experiment of the motion of the Earth?
What you just said is incorrect. There's a threshold value to our vestibular system. But
Jace, even if there is a threshold, it's just like an implication that you're making. You're trying to infer that because there's a threshold, you're automatically assuming, it's like affirming the consequent. You're automatically assuming that the Earth is now moving at this, below this threshold. When it could just be that it's not moving at all, and the other things are moving. You're coming in with a bias, and you don't even realize it. You're saying I'm
just going one step deeper
to the moving Earth, but it seems like you are.
I went one step deeper than this face value that
you
wanted
didn't.
to first go on.
You completely got it from a different direction.
Right, we have a vestibular system. It has a threshold value for what we can feel. So now that leaves two possibilities on the table. The Earth can be rotating at a value that our vestibular system cannot detect, which makes sense to me, because if we were able to detect that, that would be a miserable existence, feeling like you're rotating all the time. Why? That doesn't make any sense.
Now you're just begging the question.
Believe in God or
you're just
believe
assuming
in evolution. Now. Stop interrupting me. I'm just saying that to me, that makes no sense. Most people would agree with that. On the other hand, you can also say that the Earth just isn't spinning, right? We'd have to go another layer deeper now because there's two possibilities on the table.
You're right. There are two possibilities, but they're not weighted equally. Because the huge majority of situations, we feel movement. So you're like pleading to the very to the exceptional case and saying that this is now, it's just as likely as the Earth not moving as we feel. That's another alternate hypothesis that you're making.
No, there's just two.
Yeah, you're making a positive claim that it's
possibilities on the table, man.
I'm with you, but you're making an alternate hypothesis to the default, which is that we're not feeling it because, just like everything else, we feel most things, but we're not feeling this, so it's probably not moving. And you're saying it's below the threshold of what is moving. It is moving, but it's below the threshold. It's basically like a subsection of the original alternate hypothesis, which is that it's moving and and the sky is stationary. You're basically saying it's moving, but we can't feel it. But
no, so there's two possibilities. It can either be moving, it's just below our threshold value for sensing it, which, like I said, to me and a lot of other people I've asked, makes a lot of sense. You wouldn't want to feel like you're rotating all the time. And then the other possibility is that the Earth just isn't rotating. Those are the two possibilities on the table.
We agree.
We can design an experiment from there.
We agree, but all you're trying to do is you're trying to kind of shift this this role that you have, like, as it being the alternate hypothesis, by saying, oh, because we can't detect some things, it's now basically the default or something like that. That's not the case. It's still the alternate hypothesis. You're still saying it's rotating. So you still have that burden of proof.
So what's your hypothesis? What's your hypothesis?
My hypothesis is just like all observable experiences and all the empiric data that we have, it's not rotating.
That's not a hypothesis. It's a unsubstantiated claim.
That's an axiom, really, right?
No, it's an unsubstantiated claim.
Yeah, you still haven't substantiated your claim.
No, it's substantiated by
because we can't even get this first. This is the second layer deep. We can't even get it straight.
Hold on, you're saying it's spinning and it's substantiated, and he's saying it's not, and you're saying it's not substantiated. Are you kidding me, man?
No, as far as we've gone right now, both are unsubstantiated.
I just told you, mine is substantiated by empiricism, by direct empiric evidence.
No, you're just saying, show me the data then.
What do you have, man, to claim that the Earth is moving? The
you just said all experience and all this shows it will show us.
Yeah, all direct empirical evidence. Like when you kind of assess anyone, ask them, any single person on this world, do you feel like the Earth is spinning? Do you feel the Earth spin. They'll say no. You will agree that you don't feel the Earth spin.
But how does that rule out the other possibility?
So that's the thing,
That's
right?
empirical
So hold on.
evidence. Do you know what empirical evidence is?
That's not empirical evidence.
Hold up.
It's not even. It's
rule
not.
out the possibility.
There's no
it just sets
way
it up
to
as the null
rule out
hypothesis.
the other possibility.
I didn't say it rules it
just
out.
asking
I'm absolutely
if other
in agreement with you.
feel like
that
they're
Don't cut off a percentage. Let him
This is
finish,
like
man.
third
Jay,
grade.
you're not listening, bro. I'm not saying it rules out the possibility. I absolutely agree with you that it is possible that the Earth is moving and that the sky is motionless. But you have to show it, because that goes against the empirical evidence that we have. It's the alternate hypothesis to the null hypothesis. You have to show by some sort of scientific evidence that what we hold empirically is false. It's just an illusion.
I haven't made any claims yet. You're making the claim, so
No,
you
that's the globe claim, actually.
The burden. You have the burden by just asking
My
people
burden is
if they
substantiated by the
feel.
empirical evidence that we have.
By just asking people if they feel like they're moving, that's like laughable to me, dude.
Why? What if the claim is we don't feel motion?
Because there's two possibilities on the table,
Yes,
and
I
that
know.
doesn't rule out the other. Because I can just say they don't feel it because it's below the threshold value that we can feel. And now we're both back on equal
No, because
footing.
that's a positive claim, which you haven't substantiated.
You
and
made
guys, didn't I
one
just say
too.
like a minute ago, guys, that I'm not ruling out his possibility, that he just needs evidence?
Yep.
You said that your evidence that the Earth isn't rotating is that you asked people if they felt like they were moving. So in the constraints of that, I would just say, well, that's because it's not because your claim that the Earth isn't moving that you haven't substantiated. It's because of my claim that the movement is below the threshold value that we can feel. Now, I haven't substantiated that either, but you haven't substantiated your claim that it's just the Earth isn't moving. So we're
Listen,
both still on equal footing.
No, my claim is that we don't feel motion. And I didn't say that I needed to ask people to get evidence or whatever. I don't need to do that. But if I were to ask someone, anyone, including you, you would agree that you don't feel the motion. So empirically, that's evidence. That is empirical evidence that there is no motion just because we don't feel it.
No,
now
it's
possible
not.
it's possible that we do feel it and this is an illusion. It's possible that our senses are deceiving us, but it is empirical evidence to that end. Until such scientific evidence that counters that is presented, it's empirical evidence that it's not moving, because that's how empiricism works. We use our senses and we come to
what
conclusions.
people feel is not empiricism. Good
Yes, it is. Are you kidding me?
It's an axiom, man. It's an axiom.
What people feel with their five senses is literally what empiricism is.
I don't know how many times I have to go through it. What if it could just be that instead of your positive claim that the Earth isn't rotating based on you asking people if they feel motion,
I don't need to ask
that
people again.
the Earth is just rotating at a pace that we can't feel with our vestibular system.
That's the claim, though.
He also has
Jay
a
Ace,
claim.
again,
Are you
for the
guys, like, blind?
10th time. That's possible. But that is a positive claim that you're making that you need to
Those yours.
substantiate. It goes
No,
against
no, it's
the
not.
empirical evidence that we have.
It is an axiom. It's self-evidence that we're not.
No, this
we're not
is
rotating.
science, bro. Nothing is self-evident.
Where's the
Jesus.
science that you've provided?
So we're not trying to do science here. Then what are we doing for science?
Well, you haven't been doing science. I'm telling you that the null
We
hypothesis
haven't
is
made it that
substantiated
far.
by empirical evidence. You're claiming that it's possible that it's not like moving at a rate that we can detect, but still moving. I agree with you. It is possible. You haven't presented any evidence to substantiate that, though.
Hold on, he
If you
just
point
said
to-
something.
If you can point to a
Percentage.
bunch of things,
Percentage.
I'm almost done, boys. If you can point to a bunch of things in real life that that are underneath our threshold for movement and substantiate that they are actually moving, then you would have more of a basis to set this up as the null hypothesis. But so far, you haven't presented a single thing that says that we can't feel the motion unless it's like this purpose built kind of apparatus to spin at your presupposed value so as to show that it's possible for your own claim. which is basically like, it's putting the cart before the horse, because basically you have to have, you're setting up an experiment or observation to show that your possibility is possible, but we already agree it's possible, so it's useless.
A percentage, and he already said it. He admitted they haven't made it that far, so therefore it's just a belief.
Yeah,
that they're,
we can't agree on
so
the
it's
simple epistemological basics.
So
Like,
therefore it's
agree
just
on
so
first
therefore it's just a
and go
belief that it's
deeper.
spinning without you be able to prove it, right?
No, who said that?
You say we haven't made it
Where
that
do you
far to
guys
test
get
it.
this stuff? Like, provide the data, man. Willing
I mean,
to see
you're
it.
this is a claim, though. Your claim is that it's moving. It is self-evident that it's not. Now
There is no such thing as self-evident. That's pseudoscience. Yes, no, there isn't. Kosha, you want to take this one, man? It's like beating your head against the wall. We can't agree on simple things of how you come to knowledge. How that. Right?
So the thing is, naturally, we don't feel that it's moving. Now, you're saying that it is, so therefore you have to show how is it moving. Is that so hard?
I'm done, man. I've been going at it for like
hard, man.
I'm tired of this. So
I just don't understand. I mean, like he's saying, well, you're the one making it. No, that's what we feel. You're saying something to the contrary, that what we feeling is not what we're feeling, because somehow like, I got slapped and I can't feel that I'm slapped. That's what you're saying.
There's two possibilities, as we discussed.
Right. I can't feel that somebody slapped me.
Rule out those possibilities. But first we have to agree on certain things. We can't do that. So there's no discussion to be had.
Yeah, you can't get it, right? You just want to back up.
I don't know why, like, you're trying to beat around the bush. You know that the possibility, the explanation that has more evidence is not the exact same as the one that doesn't have evidence. The one that has more evidence is the default. It's tested against. It's the null hypothesis. And we have more evidence in the way of empiricism.
This is all pseudoscience.
It's not.
There is no default, dude. There's no default.
Really? You've never heard of a null hypothesis?
We're not there yet, man.
We literally are.
We can't agree on simple things. You demonstrated you didn't even know what a hypothesis is.
What?
Before. Your proposed hypothesis before was ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know.
So again, like, we're hypothesizing. We're at the stage right now where we're hypothesizing, right? We haven't gone to proving the alternate hypothesis or testing it or anything like that. And in terms of our hypotheses, mine has more evidence because it's backed up by the empiric evidence of every single person that's ever lived and is currently living. Unless they're delusional or some kind of their vestibulocochlear system is bust for whatever reason, discombobulated, who knows. But the point is, all these people will agree that they don't feel motion, okay? And you can't point to regular day-to-day examples of where something is actually moving and it's below our threshold for feeling it. So the burden of proof is on the alternative hypothesis, which goes against it's antithetical to all that empirical evidence. Which sets up that one as the default.
What you said was people will say they don't feel motion. That's all
Absolutely.
we can agree on. Any conclusions drawn further than that are just assumptions that need to be substantiated. There's two of those. The Earth can just not be moving, or it can be moving and the value is below the threshold of what
I think I found the disagreement, or the issue where I'm losing you. You think that when people say we don't feel motion, that is not empirical evidence.
Yeah, where's the data? What did you measure? Where's your experiment?
Okay, so you realize that it doesn't need to be in like measured in numbers. It doesn't be quantitative for it to be evidence, right? It could be qualitative.
So for general relativity, you demand people bend space-time, but for this, you're fine with just questioning some people on the street.
Yeah, let's not divert
Your
to a different
logic
topic.
is ridiculous.
Hold up. Let's not divert to a different topic, okay? We're just going with
I was just
evidence
making it look
is,
silly.
what empirical evidence is, okay? So if someone was to tell me that they saw something, that's empirical evidence, right? Well, if they're just telling me, it would be probably, anecdotal evidence. But the point is, if someone saw something, that's empirical evidence that they have now on board, right? They used their sense of sight and they observed something. That's empirical. If they were to touch something, that's empirical. If they were to hear something, that's empirical evidence. If they were to smell something, that's empirical evidence. And if they were to feel something with their proprioception or their vestibular system, that's empirical evidence. Do you agree?
Sure.
Okay, so we're feeling nothing. We have
and that
empirical
leaves
evidence.
Possibility. You have to
We have
rule
empirical
one out
evidence
to come to a conclusion.
Go ahead, man.
It leaves two possibilities, man. There's
We
no
agree on the
around
the two possibilities, but it's what
There's
is weighted
no getting
more.
around it.
What is the
If you
default?
want
What
to
is
do
tested against?
proper science, you have to rule out one of the two possibilities.
Exactly, yes. And the one that you test against is the one that you have more evidence for. The one that like we agree, the position where both parties, both groups are in agreement. We agree that we don't feel the motion. Whether or not it's actually moving, we'll find out, hopefully. But we agree that we don't feel it. And that not feeling it, that is empirical evidence that sets the fact that it's not moving as the default.
It's empirical evidence that we don't feel motion. That's what it's empirical evidence, which leaves two possibilities.
Oh, Lord.
Again,
okay, I'm done. I tried.
You're making massive leaps by trying to say because people don't feel motion that you can just rule out this other possibility. That's not how it
he didn't
works.
say rule it out. He didn't say rule it out.
If I had a frequency that was on, right? And we couldn't hear it, even though we hear most other frequencies. It's only like, under like, I don't know if it's 20 decibels or something like that. Whatever dog can hear that we can't. But if I had this frequency that was on and we couldn't hear it, then we would have no empirical evidence for it being on as humans, right?
Yes.
Most frequencies we
Anyways,
hear. Most
I'm just
frequencies
going to
we
move
hear.
it forward because this is ridiculous. All right, so
no,
next
hold up. Let me
we
just
would both
flesh out this analogy. Maybe you'll agree. With
What? We
Go
would
ahead,
both,
man.
dude, you're hot micing.
God rocking you.
So, right, we both form a hypothesis based on which of the possibilities we thought were to be true. Right? That'd be the next step. So you would form yours based on the Earth not moving. I would form mine based on it is rotating. Go from there.
Yeah, from there you have to prove yours.
No, you have to prove yours too.
No, you don't have to prove the
Of
null
course you
hypothesis.
do. All right, man.
That's the one you test.
Sorry, you don't understand how
I just
reality
posted something from conceptually.org. It says that empirical evidence is the evidence that we directly observe and get from our senses.
Yeah, I don't deny that it's empirical evidence. I deny the leap of logic that you're making.
So the thing is that we're saying, well, it feels like we're not moving, meaning our senses tells us it's not moving. Now, you have an idea saying, well, I think it's moving, so therefore you have to prove that it's moving. You're the one making the claim.
Have to prove that it's not moving. We both have to prove our ideas for one of them to be true. One of us has to show that our idea has more evidence and data behind it than the other.
I mean, well, we have evidence. It's empirical evidence, actually, that our senses tell us that we're not moving. Now,
you have just a bunch of people saying they don't sense motion. I agree.
Right,
Human beings don't sense the
you're
Earth
interrupting
rotating.
me. You're interrupting me. So
you were interrupting me, man.
I did?
Yeah.
You did.
Jesus.
Yeah, so
when I said now, that means that
now you're interrupting.
You just interrupted him again.
Yeah, I did right now. Just I did because you're saying I interrupted him when I was saying now. I was gonna finish my point, and then he interrupted me. So how was that?
It's already interrupted him.
Elbow, finish your point, and then JS can respond.
Your empirical evidence
Or
is
JS
that
finish.
humans don't feel rotation. So the conclusion you can draw from that's where you want to stop at that artificial layer deep. You can say that it's empirically evident that humans don't feel rotation. And I would say, yes, I agree with that. Now, that has no bearing on if the Earth is actually rotating or not. It just means we don't feel it rotating.
Great. So let's get to the science part. Observe phenomena that the Earth is moving. Which is it?
I'm done, man.
Oh, so you don't want to get to the observation? Okay, well, I agree with you. Fine. We the people feel that we're not moving. Now, let's get to the science part. Before you formulate a hypothesis, before you formulate a hypothesis, you have to have an observed phenomena. What is your observed phenomena?
What's yours?
I'm not the one with the claim. I have the good axiom that says, I have an axiom that said that we don't feel like we're moving. Now, you're the ones making the claim that we are moving. So, let's start with that.
You're making the claim we're not moving.
I'm not making a claim. That's just an axiom. It is self-evident that we're not moving.
I don't know how you guys don't.
How is that not a claim? How is that a claim? It is self-evident that it's not moving. Unless we were told that we're moving. Unless we were told. Hold on. Oh my gosh, bro. Unless we were told that we were. Okay, you know what?
Yeah, Elbow, he's running away.
Jace is our champ, man. I was going to say, Mr. Elbow, I think Jason's got a point. When you start to ask about what the observation is, you realize that the observation actually doesn't give either of us an edge, because what happens is we both found ourselves on Earth, and we both found ourselves in the grass, and then we both looked up at the sky at night, and we both noticed that the sky was moving.
Okay.
At that point, we both don't have a conclusion yet, because there's two conclusions, and the sky could be moving and we could be stationary, or the sky could be stationary, we could be moving, or some combination of both. But we'll stick with those two. And, if you're going to say that one of those is automatically a default and the other one's going to be ruled out without, before they're tested or whatever, then you do have to substantiate that.
No.
You screwed up there at the end.
Yeah, otherwise you have to figure out which one it is.
You screwed up at the end by combining the two. You could say one is the default, but you don't have to necessarily say the other one is excluded. No, the possibility still exists. You haven't ruled it out as a possibility, but one is definitely the default on account of the empirical evidence that you have. You're seeing the stars moving. You're literally you're seeing them moving. You don't feel the motion of the Earth. So therefore, all of that empirical evidence is making that the default that you have to test against.
It's only evidence if you haven't enough experience to realize that that's not that's not, because you see something else moving doesn't mean that thing is moving. Like,
it's empirical evidence that it is.
Well, it's not. It's because if you had enough experience to do at this point in this hypothetical, you'd realize that it's not always the case that the thing.
Yeah, there are optical illusions that exist.
You see the thing moving.
But the default is not that it's an optical illusion. The default is that you're seeing it moving because it's moving, just like you see other things that are moving. You see it, if you're in the jungle and you see a lion move, you're seeing it. You're seeing things move. You trust your senses. If you didn't trust your senses, you'd be dead. So they're reliable enough. It's niche examples, exceptional cases when it's an optical illusion. So
not if the entire
default
not
is that it actually is moving.
Yeah, not if the entire thing that you're on is a thing that appears stationary, because that's
special
pleading. That's not a special case. That's that's not. It wouldn't be a special case if the other thing was moving and we weren't, or the other way around, because there's no way to tell at that point. So it's not.
Yeah, but what you're doing there is just you're swapping the null hypothesis, the thing that we agree has more evidence, more empirical evidence, with the thing that has zero evidence. You're just presupposing your thing because of your bias. If you were just plopped onto the Earth and you had no idea about the heliocentric model, you wouldn't be saying this.
Neither of those two things
have more
evidence.
What you have direct empirical evidence of.
Neither of those two things has more evidence than the other. There's not.
It does, because one is antithetical to all observation.
That doesn't mean that there's more evidence that the sky is moving. That means that the observation that you have is that the sky is moving, and from what you know, that could also mean that the thing you're on can be moving. And there's
yes, but the observation is that the sky is moving. That's direct empirical evidence. It might be wrong, but it's the best evidence we've got, which gives it an edge, which sets it up as the default. You have to test against that.
But that can't be the default if that's the same case. That would if that would be the same thing that happened if you were in fact on the frame that was moving. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You can't just say
you would when you test it by some way to confirm your alternate hypothesis.
Exactly. You can test it. That's the point. Is you have to test to see which one it is. You can't just choose one as the default.
I don't think you can test it. I think you're still stuck at making a claim without being able to substantiate it. You have to somehow get out of the system into like the inertial reference frame or something like that to see the Earth moving, and you've never once done that. And your Foucault's pendulum doesn't show it because you haven't done it at different latitudes with the same apparatus or the same latitude.
Okay, there should be a simple way to test it to make sure it works. So what's that way?
Same as if you were in any frame, train or car or anything at all, and you were in that same situation, you weren't sure. You saw the outside moving consistently, and you were like, okay, am I moving or are they moving? I don't even know what's going on. In both cases, you would be able to find some clever way of testing that because there is distinctions between both those two things happening. Namely, if you're moving, there's physical things that you can test. And Foucault's
that's a false analogy.
Pendulum and all these other Coriolis effects. These are perfect examples of things that would test to see which one it was.
Okay, the first thing you said, that's false analogy because we can get into a moving object like a train or a car or whatever. We feel the acceleration as it speeds up and all that. These are all things that we have control over and we recognize, we've created. We can't enter or leave the Earth and notice that it's spinning, right? We've never once done that, so it's a false analogy. And secondly, those things that you mentioned where you say that they're basically good evidence, they're not.
Yeah, my analogy didn't include leaving the train, though, so that's why it's not a false analogy. If I would have said you can get off the train and find out the difference, I never said that. What I said was you could live your entire life in that frame, and you could still, there would be clever ways for you to make a distinction and test it. And that's the point, is that there is definitely distinctions between you moving or the outside frame, whatever it is, moving instead of you, and you being stationary. There's distinctions you can make, even if you didn't include the ones that you already discounted, like Foucault's pendulum and Coriolis. There still are other ways of testing it. And so that's all you would have to do is you'd have to make a distinction before you would just claim that one is a default and the other one has to be proven.
Kosho, go back to your original analogy or original scenario where you said, okay, we're both lying in the grass looking up at the stars, and there's two options: either the stars are moving or we're moving, or a combination of both, right? So if we didn't have anything, like say we didn't have any knowledge of any of the other things that we're talking about, at that base assumption, we would be like, okay, well, it could be the stars moving, it could be us moving, but for now we're ruling since we don't feel movement, we're going to assume it's the stars because that would be a logical conclusion at this point. That's what we're talking about with the base axiom.
Yeah,
the logical conclusion that you don't feel motion is that you're not moving. Now, if there's good enough evidence to believe that you are moving, that's another story. But we don't think the evidence is as good as you say.
Yeah, but that's an unsafe assumption.
Well said.
It would only be that would be a safe assumption that you made if you noticed the sky moving irregularly, not at a regular rate constantly. If you noticed that was happening, then you would suspect that you should be able to feel some sort of acceleration or movement or something happening, but you don't feel anything. Then you can make that assumption. But if you notice it's moving steady and you notice that you're not feeling it, that doesn't tell you anything.
It is a safe assumption, actually.
It is. It's a safe assumption because to think that you're moving in several different directions, hurtling through space at several million miles per hour when you add up all the vectors, that doesn't. First of all, literally, it doesn't seem safe. But it's the safe assumption that the reason you don't feel movement is because you're not moving. That's the starting point. You can't get away from it.
If the observation, because the observation wasn't moving around the galaxy, the observation was, like you said, in the grass, whatever, in the field, noticing that the sky is moving at a constant rate. This is what we notice. So that information alone, there would be no reason for you to suspect that, you should be able to feel that. That's not an assumption that you would make.
Right? No. There would be reason to think that you would feel it. It has to be perfect for you not to feel it, right? It has to be just perfect.
No, but the observation tells you that it's moving smoothly. The observation is the sky moves in a regular rate constantly.
Well, that even so, you're talking about several different directions when you add it all up. But the stars moving smoothly is one motion that you're describing. When you accept the heliocentric model, you're talking about several different ones, different directions, and then using the vector math to make it all seem like one smooth motion isn't the same as just looking at the stars and saying, oh, it's one motion.
You skipped a few steps now because we're not even at that point yet. We're still where we don't know what's going on. Where all we know is what we've observed, and that's the sky appears to be moving at a regular rate, and we haven't even come up with a test yet. So there's no multiple vectors even being.
No, the first test.
But
the
you're
first
right,
test is,
Kosho.
do you feel motion?
The observation is that the sky is moving, right? And Occam's razor says, the least amount of assumptions is the best, right? So why are you assuming extra things?
You're not assuming. If there was no question, then you would see the sky moving, and that would be the end of it. You wouldn't even have a question after that. But the fact is, that's not the end of it. You see the sky moving, and you don't have an answer.
I didn't say that's the end of it.
I
the only
know,
reason there's
but
a question is because heliocentrism popped its head.
No, but that's what I'm saying is at the point of that observation, that question should come up. There should be no reason that you just assume one thing's happening and not the other.
Sure, yeah. Consider the less likely things, the things that require more assumptions. Sure, you can consider them, but the evidence the one that's set up as the default should be the one that is checks the boxes of having fulfilled all the criteria with the least amount of assumptions. And the only assumption you need is that it is as you're observing it. Whereas with the other one, you have to assume that one, you're observing it, but it's an optical illusion, and two, in reality, the inverse is happening, that it's stationary and the Earth is moving. It requires more that's not there.
But why is that a safe assumption? And in case of if I change the scenario and said instead, let's imagine there's a river, I don't know, fucking 100,000 miles long, who knows? Anyways, and it has a cruise ship on it, and it goes smoothly down stream, and there's a cruise ship on it, and you were born on this cruise ship, and there's nobody else on the cruise ship, so they're not telling you anything. Anyways, you wake up, and you and the same person who were in the field are now on the deck of the cruise ship, and you're noticing the same thing, that everything around you is moving. And you don't know whether it's you moving or everything else because the ship's moving smoothly. Would it be a safe assumption to assume that the ship was stationary and then everything else was moving?
No, because we know
you wouldn't have enough information yet.
No, we know what ships are. That's a false analogy. We know that ships actually do move, in water and stuff like that. So it doesn't apply here. We don't know what the stars in the sky are. All we see is that they're moving. And again, Occam's razor is that the least amount of assumptions. You don't have to go beyond what's necessary. And it's not necessary to say that the stars are actually stationary and we're actually moving, and it's an optical illusion. Those are unnecessary steps. What's simplest is the best. So you haven't shown the scientific evidence to detract from the simplicity of the empiricism.
In this scenario, the reason why we were born on the ship and the reason why nobody else was there was because it's supposed to be analogous to being born on the Earth, no one having left the Earth supposedly, and having to solve the mystery for ourselves, also not knowing what the Earth is or what the sky moving means. It'd be the same thing as if you were on a ship and that was happening.
No, I get your analogy. I'm just saying it's a false analogy because we made the ship and we didn't make the Earth.
No, but we're not. It's not us on the ship. It's people who were born on the ship in the same way that we were born on the Earth.
It doesn't matter.
The analogy only works
if a human invention. We know how ships work, so you're trying to apply this thing to the Earth as if it's the same. It's not the same.
Yeah, I'm giving you a scenario where those people don't know how ships were made. They weren't alive when it was built, and they don't know anyone who built it.
I understand.
Yeah.
And from their perspective, they might wonder what's moving, what's not moving.
Right.
But from our perspective, we know it's a false analogy.
No, but from our perspective, we don't know that because from our perspective, we haven't been off the Earth. We didn't build the Earth. We haven't been off the Earth, and we don't know either way in the same way. Nobody's here
exactly, but we have with a ship, so we know that it's a false analogy.
Yeah, okay. So in the analogy, the ship is there, and that's something else. But in reality, we are the same as the people were on the ship in the analogy, where they don't know what's happening because we don't know anything about a ship, and we don't know anything about the Earth or what's happening outside of it because we haven't been. And so,
I'm with you, but it's not necessarily the same because we have, there's the meta, right? And we have knowledge with, the fact that we're kind of more I don't want to say omniscient, but we're more knowledgeable than the people in this scenario. We actually have true knowledge that this boat is what it is, and it moves and yada yada, right? But we can't appeal to a higher kind of intelligence to show us that it's actually that the Earth is the same. That's why it's a false analogy. Even though within your scenario, it's not looking at anything else, it's sensible and it matches. When you actually take it in totality, you'll notice that we can still rely on our intellect to say that it's not a true analogy because we don't have this higher shell of information to tell us that the Earth is the same as the boat.
Yeah, well, in my analogy, I'm not going to. There's no people ever in the world again, and I'm going to tell you right now, those two guys on the boat, going down the smooth 100,000-mile river, smoothly sailing, without any bumps or anything like that. They're going to have to come up with a clever way of figuring out, because if they think that it's safe to assume that because everything else is moving and they're on a frame and they're not moving in reference to their frame, so they think it's safe to assume that they're not moving, they're going to end up being wrong. So
I'm with you. Your analogy is valid, but it's not sound because it doesn't speak to reality, to what's true. The truth is we know that boats are, what they are. So within the analogy, again, it's a valid and it's an accurate analogy to the Earth. But when you take it in totality, it's not actually speaking to truth, and that's why it's a false analogy in reality.
I'll tell you right now, as two people, me and you, being on the Earth as we are, and both have seen the sky, I don't feel like I feel like I'm not gonna. I feel like it's not safe.
Do you at least agree that it goes against Occam's razor? That you're making one extra assumption with your thing?
Nope.
I don't think that. No.
So you wouldn't agree that it's an optical illusion then that the sky is moving?
It's not necessarily an optical illusion, though. You know what I mean? It's
really, it's not.
No, well, okay, so it's like if you come from the standpoint that we are now, where we understand physics and the principle of relativity and stuff, then you're not meant to assume one over the other. Assuming one over the other is actually incorrect because it's not a correct way of thinking about movement. Just because you see something else moving.
I mean, you could argue against the Occam's razor if you want, but if something appears a certain way and in reality isn't, then it's by definition optical illusion. Like if I'm traveling with, I'm in my car and then the next lane there's another car going at a certain speed wherein the rims look like they're going backwards slowly. It appears to be going backwards, rotating counterclockwise or what have you. Yeah. That's an optical illusion. We know that the rims are actually going clockwise in such a speed that it just looks like it's going backwards, right? It's an optical illusion. I don't know why you're trying to say that it's not an optical illusion when we see the stars moving and you're saying that in reality they're not moving.
Occam's razor says you should go with the one that has the least assumptions, right?
Exactly. And don't go beyond what's necessary.
And in the car, in the boat, or on the Earth, if you were to assume that the Earth is stationary and everything else is moving, I feel like that is more assumptions than to think that we're just moving, since that seems simpler than everything else moving perfectly around.
Unless everything else is just the sky. It's all one thing.
I suppose. Until you start, I think this has met its conclusion.
Let me ask you one last question. Is it necessary to assume that the Earth is actually moving and that the stars and everything are stationary?
I don't think so, honestly. I do think that there are some contexts in which you're correct, especially if, say, the paradigm back in the day was that the Earth was stationary. Somebody brought up the novel idea that we were actually moving. The burden of proof in the ways it's usually used is on that is typically on the person making the claim to substantiate it. So there's context in which I agree, but at the same time, in this context, the current context,
yeah, you think this burden of proof has been substantiated by
well, yeah, I know, but
Coriolis, Foucault's pendulum, blah blah blah.
Well, not just that. The paradigm, the status quo is the other way around, where we've established that the Earth is moving and this and that, and it's the other people making the claim now. So if only one person had the burden of proof, it would actually be the people making the claim that is not the status quo.
Yeah, no, that status quo, that's some bullshit. It's not about the status quo.
If you look at a burden of proof, it actually mentions that. It mentions
yeah, that's like an apologetic, heliocentric definition of it. It's in reality, the burden of proof is on the positive claim that goes against, what we have evidence for. So sure, most of the time, society, the status quo is, they believe something because there's evidence. But sometimes, shit goes awry and you have the status quo believing in something that doesn't have evidence. So the standard isn't whatever the status quo believes. There's another way they say it too, by like the convention or whatever it is. In reality, it's about what has the evidence. And if you're making a positive claim that goes against what we currently have evidence for, and the best evidence in this case is the empirical evidence compared to just the assumption that it's all optical illusion and crap, then that's what the burden of proof should be measured against.
I just want to add that isn't it Einstein who said he doesn't think there's an optical experiment that will determine whether it's Earth moving or the stars moving? Did Einstein say that? So, Kosho, you're smarter than Einstein. Just checking.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. You might want to read the whole quote, though. Smart man.
Can you read it to me?
A smart man would read the whole quote and read the context.
Can you read it to me?
Hold on, sir. Because I pressed the wrong button a second ago. I was trying to talk to Blue. I was going to say, Blue, I know you're trying to get in a second ago, but you didn't hear me say that because I was pressing the wrong button. So if you still wanted to add something in. But yeah, I'll post for you, Godric.
Did he say the Earth isn't flat?
Godric, I'm answering your question. You don't have to ask it while I'm still answering the question you're about to ask, which you wouldn't have to ask if you would just stop talking and let me finish, okay? I'm going to post for you the entire quote, okay, in context, before and after, and the subject of what he was talking about, and it might make it more clear what he was saying, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, since we're waiting, I'm curious. Do you have any guesses of what he was talking? Maybe what he was discussing when he said that? Gotcha.
That was an
Did you post it?
What, Blue?
That was an impromptu talk he gave to some students, I believe. Is where that
I don't have it in here. Are you putting it live stream? Where are you putting it?
I haven't posted it. I'm pulling up. I pulled it up 2 days ago, so it should be in my history.
Oh.
But, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we can all read it. Why don't somebody read it and we'll determine what he really means if he doesn't mean that.
Well, I mean,
what he said.
I read it just the other day, and he was, if I remember correctly.
Maybe we're cherry picking. Are we cherry picking, Coach?
he was talking about Michaels and Morley, I believe.
Exactly, that's right. Where is it? Why is it in my history? Give me a second.
Anybody else?
I gotta pull this shit up, dude. I don't you hate it when your shit's not in your history.
I hit it somewhere too, Coach. I'll look and see if I can find mine.
Well, I mean, I just pulled it up 2 days ago. This is fucking weird. You know what? I might have been somewhere else. Either way, I'll pull it up again. Can you remind me the quote a little bit, Godric?
If you Google Einstein and then put in, I do not know if there is an optical
yes, I got it. Hold on.
experiment which determines whether it's the Earth moving or the stars moving. I'm pretty sure that'll pick it up.
Yeah, hold on.
Noon has one too where he says he doesn't want to be associated with gravity claim.
In that same quote, I remember clearly now. I do remember at the end, like the very next sentence, he says that the Earth. He says the Earth is moving. Like he says it clearly.
Yeah, so this is classic globe logic, right? Can't tell, but it must be the Earth moving because NASA or whoever told him it must be true.
First of all, Einstein came up with this whole idea about how light is going to be the same in every frame, and he's just saying it's not going to be an optical test. It's going to be able to tell you if the Earth's moving. He's referencing specifically an optical test that was inconclusive.
We could talk about optical tests where Martin Guznick did the interferometer experiment, right? If you will, and you got 11.15 peaks at 180 degrees. It did rotate counterclockwise and then went clockwise at another 180 degrees. There's definitely interference pattern there in that video. He did it in the vertical, though. That's the only time it happened, not in the horizontal. So the Earth turned one way, then turned back. Is that what happened? Yep. Yes, there's definitely 11.15 peaks. Yep.
Maybe he's measuring the ether.
Yeah, it's definitely. I would watch that Coach show if I was you. Watch it. Somebody tried.
I got a question for what you guys just said. What does this mean to measure the ether? What's this effect? Like, what is
ether? It's just an idea. It's an idea similar to dark matter, where there's something out there, an energy field that's interfering with our equipment.
Not really similar to dark matter then, because the effect that you just described would be that you sound like you have a gyroscope, and this thing called the ether is affecting it, and that's actually what you're detecting. And surely, if that were the case, this thing that is moving this physical object, there's other ways to test the same thing. Like you'd see this other places. So, what is it that's happening really when the ether's moving this gyroscope?
They're similar to the dark matter, basically. Since gravity doesn't work in space, they invented dark matter. That way, gravity works with the dark matter.
Dark matter doesn't do anything like that. If this were analogous, it would be like if we have some device on Earth, like an accelerometer. An accelerometer would give us a reading, and we said, "Oh well, this reading is because of dark matter, because dark matter is affecting our accelerometers on Earth." But it's not. We're just viewing something from very far away. In this case, there's a gyroscope on Earth, and it's being affected, and you're saying it's being affected by the ether.
I thought dark matter was precisely that. We can go back and figure out what dark matter is and when it started. If you want to go that discussion, but back on the ether, there's an energy field. The idea with ether is that there's never nothing, right? Even if you make a vacuum, there's something there, right? So if we're doing experiments and we're not getting conclusive results, we think about stuff like maybe there's an ether that's interfering with the experiment.
Yeah, but the weird thing about that is, like, let's say Bob Nodell, for example. Bob Nodell did a test where he was specifically got a device to tell the distinction whether we were moving or, we weren't moving. So he got a gyroscope to see which were the case. And the gyroscope said that we were moving, or at least indicated that. And his conclusion was the same conclusion you just said, which is actually, even though that was supposed to be, this test was supposed to tell us one way or the other, it's actually probably just the ether doing it somehow, which is not really explained. It also, it's coincidentally the exact thing that would be happening if that was supposed to indicate that we're moving.
Right. So this gyroscope that you claim tells you the Earth is spinning has a computer chip in it, so it's probably programmed to show a drift. That's why it's $20,000. Make sure and that money, make sure it works. Though not actually detecting a drift. I wonder what would happen if Bob took this. Well, he didn't. I guess supposedly he didn't do it, but if the FE Corps took that apparatus or device or gyro or whatever you want to call it and placed it in the vertical, what would happen? Because I have noticed from a lot of studies, there's a motion being detected. What it is, well, that's speculation. You can call it ether, whatever, but there's obviously an observation of interference pattern in the vertical. Can you explain what you mean by vertical as opposed to another? Being a vertical, like straight up and down, zenith, 90 degrees. Instead of horizontal.
There's a ring laser. The ring laser has these lasers that are basically shooting around, and there's horizontal basically. So, at least if I remember correctly. So yeah, I guess he's talking about sitting out on his side.
Wait. Are you saying a horizontal will detect that we're spinning around the sun? Is that what you're saying? No, vertical. I've been noticing, like even the Martin Guznick interferometer experiment, where he got the he didn't get no interference pattern when he did it in the horizontal, but he did in the vertical. What do you suspect we're supposed to detect in the vertical? I'm just wondering. I don't know, but there's just an observation I've noticed that there is definitely an interference pattern.
How what interference pattern? What, in the interferometer?
Yeah, in that video right there. That's from Martin Guznick. He does that. That video I posted right there is Sten and Michelson Morley. When he changes it to the vertical, he gets an infringe pattern at 11.15 peaks. The thing is, if it's going clockwise all the way around, okay. But it stops, right? And then goes counterclockwise. What would cause that?
Did he build this interferometer?
Yes.
I mean, it could be because he built it. We would cause it. I don't know.
Well, somebody else tried to do it. They did it with a wood mock-up. They say it was a gravitational pull, but light is supposedly massless. You guys could say it's affected by gravity, but
I gotta take a look and see exactly what's going on here. So give me a little bit. I actually haven't seen this. So. You do know, I mean, I'm watching this and I'll continue to watch it, but you do understand that the precision is a requirement. And that's why the devices, like the one Bob had, and most expensive ones. That's why they're so expensive. They're in those cases and everything, because you can't have any kind of flaws at all. Otherwise, you're not getting good data.
Sure, but I would like to see that fiber optic gyroscope tilted on its side at a higher elevation and see what we observe.
What would you expect to observe?
I don't know. Interference pattern, if you will, but that's speculation.
And why would you expect that?
Well, if you're going with the grain, you really won't detect it as much. More so if you go against the grain. So the electromagnetic field, right, toroidal field will like have a different type of. It will be like a circular motion. Now, if you're going with that, you won't really detect it as much. If you go against it, then that's when you can pick it up.
When you say with it or against it, you mean going, having the thing parallel with the rotation versus having it pointed. Okay. Because I think yeah. But still, regardless, as long as you weren't on the North Pole or the equator, sticking it, horizontal or sticking it straight up, but both cases you're still gonna get deviation. So,
well, be determined. I'm not going to put a presupposition on it 100%.
I mean, you should put a presupposition on what you would expect, because then that way you don't, you don't get surprised by getting the results of the thing that actually is expected by the model that you're disproving or whatever. I watch this video some more because it's cool that he did this, but I'm trying to see exactly what he thinks he's going to accomplish, because I'm imagining that he's moving it so slowly and he has these lasers, and I'm just thinking if there's any sort of imperfections in any of that setup, I don't know why you'd expect it to work properly, but
An observation.
he is a German guy, so maybe he was thorough.
Round Earth clues how science proves that our home is a globe. UNLV Newson. As the flat Earth theory gains resurgence with a new Netflix documentary, the UNLV astronomer explains how it fizzles. Hop on a plane and fly to Cape Town, South Africa, or Melbourne, Australia, two major cities located in the Southern Hemisphere. There you won't be able to see the North Star. This might seem like an expensive trip, but it's one part of an experiment that can be done to disprove the flat Earth theory. A theory at the center of the popular new documentary Behind the Curve is now streaming on Netflix. The documentary follows several people who espouse the flat Earth theory, which is a belief that the Earth is a plane or disk, and try to generate support for their cause through internet videos, social media, podcast meetings, and international conferences. Jason Steffen, an assistant professor of physics and astronomy at UNLV, works in the field of exoplanets. That's an important field. Planets that orbit distant stars. And has a history in experimental studies of dark matter, very, very important, dark energy, and gravity. For more than 10 years, Steffen was also a member of the science team for NASA Kepler mission. That is awesome. Discoveries from that mission revolutionized the understanding of planets and planetary systems, Steffen said. As such, it was able to help us break down reasons why the Earth theory falls flat. While the flat Earth theory falls flat. How do we know this? Scientifically, that the Earth is a sphere at a very basic level. You can see the Earth's curvature through satellites that we launched into space. Additionally, through the use of high-powered telescopes, we've been able to examine planets, both in our solar system and beyond. And all of them are spherical in shape. There is a very deep fundamental reason why the Earth is round. The force of gravity depends on the distance between two interacting objects, and the only three-dimensional object you can make with a single distance is a sphere. Wait, the only three-dimensional object you can make with a single distance is a sphere? Not sure I follow, actually. We can measure the behavior of gravity in the laboratory with a variety of highly sensitive experiments. Each of these experiments shows the force of gravity depends only on the mass of the two objects and the distance between them. On the other hand, you want to form a flattened object using gravity alone, the force of gravity would have to depend upon two perpendicular distances in two perpendicular directions. Now let's backtrack. Since that was proven, now let's backtrack to the time before satellites and telescopes. Why did people think the Earth was flat? Oh, okay, they admit it. Primary reason that ancient people believed the Earth was flat was that it looks flat from our vantage point on the ground. Oh, okay. Most people throughout history traveled more than a few miles from their place of birth, so the horizon that they saw was always the same. Moreover, most people were worried about meeting the necessities of life than they were about the shape of the Earth. That's why they didn't know. The misconception that the Earth must be flat because it looks flat to us arises simply because the Earth is so big. The height of an adult is much less than 1/1,000,000th of the Earth's radius. In order to see the curvature of the Earth in a single field of view, you would need to be perched above the surface a sizable fraction of that radius, and 1/1,000,000th wouldn't be considered sizable. 1/1,000,000th, let me see, 6 feet. Let's see, hang on. See if they're legit. Let's see. Radius is 395, let's say 4,000 miles times 5,280 feet.
If you're 6 feet and you're doing 1,000,000 miles, and I mean, if you're doing 1,000,000 times that, is just 6,000,000. And if you want to do shorthand,
well, I was going to do 21,000,000 feet in 4,000 miles. 4,000 times 5,280 feet equals 21,120,000 feet divided by 6. But man, I get 3.52 million times. So not a millionth, but actually more.
How large would a flat Earth need to be to look flat?
Well, I mean, you can see that's the thing is when people say, "Oh, I see flat every day." I don't see flat, and I think seeing flat or seeing curve. That's why I like Walter Bislin's website. He really did a lot of good work, and he did a lot of care in trying to compare what it would look like on a flat Earth versus what it would look like on a globe, based on principles that we should all have already agreed on. Things like you guys talk about, like perspective. Things like perspective would be the dominating effect of eyesight on a flat plane. You know what I mean? Like a lot of things should be there'll be some refraction, of course, but a lot of things would be higher or lower or whatever due to basically perspective. So that's what you would expect to see, but I don't see that.
Well, on the contrary, I'd actually expect to see similar attributes due to the circumference of light.
And I heard you say that before, but I also heard you ask somebody you think that would be a worthwhile argument to, entertain or something like that? But it's not a good argument, man.
Definitely, 100% is.
Well, let's do this. Pretend me and you are the two guys again, and we're the only guys on Earth.
Hang on, what's the argument you're talking about?
You saw about the light that we receive being a cone of light.
You want to see Rick? Check this out. So you know about that blue organ going up by what, almost 400,000 feet, roughly, give or take.
Did you say blue organ?
Blue.
You're talking about
Look at that! Look at that image right there. Do you see that bottom image right there? Doesn't that look like a sphere? Well, that's just a circle of light over a Mercator map in Blender.
Sure, it's fine. I'm gonna tell you now why you can know that it's not the case. Okay, just because
it's just done.
We were the only ones, and all we had to do was observe that light was making a circle around us because we had a circle horizon or whatever, and you came up with the idea that it was because of the circle of light. It was a sphere. I mean, that's a close and local star or sun or whatever. Well, you could just determine how the Earth is being lit up. Is it being lit up in this circular way? Like you look at the percentage of the Earth is being lit up, or is it closer to 50% at all times, every single time? And actually, there's no times where it's lit more than other times. It's always lit, the same amount. And it's a little bit more than half. Regardless, it's just about half. So that tells you that it's not a close and local sun. It tells you that it's a light source that's large enough to be lighting up the entire Earth that it's able to see at one time. Otherwise, it's a coincidence. It also tells you it's a three-dimensional shape. But you can't really make sense of it lighting up half the Earth at all times, coincidentally. That circle of light, that's what that would be representing, right? The circle of light would have to be, the edges of that circle would have to be where all the, it just starts to get dark or whatever.
No, it all depends on the medium transfer, right? Like from, it's less dense higher you go versus now. That would be refraction. I'm still working. I'm just, what I have observed from rocket footage and all of that, to add to it, is on the mock-up in Blender and how the circle of light with the right camera lens, and even at the angle of like 20 degrees, right? I think that's the ISS is supposed to be 20 degrees. Angle it down and you'll see the edge thereof, the max visible distance of light, appear as a sphere.
And you would suspect, though, that from that observation that, again, like the light would be limited in all directions based on where you're viewing it as. So if you see a circle horizon, that's actually because that's the extent of where the light can actually reach. From a high power, from a rocket or whatever, you see a rocket and you see the circle in all directions. That's because that's the extent of light.
Yeah, right. In your max visible distance at that given point in time, you're only so far off dude. You're like 4 or 5 millimeters above the Earth.
Uh-huh.
You're not really that high up. You see in 360 right here. I got rocket footage.
Uh-huh.
And I study these very hard.
So I don't understand. Is it because, is the circle because you're not high enough, or is it because the light is purely in that circle?
Well, hang on, let me get the.
I feel like you just made both arguments. I agree with the not high enough thing. So.
All right, you see where that light right there? Those are diagrams. You see where it says scattering, and then star focus. You see how it has circle upon a circle, and then a bigger circle and a bigger circle.
Uh-huh.
You see? Yeah.
I see. It's like the opposite of like the umbra penumbra kind of thing.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so it would be a similar effect, I think, on both models.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you'd have like the let's say daylight, and then you'd have like the kind of twilight and dusk and the kind of thing.
Yep.
But still, the argument persists because the if you account for twilight and you just try to measure, okay, how much the Earth is lit right now at one time, you see that's just about half. So this star focus thing is coincidentally lighting up half of the Earth.
Yeah, it's about 300, about 4,000 miles, roughly.
What are you saying? The sun? You said that's the distance?
Yeah, the diameter from like point A to point B. You will.
Wait, say it one more time. You said the diameter of that circle?
Yeah. Yes.
It's 4,000. You said.
Well, according to the globe, it would be roughly around that. But then I calculated that when the sun is about 32 to 33 degrees above the horizon, it's about 6,000 miles away.
Sounds about right.
Still trying to work out the kinks.
Well, I mean that sounds about right. And wait, so say it one more time. You said that sounds right in my idea of the because if it's 30 degrees up, that means you're 60 degrees, and you said that it
about 6,000 miles. Yep.
Yeah, if it's 30 degrees, then you should be about. Well, no, you should be. That doesn't sound right, actually. Hold on. Maybe it does sound right. I can't remember the numbers you said. Okay.
Dude, the globe got just pounded into the pavement today.
What did you say, Gio?
It's been a rough day. It's been a rough day for the globe.
I don't know. I mean, I've been real busy today, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm not even saying that to try to sort of start some kind of shit in that way. I'm just actually saying, in reality, the globe got completely just slaughtered today.
I don't think so, man. I think actually
rough.
I think that this show you weren't here a lot of times earlier, and actually it wasn't the best showing, but at the same time, people stuck around because the conversation. It was one that a lot of us wanted to be talking about, but there was a couple of people who were making it sort of difficult to speak to each other. But I think both sides made we were able to argue about a lot of stuff, at least in a sometimes a constructive way.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know a lot of people do that kind of taunting, oh, this one won, that one lost. I'm kind of doing it playfully. I don't get into that kind of attacking stuff because I respect people that have that viewpoint and everything else. And I do understand the whole cosmology and I have compassion, understanding. Obviously I have my viewpoints, so I don't say that in seriousness, but at the same time, from the perspective of in my viewpoint that the Earth isn't a globe and just in my viewpoint, the assumptions that kind of build up the globe model and sort of watching how those have to be kind of grasped onto for the globe to be maintained in that way. And then just the dissection of that and just the truth not backing down in a sense. Like that's what I'm referring to as just being very strong today.
Gotcha.
Oh, we definitely won. Definitely.
Because it's us against you.
Can I tell you guys something though? Can I tell you, because I don't want you to take this the wrong way at all. You won't even understand it, to be honest with you. What I'm going to say. I don't mean that.
Well, then
I'm just saying, you're not going to agree with it. Well, no, it's just this is a true sentiment I have, because you say that a lot. This is what you just said, and that we said we have to double down, and we have to defend this thing of this outrageous argument. But some of the arguments, especially the arguments Jace was making, and just some of these simple arguments, sometimes that gets responded with, like, that we're nuts, or that we're desperately defending this thing, and it's like it should be something we all should agree with. Like once somebody said what the argument was, like, oh, okay, that's what that means. But instead, people are saying that we like, oh, you can't believe you guys will, double down, and like, what are you talking about? And so I get like a sense of worry. That's usually when I give up when that happens. I'm like, these guys aren't going to be convinced of anything. They're not even going to be convinced of something we all should be agreeing about.
Well, you are kind of doubling down a bit when you're trying to argue for something being in the same place, in two different places at the same time. You are kind of doubling down a little bit.
You have to understand that that's common sense for anybody. That's actually strange for everybody. It just happens to be that we are observing these consequences of quantum superposition. So it's like we're witnessing these things, and so we have no choice but to say that this is what's happening, regardless of how much we agree with the logic behind it or anything like that. So it's not like
I don't know. Like, you're not really witnessing something being in two different places at once. Not really witnessing that.
Well, we are witnessing like with things that are a single thing interfering with itself. And I mean, so yeah, that's kind of an issue.
It's a big issue.
Well, it's an issue if you don't believe it's happening, but it's the same thing with super fluidity and super conductivity. They both require superposition of sorts. And so it's like, if you agree that those things occur, then you also agree with superposition. So
really, okay.
I just think that I don't think people are claiming these things because they want it to be true. People, at least like me, the only reason I'm claiming this to be true is because this is what this is the extent of this is what we know to be true right now. Like, it could not be true. We might find it not to be true in the future, but
it matches a mathematical equation. I'll give you that.
Well, it matches the tests and predictions.
Well, no, it matches a mathematical equation. Okay. So you're firing a light through a hole, and it comes out another hole. Okay, and you're predicting where that light may end up. Really, that's what you're kind of doing. You're not like firing one photon at a time, are you? One particle at a time. You're not doing that, because you can't do that.
Yeah, you can. In some cases, they are doing that. Yeah.
Really, you can. You've got like a particle gun where it just fires one particle at a time.
Fires a certain amount of energy. Jace was saying that that's exactly how that test is done sometimes, and that.
Well, see how you kind of avoided the question. I said, do you have a particle gun that shoots one particle at a time? Just one.
I thought you were asking that rhetorical. Of course, I don't have one, but Jace was saying that those do exist. I don't know if he said there's one in his lab or something like that. I think he did say that.
That fires one at a time. That fires one at a time. Really? I don't think he said that, actually.
Yeah, I think he said verbatim, but
okay, hold on. I'll Google it. Most likely you'll be wrong again. That's all right. You're getting used to it.
Let's find out. Best way to emit a single particle. It's an art thing. How to spawn one single particle. No, I don't want a single particle. God damn it. Hold on. Solid state single photon emitters. Okay? So there's a lot of these things, dude.
How do you know it's just one?
I counted it, dude. Wow.
Really? How? What? Did you get your little photon tweezers out and catch it and just count it?
Dude, I'm going to read Wikipedia for you for a second, sir. Yes, I did. I'll read Wikipedia for a second. It says, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle dictates that a state with an exact number of photons of single frequency cannot be created. However, fuck states. That's what it fucking says, dude.
Where are you getting this from? Wikipedia? That's not very reliable.
Okay, dude, I'm just saying. I don't know. I think that's somebody's name, though. Hold on. I'm going to post this article. It's like, however, fuck states. All right, hold on.
Sounds like something on the back of the DeLorean.
That's funny. Anyways,
Okay, how does it do it? That's what I want to know.
Oh, what? What does that mean?
I want to know how it does it. That's what I'm reading. How it does it.
Well, it says it. It says avalanches involved. There's a bunch of shit involved. Actually, I don't think
avalanches. There's avalanches involved.
Yeah, I've fucking perused through it. That's what it says.
It sounds dangerous.
It says this is normally demonstrated by using a beam splitter to direct about half of the incident photons toward one avalanche photodiode and half toward a second. Pulses from one detector are used to provide a counter start signal to a fast electronic timer and the other blah blah blah. So anyways, they fucking do some shit.
From what I can gather, all you're doing is just making that photon half as powerful, really, because it's like an energy source. So you're just diverting half the energy this way and half the energy that way. Haven't you? So now you've got two.
Oh, here we go. So it's giving the reason for this, dude.
Okay. I'm all ears. All ears.
I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. It's starting to make sense to me in my head.
Really?
But I'd be a big phony if I try to express this to you and acted like it was something I could, I could express.
Look, if you can't explain it so someone can understand it, well, that's on you, not on me.
Yeah, I agree with that. And in this situation, you're the other guy. You're the guy that I'm supposed to be explaining it to. So what is it?
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. I don't understand it that well to explain it to you yet. But you're the guy who still needs to be explained to. Okay, so
exactly. I'm waiting.
Guess what, dude?
I've been waiting a long time by the sounds of things.
No, this is one of those things that I gotta get more familiar with and really figure out what's going on here with this. Because it sounds similar to what's happening with the delayed choice thing, and photons really are strange creatures,
Really? Well, they're just part of the magnetic field, aren't they? Really, photons. They're just energy.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, so.
What's really interesting is that guy Max Planck.
Planck.
He realized there was like a relationship between the electron, and the energy from the photon. The frequency from the photon. or basically, I think that's what he realized. The energy that was emitted from the material was multiples of, I think, what was it? I think constant he came up with, and the distance from the electron to the nucleus, something like that. Very strange relationship. Just knowing that this, realizing that there's a relationship between these two things is crazy.
I'm going to make a wild claim. I think, Osho, there is a relationship between light and dark.
Yeah, there is.
Pretty crazy. I know. I don't know how I'm going to test that, but anyway.
Dark isn't a thing, and light is.
Working on it. But I reckon there's a relationship.
Kosho, what's the calculation for the speed of dark?
Oh, that's funny.
Speed of dark is based on shadows, right? So it's all based on geometry and angles. Depends on the distance and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, do you have to work out if those shadows are parallel or not to get the relationship?
No, but you do got to see where the distance and the angle from the, what do you call it, the axes or whatever, because you can make a shadow move across something faster than the speed of light, like they say, but that's not really breaking the speed of light. That's
Kosho, what if I told you that light induces from the ether and doesn't actually travel at all, but but it actually just emits out of the ether itself and fills the ethereal space with its light rather than traveling?
Oh, yeah, like a rate of induction.
I would say that that's not far from the theory that light is a excitation in the quantum field that is exactly satisfying the same thing the ether was meant to, except for the fact that light doesn't, as it's traveling through the field, it doesn't light up the field, not until it interacts with something. So, like, it's not emitting. It's not lighting up it's not lighting anything up unless it interacts with something.
Like the ether is getting energized, Geo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, like it's being charged and then inducing through the medium and actually coming out of the medium because of the charge.
Why are you so anti-ether, Kosho? You know, like Einstein was all over it, over the ether at one stage. Apparently, like he was all over it.
Yeah, all the guys who invented the modern electrical grid were all ether boys. Maxwell, Steinmetz, Heaviside, Tesla, Faraday.
Uh-oh.
It's like it's a taboo word now.
It's not. It was shown to be incorrect. That's all. Even one of the smartest dudes, Paul Dirac, he was convinced of he thought when he was coming up with quantum electrodynamics, he was thinking about the ether, and I'm sure a lot of people were when they were realizing what it was, because that's the ether for most of these people you're talking about. It was just the medium or field in this case that light is propagating through, and it just turned out that it was actually a field, and it is a part of a bigger understanding, quantum fields.
Have you guys worked out yet, Kosho, where the dark matter fences are? You know, the fences that keep out the dark matter. Have you worked that out yet?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I was on that job.
What do you mean? You're all over it. I thought you would have been all over it. There obviously has to be
dark matter fence. What are you talking about?
A dark matter fence. Well, you know, a galaxy can have dark matter, but a solar system doesn't have dark matter. So where's the fence that separates the two?
You know, not knowing what it is would probably not make me capable of answering the question. It's kind of why it's a mystery. It's not, people aren't really sure what it is. So, but however, it does make sense that if it is this very sparse whatever effect, like whether it's a material that's like completely few and far between, you would expect not to be aware of it at a small volume, but a large volume like a galaxy would probably have enough of it to, be apparent. However, that it doesn't have to be a material. It could be something else completely different. It's a complete mystery.
Well, how can you claim dark matter is in place A, where we have to put a different equation to it? So now we have dark matter, but it's not in place B because we don't need an equation for this. Like that doesn't seem to be very logical. Like dark matter is either everywhere or it's nowhere. Like, is it like puddles? Is it like a puddle here and a puddle there of it? Like as is dark matter?
It's a good. It's a lot like that. It's a lot like mist.
Really?
Yeah, you have a little bit of mist, and you try to collect it, and you're not going to do anything. But if you have a fucking whole, I don't know, city of mist, and you're able to see the whole thing and somehow measure, how much water is there, you're like, oh, that's a lot of water. But a small region, you're not going to notice. It's not going to be anything that's going to make a big deal.
So dark matter is like this mist, this foggy mist that you just said it was like.
I know. I'm saying that's one way it could make sense. I also just told you that nobody knows if it's even matter. It might not be matter, but it's a fair assumption to think that it is. But
come on. It's either mist or it's not mist. It's either a puddle or it's not a puddle. It's either everywhere or it's nowhere. Like, which one is it?
We measure it where we measure it. So that's the question solved. The scenarios I gave you were simply scenarios that could make the thing you claim impossible or weird make sense, although it may not be the case, but that is one way of making sense of it. So, and like I said, it's a mystery. So, I don't know why you expect anybody to know the answer.
Why? Why wouldn't I want someone to know the answer?
I want someone to know the answer too, but I'm not grumpy that they don't.
Okay. So until then, you'll just put these different equations to these different blimping lights, to kind of make it work and say it's dark matter. We've got a puddle and a mist of dark matter there where we have to put a different equation to, because those little lights blink a little bit differently to the lights over there. And then all of a sudden, we're going to notice another bunch of blinking lights, and it'll be purple matter or something. All of a sudden, it won't be dark matter anymore. It'll be purple.
It won't be purple, okay? That's never going to happen.
And
we have no choice. If we have an error and we don't have an explanation for that error, we have no choice but to include it in our measurements and not have an explanation why.
Okay. Fair enough. I won't push you too hard.
Because you guys are funny.
I feel you're getting unraveled a little bit, Kosho. I don't know.
I'm folding my shirts and I got to keep walking over here to push the top. But it's just you guys keep. It's like you get surprised that we don't know everything in the universe, but it should be expected because you guys get call us arrogant or whatever else because we know a lot about it. We don't know everything or close to everything, but we try to learn the things that we don't know about the universe. So
arrogant? Would I ever call you arrogant, Kosho?
You don't use that word, but that's I'm folding my shirts, man. I can't just.
You sound flustered. That's what you
sound. I take a lot of care in doing my shirts, okay? And I got.
You definitely are at peace.
You know what's funny? I'm folding my shirt right now, and it's a NASA shirt.
Oh, really?
That's funny. Just real quick, I wanted to ask Kosho a question about that CubeSat that the Michigan University students are going to have, right? And if they're going to use the magnetic field to propel it, right? Isn't there a apparatus or device that can detect this motion of the electromagnetic field?
You mean the motion of the thing that's using the magnetic field to travel through?
Yep, it's propelling, yes.
Yeah, you have plenty of things to detect that thing.
Would you guys say it's the Earth that's moving and not that?
No, I would say this thing is utilizing the energy in the atmosphere to propel itself.
Right. Isn't the sun and all the moon and stars all inherently magnetic?
I mean, you could say that they have electromagnetic properties. Calling them magnetic, I don't know. I just include that, but yeah, they have electromagnetic properties, and I'm sure they have magnetic fields and all this stuff. But
how do we control that variable to determine if it's not the sky moving versus the ground?
In the case of this object that's flying through the sky?
Yep. Well, we're using that as an example.
Well, it's clearly this thing moving in reference to the Earth. It's moving across the Earth. There's no question.
Mm-hmm.
How high is this thing going to be, Don? Can you
Come again?
How high? How? What's it?
I didn't get the actual. It's supposed to be by the ionosphere above that.
Right. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, and do you know what an ion drive is?
Mm-hmm.
I was actually thinking of making one because I was like a while ago I was doing a flare test, and I was thinking about like what's the easiest way to, or the cheapest. Because I was thinking about doing exactly what they're doing actually, because I wanted to make a CubeSat that it could have a self-propelling thing on it, and then I was thinking like maybe for self-propelling it could have something that uses a little bit of energy to have an ion drive on it. And yeah, if you were going to the ionosphere, you could use your movement through it to help you collect energy, and then use that energy to propel to use an ion drive. They're not very they don't give you a lot of thrust, so it wouldn't do you very well in the atmosphere. But it is very efficient. It is an efficient form of energy, but it's not a lot at once. Yeah.
Well, theirs is described as it charges this cable up while it utilizes that for propulsion. It's solely, there's no thrusters, there's no fuel, there's no nothing besides the electromagnetism that propels it. That's it.
Kind of makes sense. If a bunch of kids are doing this, it's probably already been done.
And ion thruster is the same way. It's just using electromagnetism, to propel itself. It's not very much different. I mean, it is propelling mass off of it, but it's in the form of ions. So.
See.
When you say propel, what do you mean?
Have you got that link handy?
Yeah, I'll get to it.
So Blue can have a look at it. Just put it in the live stream. Yes, it's a little CubeSat, Blue, that some kids are going to use the Earth's magnetic field to give it direction and keep it in orbit and whatnot.
Yeah, that's what I understood. It was it was going to use that method to maintain its orbit.
Yeah, but also
I don't count that as propelling. Okay, it's not being propelled; it's in orbit.
Well, I don't know what the life expectancy of it would be, because like the ISS, for argument's sake, which I presume is going to be a lot higher than what this thing is going to be, has to push itself up, right? Because it's constantly falling.
Yeah. Every low Earth orbit is going to over time. So you've got to,
So I don't know if this system the kids have designed and whatnot are going to do the same thing. I'm not too sure, but if it did, it seemed pretty interesting actually. The article, not that it gave many details, but Donald dropped it, or you may have seen the article we're referring to.
I've seen just a tiny bit about it. But that's what I understood too. They were trying to do was come up with a system that doesn't require thrusters or fuel or something, to boost it back or keep its orbit from decaying. Yeah, the ISS has to boost itself back up every few months, I think.
Oh, is that all? Just every few months?
Yeah. But the closer the lower the orbit is, the faster the decay is going to become.
Oh, yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yep. Has to work that way.
You just pop in now, Blue, or have you been here a while?
I've been sitting here listening for the last 20 minutes or so.
You hear Howard's getting himself a plane, Blue?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
I know he's been looking.
What do you mean getting himself a plane?
He's going for his pilot's license, but the cost of doing all that, he reckons it's cheaper just to buy his own plane. And
He lives in Texas, right?
Oh, I don't know actually exactly where he lives.
Yeah, I might see if he wants to go halves with me, dude.
He ain't gonna go half with you.
Yeah, he actually might. Actually, dude. Let's say that.
No, he won't.
You don't even know what half means, dude.
Yeah, I know what your half means. 1% you put in, 99% Howard puts in.
Hey, watch it, dude.
And you'll claim 50%. What about your hot air balloon? I thought you were getting a hot air balloon.
Yeah, I am.
Well, yeah, right. What, before or after the plane?
It's for me in fucking left lane to know. You find out.
Exactly. Around the world in 80 days. You see Kosho just hanging out the basket.
Kosho, have you slept, man?
Yeah, earlier.
During the day?
Huh?
You slept during the day?
Let's see.
Time is it over there?
This morning.
This morning, huh?
What is it, like 11:30 or 1:30?
Oh, my bad, guy.
No, go for it, Don. Go.
Not trying to, if you I want to read this real quick, if I may. Not trying to interrupt, but it says once in space, the students plan to keep the tiny satellite named MITTE in low Earth orbit without thrusters or propellant. Instead, it uses the Earth's magnetic field to provide propulsion. Solar panels affixed to two CubeSats generate electricity, which passes through a connecting wire. As the CubeSat orbits Earth, the ionosphere completes the circuit. When a wire conducts electrical current in a magnetic field, it exerts a force on the wire, boosting the CubeSat higher into orbit.
Yikes.
So propulsion. Oh.
Yes, propulsion. Yes.
Boom. There we go, Blue.
Okay, yeah. Propulsion in the sense of keeping it in up in keeping its orbit boosted, not to propel it around the Earth. It's doing that because it's in orbit. But you got to have you got to supply some energy someplace to replace the drag that occurs because you are still in a really tiny amount of atmosphere.
That bandsaw, you're really getting on my nerves with that shit, dude.
Yeah, bandsaw. So annoying.
Damn.
Just kidding, bandsaw.
That was easy. I wasn't even trying.
Just fucking with you, man.
No, that's a master troll. He's got everyone going. He's kind. He's elegant.
Yeah,
he doesn't even have to try.
Bandsaw is one of the first official. He's like he'll probably be the longest living troll in the community.
Really?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
This is pretty cool. So this thing flies just through the ionosphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's proof of Earth being a sphere again. Schumann resonance, ionosphere. You know that cavity created bandsaw. This all plays into that.
No, that proves that this thing is going to go round and round in a circle. Yes.
Exactly. Round and round in a circle around what?
Euclidean 3D plane.
There we
go.
go.
Yeah. So how is it doing this? Like
that's not even true.
Yeah,
magnetic fields, man. No fuel.
Look at the mapping of the ionosphere. It's not a disc.
Yeah, but pretend you don't know what shape it is. Right? This thing's shaped like a brick, right? How is it staying up in the air?
Completes its circuit.
Yeah,
circuits don't make a difference. Like it doesn't make a difference if it's doing a circuit, a figure eight, or anything. That doesn't keep. Yeah.
Dude, it's right there. When a wire conducts electrical current in a magnetic.
I know how that works because of orbits allow for that to happen, but it doesn't. That doesn't allow for that on a flat plane that's just going over in circles.
Kosho, what stops Earth from falling down?
Nothing. It is falling down.
How does it stay up in the air, Kosho?
It doesn't stay up in the air. It's falling down.
Oh my goodness! It's falling down, is it?
Yes.
Falling down. Oh my goodness gracious!
Wouldn't it be ironic? Wouldn't it be ironic if the ionosphere is what eventually leads us to know that I ain't on no sphere?
Not bad. No, but the question persists, my man. The question persists because the Earth is falling, the sun is falling, these things are falling. This brick in my cosmology, this brick is falling. But in your reality, if the brick was falling, it wouldn't be able to stay up in the air.
But Coach, you can't do that because for them, if Earth is a flat plane, this thing is just in the ionosphere doing like a round circuit, you know. They don't deny there's an ionosphere and whatnot.
Nate, come on, dude.
I know, but you gotta put yourself in their shoes and try and make them think about how this is impossible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like I'm putting myself in their shoes. There's this brick
you're not.
in the air. This brick is in the air.
The Earth falling. That's not you being in their shoes.
Well, no, but that is the truth of it. I mean, they don't understand how.
I agree with you. That is the truth. But telling them what the truth of our model isn't gonna work for them.
Oh yeah, but
how is it
that this
Coastal,
thing
how could you want your girlfriend to have these thoughts? If you're so convinced, why would you want your girlfriend to be a flat earther talking about it couldn't be that, and you're saying that's just the way it is? Facts. You're wrong.
Forget about my model.
relationship
I'm not trying to prove my model. I'm trying to make sense of this picture in your model. This picture of a brick in the air. Okay, I don't understand how a brick stays in the air on your model.
But it has to have a way of staying in the air if the Earth is stationary and planar, right? So maybe the answer's not there, but just because there's a given answer doesn't mean that's the right answer.
No, but it does mean that we probably shouldn't rest until we have the answer, right? It seems like a pretty common. It's like
Sure.
there's a
You're
magical
saying,
brick in the air. We probably shouldn't do
just
anything
because
else
you
to
can't
figure out how it's
imagine how
doing
it's
that.
working doesn't mean that there isn't a way that it's working on a plane.
Why would we talk about anything else if you saw a brick floating in midair? Would you go about your day and just mind your own business, or would you figure out?
No, I'd want to know.
In the air in front of you?
I'm not saying I don't want to know. I'm saying we should try to figure it out, but we shouldn't assume that the answer we do have is the right one first.
Exactly. Yeah. So let's assume Earth is a flat, stationary plane. Dave, how is it possible that this brick is hovering above us in the sky?
Well, there's ions. It's got some kind of ion. I mean, if I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
The ionosphere. That's where it is.
Oh, you mean the CubeSat? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Those drones. I mean, that's just a picture. It's not a brick. It's not. It's just a graphic image to begin with. We have to agree upon that. It's not a real image.
You don't even believe.
So we don't know. We don't know that it's doing exactly what they're saying to begin with. We don't know that. We can't assume anything. That's the whole idea.
Let's just say
you start assuming and you don't get to an answer.
I hear you. I hear you. If buts, maybes, this, that, and the third. But let's just say it's doing what they tell us it is doing. Do you think this is possible on a flat and stationary plane?
I think it'd be way more possible, in fact, because if you're spinning in all these different directions and it doesn't get thrown off, it's falling towards the Earth and all that is just that sounds way more crazy than this thing is circling above us.
Okay, well, how do you stop this thing from falling?
Yeah.
Maybe there's ion generation, some kind of like flotation. Yeah, there's some kind of magnetic field lines that it's following.
You got to say more than a single word circuit, because saying circuit doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make something not fall.
It's a locked... Dude, why don't you read it clearly? When the wire conducts electrical current in a magnetic field, it exerts force on the wire, boosting the CubeSat higher into orbit. It's using the magnetic field. That's what
I understand that part of it. I understand part of it because an orbit implies that it actually is falling. So nothing's stopping it from falling in the way that it says that it works. But in your model, something does have to be stopping it from falling.
Magnets, magnetic fields.
What magnet? What? So Earth's magnetic field is keeping this thing in orbit.
That's the explanation that he just read.
Kosher, you can't seriously be expecting a logical explanation that makes physical sense in reality.
No, of course not.
The reason we don't call it spinning is because we're not spinning.
We're not expecting that. We're just hoping that these guys think deep enough on this so that they realize it's not possible on a flat and stationary plane. But they're not thinking deeply.
I'm wondering why it's not bothering them.
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys need
no
to
matter
think
how
deep
much
about
you guys
this
say right now, you cannot forget that today the globe got crushed.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with
He's
you.
sat on one of his cupcakes.
We won. We already won. You can't really make up for it. You can have this little after party and try to make up for it. You can't really.
What happened today? What happened earlier today?
Hey, what I
that
missed?
the globe got crushed.
What I missed?
Oh, it was just a brutal day for the globe.
bloody.
What happened, Dave?
It was like MMA. It was insane.
Dang, I missed
The only reason we're entertaining your idea about this brick and all the globe falling talk is because we feel bad.
Dave?
We feel
Dave,
like,
tell us what happened. How did the globe get put in a rear naked chokehold?
It's too much to go into. There's so many.
How did you guys put the
blow by blow ways to even go through?
It was like the first half hour of Saving Private Ryan. It
was just a blood fest on the beaches. That's what it was. It was a blood.
Right? You guys are clouded.
Normandy.
Summarize. Just summarize what happened.
You guys talking about?
Oh man, the play-by-play is. Yeah, I almost feel bad trying to reiterate it. It wouldn't be fair.
It was that bad, huh?
Yeah. It's okay though. We'll still talk to you.
Crazy trolling.
This isn't a total waste of time.
You guys will have to regroup, compare notes, and come back and try again another day.
I hear you, but what if the roles were reversed and you guys were trying to understand how something works on a globe, and we were giving you guys these sort of responses, how?
I think the assumption that we don't understand how it would work on a globe is not fair for anyone that's in the room right now.
That's not
We
the
all
assumption.
understand how it would.
There
how
are
it
no
would work.
assumptions here. All we want to
It's
know
just a
is
matter of
how is this
accepting that
possible?
it does work that way. That's the
Yeah,
that's
but
it's not a
Dave,
matter of being able to understand.
but Dave, all we want to know is how does this thing work on a flat and stationary plane? We just want you to go into detail and explain that to
You
us.
just heard the explanation. He read it. It's a magnetic field. That's what that's what the plate. That's what the thing said.
Dude, long as there, if we didn't have the magnetic field, we'll all be dead. Okay,
Yeah,
there's
but
one
True.
that we would all be dead. See, long as there is a current, a charge, there was always going to be a force acting upon an object to keep it sustained above the earth.
True.
Yeah, never mind.
You know how much charge would be required to even say elevate it slightly? Like based on its weight, like just whatever, it's obviously going to be falling, so it's going to have its weight. But the charge is going to allow it to not fall and actually go the other direction. So, do you understand how much force or how much charge are required to do that?
You tell them that.
Hey, Coach, are you trying to say it's just a graphic image and it's not really happening?
Well, no, the graphic image is based on the actual idea of what it looks like, and the place that it's at. It might not look like that. It might be a flat Earth up there, but it's supposed to be up there in the ionosphere. So the point is, I don't get how any of that stuff works. It looks like magic to me.
The explanation also sounds like, given this explanation, can we not sort of? Why has nobody tried to harness this this phenomenon for like sort of perpetual, energy like generation or something?
Of course, because they're hiding it from us.
What?
They're hiding it from us, but there's kids doing it.
Oh man! You gotta think.
We're back to the psyop.
No, hang on. Again. Let's think about it. Let's make it logic. Okay, logic. You discover something that can be utilized as free energy.
You broke logic at step 1, Don.
Okay, it's over unity. It doesn't. It breaks the laws. Okay, I get it. Whatever. But if you discover this, how many people are you going to tell?
Everyone.
If you really, you want it in the hands of your enemies.
Don, you discovered it and you're showing it to us.
Ooh.
Oof. Well, it's already out there. It's public information, so it's not like I'm keeping it a secret.
You guys do know what happened to the guy that invented the water engine, right?
Oh no! Are we going down this rabbit hole?
He's not here anymore. Is he?
Yes. Rest in peace. May he rest in peace.
Did he die of old age? Did he get sick?
He drowned.
Was he assassinated?
Drowned.
Someone drowned him.
In his own water machine.
Yeah. Anyways, so are you saying these kids' lives are in jeopardy?
No.
Only 250 of them.
It's like 240.
If the mainstream's reporting on it, it's either a secured psyop or not really real, or some way of controlling it so no one else can do it, or what.
Some way, somehow. It just must be.
Dave, are you the one that I asked a while ago if your local news is reporting like a string of burglaries? Is that a psyop locally, or do you trust?
And we went through it. You don't remember?
So
our
it was you. I forget. I think you were giving inconsistent sort of answers about what's reliable information and what's not.
No, it was more about, well, if it's just a local thing that's happening, why would I assume that? There could be something to it, but why would I assume that? If it's something on the
police
on the
commissioner
news
might
that
have an
seems to
agenda.
have a directed. It could, I said that's totally possible, but why would I assume that? Because what we found is the things that they try to make public to use for the public support of some agenda, that makes sense. Why would some burglary have anything to do with that kind of motivation? Could. I'm not saying it can't, but why would I assume that?
What do you mean? Then I can flip the no. It's not a straw man because I can flip. I can flip your exact words back on you about more national information and global information and how that spreads. Like I was only trying to get at where, like, do you think any information that comes to you is reliable, sorry, what's your? I'm sure you do, but I wanted to understand your personal benchmark or threshold for what you deem reliable information and what you don't. So I was just asking
Well,
about
it's
local.
sort of like saying in a clever way, it's sort of like saying, well, if you don't believe the news, then you might as well not believe anything.
I mean, kind of. I'm not denying that.
There you go. That's the straw man.
So, but the point still stands about the local news. So, if sure, you can say you have no reason to believe that there would be a secret agenda that locally in your local town where the police department fabricates a false flag news about a string of burglaries so that they can lobby your local government for more police department funds and more money. That is that's a possibility. You agree?
I totally agreed to that. Yeah,
okay,
I said
so
it
then
could be. But why would I assume it is?
But my point is just it could be anything at any level. So
yeah.
So then if you trust one thing over the other, you need to sort of be able to express I mean, you don't need to do anything, obviously, but it would be
you
nice
have to have discernment, right? Discernment, right? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's a little more subtle than
discernment's
just that.
important. I would agree. Why would that be something you
It's not
think I didn't
only
have?
discernment though. It's more nuanced than just discernment. But sure.
Okay, I have nuanced discernment for sure.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right.
Well, you're not aware that, there's people out there that can tell a whole bunch of lies and then like one giant truth, right?
What anyone can say literally anything.
Yeah, like how do you know when to trust someone, Dave? Like if you could just walk us down your steps of
how to gain
inductive or
nuanced discernment.
deductive
Like a
reason.
nuanced discernment, like lecture you want?
Let's say I come with a video, and in this video, I show you that I can see too far. I'm seeing further than I should see on the globe model. How do you discern if this video I'm showing you is right or not?
Well, I have the ultimate straw man answer to that, Nate. The ultimate straw man answer is he'll discern. He will deem that information reliable if there is some entity that's trying to quiet you in your video. And only if that's the case. Only if that's the case where they're trying to censor your information in your video, does it then become reliable? That's the ultimate straw man.
I can't believe that we would have to explain to you.
So if my video gets taken off of YouTube,
well, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
You know, the media is used to influence people. You see it every day.
I'm
right?
not denying that.
So why would you think that there's not some discernment we would place on any big story that seems like there might be an agenda behind it, without auto believing or auto hoaxing? You look at the information just like anything else. You take everything into account that might contradict it. You look at all of the possibilities of it being true. You look for graphic images in place of real images, things like that,
And
stuff that has like telltale
Earth.
signs of globe Earth. Yeah.
Yes. If you lived by what you just said, you would be a staunch globe earther.
But
that's not true. That's where you and I don't agree whatsoever.
Of course, we're gonna agree to disagree. But
welcome
in my
to
opinion,
Earth, guys. Yes, this all got laid.
But would that like let's say my video gets taken off of YouTube, Dave? Would that make you think that there is validity to my video because it's been taken off YouTube and I'm being silenced? Would that make you think?
I think I think my nuanced discernment might make me think there's a possibility of all things until I figure out what seems to be the case.
Yeah, and that completely makes sense. I mean, in the terms of, okay, if something is a lie, and if people are speaking about that, and then they particularly censor that, they're censoring it because they're lying and they're covering it up. So there would be an absolute direct connection between those.
Yeah, but that's the.
Or wait a minute,
it'd be the same in both cases, though.
Wait, here's the nuance, though. Here's the nuance. Sometimes they'll make it seem like they're trying to hide the information just so you give more credibility to the information. Like Alex Jones getting kicked off YouTube or something, gave him credibility. He was too tight with Trump, and then it made it seem like he's credible again, you know? So there's nuance to it. You have to figure all these little details out if you really want to try to get some kind of, not that you could ever know necessarily, but you have to get your best guess. You're like, if you had to put all your money on it, this would be your bet.
Are you serious?
It takes time.
Why don't you just look to see, hey, is this strategy even a good strategy? No, it's not. Why would he be doing it?
What, discernment's not a good strategy? What do you mean?
That's not a good strategy. I'm gonna get kicked off of everything so I can get more. I can see more credible. I'm gonna get kicked off of every.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because he went and got his own network and he started his popularity up there, and it gave his people that are into his kind of information. We're calling him a total shill like pretty regularly, and it gave him credibility back to make it seem like they were trying to hide him from the public, which they're not at all. They're pushing him to be the straw man for a lot of things that would be true possibly, but he's made it seem like, oh, completely ridiculous. It's total. You don't get that at all. I mean, everyone knows.
So his strategy was to have less, but more fanatical, crazy fans, but very, very much less viewers, less fans, but crazier ones.
It's not like obvious. I thought
same as Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin is not on those like all
same thing. I think Owen Benjamin has the same potential in that exact way to make people turn away from the truth in the long run, even though he seems like he's all on the up and up. He has that effect.
Yeah, but less people are viewing him now, so he's having less of an effect.
No, it's not true. He gains long-term popularity because he's got credibility. And the people that are looking for the ones that they're not pushing in front of us.
I'm hanging up my shirts again.
Your NASA shirt's nice and neatly folded, even though your globe got destroyed.
Kosho, we got 6 hours to work on this thing. Are we doing it or not?
Yeah, I'm down 100%. I'm working on something else in Blender right now. I'm helping my friend clean her room. So I got to build.
All right, I'm sending you. All right, I'm sending you the highest resolution image.
But you have it now?
No, we're practicing on.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's what I'm working on already. I'm working on practicing the thing. I'm looking at strategies to do that.
Sure. Sorry not to change the subject, but
no, dude. I mean,
we got 6 hours, dude.
I think you get the right sentiment, dude. That people
we're gonna do it. Or I'm going to sleep until the announcement. One or the other.
Yeah, both.
All right.
Doesn't make much sense, but yeah. What time is the thing again?
I just DM'd you. It's in 6 hours from now.
You'll probably sleep through it, Chronic, and you'll miss it.
You know what? Knowing me, I probably will. To be honest.
And what sort of what sort of ideas? I guess you're comparing it with the Snoop Dogg meme, right? No.
I don't want to. No. I'm not trying to make a meme. I'm trying to. Here, I just sent you the highest resolution image I could find.
Okay.
No. I'm trying to actually do something like scientific, not a meme.
Right. Hey, do you know how to make a picture a SVG?
I don't. Scalar vector graphics or whatever. Scalable vector graphics. I don't know how.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah. I also. I saw that on a tutorial I was watching. You need.
Hey, whoa, dude! I don't watch tutorials, man.
Okay.
All right. Look, there's a dating channel below us if you want to take it there.
What the fuck, dude? Just because Jeremy's not here for you to fucking get all lovey-dovey with, dude.
Oh, lovey-dovey. Oh.
Damn shots.
You can't make an image in SVG unless it's drawn in an SVG package like Illustrator.
Who said that?
Are you sure though?
Yeah, because if you're drawing a bitmap image like in Photoshop, like a photo, it's made of pixels and it can't be scalable. You can't convert pixels to scalable thing. It has to be drawn.
Well, what would happen? What would happen if I? So what would happen if I imported this? Sorry, this is boring. Anyway, I imported a very high resolution JPEG to like Inkscape or Photoshop or something, and all I did was I simply exported it as an SVG. That wouldn't work.
Yeah, once you get past its maximum resolution, I know you said it's a big image, but if you wanted to scale it past that, it would just start stretching the pixels.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I have I have this converter, and it looks like these are the files that it converts to SVG. The PDF is the only one that I might have. Yeah, PDF's the only one, or maybe the XPC. So maybe I can make this a PDF first, and then
yeah. But take the thing I sent you, make it a PDF, and then convert to SVG. It doesn't. I don't think we need to scale it any larger than its maximum native resolution anyway. So.
Yeah.
And then once it's an SVG, you're going to import it to Blender, right? Well, we can.
Yeah, I'm
we
gonna
can
play
end
around
it.
with different methods. Yeah.
If you're actually serious about playing around with it, and you want to screen share, we should go somewhere else.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I do like to I like to look like I know what I'm doing, so I gotta play around with it first, and then.
Well, I know you don't know what you're doing, so I'm happy to like watch you learn it. I'm happy to learn it with you, but whatever.
Fair enough, dude. Well, let me my buddy's coming by real quick. I'm gonna be trying to convert this. I'll rendezvous in about 20 minutes.
All right, we got less than 6 hours.
Yeah, okay, dude. 6 hours until the picture actually comes out, and then you start working on that one.
Well, no, yeah. When we should have the framework ready for when the new image release drops, and we just take it and import it into Blender.
Yeah. Well, what exactly? Can you give me a vision of what you
Yeah, the new black hole image that's releasing in 6 hours from now. In 5 hours and 59 minutes, the press conference begins. Take that. Once they announce it and release it, I presume there's going to be they release a package with it that includes some high resolution version of the image. Take the image, make it an SVG, scalar, vector, whatever. Import it into Blender. Try to see if we can make it 3-dimensional.
That's easy.
And then place stars in orbit around it that correspond to the S star orbits around Sagittarius A star.
That's interesting, dude. We should work on that first then.
That's what we're setting up before the image releases, so we're ready and can do it quickly. Yeah.
That's good to know, man. Is it that GIF you always used to share with people?
Yeah.
Is that the same black hole?
Yeah. Sagittarius A star. So what I'm thinking is basically superimpose the new black hole image on top of this orbiting stars.
You're saying take that GIF and don't. I don't think that. I think.
No. It doesn't need to be the GIF. It can be native in Blender. Like we can generate the stars ourselves, but just have their orbits correspond to what the actual measurements are, what the data says, right?
Okay.
Like I have the 3D. I have the 3D orbits for like a dozen of those stars. I have what their trajectories are. Yeah. So all we do is just we just give a dozen stars those trajectories and have the central gravitational well be at the position of the image. The image.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
But we gotta be able to make that translate the 2D image they release to 3D pretty nicely. I don't want it to look ugly as shit. Like.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I got a few ideas. Yeah, especially with the lighting, all that kind of stuff.
Did you cut out?
So what?
No, Kosha's here.
No, I just quick question. So I'm getting confused on what's what, and so yeah, the one with Snoop Dogg, that's Sagittarius A, and this is M87.
No.
So that was M87.
Snoop Dogg's blunt is M87. Yeah.
And tomorrow is M87 also, or
no.
Sagittarius A?
M87 has been out for several years. They released it. Yeah. I sent you the highest resolution M87 image so that we can set up the framework in Blender prior to when the Sagittarius A star releases in less than 6 hours from now.
Right. I thought there was already a Sagittarius A image, but
no, not an EHT image, not from the Event Horizon Telescope. That's what they're releasing and announcing. Yeah, in the morning.
I'm not confused anymore.
Yeah.
Have you guys checked out the CGI yet from that new telescope thing?
It does look pretty good. Yeah.
Let's see it. Can you post one?
Sure.
Wait, this is from the new James Webb thing?
No. The EHT, Event Horizon Telescope.
What was the image that the
James Webb hasn't gotten anything?
Yeah, they have. They're doing calibration still.
We don't have the CGI from that one yet.
No, they have real images. What's that, Coach?
No, I'm asking what those images, because I remember that I didn't read about it, but I'm posting them now. The James Webb images. What was the big deal about these?
They're just some of the first images published from the calibration process.
I tell you what, dude, they fucked up.
Can I see it? Is that it?
This is one of them. This is from.
Wait, are you serious? Wait, this is from James Webb?
Oh yeah.
I think they fucked up a tint.
You have to be kidding me.
From what I understand of what a girl I was dating who was actually supposed to be like an apprentice astronomer or whatever, all the shit they get is like data basically, and it actually doesn't really look like that, and that none of it is registered in like visual light. So what you're seeing is like completely what they're doing with the computer in their imagination.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Like this was from a girl who actually, worked underneath a direct professor at a university.
Yeah, she did.
Oh boy.
Damn, Chronic. What do you
Nobody
got to say for yourself?
Nobody tell him. Shh. I like the second one you posted, Kosho. The comparison to an old instrument Spitzer. That's pretty striking.
Oh wow, I didn't realize that. Oh wow, holy shit.
Yeah, like none of this you would see in the visual spectrum. It's all fucking shit probably in the fucking IR spectrum, radio spectrum. That's not what it would look like to the human eye.
Well, when Elon Musk, because I know Jeremy's going to get one of his eyes from the Neuralink thing. Elon Musk's going to give you eyes that you're going to be able to see in infrared. So maybe one day you might be able to see it like this.
So, Coach, you're really telling me that this is it, huh? This is the James Webb calibration, the last two you just posted?
Well, that's what this image is saying. I mean, I'm just
so all that hoopla about launching that thing, and they made it a huge event. Everybody, wanted everyone tuning in, and then they claimed to launch it out there because I saw some of that, all of the it's like a long infomercial basically, and it was so cheesy, all the actors and the scripts and everything. But anyways, so that whole thing, and it's at the Lagrange point and all that. You're telling me that this is the image that they're getting from that. This is the first one.
Yeah, this is the first comparison image, I suppose. Yeah.
Money well spent.
And how far do they claim it is? How many miles again?
Like 1 million, right?
1 million.
From the top, that's where the Epic is. I'm not sure. I think is it 1 million?
All right, so this is supposed to be 1 million miles out in an infinitely expanding vacuum, and you're supposedly getting this image.
Yeah, sounds about right.
What a letdown.
But yeah.
Comedy gold.
What a letdown. So much money wasted.
I mean, if I lived 100 years ago or something, or maybe 1,000 years ago, and my girlfriend gave me this picture, she's like, "Hey, I got this. I took a picture. And it looks like this." I'm like, "Holy shit!" I'd be very impressed. But
the problem with this is that's if you were, let's just say, or living on a globe and you're in a spaceship 1 million miles from Earth, and you look out the spaceship, you wouldn't see that. It's not even what it would look like. What I'm telling you is these images, even if space is real, are not actual representations, good representations of what you would actually see with the naked eye on a spaceship. All this shit is, I mean, someone laughed at me and said, "Should we tell them?" But yeah, it's true that all the images are enhanced. They have to be. Human beings can't register the light in these spectrums.
True.
You can at least see that far, though, right, with your naked eye?
What do you got to say? What do you got to say for yourself? Are you going to defend it?
I'm defending it. I'm learning about this right now, dude.
How do you know how far it is if you can't see it?
But
can you see past your ceiling?
Yeah, I got X-ray vision.
Well, if I have laser light, I can. See
but I
laser
mean,
light, I can see through it.
Well, if
Numpty
you're
said something
super,
very important. It's just that we can't see the features of these stars in certain spectrums, but you can still see the stars, but you don't get all of the features that we see using infrared and things like that. You know, it would just look like a boring old star using normal visible light.
yeah, I don't know. There was like a Glober doubting that claim earlier too in the chat. I don't know what kind of bullshit that is about.
What did you say, Nate? A boring old star.
It would just look like a star in the sky. But once you look at it using these other spectrums of light bands, so it starts looking really spectacular. You see all these other features that you couldn't see before. And then yes, sometimes a bit of coloring is added to make certain features stand out. But you know,
sometimes.
No, it
yeah,
has to be added.
yeah.
Has to be added anytime you're using. Assuming, like, I'm not even like going from I'm just assuming the Glober model is true, and every image has to have at least some enhancement if it's using a light spectrum outside of the visible human, like outside of the human visible spectrum. Like, it has to be enhanced because those
It's hard
light
to hear you,
spectrums
Numpty.
see.
He's wrong even when he tries to be a Glober. That's sad.
Yeah. No, Numpty. It's not that every time you take a picture,
If something
Yo, I was
is
talking,
something
Numpty.
is
Yo,
outside,
buddy.
but if something's outside of your perspective, outside of your visible light spectrum, how are you supposed to see it? How are you seeing something outside of your light spectrum? Like, I don't understand what you're doubting. You're doubting that humans can't see X-ray vision? You sound pretty ridiculous.
I guess so.
Well, they would claim in some of their systems that NASA and other organizations like that have, proprietary type technology to be able to see further than, regular telescopes. And then they claim to put these James Webb things and all, the Hubble and all that stuff out there. And then they sell these images that, when Kosho first just posted that James Webb one, the actual stars are little graphics. Like, they have little shapes to them. That literally is CGI. Now, maybe the one on the lower left does look a little bit like that dim one. But wow, these are bad. I mean, but
would you Gio?
So they use some of that, but then you're right. They also use like radio telemetry and other things that are not visual at all. So Noah is correct about that.
So Gio, is it possible that you might not completely understand what you're seeing and therefore you default to CGI? Is that possible?
No, it completely looks like CGI.
Come on. Is it possible that you might not fully understand what you're actually looking at?
No, I know that I'm exactly looking at CGI.
All right,
100%.
You're being disingenuous now. Come on.
100%. It's not even. There's nothing even real about it. Some of the stuff they do take real images and then they alter it. Yeah, this is just not. This is just CGI.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Mr. Chronic?
I mean, look at the stars, dude. On the one on the top. Look at here. I'll post it again so everyone can see what I'm talking about.
Then can I ask Chronic a question when we're done?
Look at the layer. See the one on the upper left, and the ones that are large, like the large twinkles. Look at how they're all just a CGI stamp of each other. I mean, that's a layered tool. Do you see how they're all the same? Like, why are these things all twinkling at the exact same little shape?
Well, what if I gave you the answer? What would that do?
It's a great answer to this, yeah.
But before I give the answer, though, I need to hear a little bit more from Gio. Could he be misunderstanding what those are? Is that possible? He says no. So I have the answer, but I'm not going to give it to him because he can't even acknowledge that he might not understand what exactly they are. So therefore I will not explain what they are.
Whoa.
They look like snowflakes.
True. Yeah, that's true.
They look
let's call them space snowflakes. That's a pretty cool name.
Spikes all oriented in the same directions as one another. Well, like, what are the odds that those stars are pointing up and down and left and right?
Yeah,
perfectly with the frame. It's obviously
CGI.
I'll let you steal that idea, Chronic, along with the bathtub.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, this is definitely not a vacuum millions and billions of miles out there with some item that they claim to have launched out there, which is then taking a picture. That is as false as claiming that they're putting rovers on Mars.
Yeah, that's true.
On that, I would agree.
Yeah.
So what are the clouds, Chronic? Are they clouds of dark matter?
I don't know.
Or mist,
mist of dark matter, as Kosho would put it.
Hey,
yeah,
dude.
What actually are those?
I think those are the best. Hey, but just a quick question for Mr.
Go ahead, Kosho.
Frank, I have a question because I noticed that there's an 8 and a mu, and I think a 7.7 and a mu. I think it's a mu. I might be wrong. But does that mean that that's like I'm assuming I'm just assumption. Is that like 800 nanometers at the wavelength? Is that what that's saying? That is.
It's 8,000, but
it's 8,000.
You missed one. Yeah, you missed 1 0. But
well, no, that's why I'm wondering is because I thought that it was. I was like, wow, it's like right outside of like red light, but that's just way outside of red lights.
Way outside, yeah. Yep, that's the pass band or filter that's used for that image. That was used
which one?
to pick that image. The ones that have a description underneath the images.
It says Spitzer and Iraq and Webb Miri.
Yeah, the numbers though.
Yeah, that's it.
So all these little dots that are on this, let's say the Webb Miri 7.7, yeah, that one on the right. All these little dots. Do you think that those are all spherical stars, and then there's planets going around all of those? Is that what you're thinking?
To our best understanding, yeah. I mean, you can laugh, but yeah. If you want to suggest something maybe that might explain it better than our current understanding, I'm happy to steal it. Just like I steal all of Bandy's ideas.
As you would, because they're good ideas.
Naturally, yes.
Yeah. So where are the planets?
Everywhere.
Great question.
Almost everywhere.
And then do you think all of them have planets or just some of them, or what do you think on that?
That's more of a statistical argument that I'm happy to make. Yeah, likely. Yeah, at least one.
Can I ask you another question?
Do you think there's ones that have like 400 planets?
Probably not enough. Probably not enough protoplanetary material to make 400, but probably not. Yeah, not impossible, but very, very not probable.
Well, there's a resonance.
I have a question about these photos. It looks like these stars are in some sort of like amoeba-like cloud. Is that the case in these photos? Or you understand? My question's pretty simple.
Yeah, it could be whatever you think it is. Honestly.
Ask Kosho. It's dark.
Really, could be.
Right. Well, like they do like kind of like plan out where they're gonna point these telescopes in advance, right? So they probably know what they're. They have little sections and stuff in space. Apparently, I'm not the biggest expert on it, but
neither am I. Neither am I.
I mean, are you?
I mean, to me, no, not at all. Not at all.
What is the
To me, it looks a little bit. It looks kind of like nebulous material. Maybe some people call it the interstellar medium. I mean, it looks like it could be a bunch of things.
Right. To my.
Go, Noah. Go. Or is he broken up?
Go ahead, Noah.
Go ahead, Noah.
Kosho, you're supposed to be meeting a friend and coming back and working on this thing.
Yeah, he's still looking for my place. Hey, I did have a question though. If you have
Hold on 2 seconds, Kosho.
I think Bandy was going to say something.
The what does the original photo look like?
The one you're seeing.
What do you mean?
Oh, they're usually pixelated.
Huh? Can you clarify your question, Bandy?
Well, is there an original photo, or is this the original photo?
Yeah, this is the raw calibration. So science imaging hasn't started yet. So, projects that are doing specific, specific science projects have not started yet. This is all still calibration images and data that are taken. So yeah, the one that Kosho posted is a raw frame, a raw image using from one instrument called MIRI. I think it's mid-infrared imager, MIRI.
So this is just like taking a Polaroid. with a special camera.
Well, it's a little different, but
yeah, well, basically, but it's like one snapshot with no filters, no nothing, or it's infrared filter.
no, there's certainly a filter on it. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, there's a filter in front of the detector that is filtering out all wavelengths of light except for. Oh no, we're gonna go down this path, aren't we? Oh no.
Who? What path?
No, okay, maybe we won't. Sorry, I didn't mean to trigger this. Yeah, there's a filter, and
the fact that you filtered it
means that it's fake somehow. Yeah. We don't want to repeat that, but yeah, it's with a 7.7 micron filter.
Okay, so it is filtered.
Yes, yes.
All right. So
and Kocho posted the full.
What would it look like?
Sorry, go ahead.
Unfiltered. What would it look like unfiltered?
What would it look like unfiltered? It would be the detector would be receiving what I would call white light, or the entire continuous spectrum of light.
So that would just be like a blur of white light, would it?
A blur of white light.
Well, you said it was going to have the whole spectrum in there. So the whole spectrum is going to have blue, pink, yellow, aqua, all the colors of the rainbow kind of in there.
Well, if I had to get
unfiltered,
it would likely it would likely just look like white light on a detector, like what's his name was saying before he left. Forget his name.
Noah.
Yeah. No. Man of Consciousness, Nate, is that his name? I forget.
He's in here right now.
Yeah.
No, I think he's gone.
He's right
But
there.
anyways, Kosho posted the full collage from all the instruments. Is that the right word? Collage? Combination
collage?
Combination of all the different instruments and their calibration images they took. Is the one Kosho posted recently, 18 after the hour.
Okay.
I mean, they look beautiful to me. Regardless if they're CGI or not, they look pretty damn good to me.
So those photos that the Kosho just posted are unfiltered. That's what
No.
Okay, so
no, they all have to be if they're not in the visible light spectrum.
No, they don't have to be. They don't have to be. The instruments were engineered. The purpose of the telescope is to observe in infrared wavelengths.
Have you got a photo that's unfiltered that we can compare?
Sure. I think Don just posted one. Did he not? I think he did.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm gonna scroll down a bit more.
I mean, he doesn't. I have no idea where the source came from, but sure.
Well, there we go. Well, look at the one on the left. It looks far prettier than the one on the right. Look at that.
That's subjective, Bandy. Come on.
Oh,
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, well, obviously your eyes have got rose-colored glasses on.
Infrared colored glasses.
Yeah. That's funny, Jerry. That's funny.
Kosho, are we doing this thing or not?
He's waiting for his mate. Right? He's got a date with the ISS in a dark street.
All right, maybe he's with his mate right now.
Don't you find it funny that even the ISS keeps up to date on the whole Ukraine drama, saying that they're not going to take Americans down off the ISS? So now Savior Elon Musk gets to go do it with a private contract.
I don't keep up with that drama.
But the ISS does.
There's a technical. There's a technical question in the chat. What is the spec on the sensor on the James Webb Telescope?
Yeah, I just gave a link.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I ain't gonna read it because I won't understand it. Just giving you the heads up.
This school is huge.
Well, you can read about all of the instruments and their specs.
Holy shit!
Like, am I gonna understand it, Chronic? Really? Will I? If I read it?
No, I barely will understand it.
Yeah. There you
I'm
go.
not an engineer. I didn't fabricate these instruments.
But we'll get our peoples onto it.
Yeah, do some hard research.
Sure. We will. Look at them. Yeah, they have to dress up.
I see they're still using tinfoil.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
Never goes out of style.
Be around forever.
And the gold flashing as well.
Tinfoil. It's fucking hilarious.
I think there's some like twist ties and wire ties floating off as well.
Honestly, if everything NASA puts out is fake, at the very least, they're an incredibly funny group of dudes. Like, these fuckers are funny.
Cool.
Yeah, there is like a sense of humor in it. It seems like they have. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of sinister, but it's also a little bit harmless in a way. Even though like it's a huge deception, I just mean the humor seems harmless to me.
Dude, like that Asian lady who's like the head of COVID or whatever, Maurice Tam or whatever the fuck her name is. She was like at the Boston bombings, and I was looking at these like memes, and it looks like she's applying fake prosthetics and blood, and it's just like, if this shit is fake, and she's she's the head of COVID response in America and at this fucking shit, like, I mean, honestly, it's kind of funny at this point. Like, I'm not even mad. Like, it's fucking funny, honestly.
Actually, Chronic, I was watching the grinding process that they have to go through to create some of the lenses of these telescopes. Absolutely incredible, the precision.
Yeah, feats of engineering, one might say.
Oh my god, man! Yeah, it was impressive to see, actually.
Yep.
The process.
You know,
can you describe it a bit? That sounds super interesting.
I'll see if I can drop a link, actually.
They just have really tight tolerances on their on the actual convexity and the shape of the primary mirrors and stuff. So, I mean, I'm not going to quote the actual threshold because I don't recall off the top of my head, but it's something crazy like, you know, they need to grind parts of the mirror, you know, the primary mirror down to like a tolerance of, you know, like a fraction of like a micron or something.
Yeah, to a billionth of a meter, apparently. A billionth.
Holy moly!
A billionth of a meter, yeah. So if you move the decimal point, that's like a fraction of a micron.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yep.
And look, a billionth of a meter, and yet still they can't measure the curvature in water. Go figure. Go figure.
Yeah. One of the major benefits, especially with large mirrors, for a space observatory, space telescope, is you don't get over a long time baseline, you will not get primary mirrors sag due to gravity. So with the large mirrors on Earth, you'll get this sagging that happens over time. You don't get that, obviously. Yeah, you don't get that on a space observatory.
Due to gravity.
Yes, due to this mysterious thing pulling everything down. Yeah.
Okay.
Because, you know, the heavier, the more massive and large the mirror is, the more, you know, susceptible it'll be to sagging.
You know that they actually used the word gravity before Newton existed. So
Yeah.
when a flat earther uses the word, when flat earthers get angry about you using the word gravity, you could just say like, well,
it just means weight. That's all it means. It just means weight.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, really, the correct word is gravitation, because gravitation is actually the theory, well, involved in the actual proposed theories of why things fall and that whole phenomenon. Whereas the word gravity itself just means weightedness or weight. It also has a couple other definitions like gravitas. So the theories of gravitation is probably the most technical term for it.
Yeah, I think one of the sort of pioneers of large telescope instrumentation in history is this guy. I think he actually died maybe 5 or 10 years ago, but he came up with this idea because as telescopes, throughout the course of history were being built larger and larger with mirrors that are being machined, larger and more massive and heavier. He was the first guy to sort of come up with the idea of segmented mirror sections that would compose an overall larger mirror. And that deals with the sagging issue. If you can, instead of one huge monolithic single massive piece of glass or metal, you break it into 20 different little segments that work together, and you defeat that problem. I forget his name. He was a pretty famous scientist guy.
I think I heard about that before.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember it. You know what else it kind of reminds me
I have
of?
a question.
Sure.
Sorry, go ahead, Noah.
I was gonna say it reminds me of the how the pictures of Earth are just composite of a bunch of photos from us. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like it's fake. It has to be, because they only take a small portion, a small picture of each side of the Earth, and then they use a program to stick it all together.
If you say so.
That
exactly.
Is what. No, that's not what I say. So that is what the NASA guy says. So I mean, I'm just parroting him.
Cool.
Chronic, do you see the last image that was posted in chat by Don? The one that shows like what is that? Is that
yeah. What about it?
Is which one? Like, is that a
at
right,
30 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that supposedly real?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. My question is, those are galaxies out there, right? The kind of disc looking things?
That's what they appear to be.
Okay. So see how like up, let's say in the 10 o'clock position, 10, 11 o'clock position, up there, you've got kind of two of them that are they're kind of close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And one's kind of at an angle, and then the other one's, okay. So since we can see both of those in this image, can they see each other? Like, do they just have to look up and they see this huge thing above them? Do they see each other?
Well, they're like that. I don't know the details of these two galaxies you're pointing out, but
well, I'm just saying if we can see between them, then that means that they can, like, because I assume that you might say that they're so far away that it would just be blackness between them. Like, it's not like they would just look, like if there was a planet within one of those and then another planet within another one, you could just, they look so close, you would just look up in the sky and you would see this massive galaxy above you with all these planets because they're that close. And if we can see them in this image, how does that compute?
So your first assumption is likely wrong. And I say likely wrong because, like I said, I don't know all the details of those two specific galaxies. But your first assumption that because they appear next to each other on a 2D image means that they are physically right next to each other in space.
All right, so you're saying that one of them could be at a much further distance?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, then how does the light get picked up to where they're just about the same brightness if one of them's that much further? The inverse square law of light would never allow for that to occur.
No. This is a fundamental misunderstanding that happens a lot here. That for some reason I haven't fully understood yet. you are misunderstanding the idea of light propagation through a near perfect vacuum of space. So it sounds like what you're saying is that if one of them is much further away, it should be fainter, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If they're so far away from each other that it just looks like blackness in their skies, that type of distance, yeah, absolutely.
So does one of them look fainter than the other to you, or do they look the exact same brightness?
Those are different. Yeah.
Okay. So you're sort of answering your own question, kind of.
But there's other ones below it that are all about the same. There's a whole grouping there. There's another grouping there. The basic question is that if here's my question: the two in the upper left, could they see each other?
I will go ahead and presume yes.
Okay, so they can see each other.
But saying that if there's a planet in one of those galaxies and they look up, they would see that other neighboring galaxy humongous in their night sky. I disagree with that. Maybe, but maybe not. I would need to know the distances. Or I would need to have some estimate or some vague understanding of their relative distances.
Yo,
does that make sense?
How are these distances exactly?
You broke up, Noah, but I think you asked how are the distances estimated?
Yeah.
There's several different methods. We colloquially they're referred to as the different type of distance ladders that are used. So they're recession rate of galaxies, Hubble's law, type 1a supernova, Cepheid variables. There's many different phenomenon that over the course of astronomical history and science, the science of astronomy, have built empirical relations between these phenomenon and the distance of the host galaxy that they occur in. So that's like a very surface level. It would be an entire course to teach this over an entire semester to learn it at a very deep level. But
so what's like the first or the simplest method? Like, how did they determine where Andromeda galaxy is?
How did they determine where it is? By localizing it in the
distance wise,
so
right? Because I always hear the claim Andromeda is our nearest galaxy, and that in millions of years it's going to hit our galaxy, and there's going to be a whole thing when they both, I guess, enter each other's vicinity. I'm not really sure, but how did they determine that like Andromeda is at this position, and then also determine when it's going to come towards us and stuff? Do you know that?
Yeah, so there's one of the methods I use. There's an empirical relation between the pulsation rate of a type of star called a Cepheid variable and its distance. And so there's many Cepheid variable stars that are observed in Andromeda. I have to be precise because not to be that guy, but it's the nearest massive galaxy to the Milky Way. There's many other galaxies that are closer than Andromeda, but anyway, yeah. So we know that we know that the velocity, the relative velocity of Andromeda with respect to us is the distance essentially is decreasing over time.
Right, but how do they determine how far it is?
Yeah, so there's an empirical relation between the pulsation rate of a type of star called a Cepheid variable, Cepheid variable star, and its distance.
Okay, so on a very simple level, you look at the star, and if it's further, it pulses a different way, whereas if it's closer, it pulses a different way, and then I guess you have some sort of formula for, I guess, I don't know, I'm assuming the frequency or something like that.
Nah, it's more sophisticated and it's boring to explain. I can DM you a link though if you're legitimately curious to read more about it.
If you could send me, actually,
Sure. I'll go ahead and do that.
Beginner's link.
Gotcha.
call the twinkle formula.
Oh, that was just a low blow, Bandy.
What? Talking about low blow.
Serious stuff.
Twinkle formula, come on, man.
Serious stuff. The twinkle formula.
The twinkle formula. Come on. I'm sure it's very complicated. But for short, we could call it the twinkle formula.
Well, we already have a name for it, distance ladder. But if you think twinkle formulas sounds hotter,
Look, it sounds far fancier. Come on, distance ladder. How boring. What sort of?
well, I never claimed scientists are come up with exciting names or words.
How? Can you imagine presenting to kids in school a twinkle formula? Their eyes would twinkle. They would light up. Cronny, come on.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true.
You go in there and say, here, okay, kids, we're going to learn about the distance ladder. They're going to go, oh my God. They're going to be looking out the window. They're going to be flicking each other with lugger bands and stuff. Come on.
I don't know why I'm waiting up for Kosho. I'm definitely going to oversleep this announcement.
Wow.
What's the announcement?
I'm going to have to set like 6 alarms.
He is he's unreliable at best.
Yeah.
I would just sign off Chronic and go to bed because he's.
Yeah, I'm about to.
You don't want to miss it.
Well, I mean, it's not going anywhere, right? It'll be viral in less than 10 minutes after they release the image.
But you don't want to see it like 10 hours after it. You want to be like all over it.
True. I just gave you a link, Harry, in the chat.
Awesome, thank you.
You have been waiting.
There's 1,000 people waiting in the live stream already. 1,020 live.
So 11 o'clock our time.
Yeah, less than 5 hours. Oh wait, about approximately 5 hours from now. Yeah.
11 o'clock our time. Damn.
You're certainly gonna be up. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll probably see it before you.
You probably will. You probably will. So I won't check anything when I wake up. Well, I don't know if you'll be here, but I want to get it. I want to get the drop first from you. That'd be hilarious. You tell me what it is.
I'm kind of gathering. I'm kind of gathering. It's going to look like a light. That's what I'm kind of gathering.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But aliens might be in, or angels.
Yeah, there might be an alien or two in it, maybe.
Is that the live stream link, Chronic, you just dropped?
Yeah, the European one. They're covering it in probably a dozen different countries, all simulcast. Yeah.
Simulcast.
Yes, yeah. Simulcast, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Chronic might know a lot about stars, but the basic pronunciation of words eludes him.
Don't come to me for the pronunciation of words. I can give you the hot tip.
Yeah.
Here we go. What have we got here? Live in 5 hours. Damn, there's people actually waiting.
Wait, is this what is it being released?
Press conference I put in the chat. The second ever image of a black hole from the Event Horizon Telescope. You know, the one they released a couple years ago? Snoop Dogg's Blunt. There's a bunch of memes about it.
Yep.
Yeah, the next iteration of that, basically. So we'll have some nice content to argue about starting tomorrow. Some nice new content, new fresh content, not the same old boring stuff.
Uh-huh. And you think that it's out there?
Appears to be.
Is this claimed to be an optical instrument or
radio
telemetric data?
No, very long baseline interferometry, VLBI, with radio telescopes. I think this new one is going to be noisier than the first one a couple years ago, for several different reasons. But that's just my
It made noisier.
That's my general prediction.
Not very clear, in other words.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in other words, yeah.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, just a prediction. I could be completely wrong. It could not even be. It could be like something. I mean, well, the likelihood of it of being the Milky Way black hole is very, very high. But I don't know. It could be. They've been very tight-lipped. There's been no leak that I've seen. I've been following pretty closely to see if anyone leaks anything. And
so why are you kept out of the loop, Chronic, seeing this is your field?
I'm a peon, Bandy. Why do you think I'm in these discords? You think I'm a Blood Oath Illuminati member?
Well, so what exactly do you do for your work with astronomy?
I just look at random things in the sky that light up and do cool, weird shit. What are you gonna say, Gio?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Do you have a PhD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I just wondered if it was
PhD in falseness
and flat Earth debating. No.
I just wondered if it was a master's or PhD or what it was.
I have all three of the like, the ladder you climb. Bachelor's, master's, PhD.
Hey, doctor.
Ah, look who's back. We got
that's what I was just asking if it was an actual PhD. Yeah. So what is the PhD in technically? What's the name of it?
It's in physics with a concentration in astrophysics.
Okay. And then if you care to share, you don't have to, of course, but what if it was from a particular school or?
Yeah. From I did all my university work was on the East Coast in the States.
United States?
Yes, in the United States. Yeah.
Not the Australian states.
No.
Bro, you ain't got nothing on Mauna Kea.
Huh? What?
And do you feel like you get paid enough, not enough, or too much?
They don't get paid. They don't get paid good.
You could ask that question to literally anyone, Gio. They're gonna say not enough. You could ask that question. You could ask that question to a garbage man, and he would say, "I don't get paid enough."
I get paid enough.
All right, unless you're Harry, but
paid way too much.
Wait a minute, electrical engineers get paid pretty well.
Not enough, though. Not enough, Don.
Oh, they definitely
I'm an electrical engineer.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking into. That's what I'm going for.
Kosho, am I going to sleep or are we doing this blender thing?
My friend might have fallen asleep for all I know. I lost him somewhere in the parking lot. But yeah, let's do it, dude.
All right.
Let's do it too.
You got the image.
For you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You should send me the files or the data on those stars that you said you had, just in case. Because I feel like that can be worked on first, then practicing to make this 3D 2D thing. I feel like that's a little more. That'll take less practice.
Effort.
It can be done. It can be done and get put out of the way. It's more monotonous.
Sure, but I could do that myself. I thought your expertise was going to help.
All right.
3D the 2D image.
I gotta muster that expertise soon.
I did send you the
image. Oh, the data. Okay.
Yeah, I'm DMing you the data also.
Fair enough. I'm trying to get it in my head. You saw the DALL-E 2 OpenAI thing, right?
Yeah, I'm on the wait list now.
You're on the wait list.
I think they actually I'm not sure my like affiliations or whatever I put on the sign up sheet for the wait list, but they've contacted me already and are gonna yeah.
What are you talking about?
I've got an email back saying I think in the next 2 weeks or something they'll let me in.
Are you serious? Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, Kosho's gutted.
That's fucking funny, dude.
I mean, I'm happy to share the account with you.
Yo, Chronic, do you know a guy named Professor Douglas Scott?
Doug Scott?
Yes.
Sounds like a pretty generic name to me. Doesn't ring a bell.
He did some sort of big deal in astrophysics like a while ago. Some sort of programming thing that they all needed for their like data, I guess, processing. And yeah, this was the motherfucker that I basically took a class that he was doing, and then I met a girl who was basically like doing her master's, working underneath him and shit.
Cool,
and so he's like supposed to be a pretty big deal in fucking astrophysics and shit. He teaches at University of British Columbia. I just thought you'd know him because, like, I don't know, the way he fucking was acting, he's like a tall, fat British dude.
I mean, do you remember the name of the software? You said he wrote a popular software. Do you?
Yeah, I don't remember that because it was like introduction to fucking relativity or something.
Yeah.
But basically, this dude fucking acted so cocky, but he was like a fucking ugly, like fat, like not fat, like skinny fat. It was just funny, bro.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. I know the type of guy. I think I would more likely I would probably recognize the name of the software over the name of the guy.
I'll do some digging and see if I can find it.
Yeah. It could be DS9. That's used quite a lot, but I don't know who the author of that, who wrote the software DS9. But anyway. Kosho, I sent you the image and the orbits. So do you kind of see? Do you understand what I'm looking for?
Yeah. Really understand, dude. I'm just kind of. I forget which account I signed up for this fucking.
Oh, you're still mad about the Wally.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Oh wow, dude! What the fuck, dude? This picture you sent me. What is this? Oh, it's the arrows. I thought these are all like okay.
Oh, it's the orbits.
It was his dick, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, it's just like a rainbow fucking thing, and I get it, kind of.
Also, I'm happy to share that OpenAI account with you whenever.
Yeah, listen, dude. You're not gonna have it before me. It doesn't matter. So.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Have they contacted you?
Well, I don't remember. Yeah, probably. I need to find the account, dude. But just forget for a second, dude. How do I make sense of this thing, dude? This.
Yeah. So the first image I sent you is the M87 black hole.
Yeah, of course.
So the idea is to sort of make that 3-dimensional in Blender, and then place that 3-dimensional object at the center of the second image that I sent you.
I know, yeah. I got news for you, dude. I know what the first picture is. I'm strictly asking about the second picture, right? How do I make sense of this thing?
Okay.
Like a rainbow. Like what do you expect me to do? What does this stuff mean? On the right side, are those the names?
Yes.
And I'm supposed to know what the orbit is by this fucking rainbow thing?
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yes. It's like 24 stars orbiting the black hole.
Pretty piece of cake, dude. Thanks for this picture.
Why are you shitting on it? It's a perfectly.
What do you...
All you have to know, dude. All you have to know is the center of the image is where the black hole should go.
So what's that tracking the movement of other things around it to be like if these are all orbiting it?
Sorry, what was that, Harry? Can you clarify that?
is the idea that that'll be the center of mass of where the black hole is?
Well, it's a very steep gravitational well. So essentially, I wouldn't call it center of mass, but I'd call it a very massive dark object that all of these stars appear to be orbiting around.
So how many of these stars do you want in the
I think like a dozen are fine.
Okay. And can you tell the difference between the stars or
Technically yes, but for the purposes of like the animation, we can simplify it to just be.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So okay, I see. Because actually, there are okay. Never mind. There are a couple that are kind of obvious. My bad.
Yeah, you see they look like you see the orbits, right? They look like
some of them. Some of them are not. But
some of them are on.
There's 4 or 5 of them that are pretty.
Yeah. The others that are orbiting farther out are on much longer orbits that take longer to make a complete, one complete orbit.
Easy day, and that's why I like the dolly dudes, because you can just tell it to do something like this, and it would make something better than both of us would make, right? Or anybody would make.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy to share the account with you once I get permission.
Ditto, because I'll probably get it first. But regardless, so I'm just kind of I'm gonna look around at a couple of animations. So I'm gonna get a good idea for what kind of
I mean, are we actually gonna work in Blender, or are you?
Yeah. What do you think? What are you talking about?
Well, let's go to a different channel and work in Blender. I want to watch your progress.
I'm still looking for my friend, but I'm gonna give up in a minute. So hold on. All right, we'll go down to the channel. Yeah.
I want to see this blending.
Yeah, I don't care what channel you pick.
I think he's gone to it.
I'm curious. No, he's still here. I'm curious how he's gonna. Kosho, I hope you blow my mind with turning the 2D vector image into a 3D sphere.
Yeah, of course, man. Because you won't let me do it by myself first.
No, I just want to watch for the enjoyment, for the entertainment.
I think this guy fell asleep, man. All right, I'm going to the one down there.
All right.
Yeah, PhDs have to write dissertations, right?
Not all the time, but most of the time.
Because I was going to ask, what did he write it on?
Yo, I just found something you guys might find funny. So I was reading into the my old professor, Scott Douglas, astrophysics at UBC. And this is in the bio, but this is the third paragraph in. But listen to this. So I'll just start from the sentence above. But this immediately makes us wonder why such a simple model works, why the parameters have the values they do, and how exactly the universe grew from this simple state into the richness of astronomical objects that we see around us today. Now wait for this next sentence. Listen to this. We know that the universe has close to flat geometry and is dominated by a mysterious dark energy, with most of the matter what? The universe has a fucking flat geometry now? I don't know, bro. I'm fucking questioning if my own prof is a fucking shell. It says right there in the thing, he's fucking laughing at us. You know what I mean? I mean, dude, the man could be a shill. Now I'm seriously questioning. Why would you write something like that in an astrophysics intro for your biography on a college website or university
what
website?
What would that mean? Flat geometry.
Dude,
I don't know. I just find it funny.
Do though? What do they really do though? Look at things.
Yeah, well, they set up all these weird fucking different types of telescopes and shit, and then basically figure out ways to capture different types of light and analyze the data in different types of ways.
Yeah, but they don't do actual science.
They do observations. I'm not gonna argue if that's science or not because I don't really care. I don't have an opinion. I don't really think it's science. So if there's a Glober in here, I'm not playing devil's advocate for the Globers.
Devil's avocado.
Yeah, like I tried to play devil's advocate for the Globers earlier today, and it was difficult, to say the least. Why is he saying that the universe has a flat geometry? I'm intrigued now. Like, what does that even mean?
They try to say the universe is flat. That's what it is.
I know, dude. I fucking met. This is not like it's a fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. You only see this guy on the TV. Like, I spent a whole semester with this fucker, and I was in the front row too. It was way back then, like way before I found out about flat Earth and shit. Should have paid better attention, honestly. I mean, I don't know how I could have. I paid like the fucking most attention ever, and it's still fucking not enough. You know what I forgot to do? Last time I went to the Big Island, I didn't. Usually I go up to the telescopes on the top of that mountain and shit. I didn't go last time because I didn't have enough time, but I need to go back there. And now, I used to always go there before I found out about flat Earth. Now I have to go up there and like interrogate these motherfuckers. Obviously not like interrogate them, but like, ask them like, so how do you know this shit? You know what I mean?
Hey, Bandy, how much you want to make my flat Earth prediction is going to come true? That being that this new photo that's going to come out is going to bring Chronic right back to flat Earth. Right back to flat Earth discussions. It's not going to settle. It's not going to settle anything for anyone.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I think it's like 5 hours and counting, right?
He'll stay up all night, get the release, get the photograph, and be back at it until the sun rises.
Instantly.
He's gonna lose sleep. He's gonna be up early. Oh my gosh, he'll be back.
Did you guys know whenever you become a PhD, you can get other people to do all your work for you? You guys ever heard about that?
Wasn't that what a CEO does?
Kind of, yeah. Maybe that's true, yeah. I guess. Not enough space left on my device. Hold on.
Well, you don't need that much porn. I mean, come on, you can spare some of it.
It says I have. Ooh, I have no free space. Which thumb drive is this? Oh, mark thumb drive.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Harry?
Yo.
Who is it? Hey, what's up, Joe? Why y'all so quiet?
Hey, did you see Bitcoin bottomed out? 25,000.
Oh, damn. I don't know much about Bitcoin, but I'm sure Jeremy would be sad to hear that. Bottom
No,
out
this
is a
is
bad
good.
thing, right?
No, this is good, man. No, this is great.
Oh,
I
it's
mean,
good. Oh, okay.
Yep. I mean, everything's on sale. You know, collect your coins now. I mean, this is just
Oh, shit. I'll be right back,
it's
Joe. I'm so sorry. I'll be
all
right
right.
back.
Yeah. No, the reason it's good though is that when it lowers like this, the market's like reset, and now there's that much more room to climb to go up. So it's like taking one step back to take two steps forward.
Yo, Gio, you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm busy working, so I gotta disappear now and then. But you were telling me about the crypto thing, or I don't know. You finished talking about that.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. I'm always in and out too. Yeah, no, I was just saying Bitcoin. If you don't track it much or you're not familiar, but I mean, it's been up at like 38,000, 40,000 for quite a while. That was already coming down. You know, it was at like 60 and it's slowly been coming down, but it's been hanging at 40 for a while. Like we haven't seen anything under, 37 or whatever in a long time. And today it literally dropped to like 26. So yeah, it's just, or 25 is the lowest point it hit. So just a huge fall down, which is kind of connected to, seems like there was a whole reset thing of some sort that happened in all the markets, stock market. It was like last week there was it was all in the headlines where it was like the biggest downtrend day for the stock market since 2020.
Damn.
So everything took a dip this last week or so. And then Bitcoin did as well. But
do you invest in Bitcoin? Gio?
Yeah, I do work in the cryptocurrency blockchain world.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've never done that stuff, man. It looks like, feels like gambling to me. I don't know.
Well, the blockchain, I'm really fascinated with the blockchain, the technology, and the potentials it has for the future. And I mean, yeah, like the cryptocurrencies are what they are, Bitcoin and all the others, but it's the technology behind it that really is what's being developed.
What is the technology behind it? Isn't it just some giant algorithm that does mining and whatnot of these coins? Or I don't know. I don't fully understand it, to be honest.
Sorry, I'm just doing something for a second.
Oh no, my bad. I mean, I can wait till you're done, bro. I know. Take your time, man. I'll be here all night and all morning.
Well, you were just asking about blockchain in general?
Yeah, like what's so cool about the technology? Like what about it fascinates you? Because I don't really understand it.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of factors. I mean, in terms of like the price of the different cryptocurrencies, that just is what it is. So yeah, I mean, you can buy and sell those. People can do that, of course. A lot of people are buying them and holding on to them, and investing in the technologies and whatnot. But I mean, blockchain, it's. I actually don't have the time to be able right now to go fully into it and everything, but yeah, I mean, essentially, if you're not familiar with how blockchains work, it's actually a whole pretty big topic, and it gets quite complex. But in the most general form ever, the crypto part of it comes from cryptography, and so cryptography is a particular way of encrypting data, and they then were able to develop. Well, essentially, the blockchain technology itself was invented, essentially, and Bitcoin was one of the first blockchains, essentially the first. The way that it runs, and it's different than systems that are like on servers and all of that. It's totally different. The way that it validates, it basically has a ledger, and then that ledger is updated by every node on the whole network. And then when you do mining, this is just a very, very kind of brief kind of generalized overview. But like there's the ledger, which is it's held and verified by every node in the system. And so the mining is basically doing this very complicated mathematical calculations to build the next block. And when the next block is built, if that computer does it the fastest, then it builds the next block on the chain, and that's the updated ledger. So it allows for this like incredible amount of security and transparency. Of course, it could be used for, negative as well, but in the positive sense, it has this incredible ability for transparency, where like it can't be hacked, it can't be manipulated, it can't be added to or subtracted from. Like you can't just print more money. There's a limited supply of them.
But what backs it then? Like what gives it what backing does it have to have this value that it has?
Well, by backing, do you mean like regulatory backing, or do you mean like security wise? Like in what category?
Like, or I don't really understand finances that well, but from my understanding, right? Like if I like, I don't even know how to ask this, but if I buy a Bitcoin, what gives it its value?
Well, essentially, it's like
somebody's willing to pay you for it.
It's like a form of, you could almost see it as like digital real estate. So there's a limited number of Bitcoins in the world, and there will be a limited. There's actually, every time that a new one is mined, it creates more Bitcoin, but it won't ever create more beyond 21 million. But anyways, if you were to buy Bitcoin, you would be getting essentially the secret key and the public key. That's really it's all you need, really. And if you have both, then you fully have it. No one else does, unless they get your secret key. But if you have that, then it's like you own that portion of real estate on the Bitcoin blockchain. And as long as you keep it secure, you and only you have that. And then that can be traded to others, as it were, for money. So, if you have one Bitcoin right now, the price is like 27, almost 28,000. So if you had one Bitcoin right now, you would have the secret key for the, quote unquote digital real estate on the Bitcoin blockchain. And the fact that right now people are paying $28,000 for it, if you had one of them, then essentially you can send that to them. At the end of the day, it's what it is. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to do it, but meaning that, you could, if you knew the person, send them a Bitcoin, they'll somehow send you money or whatever, give you cash or something like that. But when it comes to like exchanges, or if you're buying them, then obviously the exchange is the one that's doing the handoff between the US dollar and the Bitcoin, for example. But anyway, so if you wanted to sell that, you could sell it. You can get 28,000 American dollars for it. You would trade it, essentially trade it for US dollars. So the value essentially comes from having that part of the digital real estate, that secret key, as part of the larger blockchain system.
Okay, and the fact that a lot of people want this this part of the blockchain that I have, like the fact that I'm the only one that has it, no one else can have it. That's what gives it value. It sounds like.
Yeah, because it comes in utility.
Yeah, you would have a part of that actual blockchain, but that's just Bitcoin. Bitcoin's pretty simplistic in that way. It's literally just secret keys and a ledger. Other blockchains are much more complicated, and there's multiple layers and levels of how they work. There's many additional blockchains that have all kinds of additional features like smart contracts and so on. But in terms of Bitcoin, in the most basic sense, it's basically your code as it were on the actual blockchain. But it doesn't really have much utility beyond that. So that's why a lot of the other blockchain technologies are taking it, totally to a whole other level of having like full, operating systems and apps and plugins and APIs and all kinds of additional functionality.
There's no intrinsic value though. It's just zeros and ones to get to your core point of what you were asking.
Okay. No intrinsic value. So the value comes from limited supply
perception.
Of it? Okay.
Just perception, right? People's perception.
Well, I guess the value, I guess in any anything that we would involve currency, like paper money, I mean, what gives that its value as well. But I think with Bitcoin, like the way that the world's set up right now, where like fiat money is, the printed assumed kind of resource, as it were, Bitcoin holds that value essentially because somebody else is willing to pay that, which I guess goes for anything, like especially like, antiques or artwork or whatever, in that same way. So whatever's the going rate is its value at that moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pure perception. And tomorrow it could be nothing based on a rumor, which is the scary part. Whereas milk and butter and beef will always have their actual intrinsic value. The price may try and change slightly, but you can always eat the beef and drink the milk and eat the butter,
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for a crypto backed by something with actual value, like a liter of milk or a kilogram of beef or something like that. I think that's where the true, where the world can get behind it, because they have faith that it'll actually, last. It's got something behind it.
But how would that work now? Do you mean
obviously the dairy farmers and the beef producers would be producing? They'd be the miners essentially of the value of the coin to back it all.
So we would back, for example, Bitcoin with milk. So the more milk we have, the more Bitcoin we can produce. But if there's a shortage of cows, then we can't mine any more Bitcoin, kind of thing.
Well, sort of like it originally was with gold. Everyone agreed that gold had some value, even though, in my opinion, it's just a fucking piece of metal. Silver's got more value as metal to me, just because it was a utility. But anyway, people all agreed that gold had some value. And then they all agreed, as a collective, that this paper money can be traded in lieu of the gold, so we don't have to carry our fucking gold around because it's heavy as shit. So, and that's essentially where the fiat money come into it. Now, obviously, the gold backing's been taken away and it's been inflated and fucking whatever out of the wazoo. It's worth nothing, the paper stuff now. But, if it got back to gold backing, people would be happier. But if it actually got backed by something with some real life value, such as, stuff that we have to exist, clean water or fucking shit like that.
Yeah,
it would be good.
Yeah, it would maybe have to be something in constant, almost unlimited supply, because I think the issue with gold was, the world supply of gold, or let's say the U.S., gold reserves were at such a low level, it was stopping us from printing more money to fund whatever, war or this, that, and the third.
Well, it's still manipulatable. Unlike beef, for example, I can have a cow, you can have a cow, everyone can have a cow. We could actually make our own value in our own yard. Everyone can produce milk, whereas not everyone can just have a gold mine or make gold in their backyard. So it was still very, very much manipulatable, corruptible, or controllable.
Okay.
I think there are some cryptos doing that. There's some that have been back to thorium, even, with the hope that the thorium economy in terms of energy is going to take off, and just different things like that.
The what now?
It's like a less radioactive version of uranium. You know what I mean? Like an isotope that's not too radioactive, but just radioactive enough to make energy with, and has a much shorter half-life in terms of the waste, etc. Who knows what will be the energy currency of the future? Probably hydrogen.
I have a sense that these digital currencies are going to take over, as it were, in the coming years, like the government-based ones and the actual, decentralized, legit ones. And then that's just going to transition eventually into having no money, like no need for any financial exchange. So at that point, we'll just have the abundance of resources and we'll have them allocated properly. And then we'll just have an abundance of everything. We don't even have to link a currency to anything physical. We can just have abundance without money.
It's going to be based on carbon, Geo. Carbon. You know that. The World Economic Forum are going to base everything on carbon. So while there might be there might be abundance, Geo. You're going to have an allotment based on your, your carbon usage footprint. Sounds terrible, really.
Your carbon footprint.
Yep. Don't you breathe too much, Bandy.
Well, look, the carbon tax, that's all it's about, isn't it? Taxing the air that you breathe. They worked out how to do it.
Taxing the air we breathe.
Yeah.
But I mean, don't you only pay carbon taxes on certain things? Like I've only paid carbon tax on my car. I haven't seen a carbon tax anywhere else aside from that.
We brought it in for a while, and then we got rid of it.
What? You guys don't pay carbon tax?
And then they brought it in again. Yeah, they brought it in. There was a bit of a kerfuffle about it. Then they kind of went soft on it.
That's not fair.
It might be under something else now, carbon emissions or something. But anyway, basically, it's.
Oh yeah, we pay it. Companies, polluters. It's our polluters pay it, and they don't actually pay. They don't stop their own carbon output. They just buy lots of trees and they buy different projects that are happening in different places to offset their carbon. That's what's happening here at the moment.
Oh, so the tax is pushed onto the manufacturers, not onto the public. That's
at the moment.
No. Don't for a second think that the public don't pay for it. Those costs get passed.
Oh yeah, of course, but it's just not directly on it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because you
Unlike
don't
the future.
Bill, because you don't actually get a bill for it, you're still paying for it. You're still paying for it.
Okay. So somehow the bill still reaches you.
Of course, mate. Of course.
Yeah.
Hey, Bandy, have you heard how the government want to help you out with your mortgage if you're struggling to get into the market? And it's basically like a guarantor. They'll pay 40% of your mortgage and they'll just co-own the house with you. Have you heard about that?
Yeah. Well, look.
Yeah, do you know?
That's been around a while, but that's no different to them giving out mortgages for 105 and 110% of the value of the home too. The whole thing's a scam. The whole first owner's.
Oh, this is a bit different.
It's all a scam.
This is a bit different in regards to, like, they'll actually be on the title, right? So, instead of your parents guaranteeing and them being on the title until, you've sorted them out or whatever the situation might be, the government will be on it. And while the government's on it, get this, what was the terminology used? Basically, you'll have a cap with which you're allowed to use, like the air conditioner, all this sort of stuff. And basically, you've got X amount of carbon emissions you can put out, and if you go above and beyond them, your supply gets capped. A bit like the internet used to. Like you'd have so much you could bear, and then it would be slowed right down. Yeah, which I think that's crazy. To think that your lights might turn off after 8 o'clock one night because you've reached your carbon output for the day, all because you needed the government's fucking hand to get a house.
So then, when it comes to doing things to your home, right? If you rent, okay.
Yeah.
You can't put a picture on the wall. You can't change that door. You can't build a pergola. You can't do many things when you rent. Is it going to be a similar sort of thing if the government owns 40% of your home? You have to get permission first prior to doing anything to that home in case they deem it devalues the home.
Oh, without a doubt, of course. You basically you've got a partner. You've got to consult. Yeah. But the thing is, they're moving all of these people out of flooded homes and all this stuff, and they haven't got insurance, and they're going to end up getting these government fucking handouts to help rebuild homes and shit in new areas, of course, not in the floodlands. But all these people are going to sign up for these bloody loans whereby they're handicapped with what happens afterwards. The carbon future, mate.
They make it all sound all terrific, don't they? Really, I think one of the worst things they did in recent time was the first homeowners grant. No way should they have brought that in. You know what, 30, 40 grand will give you to get into your first home. Well, what do you think that did straight away? You know, it just falsely inflates things straight away. There.
Without a doubt, they should have capped, or not capped it. If they were going to do that, it should have only been to like existing homes, like because that literally just fucking. I mean, it was good. It created all these jobs, but it was an artificial economy, a false economy. The housing market just skyrocketed, and like you said, all the prices went through the roof, up 30% or whatever. The exact dollar amount the government was just handing out.
You know, the fact that you can even get a mortgage, 95%, 100%, 110% of the value of that home is ludicrous. It is absolutely ludicrous that you can get a mortgage so high to get into your first home. It's insane.
Especially when prices are about to fucking not plummet, but fucking go down. As interest rates go up and more people fucking have to hand their keys over back to the bank because they can't fucking pay their mortgage. Obviously, that's supply. See you, champ. And then the prices come down, and you think of all the people that have just bought in at top of the market at 100% fucking mortgage, and all of a sudden the property's worth maybe 80%, but they've borrowed 120 now. You know, like.
And you still got a bill at the end of it when they foreclose on it. It's like,
oh, dude, it's crazy. In the US, you can just literally walk away. You've got no obligation if you can't pay.
I know, that is insane. You can just, here you go, take my keys, I'm out of here, and you kind of wash your hands of all responsibility. That's crazy.
Not here.
But it's actually funny too, because people think, like, you go to, say, Westpac, the National Bank, whomever, the Commonwealth Bank, and you get your mortgage, right? You actually think that Westpac, ANZ, the Commonwealth, that they're the ones that have your mortgage. No, they don't. They actually on-sell those mortgages to a third party, sometimes fourth party. Unbeknownst to you, right? It's still done under the Commonwealth or ANZ Westpac banner, right? You still pay them, right? But those third and fourth parties, at any time, much like a bank, but you kind of got a direct contract with a bank, but these third and fourth parties can actually call on that loan whenever they choose, without any notice. Whenever they know. And that's what a lot of people don't realise when they get a home loan, actually.
That happens to farms a lot. There was a thing on 60 Minutes a couple of years ago with regard to fucking one of the banks, I think it was Combank, literally doing that. They were, there were certain farms, whatever, there might have been in a drought or floods or fires, whatever the situation is, and they needed a bit of fucking assistance, so they borrowed against their asset to try and get new fences or whatever the situation was. And then all of a sudden, the bank were reevaluating the values, right, for no reason. And they revalued a whole heap of farms like millions of dollars worth less. And then they pulled on all the loans, all the mortgages. And none of these people could pay and had to fucking walk away. And like literally, so these banks literally just fucking flipped all these farms over to the Chinese.
And it's definitely a plan to get rid of a lot of these smaller farms, I reckon. So then they can turn all these small farms in a particular area into one giant co-op. They do it with beef, cattle, with sheep, with everything. And that's what they do. They just decimate a whole area. And then they go up and they buy up all the farms and they turn them into these huge, great, big co-op conglomerates. All these multinationals are coming in and just got absolutely no care, no nothing for the community or anything else. It's all about the profit. Like, you look at one of the most disgraceful things is how they have automated dairy farming, actually, with all the hormones and grow lights, and And these poor cows, sometimes they're getting milked 3 or 4 times a day, these cows. It's insane, right? Depending on how much milk they produce and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And you go into one of these automated dairy farms, and to see the udders, because I grew up on a dairy farm, but to see the udders of these cows, they are ginormous, right? And they are
Yeah.
they're dragging along the ground. They've got sores all over them, pus coming out of them. It's absolutely disgusting. If people actually saw it, they'd never drink milk again. I swear they'd never drink milk again if they actually saw where their milk was coming from.
Yeah, there's definitely some like facts behind some of these, what are they called? Like protest groups that want to shut down all these fucking big farms, these animal farms. Like there's good and the bad, without a doubt, operators.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to be a cow in some of those facilities, mate. And then there's some farms fucking like this one at Waipinga down here, which is a beautiful farm. All the cows are fucking looked after lovely,
Oh, some cows
They're
have
not
a
all like that.
magnificent life. They have a magnificent life, some of the cows.
Yeah.
Until they pass their due date and they get sent to the slaughterhouse. But anyway, until then, they have a good life.
Well, we're the same, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, until we're past our use by date, then we're put out in fucking pasture, or we're fucking put in a home, or fucking one of the two.
Oh, you put her in
And
a
no one
home.
likes that. We all turn a blind eye to what happens in nursing homes. You know that. I know that. It's fucking disgusting.
Exactly. Yeah. Then people are euthanized, murdered, put under.
We don't eat them.
Put under the banner. Well, we don't know that, but put under the banner of pain management. Like that's how they get away with euthanasia. Pain management.
Yeah. It's a scary thought, isn't it?
Well, it's quite nefarious, really. Like there was such a, there's been a debate for many years in regards to euthanasia type of thing, but they've been doing it since bloody Adam was a boy, really. But they've just disguised it very well.
Yeah, I had a quiet conversation with a nurse one time that worked with, palliative people. And and she was quite old, so she'd lived through the times when, you literally assisted people to die with morphine because it was just better for them to, to end that way than to be in pain and suffering and shit.
Yeah.
And that was just the done thing, the family would come to you, you'd offer the service, and it was just, all the family could be there. It was all organized, and they got to have a nice, pleasant death. And then they tightened all the restrictions on access to the chemicals required, and it was like getting very, very hard to get hold of this. And so she ended up, still helping people out through a vet. She knew a vet who was able to get the drugs for her. So she was able to still do the right thing for people and families and that for quite some time. But then even the veterinary industry got tightened up as well. So there's as she was saying, there's a lot of people who are out there like unnecessarily suffering, who just don't need to be. And although she agreed that it would have been abused, there would have been people who knocked off their mums or their dads just to fucking get hold of the money. You know what I mean? It would have happened. But it still happens now with a pillow, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I was just about
Pushed you down
to
the
say.
stairs.
I was just about to say, right, I have given all my kids very clear instructions. When it comes to the time, just get a pillow. That's all you got to do. Just get a pillow.
Bourbon scented, please. Dear.
It is tough though. I joke around it with my kids, and I wouldn't want them to do it because obviously then it falls back on them, doesn't it?
Oh, of course, yeah,
and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just, even that's what I would want that. Like seriously, I would want that. Like it would still, the finger would still be pointed at them, and they'd suffer the consequences for all that sort of stuff.
I'll do it for you, buddy.
Oh yeah, I know you would in a heartbeat, Kosho. You'd do it.
I think it depends on how you do it, Bandy. Like I've ended the life of a few pets and things like that, and that was hard to fucking do. You know what I mean? Like really hard to do. But it was done for the right reasons. So I can very comfortably, move on with that. It is sad that it had to happen, but yeah. At the other end of the spectrum, I'm sure I know with a human it would be fucking different, but I'm sure if it was done for the right reason, I think it could be moved on by legally. I don't know. Well, that good.
Yeah. Well, look, if you have the conversation with the person and you're all on the same page, even though it would be hard to do, like you don't want to see that person in pain at all, really.
God no.
Suffering and having a miserable life.
It's good to get practice too doing it.
Wait.
Yep.
When you get your hot air balloon and you're cruising around the world in 80 days, I'm going to be sitting on the beach with my little BB gun, taking photos of your balloon.
Blue laser trying to pop the balloon.
Yeah.
All right, what beach?
I told you, Cape Jervis, buddy.
You're not going to see me, dude.
It's that really private, secluded-looking beach.
Take a wide berth, I would suggest. I don't know. Kosho is under the impression that superpositioning is a real thing, something that can exist in multiple states all at the same time. It just gobs.
That sounds like dark matter. Sounds like complete bullshit.
Wow! Did you know why? I found out today that where are we?
You're ready to shove up your ass, dude.
I've got to find. Yeah, you're just gutted that I even found this, Kosho. You are gutted.
Oh, I thought you were getting ready to bring up the whole mist thing.
Yeah, the mist thing. The mist is coming. Don't you worry. Did you know that we have fences around our solar systems? Fences, right?
Fuck. I actually thought I'd heard everything, Bandy. Bring it on.
Yeah. Well, because we have to we've got to keep the dark matter out, right? So we have to have a border wall, right? I'm sure Trump probably put them in without us knowing about them, but we definitely have fences because apparently dark matter exists in galaxies, but not in solar systems. Well, there's a very distinct boundary line for this stuff. Very distinct.
Has someone gone and got a cup of this? Or a can or a fucking bucket of this stuff so we could fuck around with it? Or is this just all speculation? Pseudo?
Well, no, they know. Like, a galaxy can contain dark matter, whereas a solar system does not. So this is fact. Like, they are stating this is fact. So they must be like an electric fence, I'm gathering.
Hang on. When you say fact, do you mean sort of like the molten iron core story of Earth? Those sort of facts? Or actual verifiable facts?
Don't destroy my story. Come on. I thought I was...
Oh, story facts.
Come on. Give me a...
Fiction facts.
But I thought we did dark matter in our solar system, yeah. So, are you saying we don't? Are you saying we don't have dark matter in our solar system?
We don't. No, we don't.
Why not?
How would I know? Because we have fences. There's fences everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You think I make this up? No, you think I make this up?
What sort of mesh is a dark matter fence? What mesh size are we talking?
Here we go. Look, there you go, Nate. It's in chat for you. I reposted it.
What, a picture of the fence?
No, just
Yeah.
fact.
I saw this the other day. This is old now. There's something new.
I think we've detected dark matter within our solar system, yeah. So I don't know how accurate that is.
Oh, this is very accurate. It's on Google.
Yeah, remember what I explained to you earlier about the mist? Remember the mist band song?
Yeah, the mist.
Yeah, and then it suddenly makes sense again, doesn't it?
Well, it is now. right? We have anti-misters blowing their mist away from our solar system, keeping it in the galaxy. By the sounds of it, God, superpositioning, wave and particles. You guys are on another planet, I reckon. You're out there.
Oh, fuck yeah. Out there in Narnia.
I think you guys are just denying reality. That's what it sounds like.
How is it reality when a wave is a movement, not a thing, right? It describes a movement. It's not a thing.
Because we can see the
In
effects of
every circumstance we can physically check. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, but you can manipulate light waves. You can interact with them. We just describe them as a wave. We're not here saying 100% light waves are waves the way water waves are waves. But it's a good description, analogy as to what light is like. It seems to show the properties of these things. We see, if you had to imagine, the photon field was a field that permeated all throughout space. When there's excitations on this field,
you mean like a medium?
All right. So
like a medium, if you want. Yeah. When you see excitations
medium,
on this field, we see these excitations move from a source point out in all directions through space and time as a ripple or a wave. It's just
you can see the wave property of light by simply just put something like chocolate in your microwave, dude. Put some chocolate in your microwave and take out the rotating tray. And
dude, polarized glasses,
and you'll see the
polarized lenses fucking show that light's a wave, a dual
you don't
wave.
need any lenses. You just put the chocolate in there.
So Nate, when we do this double slit experiment, right, we fire the light through one hole and it comes out two holes, right? That's basically the experiment in a nutshell. Yeah, pretty much.
But it doesn't, does it?
It's not that
That's the story.
it's not. That's not. The effect is much more profound than that. It's not that it comes out two holes.
I'm not worried about the effect. We're just baby steps, Kosho.
You said in a nutshell though, but that's not the nutshell.
Well, basically, in a
Yeah, Ben. So basically, you have a photon gun. You're shooting photons one at a time, and through different slits. And then there's a detector. Depends whether that detector is on or off.
Exactly.
And then these
One at a time.
So now,
prove it's one at a time.
So now we fire this photon through a hole, and it comes out two holes, right? So we have a bit of space between these two holes.
Yes,
right?
but the interference pattern. That's the whole point.
You're jumping the gun. You're jumping
the gun. That's the whole point.
No, you have jumped the gun, right? So now that space between these three holes, right? So now you have just energized the ether, right, between these holes, right? And the light is just now illuminating, right, and working its way through the other slits. That's all that's happening.
Quivering.
That's all that's happening.
No.
Well, how did you eliminate the ether, Nate?
No one's eliminating the ether.
Well, if you haven't eliminated it, right, it's not very scientific.
What do you mean?
Not really.
I don't understand, Bess. Why do we need to eliminate the ether when we propose that the ether is part of what is happening here? We just don't call it the ether. We call it an electromagnetic field. But it's needed in order for light to propagate.
Yeah, well, this is the
So why would we eliminate it?
And you are see now you're saying that light travels, right, from point A to point B.
He's saying that light essentially lays its own railway down before it then fucking comes down as a train.
I'll be right back, guys.
Like,
I'll be right back.
me, that's what he's saying.
Coach can take over. Coach can take over. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave it on Kosho's shoulders. That's for sure.
No, the field's already there. The medium or the field or whatever you want to call it is already there, and just like a wave, light is traveling through fucking that medium. That's it.
Well, is the light traveling or is the light itself exciting that medium, which is now illuminating. Like, it's the medium itself, not the light.
It perturbs the medium. I like that word the best because that's not suggestive of a wave that you can intercept necessarily, although it's possible that you can on different sort of power levels.
It's like sound, isn't it? Right? Like, all sound is a disturbance of the medium, isn't it?
Yeah, but sound diminishes, whereas I think light, through its particular medium, has an ability to be just as powerful at the other end, where its intention is, but to be not powerful along the way, if you get my point.
Really?
It's hard to explain that. Yeah.
How have we demonstrated this? It's just as powerful at the destination.
Well, in terms of powerful, I suppose I mean the visual effect, like your ability to notice it, not necessarily a meter that you attach to it. Like 300 volts is 300 volts, for example, or whatever. But
yeah, but
it has
your ability to notice it if you are a meter from that light source compared to 3 miles from that light source, you still may see the light, but it's going to be nowhere near as bright.
Yeah, but I suppose I mean the matter of conduction, like the point with which sound is made, it's the wave, right? But and it diminishes from that point. Where light, for example, is like a manifestation of energy or a certain wavelength of energy, right? And it diminishes from that point, yes. But the path with which it took to get to that point where you can see it, it could have been that same power, but you didn't see it that whole way. So if you know what I mean, like that energy had to pass through or move, but it only became light at a certain point. Like it only manifests as light at a certain point, and that's where we see it. And that's where we sort of judge, because it's visual, that there's so much energy there. The conduit, I think I'm trying to get, like, take a wire, for example. There could, or the piping, the pathway, the conduit with which the fucking it travels. Like, just think of a wire. You've got you can't see any light in a wire, but then when it gets to the light bulb, you can see the light, right? It's the same energy. It's just obviously being forced through a narrow path, and therefore we see the heat of that. But point being is, it goes through the walls, and we don't know. The energy's there, but then it manifests in the light bulb. A similar thing, we have a medium. Energy can pass through, but not always shining light, just an example. But then that can manifest somewhere. I suppose a bit like infrared. You can't see it, whatever, but then the heat manifests in certain items. I don't know. I can't explain really exactly what I'm trying to say. It excites, but not necessarily on the whole path. Only where it's destined to excite, based on whatever it was that wanted to excite it. And I suppose another example of that is like frequencies where they collide. So let's just say you've got a room full of all these different frequencies, and at certain points in that room, in that 3D space, there'll be like collisions, and there'll be whole different frequencies formed, right? And a bit like some people might claim our stars are, right? Like little nodal points of frequency. And so that power is in a different form, but ever existing, ever permeable. But then every now and then certain bits are perturbed, or I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, one day people will get it.
Yes, well, look, I don't get it. I don't think anyone gets light, to be quite honest with you.
I accept those that get it, that try and tell you all about it. Oh, we shot one photon through one slit. Get fucked. Show one photon. Fuck me.
Get it at all. But they can tell you a theory, right? Which is, it's our best possible theory. Well, I don't know if it's the best possible one. I don't know if it is.
That thing on YouTube, I forget fucking who did it, but there was a channel that did some video about how electricity flows through a wire. like how it moves, right? And obviously the best understanding of what you get taught at school is all the electrons, are free to move through, blah, blah, blah. And then this fucking basically shows that fucking everything is happening outside the wire. Outside of the wire is where everything is happening.
Yeah.
And that was proven, different things, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, fucking, so it's not got nothing to do with the electrons in the middle. Of course it does, but it's got everything to do with the distance even between the wires even and all this sort of stuff. But it's fucking, there's so much more to it than the rudimentary understanding that you're sort of given. And they don't actually even know about how it actually all works. And yet they've got the balls to say, oh, it's these electrons through the metal and whatever.
And depending, whether we're talking electricity or water or whatever, however, we are trying to move that thing from point A to point B through whatever medium, through whatever conduit, there is always energy loss. Always energy loss. You can never start off with 100% of something and at the other end you get 100% of it. Doesn't happen in any circumstance.
Yeah, it does.
No, it does not.
It does.
No, it does not. There's always energy loss. 100% there's always energy loss.
Really?
Yep.
When electrons gain energy, lose energy, right? And then they emit energy, and then energy goes somewhere else. It doesn't lose energy when it's on its way there. Like the light doesn't lose energy. No.
How do you know that?
I mean, it's
prove it.
Frequency, the same wavelength.
How do you know that, Kosho? How have you tested an electron at destination A and destination B and measured its energy? How have you done that?
This is how light works. This is how electrons work. This is what this is the identity of them.
It's just how it works.
But they've known this for 100 years.
No.
You got to get with it, man.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I'm sorry.
It's just how it works.
I know.
Yeah.
My mind has just been super positioned.
The fact that the cat can be thought of as both dead and alive at the same time in that fucking box is so retarded.
It can't be. I can tell you that 5 times a day, and it wouldn't matter. You still think that's actually a principle or something like that. As he keeps saying that all day long, I keep telling him that's not a thing. Nobody thinks it's a thing. He brought it up.
What do you mean no one thinks
it? To make it look more absurd. He was trying to showcase how absurd it was. That's why he said that. It's not a real thing.
It's exactly what superpositioning is.
No.
We spoke for like 3 hours today about it.
Yeah, I said specifically that life and death are not properties of or positions of quantum states. They're not states.
You know the word quantum?
No.
Quantum is just thrown out there as an ulterior word for we don't know what the fuck is going on. That's why you use the word quantum.
No, it's not.
You've got no idea what's going on.
What are you talking about?
Just that.
That's not what it's thrown out for. But regardless,
that's what quantum means. We've got no idea what's going on.
Okay. Well, anyhow, with the superpositions and Schrodinger's cat, Schrodinger came up with this thought experiment as a joke, as an aside, as a way to show how absurd the idea is that he was helping to build. Okay, so it's not a real thing that would happen though. The superposition only applies itself to quantum systems, like things that are small enough to have a large enough de Broglie wavelength. The de Broglie wavelength is basically inversely related to your mass. So you're only going to have a large de Broglie wavelength if you have a small mass. And those are the things that can be, superposition or whatever, all these other quantum.
Superposition is the ability of a quantum system to be in multiple states. So 2 or more states at the same time until it is measured.
That's right.
So it can be here, there, and over there all at the same time.
And states could be alive and dead. 2 states.
Those aren't states.
It's absolutely absolutely ludicrous. It is ludicrous to say something can be in two places at once.
What state is he in? Is he alive or dead? Nah, he's dead.
Or four. No, I don't know. I know. Hold on. I'll check the box now. He's alive. No. Check it again.
Right. What state is he in? Sorry. Hang on, just to double check. What state is he in?
Alive.
Right. Fucking hell. Not a state.
God. Oh, God. The box has no air holes in it. He might be dead.
The ACT is not a state. The NT is not a state. But fucking dead or alive, they are states.
If there's knowledge about the state, or if there's witnessing of the state, or if there's any sort of interaction with the quantum system at all, then the wave function collapses because it's interacted with something and it now has a definite position or definite
But how could it not interact with something? There's shit everywhere. The minute it comes out the end of your little photon generator, Jobby, there's interactions.
Do you hear what the definition says? The ability, like it's all double speak. It's double speak. The definition, the ability of a quantum system to be in multiple states at the same time until it is measured.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as you pinpoint
measured to be in one state.
There you go. There you go. Why? It's like, what the hell? It's like the ultimate double speak right there.
How's that double speak?
It is. Circle jerk. It's the ultimate circle jerk.
Can you not see how that is double speak right there?
Just tell me, do you understand the double slit experiment?
Do I understand what this definition says? Yes, I do.
Exactly.
Right? It says until we have pinpointed the exact position, it'll be anywhere. But when we've pinpointed it, it'll be exactly there. That's what that definition says.
That's not exactly what it says, but we'll pretend it says something close to that because the thing is the test we were just talking about shows exactly that. That's why for some reason you wouldn't want to talk about the fact that it's interfering with itself, but the fact is it is interfering with itself until you measure it. If you make a measurement and you identify where its location is, it's not going to do that anymore. But if you do the test and you don't measure it until it hits the wall, on its way to the wall, it's going to interfere with itself. It's showing you that it's actually it has a superposition of paths.
I don't think you understand White. Did you understand what I said? I'm sure it was pretty crystal.
Yeah, well, I understood.
There you go. See, I think the message was very clearly delivered, Kosho. Right. So when we have pinpointed it, right, we know where it is. So it's not here. It's not way over there. It's right here because we know exactly where it is.
That's not the superposition is not only about its position, right?
Really?
Yes. Like if a photon is traveling along the wavelength, it can be anywhere along the wavelength, right? So it could be at this magnitude, it's you're not clear on where it's at and on its wavelength, right? But if you take a measurement of it, then you're going to know where it is at that point in time. However, before you've done that, you could think that it would have been there anyways, right? It would have been at that exact location. But if you don't make a measurement, it's not only at that exact location. It has a superposition of paths that it's taken. So it's not just as simple as we take a measurement, now you know where it is. Before you take a measurement, you don't know where it is. It's the fact that before you take a measurement, it doesn't have there's no meaning to its position. It hasn't locked down a position.
So the double slit, like I've never really understood this part about it. Do they aim for one or of the two slits with this fucking photon cannon thing, or do they aim for right in between them at the solid part between the two slits? Where do they aim this fucking thing?
It's at the board. At the board. Sometimes it will hit
the board between.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay.
Did you know that you can replicate the double slit by shining a laser at a needle, and it replicates the experiment exactly?
I didn't know that. But if you're shooting it at the actual fucking solid part, then it makes sense, doesn't it? As to why you'd see what you would see, no? As opposed to if you were shooting it just through one or the other.
Now, what happens is you shoot like a whole bunch of them, like let's say 1 million of them, and some of them will hit the barrier, some of them will go in the left side, some will go on the right side. And if you're watching that happen every time, then you're going to see exactly that when it hits the wall. It's going to hit the wall in 2 bands. You know, all the ones that didn't get through the barrier are not going to hit the back sensor, but the ones that hit the sensor are going to show up in 2 lines. But if you don't observe them, and you do the same thing where you shoot them randomly, one at a time, what happens is they have a series of bands as if they were making an interference pattern. So what it's showing you is that when you're not observing the path it's actually taking, it's actually interfering with itself, and with all its possible paths as it actually hits the wall.
So how did you eliminate the ether?
Eliminate what?
The ether.
We didn't eliminate it.
Well then, there you go. Wasn't very scientific then.
Oh, exactly.
It's possible to eliminate the ether.
Well then.
Isn't it?
Well, you can eliminate dark matter by putting up fences around the solar system, Harry.
To learn how to
eliminate ether. Ether only ever appears to be in exactly the places that actual science already has answers. It's just the flat Earth's equivalent of dark matter. It's just they don't acknowledge that it's a statement of ignorance.
Fair enough. Do they count the photons, Kosho? Do they count each one that comes out and then like account for those upon arrival on the detector, or are they not counting them? They're just random firing millions of these things and seeing what pattern they get.
No, for certain tests, they only will do one at a time. Certain tests, but not a lot of tests.
So one at a time, and it still randomly goes through one slit or the other, even though they're aiming for the middle.
No, they're not aiming for the middle. They're hitting they're aiming for the general board. It's moving in a wave like the pattern. Sometimes it's not going to pass through the barriers. Sometimes it is going to pass through one of the barriers, but when you're not paying attention to which way it's going, it interferes with itself.
So it's just completely random when it comes out the end of the thing. It hits the board. Sometimes it goes through the left slot. Sometimes it goes through the right. But that's just random.
Well, that's if you observe what it's doing, then it does that. Yeah. If you don't observe it, it
goes through one or the other, and that's it.
No. If you're not observing it, then it makes a pattern on the other side that indicates that it's making wave patterns that are interfering with itself. A series of bands.
And what's the pattern when you do observe it?
Just 2 bands. Just like if there's 2 slits and then the wall, it would be like you did it 1 million times.
Okay, and when you say observe it, what does that mean? Like physically someone looking, or fucking a detector? What's
like something that had to have somehow interacted with it, whether it was to record it, whether it was to store the information of what it did, or whatever. It just makes the wave pattern incoherent.
Fucking hell. So what do they do? What do they do to observe? What is the method of observation?
Just some sort of sensor. You put a sensor in the slits or whatever. There's plenty of ways to do it, but anything that's going to affect the photon, whatever the quantum particle is, which it's going to have to do to record, what side it's going through, is going to make the wave function collapse.
So when you use the term observe and then the wave function collapses, you actually mean interfered with. Yes. Because to detect it, it's got to be interfered with.
That's right.
So observed really isn't the right word, because that suggests knowledge. where it's literally just a fucking interference, a physical interference of the photon, isn't it?
That's true, but in this context, that knowledge, like it could be observed by another particle, and that other particle, will be changed by whatever the properties of this particle is. So
drop the word observed and use interfered. So it could be interfered with by another particle.
They're both true though, but that's what I'm saying. Those
observed is an optical fucking thing.
No, it's not though. That's the whole point. Is that
make an observation? I have to use my eyes to make an observation, don't I? How else could I make an observation of something?
However,
how could I observe anything?
A rock can experience something, or a pole can experience something, right? Like if it experiences a storm, it's going to have rush.
It can interact. It can interact, but it can't tell you about its experience.
No, you're right. It can't tell you about it, but it doesn't change the fact that it had that experience, and because of that, the wave function collapses.
What? Stop humanizing this. Nothing was observed.
I'm not humanizing it.
There is no fucking. What's weird? The word observed has been put in deliberately, I think, to fuck with this double slit. Because at the end of the day, there's an interaction, or there's not. It's not an observation, and there's nothing to do with knowledge. It seems it's fucking just an interaction.
Yeah, but when you think about it, it doesn't have to actually, they don't have to influence one another, more or less.
But they must be. Fuck. It changes. It collapses the wave, does it not? It must have an influence.
Just by being aware of this thing. So
no, not awareness. Just interacting beyond a level that you can sort of think about, I suppose. Clearly,
we don't have to use the word observe, but it's going to be used because it's just a word that it makes sense.
It says something spooky. It suggests there's something spooky going on, doesn't it?
No, not really.
Knowledge of the fucking. No, it does. It does. Don't deny it.
Like I said,
they could have used different words, and it would mean much less.
A metal pole can't tell you anything, and it can't remember anything, but it can experience a storm, it can experience rain, and
experience. Come on.
This is the whole point. Whatever the qualities of this other thing is, it's going to have an effect on this thing.
Oh, shit. Yes, you can use the word kosho. I agree. You can use that word. I just don't think it's the word that should be used.
I mean, the different words could be interchanged there, but I think observe is appropriate, but interact can be appropriate as long as you understand that if something is I was about to say have knowledge of it, but you're gonna like that one.
I'll put it to you this way: which one do you think the layman, when they hear the word observe versus interact, do you think when they hear the word observe, like when the path is observed, do you think the layman is conjuring up an image of, like an observation, or do you think they just go straight to something interacted with it, but they're just calling it an observation? What do you think the layman would do?
Layman, but if you're explaining it to a person and you're being clear with them that you're talking about inanimate objects, then I'm not sure.
You change the word to interact because you're talking to someone who's being specific, like I just was with you at the start of this. Like, so what do you mean by observation? Oh, well, not observe. I mean interact. Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you. So it's funny how you changed the word to explain observation to me.
I'm saying that it doesn't have to be a person observing it. That's what I said. And I said that the reason that term is used is because that's what they mean. They mean it can't have any way of recording the information or storing the information or having any. If it were a thinking person, having knowledge of it, it's not going to be a thinking person. But ultimately, if you have let's say it's specifically it's an electron spin. The electron spin is in multiple states, and if you interact it with, if you bring it into the same electron shell as another electron, it's immediately going to have its wave function collapse because it's there's going to be consequences it's either not going to be allowed to be there, or it's going to have to be, the opposite spin of the other electron. So its wave function has no choice but to collapse. And so it's like when it has any engagement with the outside environment, outside world in any way, its wave function has to collapse.
You're putting me into an electron spin.
So what?
I said you're putting me into an electron spin.
Fair enough.
I love how our mitochondria fucking spin up at something like 10,000 RPM, fucking something crazy like that, making ATP. It's full on, man. Anyway, organic little motor going on in all our cells in the mitochondria. 10,000 RPM, I reckon. I don't know how they verified that, but it's a cool story, bro.
Yo.
How did
Kosho do?
Oh my god, you'd be disappointed.
What happened? Did he blow you guys out? Did he blow you guys away or what?
Are you kidding? What?
We just debunked double slit.
How did you debunk double slit? I want to hear this.
Well, there's no observation. There is no observation. It's a fucking interaction. Of course things fucking change when it fucking interacts with shit. It's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard now that I've actually thought about it. Observation. There is no observation going on. They put a detector in there which interacts with the particle. Unbelievable.
What did you piss White off for, Nate? Bloody hell. You're in such a good mood.
But I mean, you're observing that interaction, right? That's your observation.
Oh, hang on. So can you define observation for me then? Because it might be different to Kosho's maybe by the sound of it. Go on.
What was Kosho's definition?
Oh, don't you
No.
I want to hear what was Kosho's in case I agree.
No, bad luck.
Cheater.
You lose.
What do you mean?
Quick, get your Googling fingers out. Find the different descriptions.
I just really. Why would you guys want to tell me what Kosho said?
Oh, you guys are as thick as thieves.
Okay. Well, Kosho basically said observation had nothing to do with observing, even though that's the word. Apparently, observing is interacting. So, what's your definition of observing?
Yeah, I mean, observant is interacting, but I would agree that in science and in physics, what we, but I'm not done. I'm not done.
That's what I said, and you just agreed with me. Woo!
Yeah, no. I mean, I agree with you guys that in physics, what we want is a thing called the perfect observer. So this is a scenario where someone is able to observe a naturally occurring phenomena without interacting or affecting with it. That's what we ideally want. But it's almost impossible to have that, in the real world. You're looking at something, you're going to have the quote-unquote observer effect upon it. It's something we can't stop happening, but ideally that is what we would want for the perfect quantum mechanical observation.
Of course.
But Kosho's
to detect that, to put a detector in the slit or whatever the situation is, to detect it, there has to be an interaction. And if you as a human want to visualize the wave collapse, obviously you can see that after the fact by the depiction of the wave collapse, right? You can go, oh, look, the wave collapsed. So you don't need to have any knowledge of what's happening or even observe the experiment. You can actually see the after effect and go, okay, it collapsed. But to have a detector in there, if it's detecting something, it is by definition interacting. I wouldn't say it's fucking observing anything. It's interacting. And therefore, of course, it's going to have an effect. And why wouldn't it? Why is this even a special thing?
But that's what I just said. Observation is an interaction. Ideally, we don't want observation to be an interaction. But fundamentally, when you're performing any experiment, you need to observe the experiment happen, the results, the relationship between the variables, and in performing that observation or that measurement, you are interacting with your experiment. So this would apply to any experiment done ever.
Right. So why is it special then? Because most experiments, you can see the results and you can observe the results without interacting with the fucking actual experiment or interfering at all, right? And you get to know the outcome of the interactions that happened because you set them up and you had a hypothesis and you either got your result or you didn't. You don't need to be observing each interaction along the way, unless you don't get a result and you think, oh, what the fuck happened? And then you'll look at your experiment and go, oh, that's where it went wrong. You'll set it up again. This is a conflict between the terms of observe and interact, and they've deliberately been conflated in this particular scenario, because if you just drop the word observe in the whole thing, other than to look at the collapse in the actual data at the end, like a normal observation of the results, and you put interact in every other aspect of this experiment, and it all just makes sense. There is no mystery. There is no knowledge that needs to be required by fucking anything.
Except for the fact that there's a wave that is interacting with itself, interfering with itself, and this only occurs if you're not observing it. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
No, if you're not
that's the whole point.
Yeah. So white. This is where the difference comes in when it comes to the double slit experiment. If I was doing an experiment where I wanted to see does heat make water boil, whether I'm looking at it or not looking at it, the end result is going to be the same. The water is going to boil because of the heat. Here, it's very different. My observation, my interaction is a fundamental part of the experiment. But when I'm boiling water, my observation doesn't matter. It's the end result. Is
Your observation doesn't change this at all. No, okay.
Yeah,
so you disagree with Kocho. So it's got nothing.
No, I agree.
Hang on, so your observation or a detector? Your observation or a detector?
Either one. That's the detector looking
so
at it.
So remove the detector out of the way, and if you looked at it, it happens as well, does it? If you look at it personally.
Exactly.
Really?
The same thing would happen. Really.
No detector. Oh, I don't like to see this shit.
If I would look at that photon pass through the slit, my eyes would be acting like the detector. That observation would be an interaction, and it would change the end result.
Hang on. You cannot see the photon, can you?
Huh? We do see photons.
Can you see the photon?
Our eyes, yeah, we can see photons. That's how we see.
Okay, so hang on. No. If a photon was going across your view, not into your fucking eye, of course it's going to change. It's like, hello, can you see a photon go past your eye or not?
I see a photon go past my eye? Well, what do you mean?
Yeah. Well, you're apparently observing a photon go through one slit or another. How are you doing this?
By observing it. I don't understand. By looking at it. What?
No, but hang on a minute. So to see a photon doesn't have to enter your fucking eye.
All right, you don't understand how. Okay, I see what's happening. So number one, when a photon is traveling through space and time, it travels as a wave in all directions. It is only when it makes interaction with your eye, or when it interferes with itself, or when it makes an interaction with the detector. That interaction is point-like. But one photon can interact with many different things because it travels out as a wave from one source. It travels in all directions as a wave, but when it interacts with those many different things, it interacts like a particle. Does that make sense?
Okay, so just describe what's happening from a point source of light then, when it's radiating in 360 degrees. Explain that. What's going on there?
All right. Okay. So let's say you light a candle. That candle.
No, a point source of light. A single photon. How is that radiating in 360 degrees?
All right. So we have an electron, and it's emitted a single photon. It emits that photon as a wave. The electron would be your point source, and from the electron going out like an expanding bubble, you would have this wave of light or this photon particle going outwards. The moment
an electron can't separate from itself. It's one thing. How does it go out in a bubble?
The electron is emitting a photon. The electron emits the photon. The photon is
a photon a particle?
A photon has particle wave duality, but you can't consider it as a particle. Yes, it's an elementary particle.
Okay, but
an electron is also an elementary
duality.
particle.
A duality, but then how does a duality travel in a 360-degree sphere?
I'm trying to explain it to you, White, but you keep interrupting me. Like I'm trying.
Because I'm trying to grasp it.
All right, so we'll take it step by step. So you have your electron. Your electron is your point source, right? from your electron, it releases a photon. Now, it doesn't release the photon as a particle, it releases the photon as a wave. And you can imagine this wave traveling outwards from your electron point source as a bubble of light in all directions in space and time.
What wave? What axis wave? Vertical or horizontal axis? Which way? Because, I mean, I can polarize light, and I can take the transverse light out, that wave out, and still see. So in this wave that's being sent out,
how do you polarize light?
Which way is it?
Hang on. How do you polarize light?
Well, like with, like polarized lenses, and they take away the glare. Hello?
What?
I'm listening.
Right. So hang on. How do polarized lenses work that take away the glare? What are they taking away? What part of the light wave are they taking away to function as a set of polarizing filters?
I don't know. Tell me.
Certain directions of spin.
Certain directions of spin.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, that's different to the science books. Jesus Christ. So it's all changing. Is any of this verified? Is the spin verified in any way, shape, or form other than mathematical? I can test the spin. Can I have a photon myself?
Yeah, the Bell's theorem test was done with this method.
Bell's theorem test.
Yeah, you lost me, White.
Sounds a bit dodgy.
No, you've lost yourself.
No.
You
I know how you polarize light and things. I just don't see the relation between that and an electron emitting a photon. No,
it's not the photon. It's the photon you said that produces a wave. I asked which axis is this wave? I'm thinking in 3D space, there's an electron. It's emitted a photon in the form of a wave. I'm trying to visualize this wave. Which way is it waving? Or is it a dual axis wave that goes out in every fucking direction from a center point?
Yeah, it goes out in every direction.
Okay, but
it will propagate along your X, Y, Z axis throughout space and time. Does that answer it? I'm struggling with your question.
X, Y, Z. Okay. Yeah, no, fair enough. So X, Y, Z.
I hope that answers it. I don't know, but it would travel in all directions.
No.
It wouldn't have a specific axis it wants to travel on that's more important or more favorable than the other axis. It wouldn't. A photon won't say I only want to go along the X-axis and I don't want to travel along the Y-axis. That's. Am I understanding you?
No. I'm going to have to Google images of what is it? A photon. What should I put? Photon bubble. What should I be putting in here to get a visualization of what you're talking about?
Oh, okay. I can post something. I can try post something.
Well, what should I just type quickly? Photon what? Photon wave? Photon wave bubble?
Yeah, or you can just you can just try Google Feynman diagram showing how an electron emits a photon.
Are you saying that it's kind of like a ripple in a pond?
Yes, that's how you could visualize it, like a ripple in a pond.
And the ripple
in 3D space.
And the ripple is what hits your eye and allows you to see it.
Yes, but when the ripple hits your eye, it doesn't hit your eye as a wave, it hits your eye as a particle. It interacts with you like it's a particle, but it travels from its source to you as a wave.
Oh, man, okay, so a ripple in a pond just goes up and down. The wave, literally, the particles in the water just move up and down. That's all they do. They don't go left to right. But are you saying a photon wave is up and down and left to right?
No, it's I don't understand what you mean by that. Up and down, left to right.
Well, I've just Googled pictures of a photon wave, electron emitting a photon, and it's literally a single line with an up and down going left and right, and up, like a sine wave, like the 90-degree fucking sine. I don't know what the fucking call it. Right? Yeah. So it's up and down and left and right. Is that what you're saying? Which is different to a drop in a pool, isn't it?
The electric what do you call it? The electric charge is in one is perpendicular to the magnetic charge, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's what he's asking. Is that what you're asking?
Well, no, because the electron has emitted a photon. What charge does a photon have?
It doesn't have charge.
It doesn't have charge, so why would it be creating a magnetic fucking field to go along with it?
The electromagnetic radiation is both from the electric field and the magnetic field, and one field is perpendicular to the other one.
Yeah, but how do you generate one? You need the other. So you've got a photon that's moving, or not a photon wave that's moving. How is it creating an electromagnetic field with it?
The electromagnetic field is already there in quantum field theory. It's just moving through.
What made that?
It exists everywhere.
Oh, is that the ether? Or you just don't want to call it that? Or is that what could be called the ether?
Yeah, you could call it the ether if you want. If you want to, yeah. It's fine. Call it the ether. Call the electromagnetic field that a photon propagates through the ether. It's fine. Like, I wouldn't disagree with it.
Okay, so when someone says a vacuum's empty and light travels through a vacuum and it doesn't need a medium, you're quite happy to go, nah, that's bullshit. It does need a medium. It's the electromagnetic medium of the background of ether.
It's a field.
If I was talking if I was talking to a 7-year-old, I would be fine telling them light doesn't need a medium, it travels through a vacuum. But yes, if we're talking at these high extremes where we want to be precise about what we say, then I would say yes, there's no such thing as a vacuum because you have the 0-point energy permeating throughout all of space. And this so the 0-point energy isn't necessarily the same thing as the electromagnetic field, but that just shows that there's no such thing as a vacuum. So there's no such thing as light traveling through a vacuum. We've never seen that, really, Like never travel.
But we have, because the scientific definition of a vacuum means no fucking air. It doesn't actually mean anything other than that. Like particles, it's matter. An area devoid of matter. So a vacuum could be full of all sorts of other things.
No. The definition that a vacuum is any space devoid of matter and energy. There's always energy.
Matter and energy. Okay, so then
matter and energy. So there's always this non-zero-point energy permeating throughout space. We call it the vacuum energy.
So the electromagnetic background radiation has no energy to it.
It is energy. An electromagnetic field is a force field. It's an energy field. But okay, wait.
But you just said a vacuum has no matter and zero energy. But hang on, this stuff permeates, which is full of energy.
Yeah, listen, I'll repeat myself again. The definition of a vacuum is a space devoid of energy and matter. That's why I say there's no such thing as a vacuum in nature. We've never seen light travel through a vacuum. If I'm talking to a 7-year-old, I could say light travels through a vacuum, because I'm talking to a 7-year-old. I don't have to be that precise. But when I'm talking to you, I would concede with you that there's no such thing as a vacuum because we have the 0-point vacuum energy that permeates throughout all of space. So we've never seen light travel through a vacuum. Now, the vacuum isn't the medium light needs to travel. It is the electromagnetic field.
But that just counteracts and contradicts all of the experiments that have been done in vacuums based on the fact that by removing the matter, and I had no idea, they apparently assume there's no energy, that these different things drop at the same rate, and all this different stuff like lasers apparently travel, come on, you're saying now that there's this field that permeates them and apparently has just been discredited for interacting with things like feathers and weights and, lasers and...
But White, when they do an experiment where they drop a feather and a bowling ball down a vacuum tube, those are things they do at schools to explain the concept in a simple way to children. That is not an experiment you would use to validate gravity at a higher, more precise level. Those are experiments that were done 300, 400, 500 years ago. Because at that point, we didn't know about the quantum world. That was the limit of our understanding. So if we can't go quantum, then for all intents and purposes, when there's no matter, you have a vacuum. But now that we discovered the quantum world, and now that we
discovered,
yes, we discovered it. We didn't know it was there, and then next thing you know, we see it's there. Now that we know it's there, we got to take it into consideration.
Well, you've looked for something, deliberately looking to quantify it, and you've managed to come up with experiments to find things in different quantities. I wouldn't say that's the way things work. But
we were not looking for it. We stumbled upon it.
They weren't looking for it, man.
Yeah.
No.
Paul he came up with it. He was actually thinking about the ether when he came up with it. But
of course.
Well, yeah. I mean, he thought the thing is the ether. It was they had the wrong idea for what it was. They said it was static, and it was not static, and they thought that the light needs a medium to travel through, and it's not actually a medium. It's a field. It doesn't have substance. Although when the field has values that are or has disturbances in it, those disturbances exist as particles, as real matter. So
yeah,
it's not a medium itself, but I guess when there's when there's something
I'll be right back.
It, then yeah, it is.
Kosho's got this. I'll be right back.
Sure.
None of you have got this. You're all fucking in the weeds, claiming you think you know, but you don't.
All these big words sound impressive. I'll give you that. They do sound impressive.
It's retarded, observed. Fucking, what a fucking con job.
Hey, you know what? You guys are pretty smart, right? Just undo what they've done, show them that they've been wrong. And
no, we don't need to do that.
Better stuff
we just need to disregard it. No, we can just disregard it as another fucked up theory. You
really
similar
can't,
to evolution.
It's already given us the fruits of its labor.
Oh, that's another thing. Oh, if it's rotating and it's a sphere, we should see this. Oh, look, we see this. It's just another example of that, Kosho.
No, it's not. So because we know that superposition, and we know about quantum tunneling, and we know about all these different things, we can create things like tiny microchips that you can store a whole bunch of information on, and that's what we do.
Wow,
that's what's happened. Huh. You can make CDs.
Interesting. Whoa.
What can we make?
CDs.
No way.
Yeah.
Because of superpositioning.
Because of quantum mechanics. I've even heard that it's even improved. It's even improved laundry detergent. Makes wires whites and wires brights.
CDs because of quantum mechanics. Now
Kosho's a comedian.
I think specifically Blu-ray.
I've heard it all. I'm sold.
Blu-ray is just different color lasers.
I'm sold.
Lasers even.
Lasers even.
But yeah, all these things, thanks to the fruits of quantum mechanics and the understanding of how this, how the world actually works.
How the world actually works. I wonder if fucking the creator would agree with that nonsense, or whether he just has a chuckle like I just did. How it actually works. Do you know how
we didn't
fucking arrogant?
We know how it works. But now we know how it works, and we're able to use our knowledge to build these incredible things that weren't possible before, like MRI machines and stuff like that.
Oh, duality does not exist in Mother Nature. Period. Doesn't exist.
Can I say that one time?
Cancels out real fucking quick.
I said duality does not exist in Mother Nature.
You said LEDs?
Oh my god.
LEDs is another example as well. But so, sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Duality does not.
Oh, duality. And what duality do you speak of?
Yeah, just that.
Yeah, but what duality are you talking about?
Two things at once, obviously.
Oh, like the superposition you're talking about, or the yeah. I mean, exactly. That would be the assumption. That would be the intuition, but it's not the observation. And it's been shown to not be the case. It's not a rule of the universe. The actual rules of the universe is that these things happen. These crazy quantum mechanic properties happen, and we can't do anything to make it not happen.
We have no rules of the universe, Kosho.
That's what the study of physics is, but
no. What, study Study of physics is rules of the universe.
The study of physics is learning the rules of the universe. That's right.
Really? Hold on. I've gotta. For some reason, I don't trust your definition. Let me just. What is physics? Let's just see. What is physics? And if you're lying to me, Kosho, I will not be happy. All right.
Look it up. It should be in Black's Law.
Definition of physics. Let's see. Okay. The branch of science concerned with the nature and properties of matter and energy. The subject matter of physics includes mechanics, heat, light, and other radiation, sound, electricity, magnetism, and the apparent structure of atoms. No mention of universe.
Okay.
Zero. Zilch.
Oh.
That would be
what you just
astronomy.
Read, what you just read. What you just read was exactly the rules of the universe.
I knew I had to fact check you.
Read it again. You said say it one more time.
I said the branch of science concerned with the nature and properties of matter and energy.
Perfect.
The subject matter of physics includes mechanics, heat, light, and other radiation, sound, electricity, magnetism, and the structure of atoms. But I'm sure the whole structure of atoms has been added recently.
That's right. So the nature and properties of matter and energy. The rules of the universe.
No universe.
That's what that statement is exactly. That means the same thing.
Oh God, you want
the nature and properties
twist everything
of energy and matter. So the way that everything in the universe works, nature and matter. Energy and matter.
I must say there is another definition.
I thought matter is energy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read out the other definition.
Oh, come on.
I'm just gonna cherry pick mine.
Come on. And plus, that's my personal definition, but it means the same thing as what you said. Or God's rules, the laws of the universe,
It's like Blue's Clues, isn't it?
It is like Blue's Clues. You're right.
Yeah. That was the best show.
Great show. I wonder if it inspired anybody to actually, solve problems and shit like that. But that's exactly what you got to do. You got to sit down and think and chair and think and try and figure out what the clues are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My kids absolutely loved Blue's Clues. Absolutely loved it.
You think about a show like that, it probably costs nothing to make.
Your hot biking cuddles.
I was going to ask a question. I was trying to find an opening.
All right.
Go for it.
Be under her pants.
Isn't the definition for matter about the same as mass? It's based on a formula, based off a presupposition.
No, not really.
Theorem.
Not really.
Yeah.
Because mass and matter are equated to the same thing in pseudoscience, and all of their pseudoscience is based off of formulas that are literally based off of stories that aren't even true.
We don't like that word, pseudoscience here, Cuddles. We don't like it.
I like it. But regardless if I like it or not, this is not an example of pseudoscience. Matter and mass don't mean the same thing.
You're a master at pseudoscience. That's why you like it. You got like a PhD.
Did I break up or did I lose everybody?
No, you're right there.
You didn't lose me.
No, you broke up and you lost everyone.
How's Kosho doing? Kosho doing well, guys?
Don't ask, Nate. He's like a rat. He's jumping off the sinking ship as we speak.
Bandsaw admitted to cherry picking, so.
Oh wow, Bandsaw! You conceded to cherry picking.
I admitted to cherry picking. What are you talking about? So it's not really cherry picking when I admit to it.
No, it sounds like you were caught out and you were forced to concede that you were cherry picking, which is good.
I said there's another definition to it that I'm not going to read.
Yeah,
Oh wow!
It was
So I wasn't caught out at all. I actually put myself in it, Nate. So wasn't caught out.
Intentional cherry picking.
Isn't physics a natural science though? Is physics a natural science?
Absolutely.
I thought it was a natural science.
Absolutely.
Right. Natural sciences involve physical things, don't they? Like observation and experimentation and stuff.
Absolutely.
Can't do any of that, can you, with anything up in space? So aren't you really limited to things here on Earth?
No. I mean, isn't physics, when you break it down, just the interaction between matter, energy, and forces? And we can feel the energy from things out in space. Things out in space exert a force on us. I mean, yeah.
No, but we're talking about science, and science requires like experimentation, right?
Yeah.
So natural physics has experimentation where you can manipulate things.
Okay.
And aren't we limited to things that we can actually tangibly interact with here on Earth when it comes to experimentation?
No.
Why not?
Why should we be? I can do an experiment.
Are you saying extrapolation? Extrapolation from experiments here is good? No, okay. So
I can. Let me give you an example. I can bounce a laser beam off the moon and time how long it takes. That is an experiment.
But you don't know the medium.
Variable. What do you mean? I don't know the medium.
You don't know the medium between here and the moon. How have you verified the medium? This is back to the age-old fucking question. It's not tangible.
What?
What's the medium between here and the moon? What medium do we have?
We have a vacuum medium.
We have vacuum medium.
Yeah.
Interesting. And what is that exactly?
It's like a soup filled with virtual particles and this 0-point vacuum energy.
Wow. Mm-hmm. And how can we manipulate that to experiment with it?
Why do we
need to make sure?
Manipulate it? We don't need to manipulate it. It's not our dependent or independent variable.
How do we know it's consistent between here and the moon? How do we know it doesn't get thicker or thinner or something between here and the moon?
Because when we shoot a beam of light between here and the moon, we don't see anything happen to the beam of light. The light stays consistent.
How do we know we expect to see something? Have you done an experiment with this material and put lights through to see that when we don't see a difference that we should expect to see that or not?
Yes, we do these experiments here on Earth because we expect that medium that's out there to be
extrapolation. Expectation, extrapolation.
Bro, this is not going to work if you keep interrupting me and under-talking. I can't even get a sentence out.
Yeah, no, you got to let him get a word in.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Like, it's very frustrating.
You are railroading him a little bit.
I understand that, but he's essentially now agreeing with what I said at the start, extrapolation. But go on, finish up.
Maybe you got to let him get a word in.
Man. I don't even know where I was now. So we know that if we shoot a beam of light between here and the moon, we don't see any fluctuations in the wavelength or the frequency of that light. So we know the medium isn't affecting it. We can also verify this by doing these experiments at home. If you shoot a beam of light in a vacuum at home, you don't see any fluctuations within that vacuum. And the understanding is that whatever that medium is that's out there, it's here as well, because there's no barrier preventing that medium being here as well.
There's a fence.
This double slit experiment, Nate.
Mm-hmm.
That is supposed to be some sort of evidence of superposition, right? In a roundabout way, right? So, what sort of mediums have we tested this experiment in? For argument's sake,
are you asking? Have we done this underwater?
Underwater, in a vacuum, in a fish tank full of gas. Yeah, exactly. Have we done this? What are you laughing at?
Because that's a Benzo type question.
Oh, get out of town! It is a logical question.
It is.
Have we manipulated the medium to see what sort of results we would get?
Off the top of my head, Ben, so I cannot say if we've done this experiment underwater. I don't know.
I did it.
Because I did Google, have we done a double slit underwater, and we got a big fat 0.
I got a question for you, man, Sean. I got this question just for my personal record. Why would you think?
Are you writing a book? Hold on. Are you writing a book?
I'm not writing a book, but I have somebody writing a book for me. And so I'm just curious. So why would you think that would be necessary or useful or anything like that?
It's called science, isn't it? We are changing the medium that the light is going through. We will change the speed of light for starters.
Well, we did it. We did it outside of a medium, or maybe in the air. So there's a very little medium. Probably because we don't want the medium to mess with it. We just want to see what the light's doing. But I guess you could interfere with it on purpose just to see if I don't know what you would expect to see if you're adding complicated things to it.
I don't know, but isn't one of these scientific things that you're supposed to be doing is changing variables? So if we change the medium, we put it in a vacuum, we put it in a heavily gaseous environment, in an environment of water, an environment of ice, an environment of ballistics gel, change all these mediums, see what sort of results we get. Like, have these things been done, or are we just going to presume, right? Are we just going to presume that these things happen, right? In this medium, and now we extrapolate. Now we extrapolate this medium to way over our head, and this is what applies to everything over our head.
And further to that, have we tried it on a plane? Have we done it in a train?
Huh. I was just reading that book the other day.
There's a big problem, though. Because normally with experimentation, as far as the scientific method is concerned, you have to start with a phenomenon. Foucault's pendulum, no phenomenon. Double slit experiment, no phenomenon. They're presupposing a story and then hyperimposing the outcome into the results.
Why is a precessing pendulum not a phenomenon?
Bro, the precessing pendulum is supposed to be in what the phenomena is. What's the phenomena? Sky stuff moves. So how are you manipulating the sky stuff? You're not.
The phenomena is
you built an apparatus to reify your position based on a story you were told.
Oh, QE, your voice has changed. The phenomenon is the Coriolis that causes the precessing of the pendulum.
That's adorable. Now, I'd like to see high torque pneumatic
That's adorable.
of some kind. Wait, there's your problem. You talk Coriolis and you're talking friction. Now, is the sky moving with the Earth, not with the Earth? Which is it? It can't be both.
Why are we talking about friction with Coriolis? It's fucking whiz.
Bro, if you're saying it's a globe, right, and the Earth's moving and there's Coriolis, either A, the air above the surface of the ground is moving with the Earth, which is friction, or it's not, which would be frictionless.
And we know air has friction, so that's why the air moves with the air. That's what drag is. No?
That's gold,
right.
Mate. That's gold.
Now you're getting into the problem. If the wind is moving with the Earth and the Earth is allegedly spinning, one, how do you get into another reference frame to find out whether or not the story's true? And two, what happened to Coriolis with literally anything else in the sky?
For example?
Football, soccer ball, planes, ordinances, take your pick.
So you could measure the 1/3 inch deflection of a football or soccer ball, and it already doesn't take a straight path through the air.
Dude, Coriolis though is invoking movement of something. I'm just trying to figure out how do I get to the other reference frame to see what somebody is saying I'm supposed to see.
But it generally has less of a relevance than wind. So,
well, that's
you
another fun one, right? I got monkey wrenches for days. There's never going to be a complete model.
One yet.
Now keep going, Smurf. You're good. Keep going.
Bro, experimentation requires a phenomenon. Double split. What's the phenomenon? Light? You're not dealing with cause effect with the thing
now? Are you changing back to double slit away from Coriolis?
No, I mean, we can jump around. It's whatever.
No, how about you stay on a topic?
That's fine.
Smurfy.
Also the Kardashians. And how about those Blue Jays? What the fuck?
It's all one and the same. We're talking about science or pseudoscience.
Yes, so stay on one topic, and maybe you'll get some answers instead of jumping around before you get the answers.
Yeah, like that mysterious moon medium that you escape.
Hey, Cuddles, don't let this Chucky guy get to you. He just tries to strawman people and attack their persona and try to make sure that mainstream's all intact. What's up, Cuddles? Nice to see you. Don't fuck with Cuddles. He's actually the man, and you don't even know it yet.
Hey, Mr. Cuddles,
sounds like a man.
You're Smurf, right, Cuddles?
No, dude.
Hey.
No,
so
nobody
why do you think
here
I'm attacking
knows
his
me.
persona? Because I'm asking him to stay on topic. How does that make sense?
Well, the topic is literally whatever's being discussed. And so far, we're talking about science versus pseudoscience, which engulfs everything.
He just can't keep up with you.
Yeah. Do you have? We're talking about physics, right? What university calls that pseudoscience?
Calls what? Making shit up pseudoscience?
I said physics. Did I cut out?
No. But most of them don't deal with physics. They deal with stories. Like Peter Pan.
Most universities don't deal with physics. They deal with stories. That would be the literature department.
Well, that's true, though.
Dude, physics of water. When was that taught in school? Other than what? Water evaporates? What about seeking its level? How did they miss
fluid
that in school?
dynamics would be university.
Ah. Well, that doesn't make any sense that it would be in a different grade. Physics don't change just because you're older. They're always the same.
No, it doesn't change as you get older. It gets more complicated, generally. Or
it's fairly
more
easy for me. I mean, as far as the globe versus the biblical Earth that we have, there's never going to be a complete model from either side because there's at least 6 things that you cannot experiment with. And most of the so-called experiments out in mainstream science aren't even really experiments because they don't even have a natural phenomenon.
What are the 6 things you can experiment with?
Sun, moon, stars, wind, the ocean current, and electricity.
What's an anemometer?
That's true.
Dude, scientific method deals with cause and effect.
Sorry, I cut out.
What
What's
is
an anemometer?
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Very much. What's an anemometer?
Okay, does it involve you stopping the moon in the sky or the sun and making it go backwards or figuring out why it's there?
If you knew what an anemometer was, you'd know what it has to do with wind. So what's an anemometer after I gave you that clue?
I have no idea what that funky word is. No idea.
Okay, so maybe we can experiment with these things. You just don't know very much. Is that a possibility?
Nope.
Okay, so a device used to measure airflow can't be used to observe or quantify wind or wind speed.
measure airflow does not determine the cause of the wind, aka not science.
You said we couldn't study the wind.
Dude,
Did you not?
cause. 6 things you'll never be able to put through the scientific method to determine cause. This is science, right? At least man-made science.
Can you use? Oh, if it's man-made science, it's not natural, isn't it? So
You can't put right, but you cannot put the wind through the scientific method and figure out the cause of wind.
Sure about that?
So meteorology is pseudoscience?
Way to obfuscate.
Meteorology is the study of climate and weather, which involves
And
wind.
everything changes in a dynamic system inside of a container. Yes, yes.
Which
it's called flux.
It doesn't have to be in a container. It's just a dynamic system.
Oh, right. So we can just throw out the definition of gas pressure which is the force of the particles colliding with the walls of its container. Okay. So let's get rid of real science.
Yes. When we're talking, when you're talking, if you answered none, you're correct.
You're breaking up, Chuck.
You're roboting a little bit.
Yeah, super bad. I wanted to answer you, but all I could hear was
Mr.
How much wind is in a pressurized container?
How much wind? You're funny. You're so funny.
Is it none?
Who could measure the winds? Who?
An anemometer.
Put a fan in there.
Oh, you're talking about wind speed, though. Yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
What? Dude, you're the one that invoked it.
No, you did. You said we couldn't study wind. And then you talked about a pressurized container, which has nothing to do with wind.
I said very specifically, you cannot scientific method wind. Sun, moon, wind, stars, ocean, current, electricity. Cause of these things in this realm cannot do it. Cannot.
Except you can, because they do.
Cool. Where's the experiment with the sun? I gotta see this.
Okay, now we're changing to sun from wind again.
No. We're talking science and we're talking Earth. The sun, the moon, the wind, the ocean currents, dirt, all this stuff is part of Earth. We're talking scientific method. So what thing that I mentioned out of those 6 was actually put through the scientific method correctly? Show me the information. Don't tell me a story.
There are lots of things we can learn about. There are lots of things we can learn about the sun. For example, its composition, its mass, its intensity, the amount of heat it gives off, its approximate size.
Oh boy. The sun and the moon and the stars are all apparent. By definition.
Everything you see is apparent. But so what?
The car in the driveway is apparent until I touch it, and then it's a physical thing. So
no,
it's not
been
apparent,
a physical
it's
thing
physical.
the whole time. What you see is apparent, but it's been a physical thing this whole time.
Right, like the horizon.
So we know that the sun is physical because we've measured its mass.
We've measured its mass. So what'd they do? Take it out of the sky for an hour or something?
Yeah, that's a big scale.
Yeah, that's a big story.
No.
Yes.
Did I claim they took it out of the sky?
Dude, I just asked. You said they've done stuff with it. Well, they have to do something with it to have done something with it. Yeah? Yeah?
Yes. Yeah. Do we know the mass of the sun?
So who touched the sun? I gotta hear this.
Nobody. Why do you have to touch something?
So it's still apparent. You're just saying that it's not apparent just so you can sound like you're right. That's cool.
No. Why do you have to touch something to measure it? Keep going. Yeah, really. Yeah, and think about it from a surveyor's point of view.
Do you know what direct measurements are?
Yeah. Did I say
What are
they
you guys
directly
talking
measure the
about?
mass of the sun?
Well, I mean, dude, you're asking about them
talking about
measuring and then the need to
scientific
touch.
method. I never said they
That-
touched the sun, nor did I say they directly measured it.
Cool. That's great. So we're right back where I started.
No. Well, you still don't know any more than you did 10 minutes ago, but so you're right back where you started. Yeah, I guess. And I
haven't heard
either. So. Yeah, we are.
anything. I've yet to see a demonstration of a scientific method process with the sun, moon, stars. You're telling me it's possible, but I'm still waiting.
So an EME bounce is also not scientific?
It's directing energy at something. It's not cause effect. That's not cause effect. Really? Nope.
So
cause would be what causes the moon to travel in the circuit over the surface of the earth. What?
No, now you're just talking about an orbit. So you're talking about different things. Are we talking about the distance to the moon or the orbit?
Effect. The effect is it's orbiting. What's the cause of it orbiting overhead? That's
Focus
science.
your thoughts for a minute. Focus your thoughts for a minute. And one of those six things, what do you want to know about those six phenomena or objects?
The cause of the object.
The cause of the moon. You want to know the cause of the moon.
That's what the scientific method deals with, is cause effect.
No, it doesn't. It would deal with why does the moon, how far away is the moon? How much does the moon weigh? What is the orbit of the moon? What is the period of rotation? Those are things that science would ask. Now, what would you like to know about the moon?
Dude, science would ask. Well, who is science? Science is an idea, a concept. So science is going to ask stuff. This is great.
A scientist would ask, is that better? Now, you're the scientist. What would you like to know about the moon?
Method would dictate.
A scientific method isn't a person, so it doesn't dictate anything.
No. Well, it does. You've got to follow it.
Scientific method. If your item in question cannot be passed through the scientific method all the way and avoid hitting the null that you have, it's not science,
the scientific method is the tool that scientists use.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is no the single scientific method.
Yeah, there is.
There
systematic observation is systematic observation is part of the scientific method.
Sure. Followed by
step one. Yeah, experimentation. To determine the cause of the thing.
Wow. So what experiments have you done?
Oh, here we go. Descending.
I know. It always descends down into atoms.
How is asking you a question
your mother?
How is asking a question an ad hoc?
One, it's off context. Two, you're making it personal.
So a question about you and a scientific method is off topic when discussing the scientific method with you.
Yes, a leading question that gets into my personal life that gets off context. Yes.
Is this going
Oh
somewhere?
my goodness, your personal life. You went to grade 6.
What does it matter what scientific
now we know
experiments he's done, bro?
Hey, do you know Cuddles? He went to grade 6. That's all I know.
Here we go. They said it was going to descend into ad homs, bro.
Time to double down.
Come on, bro. What does it matter what scientific experiments he's done?
Wait, hold on.
The definition.
Hold on, Cuddles. Hold on, Chucky. Enough of that, mate. All right.
Enough of what?
You know exactly what you just did, mate. I don't need to tell you. You're a grown-ass adult. All right. Enough of that.
No, you do need to tell me because I asked a question and these guys think it's an ad hoc. So do you think it's an ad hoc?
About grade 6.
Yeah, we all went to grade 6, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Keep
asking him what...
Keep those remarks under your hat, please.
He's not even clever with it. He just proves our point when he says it, but still, stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he went to grade 6. Okay.
Well, again, that's none of your business. What I have or haven't done, again, that's a personal thing. And an ad hom, by definition, is obfuscating from the context to make a personal remark to the individual you're having a conversation with. Debate 101, buddy.
It's not quite what an ad hom is. It's an insult in lieu of a counter argument.
But it's personal.
Yeah, it doesn't have to it's just a tactic. More than anything, it's a tactic. And you start directing it at the person and questioning their ability to understand, when anyone listening would clearly see that it's you having trouble understanding what he's saying.
No one asking somebody what experiment they've done would consider that an ad hoc.
Well, then gaslighting. There you go.
But
Also
come on,
not gaslighting.
You guys ask us that exact same question as well. What experiment have you done? Like, have you done this yourself? Like, come on, man. You guys don't ask us that? You've asked me that,
You just
Dave.
asked Nate if he did it underwater.
Totally different. Totally different.
Yeah.
All of his questions started questioning the personality or the credentials or the understanding of Cuddles, rather than accepting that he's right about the scientific method and things do need to be tangible to claim anything about it correctly. And
He's
there's all
clearly
these kind of
not
things
right
you're
about
just
the scientific
ignoring and using tactics as a way of trying to win the argument rather than find out what the case of the matter really is.
Listen,
And he exposed himself by going to the grade 6 comment straight after it, bro.
No. I exposed
the fact that the
Cuddles
first one was an
when
ad hom, bro.
I exposed Cuddles when he claimed that no scientific experiments can be done with wind, and he didn't even know what an anemometer was. That's when I exposed
You don't have to know French to know how something works, dude. I don't.
No.
Measurements are not fucking science, dude. They might be part of something to do with science, but measurements with an anemometer are not science, mate. Come on.
They're part of science. So we use the anemometer to study wind.
It's part of the data collection.
What would you like to know about wind?
Study.
The issue is, what is the cause of the wind?
Yes.
So an anemometer
cause
doesn't
is-
tell me the cause. It just tells
the cause
me
is
how
low
fast the wind's
pressure
going.
and high pressure.
Huh?
Right? The cause is a low pressure causing the high pressure wind to come in.
Or it could be the
Now
high
you can
pressure
ask what
moving,
causes
causing
low
the low pressure to settle. You can go both ways with it. It still doesn't
Either way, it works.
make a cause. That's just a dynamic system in flux.
Yes.
The bigger the container you have, you can add gases to it. The bigger you make the container, say like a biodome, you can have flux inside that gradient.
But knowing that if you have a negative pressure or a lower pressure, and for example, a negative pressure room in a lab, and you open the door and the high pressure wind that comes in, higher pressure wind, tells you that high pressure goes to low.
Yeah. Thermodynamics.
So now we can, we can just go further, or fluid dynamics. Now you can go further into that and determine what causes the lower pressure, right? So
I wonder,
science
this
doesn't ask the
lower
question,
pressure,
what is wind?
This lower pressure thing that you have in a lab, is a container required to do such a thing?
Yes.
Oh, so the definition for gas pressure stands: force of the particles colliding with the walls of its container. That's interesting.
Yes.
So we have air, and we need air to breathe, to survive, to live, and gas pressure follows, gases follow the laws of nature, which, oh my gosh, container required.
But atmospheric pressure is not gas pressure, or else they would call it gas pressure, and they don't. It's called atmospheric pressure for a reason.
Hold on. Is it something other than a gas?
Yes.
No.
No, it's all gases. So it's still gas pressure because it's still gases.
No, it's not gas pressure, because if it was gas pressure, we would call it gas pressure and measure it the same way. We don't measure it with an air gauge. We measure it with a barometer. So it's clearly different.
So what you're saying is, if I go to 100,000 foot, there aren't gases there.
I never said that. Did you hear me say that?
So then we're still dealing with gases, and gases follow the laws
with the
of
ad
nature,
hocs?
the gas pressure.
What's with the ad hocs? Why are
That's
you
not
ad
an
homing?
ad hoc. I'm asking you if there's
Yeah,
gas up there, dude.
No,
Either there
you
is
said I
gas or
said
there
something
isn't gas.
stupid. You said I said something stupid, or is it gaslighting? Why is he gaslighting me, guys? Okay, so let's get back to the point. Why do we
was
measure
that you
gas
realizing
pressure?
that you said? Wait, did you just realize you said something stupid? So you tried to like turn around and make a joke of something that wasn't very funny at all?
What did I say stupid? What did I say stupid, Mr. Adhom?
I asked you if you realized that you said something stupid, and that's what you were trying to project.
The only
onto him.
stupid thing I said is that I pretended he did an Adhom when he did the same thing to me that I did to him.
Well, he invoked atmosphere. I'm still
Regardless,
waiting
it's
to
just funny
find.
that you tried to do that.
I'm still waiting to find an example of sphere-shaped gases, because atmos and sphere are a paradox. It's a paradox.
No,
because
look up.
atmos is a gas. Gases have no inherent shape unless they have a container, and sphere is a shape. Huh? So how
Very
can
good.
gas shape have a shape if gases don't have shape? Huh?
Okay. The layers of the gas have a shape.
Yeah, of the container that they're in. Yeah, absolutely.
Do the gas giant planets have a shape?
Oh, so you're invoking outer space. So when can I?
No.
Where can I go to buy my
you
ticket
asked-
to go up there right now?
Hey,
Which
smartass. You
airport
asked-
am I going to?
Smartass. You asked for an example of you to be able to see gas with a shape. So there are several examples. Jupiter,
No,
Saturn.
You invoked
Yeah, there's no name calling. Hold on one second, guys.
And I just destroyed it.
Brad, hold on one second, please. Yeah, there's no name calling. All right, Brad?
Oh, I'm sorry. So, Guy, you want to see an example of gas in a shape?
Well, you're invoking no container, so I want to see this example without a container.
What container is keeping Jupiter?
Dude, you keep invoking things. What airport am I going to buy my ticket to go to Jupiter? Which one? Where can I
never
go get
claimed
that?
you could fly to Jupiter.
Okay, so
You
then
want
I
to see
can't
it,
verify
or do you want to
anything
touch
that
it?
you're saying, so it's all no.
Okay. You can't see Jupiter? Why don't you look?
You're saying it's a physical object. How do I go verify that? I'm just a country boy, bruh.
Do you ever see things that aren't physical?
Yeah, the horizon. It's always apparent.
Well, you see the apparent Jupiter, but is it not the apparent physical object?
Well, apparent means that it is seen, but you don't know if it's physical because you haven't been able to verify it yet. So you keep circling around this thing of verification.
So, what have you ever seen that you verified wasn't physical?
The horizon.
There's not a physical
No
the horizon of
geometric
what?
sphere curve.
The water? The water isn't physical? Wow.
I'm waiting for you to say something along the lines of what I said, like a rebuttal.
Yes.
So I can actually respond.
The horizon is
you don't
physical
do that.
because it's,
yeah.
the horizon is physical if you consider that it is basically where the water ends. And water is clearly physical because you can, swim in it, bathe with it.
Oh. So what about the horizon I have when I use a bubble sextant?
What about it?
Well, I'm making a new one, and it's also apparent.
Okay, so what does make the horizon?
You're roboting, Chucky.
Yeah, bad.
Yeah, I'm in the hill.
Flap your arms or something.
No, I just have to drive farther.
I mean, it's funny. I can go anywhere you can go. I got off-roading capabilities.
Cool. So come up to Northern Ontario, and you'll lose cell reception up here.
I just change phones when I come up there. Why
you get satellite phone?
Yeah. Duh.
Okay, and then when we go in the bush, you'll still lose reception because the tree cover is too heavy. But go ahead, come up here. I'll take you out for a beer.
Bro, why would I want to go to Canada to drink beer when I don't like beer in America and I get foreign beers here?
Well, our beers.
I like moonshine.
We used to go to Montreal all the time when we were kids.
Country.
Nah, there's ugly women in Montreal. You don't want to go there.
Moonshine is what I drink.
That explains it.
It explains the fact that I've demonstrated what I needed to, and I'm yet to hear a rebuttal.
You demonstrated what?
You never will.
What have you demonstrated, do you think? I asked you, what have you verified that you've seen that turns out to not be physical?
I already told you, the horizon. The horizon's the apparent point where the sky and the earth meet, or the surface. Apparent. It means it appears to be, but it's not a physical thing.
No, that's not what apparent means. Apparent just means where a physical object appears to be. So try again. Try again, prove your point.
There you go. I typed in the chat for you. Oh, it didn't load. I can't. I don't have permission to send GIFs or pictures.
Hold on. I'll fix that for you, man.
Thanks, man. So
somebody should give you a Christmas gift. Maybe.
Hold on, buddy.
they're making
I'm
it
waiting
illegal.
on the trigger for you.
They're making it illegal. I heard to say GIF with a soft G.
There you go, Cuddles. You should be able to. There you go. Boom.
Thank you. And citation provided. You're welcome.
Boom. That's what we like.
These guys don't believe citations. They're citation deniers. They'll say it's out of context, or you don't understand what they're saying, or they didn't mean that, or that's for children. I mean, the list goes on. They don't believe citations. Dude.
Oh, like the definition of gas pressure.
They don't believe that. They don't think they don't think atmosphere is gas under pressure. I don't know, dude. It's crazy.
I don't get the whole atmosphere thing. I definitely don't get the whole atmosphere thing, because atmos is gas. Gases have no shape unless they have a container. They take the shape of the container, but a sphere is a shape. So gas shape doesn't make any damn sense. It sounds more like a reification of a presupposition than anything else.
It sounds like that to me too. But did I hear you, Jeremy? Did I hear you say that we got a fucking citation deniers in here?
Yeah, every fucking citation I ever post, you guys deny. You say it's out of context or it's for children. I mean, the list goes on of the reasons why you deny citations.
The Dr. Seuss book? We can't be having that in here, guys. You guys can't be citation deniers.
No, but I mean, I've never denied a citation. It's just Jeremy tends to take them out of context, or he tends to take them as absolutes. That's all.
Jeez Louise, come on.
What? Like, for example, Jeremy will post something that says, "This is the formula for momentum," and he takes that as an absolute. It's that, chalk and cheese, black and white. There's no other way to cut it.
Would he be
And
wrong?
no, it wouldn't be wrong, but that's not the only thing that's right, And then when we post other citations that don't say Jeremy's citation is wrong, all they say is Jeremy's citation isn't the full picture, then Jeremy feels like we're saying he's wrong.
Have you got a citation to say that Jeremy's citation isn't the full picture?
Yeah.
Okay. A bit interesting. I'd like to see those words.
No, I mean, like, I don't know if you were there, Banso, when we were having the whole light having momentum discussion, and it got heated, and we were showing all of these different formulas for momentum, and the way Jeremy was just strawmanning us, it was a bit mean, man.
Well, it propagates through a medium, through a conduit. Yeah, I'll give you that. But what light is, got no idea what light.
Hey, Jeremy, stop being mean. Stop being mean to Nate. They've had a hard day, especially now. The globe has really gone through it, and then this Cuddles demonstration really put it in the hole even further. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to recover ever. Really, honestly, after that.
This should be pay-per-view, Dave. MMA.
Yeah, it was. It was like a Mike Tyson fight for 3 hours. Like 3 hours of a Mike Tyson fight.
Ears going left, right, and center, being bit off all over the place. It was crazy.
I wish more than anything I was delusional, man. That'd be so awesome. Every day would be like a fucking.
You are. You've got a NASA shirt that you.
You wish you were delusional.
So what? I got a NASA shirt. So what, dude? If I told you why I bought it, you would make fun of me.
I'll make fun of you anyway, so I don't have to know why.
Hey, just tell us you don't actually wear it.
I wore it twice last week.
Oh shit! I was thinking, okay, souvenir, for when later on you're like, oh, I remember NASA. That was funny.
I got 2 NASA shirts, man.
Why do you wish you were delusional, Kosher?
Because I'm listening to you guys, or not you guys, but I mean, Bansaw and them, they're talking about how it's like a Mike Tyson fight and 3-hour Mike Tyson fight. I wish I could watch a 3-hour Mike Tyson fight, even if it's not really, what's happening. But for me, it would feel like what's happening. You know what I mean? Anything that I want to be happening, anything I want to experience, will be what I experience. It'll be the truth,
So you'd rather everything that you want to experience would be what you experience than the actual truth.
Look,
I mean, it'd be awesome, right? Like you could.
So you're exposing that you don't actually care about what's true. You just care about what your own feelings and experiences are, right?
We've already established you have absolutely zero commitment for Globe.
Zero what?
Citation say? What did Carl's citation
honestly,
say?
you guys, Coco's had a hard day. Don't rub it in. It's really, I mean, I don't even. I feel bad for defending him right now, but really, honestly, he's off him a little bit. He realizes we're right. I think.
Was this one of the delusional things, or is this thing really happened?
Guys, what did Cuddle's citation say?
Yeah,
Sorry,
what did Cuddles post?
What did Cuddle's citation say?
It said apparent, late 14th century, indisputable, clearly understood, easily seen or perceived from Old French, apparent, evident, obvious, visible, from Latin, apparentine, visible, manifest, present, participle, or apparei, appear, come in sight, see, appear. And there's more. Yeah, I know. It's all these French words in there, Nate. Bloody hell.
That was you reading French?
Fuck off.
Parlez-vous français? Oui, je parle français. Je parle français très bien. Comment allez-vous?
Oui, oui.
Salut, mon ami.
Comment ça va, monsieur?
Ça va bien. Et toi?
Très bien.
C'est bon, c'est bon.
Je parle un peu français.
So, apparently the momentum equation, in another context, whatever that means, whatever that means.
What about it?
I don't know. What about it? Looks pretty complicated to me.
Yeah, it's a
It's
very
funny.
it's not just, you know, what Jeremy says it is it? It's a bit more. But no one's saying what Jeremy says it's wrong. We're just saying what Jeremy says isn't the full picture. But Jeremy interprets it as us saying he's wrong.
Yeah, like if you have a uniform body in uniform motion that is perfectly balanced, then you can use the very simple momentum equation. It works for like most basic things, but if you want to get a body that, for example, is moving in at least like two vectors or constantly changing its vector, accelerating in some way, then you're going to get some and it's not uniform either in its weight or its motion or its shape. Then you're going to have to use differential equations to really understand. Okay, so what is the vector of this momentum, and what is the value of that vector for a given like direction that you want to say, and then like how does that compound when it comes to conservation of momentum for other bodies that it interacts with. Like this is not just the simple like, oh yeah, here's how momentum works. Yeah, like that's the very general version of it, but if you want to do it in actual engineering, then you need to understand differential equations in order to see how does momentum work in the real world when it comes to air resistance, shape of an object, like medium density, like all of those types of things, they matter.
What that guy
Funny. This debate thing, right? It's just like the same stuff that's going on with law and everything else, history.
I mean, you sure about that, RC? You couldn't explain to me how the airplanes know their distances. Now you want to talk about relativistic speeds and how you figure out the momentum of them?
It's not a relativistic speed.
The speed of light with momentum, P equals mv.
Yeah, that's a simplified version in ideal situations. That doesn't give you a lot
understanding when it comes to, for example, like if you're trying to design a like cylinder heads, right, for and camshafts in an engine, then you're going to need to use a differential equation in order to understand a number of them, in order to understand, like, hey, what's the actual power output going to be?
But it sounds like, Meister, you guys were talking about light. You weren't talking about camshafts. Why are you trying to equate light to camshafts?
What I'm trying to tell you is that, like, if you want to actually understand something like conservation of momentum, you need to understand the context within which, like, any type of particle, or in this case, like something on the electromagnetic spectrum, how it actually interacts with its environment. That's what I mean by context. So if you want to actually get into the quantum world when it comes to momentum, like, you really have a new set of circumstances, a new environment that you're working in. Just like an engine is a different environment than when you're, like, just throwing a ball across the room in a vacuum chamber or in the air.
Yeah, but when you're talking about light, because by the sounds of it, I don't want to talk for Jeremy, right? He's more than capable of doing that. But you were talking about light, right? So momentum equals mass by velocity, all right? So what is the mass of a photon? Right, how would you put it into that equation?
I mean, if you want me to help you find an equation that we use when it comes to momentum at the quantum world, I mean, I can do some digging for you to help you understand that. But, like, it's definitely a different context. That's not my dog.
I wouldn't bank, Bandy. I wouldn't bank on RC walking you through anything. You know, we tried to go through how planes verify. You know how planes verify their distance. So if you're going to go over momentum with the speed of light, that might be tricky.
Yeah, well, it does vary a lot. The speed of light, doesn't it? Lots of variables to take
Jeremy,
into account.
you denying that airplanes know how far they go isn't me misunderstanding something.
I didn't deny anything. I wanted to know how you verified it, and you folded.
You mean I told you how we verify it?
Couldn't tell me how we verify it. You couldn't explain it at all. You spiraled out.
Okay, Jeremy.
What happened? I wasn't the only one in here.
Okay, Jeremy.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
It sounds like you tell yourself stories, Jeremy, to make yourself feel better about not accepting answers.
I don't think he's a storyteller.
Yeah,
He does.
I mean, he just told the story.
He probably repeats the what happened pretty much verbatim. Then you guys.
Yeah, he just told a story. He just told a story about how he remembers a conversation because he was not satisfied with how things work in the real world. And
No, it's not that I wasn't satisfied. It's that you told me
Yes, Jeremy.
we were trying to verify how planes get their distance, and you told me they go through speed. They go by. I said, "How did you know how far you went?" And you said they went through speed cones or wind speed cones or something. You know, they went over the wind speed cones, and I said, "How did you verify the distance of the wind speed cones?" That right there is the point where you spiraled out of control and couldn't handle it anymore. I don't know. Did you talk all under me the whole time? Somebody's got an echo, maybe. I don't know what's going on.
Jeremy, I've been listening to you.
An echo or fuzzy shit with your mic going on. Maybe go on mute when you're not talking.
No, I heard you, Jeremy. I think what.
Yeah, but did anyone else hear me though? Because your mic has an issue. I'm wondering if anyone else heard me because your mic has an issue.
We heard.
All right. Okay.
So, Jeremy, it seems to me that, like, the story that you're telling yourself is that, you know, passing through cones and stuff like that, you don't even remember the details of the conversation enough to understand even what was going through your head, because you're apparently repeating things that number one, weren't said. Number two, are inaccurate. Number three, aren't even using the words that I use. So I would say if you want to try to challenge your understanding or my explanation in a given situation, maybe make sure you get those things right before you want to bring it to the table.
Yeah,
actually, you know
Gio,
what? It
Gio,
sounds like you're
Gio was
avoiding
here. He heard it.
re-explaining it.
You said Gio was here. He heard it. You were describing me how planes get their distances. You were talking about wind speed cones. I said, how did you know that you went 25 miles or 50 miles or whatever? You said, because we went over the wind speed cones. And I said, how do you know how far apart the wind
Over the
speed
wind
cones
speed
are?
cones.
Hold on, I'm right in the middle of this, RC, please. Mike is all echoey or staticky or something weird's going on. So I said, how far did they know? So you had to break my story up, I know. So I said, how do you know how far the wind speed cones are apart? And right then is the point at where you spiraled out of control and couldn't handle it anymore. Heads heard it. It wasn't only me and you in here. It's on tape. It's recorded.
Okay. You're welcome to bring that up because, I mean, as you were telling, and Bandsaw, this is Jeremy admitted, yes, he's telling a story here. Your story doesn't actually comport with what I said. And
You
like
know
I
what?
said,
You know
I'm
what?
not gonna get mad at.
Instead of saying it's
I'm
a
not gonna get
story,
mad at you, Jeremy.
why don't you reiterate what you said and just clarify what
I'm
you
not gonna get
said?
mad at you,
Instead of
Jeremy.
trying to make it out like he's telling a story, just say what you said. Clarify it right now.
Sure.
Instead of trying to attack
No
him for
problem.
telling
No
some kind of
problem. Hey,
story.
perspective. Why don't you just stop like losing your damn mind for a second? How about that? So, Jeremy,
Yep, attacking me instead of actually doing what you should
I
do,
know,
which is reiterate what you
spiral
meant,
out of
which you can't
control.
do.
Hold on. RC, you got to fix your mic, bud. Like, no
My
joke.
mic
It's
doesn't have a
really bad.
problem.
Your mic's really bad. It is a problem.
It is bad, RC. It is really bad.
Okay. Well, it was probably perspective talking over me the whole time.
No, it's your mic, buddy. It's your mic. It is your mic.
Yeah. Are you driving?
Oh my
Like, are you
gosh.
in a wind tunnel?
Back to the point. So, Jeremy, if you'd like to bring that up and you want to talk about wind speed and being able to know your distance based on your airspeed and understanding that relative to your wind speed, then you can bring that conversation up. As of right now, you did not understand the fact that you can both physically measure wind speed and you can use that known wind speed to understand exactly how fast you're going across the ground, knowing with your pedostatic system what your airspeed is. And so if you know those two things, you know exactly what your ground speed is. If you know what your ground speed is, you know exactly the distance that you're going.
Did you get your mic fixed? I don't think we can have a conversation until your mic sees shit like that happens right there. There's some weird feedback going on or something. I don't know. You got to just fix your mic or.
Did anyone else hear that, or is Jeremy just ignoring what I'm saying?
Have you got your window wound down or something?
Yeah.
You got some kind of crazy feedback going on. Nate just told you. Multiple people just told you. That's. I don't know. Maybe you don't listen because Nate just told you. I could have swore Bandsaw told you.
Here, how about this? Is that better?
No, not really.
I think you sound great today.
Oh, okay, seriously.
Sorry, I'm not a jerk like the rest of you guys.
You said it's not any better.
You sound.
Hold on. Talk and I'll tell you.
Can you hear me now?
You say talking will kill him?
That's better.
Great. So, Jeremy, just because I explained to you in that situation earlier that you can indeed physically measure wind speed, if you know your wind speed, and you know your airspeed through your pedostatic system, you know exactly what your ground speed is. Because you know exactly what your ground speed is, you know what your distance is.
Yeah, so we left off right where you said. I said, how did you know the plane went 50 or 25 miles? And you said, because that's how far apart the cones are. And we left off right at us saying, how do you know how far apart the cones are? I mean, I don't even know why we're going into the planes. If these cones, hold on one second, please. I don't know why we're even talking about planes if it's relying on knowing how far these cones are apart.
What cones are you talking? Are you talking about VOR systems?
Wind speed cones. The wind speed cones, remember?
No, Jeremy. I think you're getting VOR systems and a wind speed conversation mixed up.
No, we were in the middle of talking about how do you prove the distances with planes. I said, you said, I know I went 50 miles or whatever X amount of miles because I went over the wind speed cones. Then I said, how do you know how far apart the wind speed cones are? That's when the whole conversation went to hell and you lost it. So you want to pick it up? How do you? So we could pick it up from there. How do you know how far apart the wind speed cones are? There's no need to even talk about planes, really.
Oh my gosh. Number one, I did not say wind speed cones. That phrase doesn't make any sense. Okay.
What are the cones called?
Oh my gosh, Jeremy.
What are the cones called?
The cones are called VOR. They're not cones. They're VOR stations, is what we're talking about.
Yeah, fine. VOR.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, your mic's not better.
Okay, have fun spiraling out of control. I guess.
No, I'm not spiraling. Your mic's all messed up still. Did anybody else hear it, or was it just me?
It was a little bit crackly, but
I was getting a huge kind of feedback or something.
Yeah, but Jeremy, the issue is when he was just talking by himself, it was fine. It's when someone else talked, while he was talking, that the crazy feedback came in, and you kept under talking him. So that's what kind of made it difficult.
And what's the difference between
we're having a little back and forth, right? And it's going to happen in conversations. People are going to talk when other people have their mic open. Anyways, they were talking about. RC was talking about. They knew we were going over the wind speed, and whatever the things are called, wind speed cones. I don't know what the RC was referring them to as, the wind cones, whatever. He said, I know. I said, how do you know you went 50 miles? And RC said, because we went over the wind speed cones. So I said, how do you know how far apart the wind cones are? And he said, that's when he lost it and spiraled out of control and couldn't tell me. I don't even know why we're talking about planes. If they already knew the wind speed, the wind cones were X amount of miles away, I don't know why we're even bothering with the planes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
when RC comes back, I want you to apologize.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Apologize for
your mic sucks.
Apologize for Bandsaw's behavior.
RC's mic's fucked up, dude. I told him. He said I was spiraling because I told him his mic's fucked up. When you're having a back and forth with someone,
ignorance.
Yeah, when you're having a back and forth with someone, it's not always their mic's not always going to be closed every time you talk. So I don't know what to tell them.
Jeremy, today's a good day to do this exercise that I myself do. What I do is I think about the people who I like the least, or maybe I've been rude to them, and I also don't like them. I make a list of their names, and sometimes there's not that many of them. Sometimes there's a few of them. I don't know, but they're the people I like the least in the world almost. Anyways, I write their names down, and then I think about something nice to say to them when I see them.
Brenda.
Okay.
Ruhi.
Maybe you should write down RC Meisty's name, and write down something nice to say to him when you see him next time.
I have no problem with RC. I like RC. Kind of, not really. A little bit more than some Glovers.
You're gonna need to work on that, dude. Okay, you had it good for a second, then you said,
"That was as nice as it's gonna get." He's like, "I like Husky a little bit, but better than some Glovers."
You can't have
it
favorites.
downgraded 3 steps in his nice comment. That's hilarious.
There's no having favorites, man.
Listen, Nate, I love you all. Nate, I love you all equally. Okay.
That's what's up. Now, can you say the same to Aussie, please? Next time you see him.
Yes, I'll tell RC I love him next time I see him. Okay, Nate, will that make you? Will that give you
jealous?
Happy thoughts?
It would make me think better of you, Jeremy, because I mean, lately you've been, misbehaving, and I don't know, man. I don't know what's up, but
have I been misbehaving?
Yeah,
I was gonna say something too myself, man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Nate, you're just mad because I've been sunning you lately. All right, first of all.
Nate's actually been holding his own. So Nate he concedes to some of the dumbest shit sometimes.
Dude, Nate is he's a glow by ability. I agree, Coach.
I didn't say he's a glow by ability. He's been holding his own.
You said he said some dumb shit sometimes.
I said he concedes to some dumb shit sometimes, but everybody's got their thing,
Yeah, but the problem with the whole debate thing.
Go ahead, man.
Both sides actually have to listen. And I'm biblical cosmologist here. I listened to their side my entire life. I've yet to have some Glober actually talk to me in this debate setting and actually be honest and listen.
Then you haven't talked to me.
Condescending silence.
I mean, dude, Return of the Mac, I know him from 24/7, and he's doing the same old crap that I've seen RC do, Zanuck, Grubus, Rumpus.
But I'm not like them. I'm not like, Kosho and them that are here trying to defend the globe and die for it, I'm open to your guys' ideas. I just don't agree with them. But I'll definitely listen to you if you have a new idea,
Listen, man, I'm not dying for the globe, dude.
No.
I ain't dying for anything that doesn't deserve to live. How about that?
Wouldn't die for the Pope.
Must be that moonshine clarity that I have.
Good to see you, Cuddles. Good you drop by here. I hope to see you here more often. Haven't talked to you for a long time.
Aren't you over at Bev's?
No, this is New Perspective. We've talked on 24/7.
Oh, dadgummit. Yeah. All right. I'm trying to figure out where we met. But yeah, I still don't even know why.
We've had a lot of moonshine conversations, so it's okay. I understand why. You don't miss a beat, though. You're not one of those people that just is so obviously drunk that it's hard to listen to. You just got your moonshine and you got your act together still.
Right. Oh, shoot. I wish I still
I like
knew
your
why
law
I got
talk,
banned
though.
from over there.
You know a lot about law, that's for sure.
Oh, dude, it just takes reading and thinking, man.
Yeah, this guy's a good one to. Him and Eastside put at the top of my list of people to ask about law stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got an 80% win ratio, so, and that was going from 100% loss ratio in court.
Are you a real lawyer? You got a wind tunnel going on there, or what is it? A wind cone?
Windsock.
Yeah, windsock, whatever word. They're majoring on the minors, right? Whatever word, what wind cone speed thing they were talking about. Right, heads heard it. I wish I knew what day it was.
He was talking about the stations acting like cones, so he knew what distance the stations were apart, and he was referring to the stations as cones as a way of telling how far he is in between the things. But then he was using wind speed as a way of, conflating it. Seemed like
he was using the cones or the stations or whatever to say. He said, "I know I've went 50 miles because I went over the cone stations or whatever, the wind speed cone things."
Well,
and
it's
I'm
not
like,
the wind.
"How
Nothing to do with the cones." Yeah.
Well, it was
just
how
the cones,
these were the wind speed detector. They were detectors on to see how fast the wind was moving.
Not the cones. The cones weren't detecting the wind.
Whatever these things were that was detecting how fast the wind was going. I said, "How'd you know you went 50 miles?" He said, "We went over these things and they're 50 miles apart." I said, "Well, how do you?" Because we were talking about distances. We're trying to verify distances. So I'm like, "How'd you get that distance? Why are we even talking about the plane?" Saying if you this is how you're getting your thing originally, we should be talking about this.
Yeah, he didn't do a very good job of explaining it. I think that's for sure.
He didn't finish. He couldn't handle it.
You were being rude, Jern.
No, not today. This was like 2 weeks ago or something, 3 weeks ago maybe.
Okay.
Oh, it was beautiful. I kept my composure and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Unbelievable.
That's not unbelievable. Don't try to play me.
No, I mean, I was about to call you a liar. I could see it happening.
He's not a liar. He's just a storyteller. Get it straight.
Hey, new perspective. Since the last time we talked, I've picked up a lot of new stuff. If you ever want to talk about it, there's other chats.
Yeah, I was thinking you must be, since I haven't heard from you for a while, I was wondering what you might be digging into. I bet there are a lot of things to hear for sure. We should talk.
Oh, dude, you're going to love this stuff.
Yeah? Well, while you're excited about it, let's jump down to another room.
All topics?
Whatever.
That'll work.
You just talk about it up here.
Yeah. Why you gotta leave?
Yeah, we're making everybody jealous of what he's down there already.
Hey, you want to talk about something cool? Yeah, let's go to
Hey, if it's something juicy, I'll come back and let you know. Don't worry.
Oh gosh, the dweebs. Sound fucked up, bro.
What do you think, Kosho? Bitcoin bottoming out to 25,000?
I know you'd hope so, but I said this, man. It's not a predictable thing. The thing is, Gio, this is probably, I'm not the best person to give advice, but I think that you have a allegiance with Bitcoin, and you're very much against the other one, Ethereum. I'm wondering if it's because if I were like you and I was invested in it and this kind of stuff, and I was making bets on what was going to be safer overall. I think Ethereum is going to stand the test, and Bitcoin may not perform as well as everyone, as some people think it might.
Well, I've never said I'm against Ethereum. I definitely think Ethereum is run by you know who, so it's definitely evil.
Demonic lineage.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, yeah, the price will do all right. It won't do as good as Bitcoin, but
well, there's a thing called the flippening, right? They think that someday Ethereum or another coin might take over Bitcoin's spot.
Well, I think ultimately that it's bound to happen. because Bitcoin is limited, and maybe that will be a strong point, and maybe the strong point will be the fact that it's most recognized one. It's the most household.
Dude,
name,
as it stands right now, Bitcoin is about 100 times better than Ethereum. I don't know if you ever tried to do an Ethereum exchange. Last time I did a transaction on the Ethereum blockchain, it cost me about $200 in gas fees one way.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you did it wrong, dude. It sounds like
that's how Ethereum works. It is like that. Ridiculous fees.
Yeah, but Ethereum, you have a lot of different. You forget the money. Like money aside, you got a lot of different functions you can do with Ethereum, and there's a lot of different.
It's all about the money.
It's not all entirely about the money, but there's all sorts of contracts, all sorts of games that use the contracts, and yeah, eventually you're gonna be talking about the money, but it's not exclusively valued at what as a monetary device. It's got practical uses, and it's actually wide ranging too. So it's like
I don't even know what you're saying.
Ethereum, smart contracts, the blockchain. It's not just cryptocurrency. There's so many different functions and NFTs and all. You can build anything with Ethereum, and you can give it whatever value you want to give it, and somebody could pretend it actually is that value. Regardless, there's actual real practical uses with Ethereum, and I think for that reason, Bitcoin is eventually going to slowly, fade to something not as great. Like the opening.
I think Bitcoin will ride us about above 300,000. But yeah, it's not going to just go to like 50 million or anything. I mean, at some point, yeah, it will like lose its. I mean it's really had like an incredible type of a stronghold, if you want to call it that, in terms of like blockchains and cryptocurrencies in general. Bitcoin, obviously, everything kind of runs off Bitcoin. The whole thing, it was like the first blockchain, so it's like a wealth storage layer right now. But yeah, in the future, there's all these other cryptos that are coming into play. The government's going to be issuing theirs, and there's going to be other platforms that'll kind of be another option other than the mainstream government one. And like as that all unfolds, then yeah, like we're not going to need the Bitcoin wealth storage layer at some point, far off in the future. But yeah, I think it'll get up over 300.
I think there's a chance that what the fuck, just damn it. There's a chance that it might be able to because of the fact that it's not versatile like the other one. It's not kind of diluted as this other device. It's it's strictly seen as a monetary device.
You can't do anything with Bitcoin. It's just
exactly, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. There could be some appeal to that. People.
Well, you can do stuff with it. You could do stuff with it. Gucci just started accepting Bitcoin. I mean, you can make payments on it like online or something. You don't want to be sitting in a Walmart. What's up? Go ahead.
No, I agree. No, you can actually no. In that way, you can do a lot of shit with it. You can like buy houses. You can buy cars. In that way, yeah, as a currency. But I just mean that it doesn't have any other. Like it doesn't have like an operating system or like an app. A app developing portal or some of that stuff that like Ethereum and all these other things have. I'm just saying Bitcoin in and of itself is literally just like a ledger and secret keys.
Yeah.
It doesn't have like smart contracts and all these other things. And I'm not even sure it even has the ability to do that unless somebody altered it or did something additional.
It can't be altered because don't they not have the original? What is it? Because what's his name? The original guy. I forget his name, but he made the original one. The original what do you call that? The hash, zero hash, or whatever. Yeah, so I don't think it's even possible to be changed.
And I think they did make a quick pay, like some kind of quick pay thing for Bitcoin because countries started using it. And it, you know, if you're standing in line in a grocery store, you can't wait. Sometimes I've waited 24 hours for a Bitcoin transaction to confirm. But I think they made some kind of express thing or lightning pay. I forget what it's called, but it happens fast. But
dude, back in the day, like in 2017, when Bitcoin ran up to 20K on Coinbase at that time, it used to sometimes take literally 2 days, even 3 days to have a transfer go through. It was unbelievable.
I've waited a long time before, yeah.
Coinbase was just so backed up. They were not prepared to handle that much coming into the system. So you actually prefer Ethereum over Bitcoin, Kosho?
No, it's not that. I just I like I said, because I hear you, and I know why you ask the questions you ask sometimes, and I think Scott Veach is, I see where you guys are at with it, and I see what you I see what you want to have happen with it, obviously, because it would benefit you. But I wonder if I was in that position, someone like you or someone who's, maybe invested in it and actually really wants to see it increase. I wonder if I would be worried that it maybe at some point is not going to increase. Despite there's people who are always predicting, how high it's going to go and shit like that. But the truth is, I don't think anyone's capable of making proper predictions with it because it's not like, I don't know. There's not really any models to use to compare it to. I guess it's kind of a novel thing, So, but anyway, yeah, I don't think it's hard for me to tell if it's going to shoot up like everybody thinks it will, and then stand the test of time, or if because of that flaw that it has, it's eventually going to be like MySpace to Facebook. You know what I mean? It's like MySpace was big, and then pretty quickly, like nobody heard about it. Facebook was big.
Well, I mean, but Bitcoin was the very first blockchain and has had incredible amounts of stability. Well, it's not like, I'm not rooting for it necessarily just because I want it to go up for price. I'm part of what I resonate with it is what it actually represents in the world today in terms of like the power structures and people in power doing their thing. And I really don't think they were expecting Bitcoin. I think they had some other technology that they were already developing in terms of for digital, like the digital world they wanted to bring in. And when blockchain was invented, they basically instantly had to try to co-opt it. So there's a huge amount of co-opting that's gone on, but Bitcoin itself, I think, represents like essentially the antidote to the Great Reset.
Yeah, it's kind of the whole the whole metaverse is kind of like that because a lot of the people's the reason why it piques a lot of people's interest is because it represents a possible path to taking control of the environment, and I mean the environment as in the place that we're all interacting in. You know what I mean? Because the internet is not policed like the world is. In a weird way, and it's like if people actually are autonomous and able to kind of freely go around in these worlds and the internet, and then also use this currency that's not tracked or backed by banks or anything, and they can bypass bureaucracy. Yeah, it definitely is dangerous for status quo. But it's weird because most governments have co-opted a lot of these coins, but I think it's because they're using it maliciously. Like for China, or
I think they've taken whatever digital shit they were working on and have already integrated it into the blockchain structures once blockchain came in. So yeah, now they're trying to kind of lead it all. And I think they would hope to get it. I mean, obviously their hope, I think, is to get it to where there's one digital system that they control. It already is kind of like that, but they want it even more streamlined. But the fact that it's like the fact that blockchain technology and cryptography was released before they could shut it down, it now exists as it's a thing they can't control. So all they could do is try to co-opt it, but there's an actual very real thing that they can't control. And that means they could now, the threat that they're in is to lose the entire power they have over the entire world, because it's all run through money. They did through the Federal Reserve, the sinking of the Titanic and all of that. I mean, they've been World War I, World War II. They've been just absolutely thrashing humanity with what they've been doing, along with the whole globe deception and the whole 9 yards. So I think that there's a actual very real way that they'll be able, like, with this being the case, they now can lose control over the entire financial systems, which then means they lose control over the whole world. And I'm not saying it's just Bitcoin that's going to do it. I think it's a lot of different components. But for the money part of it, it is the blockchain technologies and the cryptocurrencies.
a lot more has to happen before that seems possible, though, right? Because even Bitcoin, like, you can use it, but you can only use it as money. Like it's not like you can use it and it's worth whatever the money, the dollar value of it is worth. You know what I mean? At least it's here.
If they locked the value of it, Geo, if somehow the value of it could be locked, it would already be adopted on a much bigger scale. But because it's so fucking volatile, even Tesla himself withdrew selling his cars because he himself needs to get a certain amount of actual money for them. And if the price drops too fucking quick overnight, he's all of a sudden sold a whole heap of cars for less than it costs him to make. And he can't work like that.
Yeah, but something like Bitcoin can't have a fixed price because it wouldn't. You said it earlier, like, that's where its value comes from. Its value comes from whatever its moment by moment, selling prices, like whatever.
No, that's not where its value comes from. That's what its value is.
Well, yeah,
there is no value. It's zeros and ones.
That's what I'm saying. So its value is strictly what the person who's buying from you gives it. And yeah, it could be absolutely nothing, but as long as people are engaging in trading them, then it's gonna have some value. But yeah, you're right. Other than that, it'd be completely worthless.
Well, the nature of value of things is so interesting. Like, for example, like antiques, like little trinkets or little like antique, like paintings or furniture or anything like that. I mean, if you go to like one of those like antique shows, I mean, all these buyers and sellers, and they're all, I mean, these guys, they'll buy something for 10 grand and sell it for 18 grand. They'll buy something for 52 grand and sell it for 152 grand. It's like the value is literally what someone will pay in that industry. And if you have a painting, let's say, and you paid 50,000 for it, and then you sell it for 100,000, it's still just a painting. So why is that value so different? between 50 or 100,000. Like just because
It's
someone's
just
willing to pay
perceived.
that. Yeah. But it is a physical thing, kind of like you were saying, why it's like linking, the idea of linking a cryptocurrency to something physical in the world, that concept. So in the same way, the painting is physical, but then the value can wildly fluctuate.
Well, yeah, I mean the physicality of the canvas and the oil paints has no real value to anybody, whereas beef or milk again has actual intrinsic value to life. There's a big difference. Even salt, sodium chloride, that could be the base of a crypto. Salt coin, and that should theoretically have more legs to it than any of these other ones, just purely because it's backed by something that's traded around the world for a bloody good reason. You could have a coin, start a coin called Natrium. That's got quite a nice title to it, Natrium. Salt coin. Oh my god. Natrium. Natrium's fucking already a company.
Who? What? Natrium?
Natrium. Yeah, I just suggested making a crypto based on salt, sodium chloride, table salt. And I said you should call it Natrium. And I just Googled Natrium out of curiosity, and it's come up as fucking power company looking to provide the lowest cost, cleanest energy for the future.
Oh, there you go.
Probably one of those molten salt reactors, thorium jobby.
It really, it does baffle me. Really, it really does. The whole value of any of these cryptocurrencies and like how they do kind of have any value like whatsoever.
Marketing, mate. Good marketing,
Yeah.
Bandy.
Oh yeah. No. I know it's marketing, but like you were
The
saying,
tulips all over again.
I think it was you were saying, like if it was backed by, say, the dairy industry, or something that was a bit more tangible. It's just like I could see some value in it. But
well, they're backed by the technology that they're developing. I mean,
okay.
Many of those crypto, I mean, it depends on, there's different ones. Like some of them are tokens which are built on someone else's blockchain. Like that's usually the word for it's referred to as a token. Whereas a coin is actually its own complete entire blockchain. And both of those are connected to, various technologies that they're developing, through all kinds of different integrations that are being worked on, like, in terms of like I mentioned, smart contracts before, and even things like online video sharing and social community type networks, social networks. There's some that are the whole gamut of, everything from like, shopping to, there's the whole NFTs and artwork. Anyway, so there's so many different. So what I'm saying is that if you were to, invest in a certain cryptocurrency that was connected to a certain technology that you wanted to support, then essentially by owning their coin, kind of like similar with a stock, by owning their coin, you're giving their value, the more value to their coin, by willing to pay, fiat money for it. And then that's then helping that company, because as the price goes up, that company is able to essentially use some of their own coin to fund the project.
Like a crypto that was like I just said, Geo, backed by dairy, or say Amazon, or Kindle, or something like that. Something's a little bit more tangible. But those my boys have mentioned that is it, what do you say, NFT? It's like this virtual artwork or stuff in games. And to me, I just go like, where's the value of buying a light or a sign in a video game, for argument's sake, or something you kind of interact with? I can't see. Maybe I'm just too old. I'm not kind of all that tech savvy, Geo. It's not quite so tangible. But if Amazon had its own cryptocurrency, I could go, oh yeah, well, yep, here's Amazon. It's a company, does this, that, and the other thing. I can see real value in it then, like the stock market, as you said, or a startup company or something. They wanted to have their own crypto attached to that. I could see value in that per se. But I don't know. Maybe I'm probably at the right time in my life where I don't really have to worry about it. Like my kids will have to worry about it, but me myself, I don't really have to worry about it.
I hear what you're saying with the tech, Geo. Without a doubt. I mean, there is value in the network and its, decentralization and things like that. Without a doubt, there's value in that network. It represents, fucking a kick in the face to fucking establishment, without a doubt. But I still think fucking, what's his name? Satoshi fucking Matsumoto, whatever his name is. I still think that's fucking what Hillary Clinton calls her pussy. I still think they're all part of it.
Is it decentralized? Like, can it be cut off at any one particular moment? Like, wasn't there a case in Canada where they cut off a heap of wallets by the push of a button? Like, no one could access the money in certain wallets. Happened just recently.
If you have your shit on an exchange, if you have your coins on an exchange, yes, they can cut you off. If you just have a Bitcoin wallet, but if you just have a Bitcoin wallet, they would have to shut off the internet.
But it's got to be mined, doesn't it? So for the whole network to work, the miners have to keep going. So that if they literally control that just with power, because no one will mine if the price of power goes up too much.
Yeah, when power goes up, miners get shut down, but then they earn more.
Without miners, there's no transactions.
Yeah, but then they when people start shutting miners off, the people that keep them on earn more, so it makes it worth it.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, you got to hope that keeps going up, mate. That's the thing.
My
If it doesn't,
mine the bloody stuff.
oh, no doubt. You can have your phone do it these days.
Oh.
Can't you, Jeremy?
Michael bought some super duper bloody graphics card that is bloody.
Oh, your electric bill's about to go through the fucking roof over there.
Man, it's super cooled. It's thermo cooled. It's hyper cooled. It's going to be put in some sort of super fluidy type of thing. It's crazy. This graphics card does everything except bloody make your coffee in the morning. This graphics card.
You better get some more fucking solar panels. I've been telling you, get some wind turbines.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to, man. Gonna have to get guinea pigs running around on treadmills, everything.
Get some wind turbines. I'm telling you, man. You're right on the coast, bro. You be getting your shit taken in 24/7. Wind turbines are cheap, bro.
Design one for a kangaroo, Bandy. I reckon they've got some good power output. Treadmill for a kangaroo. A hop mill.
Tread stairs as he's.
Yeah. Where's the local engineer? Fucking thought experiment that. A treadmill for a fucking kangaroo. Interesting. Anyway.
It's crazy though, the tech. I do love tech. It's handy.
Yeah,
I
was just gonna say I kind of laugh sometimes with a lot of these cryptocurrency websites because if you pull up a cryptocurrency, let's say one that's in the top 100, something like that, and you just go to their website, it's like they all look similar, just flashy graphics and a lot of the same wording, integration, apps, development, like all these words that are sort of,
keywords.
Yeah.
Marketing. Yeah.
Oh, works. Definitely works.
And I mean, they are building different platforms and technologies and things, but it's just like the wording and the way that they look. It's like they're all like similar in a funny way.
Look at the way they marketed diamonds to people. I think everyone here knows the story of fucking diamonds, from they're not being rare. We all know this. Yeah, okay, they're not in the ground underneath my feet right now, but they're not as rare as they make them. And the marketing alone, when they first brought them out, is just ridiculous. And at the end of the day, what can you do with a fucking diamond? Nothing.
Ask my
Retarded.
wife. She loves her diamonds.
Diamonds are
gold.
No, diamonds are useful other than just wearing them on your finger. They put them on saw blades. You can cut
You
shit
can make
with
that
them.
stuff. You can just
What's
make
up?
that.
I know.
You can make that fake stuff, yeah.
I know. Honestly, we don't even need diamonds. Like mined diamonds. You can make one, and it's better than a mined one.
Oh, come on.
It is. It's when you mine them, they usually have like flaws and imperfections and shit in them. When you make them, I think they're flawless. Mistaken.
Don't you just polish them to get rid of the imperfections?
No, the flaws are inside the diamond.
You could never get rid of them?
You could cut it out, but I mean, it might be in the middle, or you can't get a flaw out of it.
Have you bought your girl a diamond, Nate?
No, we're not getting married anytime soon.
He got that cubic zirconia.
Oh, Nate, come on. What the hell?
Fugazi. Fugazi.
Come on. Are you going to try and superposition her, are you?
Nah, it's just. I mean, we're both still a bit young, man. So we're not ready yet.
Young, man. You've got to be at least, I don't know, 22 or 23.
Learn someday when he grows up.
Not that young.
Oh man, you should have been married and had kids by now. What are you waiting for?
How old were you when you got married, Basil?
Oh, man, I was a young fella. I was knee high to a
22.
grasshopper. I was in my early 20s.
Jeez.
My
That's
parents were in their late teens, and my grandparents were in their mid-teens.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's a new age, a new generation, man. Like we get married late these days, you know.
Bloody airy fairy, bloody new age, hokey dokey rubbish.
No, we're just trying to live our lives first, man. So, like, who wants to have a kid at 22, and be married and
Get
stuck in?
married. Come on, make an honest woman of her.
I'm telling you right now, it's good to have kids at 22. You get that shit out of the way.
That's right.
Okay,
Get that shit out of the way.
yeah.
That way you can enjoy your later years. You ain't
Yeah,
gotta go through what
kids at 22, but not marriage, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if it's the girl you decided to have a kid with, you might as well put a ring on it. What Beyonce say?
Why the hell wouldn't you? Why the hell wouldn't you marry the woman you're gonna have kids with?
Maybe she's not the only woman I'm gonna have kids with.
What? Mate, you've got to be joking.
I'm not trying to get too deep into my private life, but
You should change your name to Man of Polyamory.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that what the good Lord said we should do, though? Go forth and multiply.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, you're going forth, but you aren't multiplying at the moment, are you?
Yeah, I'm about to have my second kid, man. So
You need to have a lot more, my friend. A lot more. More the merrier.
no, definitely, yeah. I'm gonna father the nation. You best believe that.
Look, look. Unfortunately, no, slavery is illegal in this country. That's why I had so many kids. All right, it's legal. Right, you can put them to work. You make a couple of bucks off them. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that why people tend to have like a lot of kids?
Yeah. You charge them board. You keep. When they get a part-time job, you keep a percentage of their wage.
Well, originally we used to have a lot of kids because a nice percentage of them just wouldn't make it. Like a long time ago, there was disease and shit. Like, so if you had 10 kids, maybe like 5 of them would make it. I don't know the numbers or whatever, but plus you needed a lot of you need a lot of working hands for the farm and all kinds of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, Jeremy, don't you have more kids than Bansaw? You do, right?
I think we got the same. I got 5.
No, 7.
Jeez.
7 kids?
Yeah, 3 grandkids. So you're an amateur, Jeremy. You're an amateur.
I'm sorry.
I made sure well and truly that my bloodline will last many a generation.
That's what's up.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I ain't ready to be married, man. Shit looks depressing.
My daughter's gonna have her 4th child.
Oh damn. Oh yeah, you told me about it. Yeah.
Yeah, my eldest daughter's gonna have her 4th.
I don't know, man.
She pops them out just like shedding peas. She's a baby making machine. That one.
This is Yeah.
Loves it.
So tired, man. Oh.
Why are you so tired? What time is it over there? Like 3 o'clock in the morning?
No.
pulling an all-nighter, Nate?
Yeah, I'm always pulling all-nighters. It's like 8 in the morning, man.
The hell you been up all night, Nate? What the hell?
Because the people I work with, man, so these people are like in other parts of the world, so yeah, I gotta pull all-nighters, and then I gotta be awake during the day to work with my people.
Damn.
It's a lot, man.
Oh, you gotta do what you gotta do, don't you?
Yeah, more money, more problems, you know.
Pretty much. So you in a apartment, Nate? Are you? Or you got yourself a house?
Yeah. I know I cannot afford a house. I'm in
No.
an apartment. No.
What's rent there
Houses
where you are, roughly? What do you pay a month for rent, roughly? If you don't mind me asking.
I pay about 1,400 for rent a month.
Well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
What?
That's
I
not
mean, it's
too
places where people pay like $200 for rent.
No, bloody hell! People pay $400 or $500 a week here. $2.5 grand a month.
Yeah, that's actually cheap for New York City, dude. Me and my wife, before we bought this house, we were looking at a place that was going to be 1,400.
How many rooms and shit? I mean, it's that
3. Or no,
yeah,
4. 4. My bad, 4.
that is a good deal. Damn. In the city away.
No, we're upstate.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's different, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you're paying 1,400. What do you got? A little tiny studio or something?
Yeah, little tiny studio, two bedrooms.
Studio, you got 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
How you got a 2-bedroom apartment? What'd you say you're in Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'm in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I knew it was
Bedroom in Brooklyn for 1,400?
Mm-hmm.
What are you in, fucking Bed-Stuy or something in the hood?
Why does it matter?
Yeah, you ain't got a doctor's. I'm just saying, no, that's cheap because I used to live in Brooklyn, and this was back in the fucking 90s, and we used to pay like $2 grand a month.
Jeez, where were you?
At a
Borough
BQE.
Park or something?
Greenpoint.
Yeah, but I mean, Greenpoint's like, I mean, that's a nice part of town. Obviously.
It wasn't back then, though. They
Oh,
gentrified the whole thing.
yeah. No, I mean, it's because my landlord likes me, you know, nice Jewish old lady. So I've been paying the same price here for like the last 4 years, you know, like she hasn't increased my utilities and all my rates, nothing.
You hitting that on a low?
No. I used to, you know, like me and her daughter used to have the thing. But like we broke up and her daughter moved, but like me and her still, like me and the landlord, like we still get along. Nice old lady, you know, so
Yeah, that's cheap, man. That's cheap.
yeah. I mean, it ain't nothing special, man. It's real small where I stay at. But we're trying to move somewhere bigger. But you know, it'll take a
You
while.
work from home, yeah, Nate?
This week, yeah, like we
Oh,
rotate. Yeah.
oh,
So
I
next
understand.
week I'll be back in the office.
So what? You got to be pretty close to New York. You can't move out to the sticks, so to speak.
No, because yeah, if I live too far, you know, driving into the city for work would
Yeah.
be difficult, and
Yeah.
my daughter lives here, so I'm not trying to be too far away from her as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Oh my God, the GWB is like fucking $20 or something, bro.
It's ridiculous.
What's GWB?
George Washington Bridge.
Oh, tolls.
Yeah.
Damn.
Tolls.
Man.
It's
There's
crazy.
tolls fucking everywhere, dude. You can't go anywhere without a toll.
Yeah, I was saying, do you have tolls on your roadways? Like you got to drive on a certain road, and you got to pay a toll?
Yeah. I mean, there's expressways, there's freeways. Depends.
That's bullshit. You know, that is bullshit.
Don't you guys have that, PSO?
Yeah, we have it. It's a rort. Why the hell should you have to pay to drive on a road you've already paid for?
How are they going to get you like that? They got to get you somehow.
Well, they get you. That's why you don't use those roads. You go around them.
Ever seen the road? Like, okay, I can take the thruway to New York City. There's another road called the Taconic Parkway. Let me tell you something about the Taconic Parkway. That shit is a fucking death trap compared to the thruway.
Oh yeah.
I've never seen so many deer in my life. They hang out in herds on the side of the road. The most dangerous shit I ever seen.
Yeah, especially at night. Oh my god, you asking to die, man.
You ever took the Taconic at night, bro? That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, it's not a nice feeling. I mean, I've taken it with the friend. I wasn't driving, but that was intense, man.
I'll
Because
never do that shit again.
Yeah, because you just see these glowing eyes in the distance,
Eyeballs.
and you can't
Yeah,
tell.
bro, the eyeballs.
Yeah, you can't tell if they're on the road, on the side of the road, like it's hot. And these things are so stupid. They'll be on the side of the road the whole time, but the moment you're right close by is when they want to cross the road. You know?
I've seen a lot of deer in my life. I've seen deer in my backyard. I saw 3, 4, 5 deer in my backyard this winter. Sometimes there's 2, 3 at a time. I've never seen so many deer in one spot. I've probably seen more deer there than I ever have seen anywhere else, ever, all combined. Just from one trip on the Taconic.
Yeah. No, it's eerie, man. Eerie.
They get spooked by their own shadow, and they try and move away from their shadow, so they jump towards the car.
Is that it?
Yep. Same as kangaroos do exactly the same thing. Yep. They get spooked by their own shadow, right? And they think something's trying to creep up from behind them, so they just move away from it or run away from it, hop away from it.
Okay. That makes so much sense. I've never thought of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, how do you get around that though? Because you have to have your lights on. Like, what do you do?
Oh, drive carefully.
Yeah. Okay.
It doesn't really.
I don't know if those things work. They sell things in America. They're supposed to be like
whistles. They're like whistles.
Deer.
Bar.
Yeah, some goofy shit.
Yeah, we got them too here. They're called like a kangaroo, a roo whistle. All right, so you whack a couple of those things on your front bumper bar, and they're supposed to whistle at some pitch that the animal doesn't like.
Okay.
I thought also that deer, when they see the headlights, one of the ways that they get away from predators in the wild is that whenever they get spooked, as it were, by a predator, they will just start darting at the sun. So they'll go in the direction of the sun, and they'll go left, right, but in the direction of the sun. So when they see headlights, maybe the spooking thing's part of it too. They get spooked, and they're looking at the light, so they run at your car because they think it's the sun. So that's why people always joke about how like these deer just run into your car.
Exactly. Yeah. They run right at you. It's like suicidal almost. No, but yeah, it makes sense now.
Yeah, they think it's they use the sun for tracking when they run from predators.
Well, twofold then. Yeah, they get spooked by their shadow, and then they're just trying to do what they do naturally.
Yeah, it's like exactly.
Yep.
Which part of evolution is that?
the slime part that crawled on the rock.
Yeah, but it is pretty interesting.
Are they evolving into humans or devolving, or are we devolving into deer?
What do you mean?
Well, everything came from one, so it has to be evolving, right?
I don't know.
So if we're more advanced than the deer, we don't run and dart towards the sun or cars and get run over most of the time. Well, most of us.
Yeah.
And then I guess we evolved from the deer, right?
I don't know if that's how evolution works.
Well, wouldn't it have to? I mean, you're evolving, right?
Yeah, but you would see the evolutionary step in the sense that the deer that are smart enough not to run into the headlights and then die from being hit by a car, they would pass on their
Right.
DNA. Yeah.
And then eventually, after billions of years, would turn into what?
It's just that after billions of years, deers wouldn't have this natural instinct or trait anymore. They wouldn't want to use the sun and lights to hide from predators or run from the
Okay.
shadow.
So
Yeah.
they would remain deer. They would just be really intelligent deer.
It would be after a while you would start seeing some sort of speciation where this new type of deer wouldn't be able to mate with their old type of deer.
Okay, fair enough.
Ancestor. Yeah.
Fair enough. So the smarter deer would never mate with the dumb deer. I get it. They're still deer, right?
It's still deer, yeah, but a different type, a different species of deer.
Right. And then that species of deer gets smarter and smarter until it can't get any more smarter. Like it doesn't ever get run over by cars. It always survives. It lives its full life. It mates with other deer that are living its full life. And then what babies do they have? Deer, right?
They have deer babies, but these deer babies would be really different from deer babies a million years ago. To the point where they might be a totally different type of animal. They would look similar, but you might consider them a different type of animal, you know?
Because they were surviving and getting smarter, they turned into a different type of animal.
Yeah,
No longer a deer.
Yeah, their genes have changed, their characteristics, the way they live life, the way they survive. Maybe that
I'm very interested. I'm very interested.
Because
so,
now,
wait.
let's say. Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
let's carry this. Let's go backwards. So before the deer, before the dumb deer were born, the ones that dart towards the sun and get hit by cars, what do you suppose they were?
Before the dumb deer.
Yeah, because you just said that something had to turn into the deer, right? Before the deer, there was something else that got smarter and smarter and evolved.
So
what do you
before
suppose
the dumb
that was?
deer, there would have been some animal, maybe a bit similar to it, but
Okay,
not.
so
But not what you would call a deer. And the
okay,
issue
like
with
what?
this animal, I don't know. It could be the ancient ancestor of a deer. The way a woolly mammoth is the ancestor of a modern day elephant, something like that. So it would be close to a modern day deer, but not a modern day deer.
How
And the thing is,
smart and evolved could a woolly mammoth have been if it's extinct and
Come
it
again?
turned into a dumb deer? Your story's not adding up, brother.
Because you're not letting me finish. So
No,
we have.
I could let you talk for millions of years and it still wouldn't add up. Just that simple fact.
But why
But
not
I'll let
give
you.
me? Why not give me a chance? Yeah, please. So we have this deer now, the deer today, which has this ability, or it's developed this evolutionary characteristic where when a predator is chasing it, it uses the sun to hide from the predator, the way Geo said. A million years ago, there would have been a deer that didn't do that. It was a dumb deer that didn't know to use the sun to hide from his predator and would have died out. But there would have been one or two deer that were smart enough to use the sun, and those deer pass on their
That's
DNA.
not what we're talking about. Those are still deer. We're talking about species to species. What was before the deer, and what do you think evolved from the deer? That would be evolution, right?
Okay.
I get that deers have certain traits. They're good at camouflage. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It would have been something like a deer, but not a deer. Off the top of my head, I don't know exactly what it was called. I would have to Google the actual name of that thing.
Would we have evidence of that?
Yeah, they would. You would hope there's fossil records, you know.
Right. I can go out and see skeletons of deer and fossil records of deer, probably. But what I can't see is that transition. You know, what was before the deer, or what's now becoming after the deer. Or, you know, there's other things smarter than deer. So obviously, if deer came before humans, then there would be some record of that transition time, right? The animals that transform from these deer that run towards the sun and get hit by cars because they run towards the headlight to another animal, to another animal, to another animal, to a whatever that turned into a human.
Yeah.
If everything came from one thing.
Yeah. So we have pieces of it, but it's not complete. It's not a complete picture. There's still a lot of pieces we need to put in so that the whole jigsaw gives us a complete image. But from the little pieces we have a general idea as to what the full image is gonna look like. It's
So
like
would you
building a
say
jigsaw puzzle.
So would you say because the deer are pretty much dumber than humans that humans evolved from deer at some point? No.
No.
It would have to, right?
No, I would say humans and deers would have had a common ancestor, but sometime long ago they would have branched off on their own evolutionary path.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Where's the branch? Yeah, that's what we want to get to. That's a good word, branch.
Off the top of my head, I don't know where this branch is. I would have to look into Iraq. Yeah.
Do you even believe in evolution?
I don't believe in evolution as strongly as I believe in other scientifical and biological and anthropological theories, but I think it's a sound theory. I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's the best theory we have, but I do believe we're definitely gonna come up with a theory way better that explains, how we've come to be. Because at the end of the day, the theory of evolution it's only 200-300 years old. It's a pretty new theory, so it has a lot of work.
I'm not even sure if it's that old. I think it's like 100 years old. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, you might be right because I'm not actually sure when Darwin lived, man, but it must have been late 1800s, so maybe 150 years, give or take. So it's a pretty novel idea, when you compare it to other things like gravity and XYZ, it's pretty new. Yeah.
Yeah. 150 years ago, come up with a theory with basically just a theory, right? No real evidence that species came from other species except for the beaks of the birds and a couple other things that they made into it. But maybe a couple fossil records of fish that they say existed millions of years ago, and then we found out they still exist. They're still fish.
I'll be right back. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
See you later.
Right,
I don't get why people defend something so like from one man, Darwinism, that's been propagated because they needed something to go against the current, theory. And it's so like we would have more evidence of that than we would have of anything because there would be so many transitional periods for such a long time. It would be littered. Then I would start to believe in the breaking down of those species into oil. The decay of all these species that would have had to have lived and transitioned little by little into smarter and smarter deer that eventually didn't get hit by cars and would turn into a different species because they got smarter and didn't get hit by cars. Makes no sense. Thanks for playing. And by the way, that's the first time I had heard that they run towards cars because they do that to avoid predators with the sun. That makes a little bit of sense, but I think they just get startled. I think the shadow thing, I've heard that before, and that makes more sense to me. They get used to the constant sound of highways and stuff, so you'll see them on the side. But something will startle them, and they'll just run in a certain direction, going away from what startled them, trying to evade. And they're actually smart in some ways, but not very smart in others. And then just don't judge that light coming at them. Just think how hard it is at night, even for us to judge, a motorcycle going 80 miles an hour or a car going 40 with headlights. It's really hard to judge, so then they get hit by cars as they're crossing the road. There's so many roads now.
Well, I think part of the reason that they run into the sun is to hope to blind their predator a little bit. Like if they
that makes sense.
Like they're just bounding into the sun, hoping that the predator will not be able to. The sun will get in their eyes basically, and they'll get slowed down.
Yeah, pilots do the same thing, right? Head into the sun, evade. Your opponent can't see you. That seems logical. That I just never heard of it. Learn something every day. I guess you can tell the smart deer from the dumb deer from the ones that don't run towards the sun when they're startled. I do believe in intelligence in those like deer or all animals at a certain degree. I mean, there's certain animals, birds and things like that have very, very tiny brains but can navigate better than we can without instruments. The instruments built in, or like a deer, you get these deer that some of them are obviously smarter than others because they grow older and survive, although they're in the same vicinity of hunters and cars and electric fences or whatever it may be, danger, predators. They are smart enough to, evade those areas and not get hit by cars or you'd either have to call it smarter or just dumb luck. I'd say they have intelligence, different variants of intelligence. As a hunter, it really comes true because you can hunt a certain deer that you've seen on a camera or whatever for years and never get a shot on them because they just seem to outsmart you every time. They were there 30 minutes before you all the time. They only come in that area in the dark because they know they smell your scent or, whatever. They seem to learn over time. Yeah, instincts. Some have better instincts than others.
Yeah, well, that's why a good hunter, I think, is in touch with their instincts a bit more. And that usually comes from just being out in the wilderness a lot more too.
But then you can just easily trick them in some cases, use a box call to call in a turkey where, put
it's instincts.
Right, but I'm saying you can outsmart them.
Intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah. So I get what
opposable
you're saying.
thumbs give us the ability to make these tools. I think the opposable thumbs is one of the most amazing parts about us. When you think about it, without that, doesn't matter how smart you are, it's hard to fucking fashion shit and do stuff without opposable thumbs.
Yeah, I get it, but people adapt to that too. But I think adaptation is definitely part of it. But chop off a pinky toe and see how you walk for a while till you adapt. My daughter chopped off her thumb, and she's had to adapt. But she's fine now. Like she can do. You don't even.
But
know.
if we all had no thumbs, you know what I mean? There would have been no support. I just if we had never have evolved the thumbs, it just would be different because we wouldn't had to have adapted to having thumbs. Like we would never have had them, so everything would have been different.
Well, wouldn't that point towards intelligent design? Trying to make a certain species better or smarter or more capable than another, giving them thumbs? Why would it have to be evolution or whatever? It could be just design.
Yeah, I think the design is very, very special, but I also think we are very good at adapting. I hate the word evolution, but I love the word adaptation.
I agree.
There's no doubt that we adapt. And if we have gone through ice ages and whatever, if there is any truth to that, whether it's a plane or a sphere, whatever, we have had to adapt. And
I definitely agree with that.
yeah, if we've ever gone from a time living equatorially and living on the abundance of tropical fucking fruits or whatever, to not having that and then having to live on animals, then we have to adapt. And I think there's certain things that go in line, you know, and you can't prove it either way, but go in line with consuming all the fats and growing our brains, and then doing other things like that, you know, adapting to having a different fuel source. But yeah, that's all a theory.
I come from a Cherokee tribe, so we have certain traits. A little bit darker skin.
I think you're breaking up. You know, Bandy's playing the guitar. Bit late for that, Bandy. Where'd he go? He dropped out completely, did he? Right. Eggshells, are you going to join in on flute?
Nobody wants me to do that. I'm one of the least musically capable people on the planet.
Ronnie will be in the back on it with a tambourine.
Triangle.
Hitting it on the offbeat and stuffing everything up.
Oh, come on. Pull out the flute and pull a Ron Burgundy.
Maybe a single cowbell. Can you do that?
We need more cowbell.
Yeah, you don't want to challenge him with the double cowbell. Fuck. It's a tough one. Come on, Bandy. I don't know. Pick a tune. Is that Rakia that I was talking to before? I think it was.
Yes, Rocky. I'm sorry, I had to take a call. It just automatically switches me, so I don't have a chance to tell you. I'll be right back.
No worries. Same as mine.
Reason, yeah, on my phone, when I get a phone call, it just blink, takes me to the call. It doesn't give me there must be a setting, but kind of like, it's almost rude, but right in the middle of a sentence, it'll just cut me off. Anyway.
So you got to the bit where you said you were Cherokee, and then that was it.
Yeah, so I have traits of that, like darker skin. But I think, that, you're outside more, you're gonna adapt to sunburn and blah blah blah. You're out in the elements more, you're gonna have to have, more hair or thicker skin or something to protect you. So I believe in that. I just don't think over billions of years that would cause Indian, a human, right, to turn into whatever, anything else. You're just going to have different traits. But I still don't get, like the Japanese or Chinese even look different. Anglo-Saxons look different, or like your Nordic people look different than Indians would, or Eskimos have super tolerance, thicker skin, and different tolerances to being in the cold, or things like that. Anyway, I would think even in your own tribe, like I call them tribe, but you know what I'm saying, even in your same group, you're going to have certain people in that group that are more tolerant to the cold than they are the heat, or some that are more tolerant to the heat than they are the cold.
Definitely.
But saying that it's not intelligent design, it's something else, like another process, is
random
I'd
by
have to,
chance doesn't make
yeah,
sense. Doesn't make
I'd have,
sense, does it, Rocky?
well, I would have to see some, because it makes less logical sense, and of course to me, it makes less logical sense, but maybe to somebody else, because I am aware that I could be, cognizant or blinded or whatever. I get that. So if that's where they put their belief, then I understand why they're going to be swayed that way. But it makes more logical sense to me that everything was intelligently designed and it's adapting to its area. Some things are not adapting as well, so they go extinct. But then other things are thriving, so they're so plentiful they're actually causing, like right now, a shark. Shark are thriving, and it's causing an issue with other species. The bait and whatever in certain areas. So I think it works both ways.
I just
Like
think
crocodile.
That's evolution.
I just reckon we'd see more evidence of it from one species to another and the in between species.
Yeah, I do too.
I just don't think I just don't think there's enough of those in between, like that progress to show that this is that this has even happened. Like you can put two different lizards on an island that have got nothing to do with each other, right? Because this was an example that someone pointed out to me. I said, show me some evidence of evolution. And anyway, they pointed out an example, a real example, where there was a particular lizard on this island and another lizard got introduced. Anyway, they ended up breeding and they bred another lizard. Like it wasn't a crocodile or a snake or anything like that. It was still another lizard. So yeah. Anyway.
So what you're talking about doesn't sound like natural selection, though. Like two
It
lizards.
sounds like adaptation to me.
Well, two lizards breeding and
Hold on,
making another. I mean,
I'll be back.
Go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, two lizards breeding. Like, I don't fully get that, because species definitionally, if they can breed, then they are of the same species, is generally the rule, is my understanding. If they can share genetic material, not necessarily if they can do the sort of mechanical business of having sex, because, there are some species of domesticated dogs that just physically couldn't, but are still part of the same species, because if you just inseminated them with the sperm, you could. But that's not selection, natural selection.
Yeah. So
but I don't know. I think that we need to see more transition.
Oh my god! What are you doing with your microphone, eggshells?
Nothing.
You go from
Sitting
quiet
the same
to
distance
fucking
from it.
super loud, dude.
yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. You that is happening.
It's just when
Harry.
Discord decides I'm making a particularly good point. I think. They go, "Your motherfuckers need
Fuck
to listen
off.
to this."
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Super bassy as well.
It reminds me of the Richard Dawkins thing. I used to like him. I think he's a bit of a dickhead, but I do think this was a pretty funny line of his where he was saying, people who believe.
Now you've gone all quiet.
Yeah, I was going to say, sorry to interrupt you during your point, but now you've gone completely quiet.
I've been deliberately sitting no further. Let me Google.
Oh, and then
my god. It's akin to eating live on air.
Go into settings in Discord and reset voice settings.
Pronunciate those S's, mate.
Do you have that that like what's it called, noise cancellation on or something? Make sure that's maybe not. Make sure that's turned off. I guess. You know that little feature it's like next to the mute button. I don't know if you're on PC, but anyways, it might be that.
Yeah.
So eggshells, at the end of the day, if everything come out of the suit and, you know, and then whatever come out, unless we're going to suggest that a myriad of different things all crawled out of the suit, and it was just one thing that crawled out, and then that one thing did what it did and become everything that we know today. That story is just hard to fucking to swallow without any evidence of that actually happening.
What would evidence look like?
All the in-between stages of things, the things that didn't survive, you know, like like let's just say remnants of some fucking half-frozen monkey, for example, that didn't develop a fucking significant enough digestive tract as an adult to actually function and died out as a species, whereas the adaptation meant that it did have, oh look, a 9-foot fucking intestine instead of a fucking 3-foot one. Now it can ferment everything, or some, you know, just some evidence that something that once was couldn't survive because of its insufficiency, but then an adaptation meant that it could. Well, how the fuck do we spontaneously get eyes that work? Like, that's just fucking crazy.
I mean, the case for that is pretty easy. You have something that can sense light, doesn't really focus it in any way, doesn't really perceive color or shape or you know, depth or anything like that. Just has a small thing that can sense light, and then.
Yeah, but why just a visible spectrum? Why can't we see X-rays and shit? You know what I mean? Like, why just what we? Yeah, it's just also.
It sounds like it's totally different questions now.
Yeah, but there's no
fair
evolutionary pressure to need to see X-ray because there's nothing to do with X-rays that affects us. You know, there's no predator that's only visible using X-ray vision. There's no food
There's
source
uranium.
that would
There's
chase
natural
that.
uranium that we shouldn't
Yeah,
fuck
but
around
that's
with.
so far deep under the ground that it would have never
No,
affected
it's
us
not.
until we.
No,
It is.
no.
I mean, most
No.
uranium. Most uranium
You
is
can
difficult
go
to
over the
get.
surface here
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Australia and get radiated, mate. So I don't know what
Yeah,
you're
but
talking about.
You just
it's
need
not
it for
that
it to be
common.
you just need it to be adaptive in some way. What's the what's the adaptation that would be beneficial? Because it's also a bit of a trade-off, right? We have adaptive traits, but they're typically not to keep you alive